Hey guys, it's Minishcap. I'm here with Chimso, and we're going to be doing a pretty fun video today. If you guys don't know who Chimso is, I'm sure you probably do. I've had him on the channel before, and you probably watched him in his videos. He is OCE, the ex League of Legends YouTuber, Singe player. So if you want to do a little intro for yourself, and then we'll go ahead and explain what we're doing here.
How you doing, kids? You probably remember me from back in the day. Not really doing league stuff anymore, but for posterity's sake, I pitch a little idea to Minish here. We're going to do the top 10 best design League of Legends champions. Now, you're probably noticing this video is pretty long. The reason why is because this isn't just going to be a top 10 list where we're going to be like, all right, here's our top 10, here's our top 10. Instead, we are going to go through every single one of the 141 champions and cut them individually until we have a top 10. And then once we get to the top 10, we're going to argue over the order until we can find the best designed League of Legends champions.
Absolutely.
So it's going to take a while, but it's going to be fun. There's going to be a lot of angry rants when we get to champions we hate. So to that. But yeah, it's going to be great. And yeah, whenever you're ready, we should get started.
So what we're going to do first is we're going to I'm going to start, and we're going to each nominate one champion each that we're going to call, and we're going to give our reasons why. The other person will agree or disagree, and if we both agree, it's cut from the list. So I'm going to go first. My first champion that I'm calling is cutting from the list, Kaisa. Where's Kaisa? I can't find Kaisa. This is already okay. Kaisa. I think Kaisa is one of the most overloaded, over-designed, disgustingly non-League of Legends champions to ever come out of the game. She has way too many, and this is my justification for a Chimso, and you'll tell me whether or not you agree after I'm done. But I think that she has access to way too many things in her kit. She can build multiple build paths depending on what she needs to do, so she has a less of a weakness there. She has way too much safety from the stealth on her E. The attack speed, the movement speed buffs that she has in the same ability, the giant dash, which can be used to engage or disengage depending on how the team fight plays out, alongside her shield, good wave clear from her Q, good sustained damage, good burst damage, good short damage, a giant nuke on the W if she goes the AP build. It's just it's overall way too much for an AD carry, and then you pair all of that with the fact that she can get heal or barrier, have Zhonya's and GA in her core build, and a support on top of that to back her up and keep her even more safe, while pumping out more damage than Kog'Maw or Vayne, the historically two highest DPS AD carries, and Tristana. Throw Tristana in there for that matter too. It's too much. It does not belong in League of Legends. It's way too much. League was meant to be a simpler game than Dota, and Kaisa feels like a Dota champion. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Kaisa is the perfect example of what Civ HD was talking about in his Reddit post, where he talked about the game becoming too complex. Basically, she's a champion who can just do everything. She's a champion who appeals to the audience, who wants to make these flashy outplays in a game that's meant to be very, very simple. Yeah. And a game that's historically built its entire player base on the fact that its champions are quite simple. Mm. Even stuff like Riven, which back in the day, Season 3 would have been considered a complex champion, is like, she looks basic bitch now.
Yeah, I consider Riven to be an extremely simple champion now, but like back in the day, it was like, what? Riven? She can jump around?
Yeah.
Like...
But Kaisa, if you showed Kaisa to me in Season 3 or Minish in Season 3, we would have fucking... Nah, this is a parody. Like, no,
yeah, this is Dota. And, like, she's a Dota champion.
Yeah, exactly. Kaisa represents it pretty much better than almost any other champion, which is why I'm really happy you picked her first. Mm-hmm. The poor direction in where League is going, in the sense that they're just overloading everything. Camille's another example, though I'm pretty sure this is going to be quite early on your picks. So yeah, absolutely no dispute for Kaisa. She needs to go straight away.
All right, your turn.
All right. Now, this pick is something I'm going to make with a very, very heavy heart. Ryze.
Ooh,
now,
the ex-Ryze main.
Ex-Ryze main. A little bit of history for me and why this is quite significant for me. Ryze was the first champion I ever mained. Back in Season 4, I climbed with Ryze to Platinum for the first time. I climbed from Silver 2 to Platinum 5. He was a champion that basically taught me how to play the game. This was old Ryze back in Season 4. He still had his basketball Q. His W was just a point-and-click snare. His E was the old spell flux that ran around. His ult was just he gets a bunch of stats and movement speed, and he has AoE and spell amp on his spells. I love Ryze for how simple he was. I love Ryze for how just binary, and he just had one focus. You just mash buttons. That's it. He was point and click. He was simple. He was a great champion to learn the game. take a look at Ryze now and tell me if that's what he is. They literally took the simplest, most binary champion, which is fine. Like, being a binary champion is not a bad thing, as long as they're not broken. And honestly, Ryze did have some issues that needed to be worked out back then. He did need a slight rework.
What were the issues, though? Because I remember, not to interrupt or anything, but I remember the original few iterations of Ryze being based around his spell flux, the old E, which would bounce around and give him like spell vamp, extra AoE from ulting, things like that. I never considered that to be like much of a problem of a kit. I thought it was a very well put together kit, personally.
I think the main problem with Ryze was that he was really hard to balance damage wise because of all of his point and click abilities, and honestly, it was more like, in the pro scene, he was too powerful. And that's just the common thread we see with Ryze. Oh, here, we've reworked Ryze. He's really good. Oh, he has a 60% win rate in the pro scene and a 44% win rate in solo queue.
Mm-hmm.
And Ryze is basically just a champion that they have no idea what to do with. I did a video on this a long time ago called Champion Identity and Why It's Important, where I compare like Ryze's E, old E, to his current E, and just the wall of text that it used to be to the 2 sentences it was before.
Yeah.
He is the Riot does not know what to do with him. They are completely clueless. In my opinion, they probably just want to delete him, but they can't. So yeah, he needs to go, in my opinion. And that I say that, like I said, with a heavy heart.
I will agree with you. I'll definitely agree with you. I think personally that the current iteration of Ryze and the previous iteration of Ryze, which was based around stacking pure mana items and CDR, this current one is more of like an AP mana hybrid. Previous one was just like a tanky mana champion. Both of those, or whenever you revolve them around, playing around his passive, which gives him a shield or movement speed currently. I think the previous passive reduced the cooldowns of his other abilities, is what it was, right? Is what the old passive was in like the rework right before this one.
Yeah, and I believe it was the one back in Season 4 as well, where I think it was... No, what was his one in Season 4? It was... No, the one in Season 4 was, I think he just gets his ability scale on mana. His Q used to have its cooldown reduced. I think does it still do that now? His Q gets its cooldown reduced for every other spell he casts? Like by 1 second?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, what's his current passive, actually?
His current passive is the Arcane Mastery. Gains 5% per 100 AP as bonus mana.
Yeah. I don't think that's what he used to have. I'm not sure.
No. He gets AP 4 mana is what it is. Sorry, I worded that wrongly. The one before that, I think... Let me see if I can look at the change history. Because I can... It's supposed to show you what his old abilities were. The old spell flux and everything like that. When did this current Ryze come out? Season 6?
I believe so. Yeah, because I believe he got reworked in Season 5, early Season 5.
Mm-hmm. And that one lasted like a year and a half, 2 years, and then...
Yeah, that was the one where he his abilities would like stack up on people and he would get shields and stuff like that.
Yeah, that was the one that I really didn't like, even more than this one. But I agree
honestly, the biggest thing was making his Q a skill shot. Like, you can't do that. You can't just change the primary damage ability of the champion that everybody uses and everybody knows. Yeah, Aatrox. We'll get there. You can't just change that and make it fucking a skill shot from a point and click. No, he's an absolute failure of a design at this point. He was okay before, maybe needed a few tweaks, but now they jumped the shark on him. They just need to remove this champion. He's not Ryze anymore.
I agree completely. All right,
you're up.
You mentioned this before, but my second pick is Camille. Very similar.
Why does she have a heal?
Why did she get 2400? I believe 2400 range towards enemy champions on her E. It's ridiculous. Like, this is another champion who I believe to be extremely overloaded, similar to Kaisa. Same designer, by the way, who did both those champions, Riot Jag. She has way too many things in her kit. An adaptive shield to help get her through the laning phase. Her Q does it increase movement speed too? What? Okay, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Wow.
What?
I actually had no idea it increased her movement speed. I just thought it was the Triforce or the Phage that was doing that. Huh. So, access to percent max health, true damage. Or is it max health, or is it? It's percentage of her physical damage, true damage, but it does burst extremely hard on a very low cooldown, while also dealing bonus physical damage, resetting her Triforce, resetting her auto attack. That's not even the problem with her kit, though. The problem I have with her kit is hookshot, and we'll get to that. But I think the fact that tactical sweep has a heal on top of the fact that it has a damage and slow, too much. Give it either damage and slow or a heal. It shouldn't do both. Or sorry, damage and slow or damage and heal. It shouldn't do all three. You can't have it do all three, because then you have a champion who not only has a shield to help get her through the laning phase, but a heal as well. Whenever you pair a shield with a heal for any champion in the laning phase that scales this well, it's going to become a problem champion. And we saw that with Camille before she was nerfed a few patches ago, where she literally was the most picked, most played champion in the entire game, not just top lane, but in the entire game for like weeks and weeks and weeks. It was absurd. Hookshot. This is, I think, the craziest thing about Camille. Whenever she wants to dash towards a champion, she gains double range, and I believe it's 2400. I don't think I can see it here. Yeah, it won't show me the range on this LOLwiki page, but I'm pretty sure it's 2400 or 2200 range.
It's ridiculous.
It's so much. It's a length of 22 Teemos, by the way. I think is how you're supposed to measure that, because Teemo was 100 units, so it's 22 to 24 Teemos of size of a dash towards a champion. Like, that's a screen and a half worth of jump. In addition to that, she has the ability to completely lock down a target with Hextech Ultimatum, which also gives her a brief invulnerability, knocks away enemy champions, fucking does magic damage. I didn't even know it did damage. Like, I had no idea it did this. Up to 8% of the target's current health and magic damage, while giving her invulnerability, pairing that with her shield, with her W, with hookshot. Like, her ability to just decide, I want this specific target to die, and then kill that target, is way too high for all of the abilities she has to get through the laning phase safely. She also scales way too well off of that. What do you think?
Let me put it this way. When looking at Camille, the question you should ask is not, what does this champion have? You should ask, what does this champion not have? Mm-hmm. She has an adaptive shield for both AP and AD. She has a heal. She has magic damage. She has physical damage. She has mobility. She has burst. She has tankiness. She has absolutely everything. Mm-hmm. She is the definition of an overloaded kit. I have no idea how they could have possibly let this champion go through in the state that she is at the moment, let alone the states that she was released in. Riot Jag is another one of those designers who we're probably going to talk about. Yes. But yeah, you basically said everything that needs to be said. She has ridiculous mobility. She has ridiculous burst. Her build path makes her tanky. She has a heal she can sustain in lane. She can't even be bullied out. She is just the definition of an overloaded champion, and having a cult this early is definitely justified.
Even after the nerfs, it's currently patch 8.16, the first day of patch 8.16. Even after the nerfs that happened a few patches ago, I still see Camille like regularly enough for me to consider her to be like, oh, it's a fucking Camille, like time to play against Camille again. She never really goes away even after the nerfs. Like, yeah, she's played less now, but she's still very much a member of the top lane cast, and it's very frustrating when you play a simpler champion against something like Camille, and you just feel helpless. Like, it feels like the enemy champion, Camille, or Kaisa for that matter too, is like, it feels like they have superpowers compared to like the champion that you're playing.
They're fucking anime MCs, man. That's what these characters are. If you're playing anything else, you're just a regular character, and then these guys are like the anime MCs.
You got exactly. Shitty animation cells, like
Yeah, they're the anime MC. They're the you know, I like to call them faggot champions. You know, the idea that basically that it's the idea that, oh yeah, look at me, I'm so flashy, I have superpowers, I'm an anime MC. It's like these appeal to players who I don't think League should be attracting. Yeah, that's for Dota, but yeah, I mean that's neither here or there. Camille deserves to go. She needs to get out of here.
All right, I'll cross it out. Your turn.
All right, so let's start this off. So champions designed by certainly T. Okay, so let's have a look here. All right, Zoe.
My webpage just crashed. I think I lost our crossouts. We had Camille, Kaisa, and Ryze though, right?
Camille, Kaisa, and Ryze.
Okay. Oh no, they came back. We're good.
All right. I'll just write them down on this.
Sure.
All right. So, Zoe. Okay. Well, let me just give an introduction to Certainly T. Let's have a look at some of the champions that Certainly T has designed. So we have Yasuo, who was one of the first crazy overloaded kit champions, one of the big starters of mobility creep. We have Kalista, who, I mean, do I need to explain? No.
They literally had to nerf Kalista so hard to give her a 90%, a 0.9 AD ratio on her basic attack. Literally the only champion in the entire game to have a nerfed basic attack ratio because she was that hard to play against whenever she was meta. I think that's
then we also have Mordekaiser, probably the most cringe-worthy rework we have ever seen in League of Legends. We have the Akali rework, which, once again, pretty self-explanatory. Now, he does have some good parts. We have the Warwick rework, which was very good.
Ones were good.
Yep. We have the Thresh, which was, while an overloaded support, was actually, in my opinion, pretty good for the game. But we're going to talk about Xayah. Now, Xayah, who here, who's been playing for a while, remembers good old AP Nidalee from back in Season 3.
I do.
Bishu fan club right here. So AP Nidalee back in the day would throw spears and take away 3/4 of your health. And Riot deemed that unhealthy. Rightly so. It was incredibly annoying to play against. While she was in the game, poke comps were ridiculously good. And basically, Riot decided, hey, you know that? Let's bring that back. But let's give it a way to keep your opponents from moving. Stun. An AoE sleep, massive burst, the ability to steal summoner spells, an RNG element that allows her to get summoner spells to increase her playmaking, her flashy playmaking potential. Let's just make the most annoying champion we can possibly design. And then let's make an annoying persona around them of this annoying fucking girl who runs around is the most fucking grating thing on my sanity when I play this game. Xayah is just, once again, I'm absolutely stunned that the team took a look at this and said, certainly T, man, you fucking blew it out of the water. Good job, man. This champion, when she was released, and even now, this is a fundamentally toxic champion who will always be toxic.
Yeah, absolutely.
She will always have massive burst damage. She'll always have the ability to... That's the thing with AP Nidalee. At least AP Nidalee couldn't stun you. At least AP Nidalee couldn't keep you in place to fucking throw the spear. She needed somebody to set that up. Xayah, on the other hand, is able to do that. Xayah is literally just them taking a champion that was toxic, that was bad for the game, which they reworked into actually a pretty decent champion when they reworked Nidalee. Taking that champion and just designing them again, but making them even worse. I have no idea how that champion even managed to get past QA at all. Like, in the slightest. Yeah. I don't know how anybody play tested that champion was like, yeah, that's good. Ship that's alive.
I actually did not know that she has the increased... Is this increased base damage based on level, or... Yeah, so she has increased... She has double base damages, actually, on her Q. So she has 50, 75, 100, 125, 150. I expected that, and her AP ratio. The thing that's not listed in the ratio is the increase in damage based on the distance that Q travels. But apparently, on top of all of that, there's another additional base damage on her Q, just based on her champion level, 7 to 50. Sleepy Trouble level does up to... I think this is that does true damage, right?
Why does Trouble Bubble do damage? Is what I want to know.
I'm really not sure. The worst part about it is it does true damage. Actually, I actually clicked off of it.
It does true damage?
Yeah, it does. It deals bonus true damage equal to the post-mitigation damage dealt, capped at Sleepy Trouble Bubbles damage. So, you see where it says maximum mixed damage? It can do up to 440 true damage if the next instance of damage taken by the sleeping target... or no, not if. When. It's every single instance of champion damage taken by the sleeping target. Not just Zoe's damage, any champion damage, capped at 440 plus 80% AP.
I mean, like, what's there to say about this champion that hasn't already been said? She just... The amount of damage that she is capable of doing while keeping you stunned up. And yeah, people are going to say, oh, she can be outplayed, she can be... Yeah. I wouldn't say that Xayah is broken in her current state. She definitely was on release. But the point is that this is a champion that is fundamentally toxic to the design of the game.
Yeah,
it is not a well-designed champion. That we're not measuring, what champions are broken, what champions are really bad. We're measuring champions that have poor designs.
Yeah,
Zoe is absolutely a poor design.
I'm going to agree with you on the Zoe. I have to say, I personally don't even have that much of a problem with her being able to have that much damage output, but I think the fact that she can randomly get items and some spells off of Spell Thief, this is the biggest problem I have, the RNG of it. This RNG bullshit does not belong in any competitive game at all. No MOBA, no FPS, nothing. Pure RNG like this, where it's not like guaranteed. The way that Riot codes crit, if you guys want to complain about RNG and complain about semantics, crit's actually not random. If you have a 30% crit, it's going to give you eventually a guaranteed crit for having 30% crit. Like if you have a 3 out of 10 chance of hitting a crit, it's basically what that means. So it'll go 3 out of 10, 6 out of 10, 9 out of 10, then you'll crit. Basically, it's not completely random. Over time, it averages out to 30% for sure if you get a bunch of extra crits, but it's not purely RNG. This is purely RNG, and I really do not think that belongs in a competitive game or League of Legends.
I mean, in terms of RNG, like there are some forms of RNG acceptable, like Twisted Fate when he uses his card. It's random. Well, it's technically not random. There's an internal timer. Like the cards technically cycle the entire game, and just when you activate the ability. But that is technically in a way random, whichever card you get first. So if you want to quickly double tap your W,
it's like a controlled random type of thing.
But it's not like it that's necessary, obviously, but it's very minor. Yeah. That sort of RNG is okay, but when you've got something like Zoe's ability to just grab the random summoner spell she needs to escape the situation, and you don't feel like you've been outplayed when that happens. You just feel like, oh fuck me, like really? She got the flash when she needed it. It's like, ugh.
I'm trying to think of what I want next to be next on my list. I'm not really sure. I've
got a page. I've got a page of certainly T champions that I'm looking to get rid of.
I kind of want to say the rework Graves, I do. But part of me wants to say Aurelia. Part of me wants to say, actually, you know what? Yeah, Gnar. Gnar! Let's go ahead and choose Gnar. Oh yes. My fucking god, Gnar.
Oh, you're Singeman's, you're biased. No, get fucked.
Literally every single person who plays top lane that plays a melee champion that does not play Gnar fucking hates Gnar. Everybody. This champion, when he was released in Season 4, was, again, similar to Yasuo, one of the champions that I think started the whole trend of overloaded, like, bullshit, obnoxious mobility creep, like, champions that I just think don't belong in League of Legends. It's a ranged mobile hyper carry that can build tanky health items and then transform into a fucking tank and then go back to being a hyper carry while having 2,000, 3,000 health, resistances, armor shred, percent max health, magic damage, with the jump. With the fucking jump.
If in Season 4, you asked any melee top lane player, you just gave them a sheet of paper and said, hey guys, look, I need you to design the worst champion you could possibly go up against as a melee top laner. I don't think they could have come up with Gnar. Like realistically, if they'll like design like a realistic champion, that would be like the worst thing we could possibly design. I don't think. I think if they submitted Gnar, they'd look at it and be like, nah, that they couldn't do that. He has hybrid damage. He has 3-stack passive, beautiful. He has mobility. He has tankiness. I remember when Gnar first came out, I'm like, oh, this guy's never going to see LCS play because his ultimate ability is too random.
Yeah, I remember saying, oh, you can't time it properly. No, when they got the hang of it,
you can't time it everywhere. No. Yeah, he was everywhere. The fact that he can he's a range harasser, so by definition, he shits on every melee top lane. I mean, unless you're one of these champions with ridiculous early sustain that they've been designing to try and counter stuff like Gnar, like Camille.
Yeah.
And like, so he has an overloaded kit, he's ranged, he bullies stuff like this, he's manaless, which is another big thing.
Oh god, yeah.
Like, are you serious? And obviously he has the ability, because, one of the things with ranged champions is they don't really have massive all-in potential, especially in top lane. But nah, he has that. So, he pokes you down, cool. Then he can go all in when he gets his ult. you know, if you're playing something like, I don't know, let's say you're playing Vayne top, another really horrible example to be playing against. Let's say you're playing Vayne top. Yeah, Vayne can burst you down. Sorry, Vayne can poke you down, rather. But yes, she can sort of all in with her ult, but most top laners have a way to just get out of that.
She's
which is why Vayne top
when she all in.
Yeah, exactly.
Gnar is not vulnerable because whenever he transforms through his rage gene, he gains retains his current percentage health, and he returns to no. Okay, what is it? At maximum rage, casting ability, or after 4 seconds, will transfer into Mega Gnar, and then I think Mega Gnar. Does that give him? It's supposed to give him health, right?
Yeah, I believe it increases his health percent.
So if he stays at health percent and then gains like a higher pool of health, then he technically gains health. And then whenever he transforms back, he retains the current percentage health. So this can technically be like a pseudo heal in addition to all the other things.
He's a champion that could just build like a phage early and then go into and still bully you the entire lane.
This is one of the problems that I have with. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all good.
This is one of the problems that I have with champion design in League of Legends ever since Gnar came out. Is it's a champion that 1 wins lane, 2 outscales you, 3 team fights better than you. You cannot have a champion that does all of those things because that becomes imbalanced. The way League of Legends has always historically been balanced before shit like this was a champion that's strong in lane is supposed to either fall off later or have a bad team fight while not falling off. Or falling off, but falling off to a lesser extent. A champion that has a poor early game is supposed to scale into a good 1v1 or a good team fighter. Gnar doesn't have those weaknesses. It doesn't subscribe to those caveats. Champions like Camille doesn't have to subscribe to that. They have a good early, good mid, good late, good team fight, good skirmish, good 1v1, good everything. And this is one of those things that, again, SaveHD was complaining about, was if you have champions that just do everything, then everything feels the fucking same. Which, yeah,
exactly.
I would say as different as their kits are, Gnar and Camille feel very similar in what they do. They both do really well in lane. They can both split push. They're both hyper carries. They can both engage a team fight. They both have mobility. They both heal themselves. It's ridiculous. And I wouldn't have as much of a problem with Gnar if he was a melee champion. I wouldn't.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Or if he had a mana bar or some way to just like say, you know, that's enough. But he just, once he gets going, you can't stop him. Whenever Gnar is meta, he literally is permaban, or you cannot play a melee champion in top lane against him. It's not possible.
Unless you're playing something like Camille or Aurelia. I just realized something. Gnar to me seems like League of Legends Lightning. For anyone who plays Magic the Gathering, you know what I'm talking about. Lightning Bolt, 1 red mana, instant, do 3 damage to any target. Basically, the modern meta in Magic the Gathering is defined by, can this card survive Lightning Bolt? Can this creature, does it die to Bolt? Gnar almost seems like that, and it seems like the way they're designing top lane champions. Reworked Aurelia can survive Gnar. Camille can survive Gnar.
Yeah, it's the Gnar.
And exactly, and these champions are broken. So they're designing champions that can sort of survive Gnar in that sense, because the power levels increased so much when he came out. He has this toxic effect on the entire game, and we're going to be using that word a lot, toxic. These are toxic designs. Like, not toxic as in raging in chat, but you know what I mean. Like,
I think it's very unhealthy, because
it's very unhealthy.
If he's meta, he literally, just by being in the meta, being played, dictates what champions can be in top lane. One single champion should not have that much of an impact across every other champion pick. Like, if you're going to make a champion that does that well against melee champions, by God, they cannot be a hyper-scaling fucking AD carry tank that builds health and damage items. Like, it's too much. It's way too much. So do you agree we cross him out, or what do you think?
Sorry, what?
Do you agree we cross him out?
Oh yeah, he's gone for sure. And like, look, when Gnar is meta, what's the only stuff you can play? Like Gangplank. You can play like Gangplank because he's range too. I mean, he's melee.
Gangplank, or like a really, 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 really annoying tank, or Vladimir.
Yeah, Gangplank or Maokai, who, you know, like Maokai.
And even Maokai will eventually lose.
Even Maokai, yeah. But at least Maokai has some sustain. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, but I think we both agree Gnar needs to go quite early.
It's up to you, buddy.
All right. So I mentioned him previously in the previous pick. We're on the certainly tier list. We're going to look at a champion who, once again, I am sad to cut, but in his current state and considering his design history needs to go, we're going to be getting rid of Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser.
All right. So Mordekaiser back in Season 3. I'm going to be referring to Season 3 a lot because that was the season when I first started playing. I understand Minish started playing in like Season... Did you start playing in Season 1 or Beta?
Pre-Season 1, Beta can...
Pre-Season 1. Okay. So Mordekaiser he didn't really have a place, but he had people who really enjoyed playing him. He was sort of weird, but he worked in a way. He was never broken. He was never crazily overpowered. But then Riot decided that they were going to use Mordekaiser as a guinea pig. Riot decided that they were going to turn Mordekaiser, instead of just designing a new champion to fit this role, which would be the sensible thing to do, they decided we want to make a melee AD carry, or a melee bot laner work. So we're going to redesign Mordekaiser into that champion. And obviously all the Mordekaiser mains are like, what the fuck are you doing? Why don't you just create a new champion? Because what you need to understand about modern Riot reworks is they're not really reworks, they're deletions. Riot would delete the champion and replace it with a new champion.
It's one of the ways... With a few exceptions, I think.
With a few exceptions. There are, like, Mordekaiser is like a soft version of that. He did retain a lot of his old stuff. But basically, they attempted to force synergy with Mordekaiser in the bot lane and make him not viable to play anywhere else. So they gave him the thing that, you need to play Mordekaiser bot lane because he can steal the dragon. You can, be the how you team your dragon shit. This is the stupid... I don't know if he still has this, but he had this when he came out, when he got reworked. He gets increased shared EXP. So in the bottom lane, he will have a level advantage over the enemy AD carry, the enemy team.
I think that was removed.
Okay, good. But when he came out, he had that, and that made him broken for quite a while.
Oh, no, I was incorrect. Mordekaiser gains bonus experience when killing a minion near allies equal to 50% of the experience he lost due to them being there, which at total equals 82.6, 71, 66, 63.4, 60.87 of the minion's experience bounty.
Exactly. And I will say this over and over again. There are two big cringeworthy things to me that Riot has done. Dynamic Q and the Mordekaiser rework. This rework was just the most blatant attempt to force him into a role where he clearly did not belong. They should have designed a new champion. But before the rework, Mordekaiser was just like, hey, no one plays him. Like, whatever, he's weird, but he's alright. People who enjoy him. But this rework turned him into a monster in bot lane when it came out, because he was just ridiculously powerful. He was forced super hard, and it was just an example of them deleting a champion's old identity and trying to replace it with a new one. You cannot force a design like this onto a champion that... It's just, the champion is fundamentally not designed for that. Mordekaiser was designed to be a top laner and a mid laner. Mainly a mid laner. He was meant to be a melee mid laner. And they tried to make him into a bot lane. And it was a horrible disaster of a rework that is still... the point of a rework is to make the champion played again. Is Mordekaiser played now? No. No one plays him. And he is a completely failed design at this point. What do you think?
I don't know if I'd call him completely failed. I agree that he's very gimmicky, very janky, and he probably should not have been changed in the way that he was. My cat's here. And he probably shouldn't have been changed in the way that he was. But I don't know if I can agree and say that it's so bad that he deserves to be cut from top 10 instantly. Do I think he needs to be cut? Yeah, absolutely, sure. But I think he's so much less of an offender than so many other champions, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
The majority of his abilities are mostly the same with some added effects. Like Siphon of Destruction is the same with the increased shield ratio. Children of the Grave is the same, except it has Dragon Force, which you can take the dragon with. Harvester of Sorrow, this is the new one. I forget what the old W was, but this one...
The old one was... Yeah, I think he just he puts it on himself or an.
It was the armor and MR buff. Yeah, that's what it was.
Armor and MR, yeah.
Yeah, it made him tanky, tankier. And then this one, it's like this is his only new ability where like you cast it on an ally or allied unit, and then you can like siphon, do damage, and get healing from it. Q is mostly the same except now you have 2 extra hits. Which
no, Q isn't the same at all.
It's a auto attack empowerment that gives extra damage, except the second and third ones deal way more damage, or the third one deals way more damage.
But
the original wasn't like that. It was only 1 though.
It used to be like a wave clearing ability, where because you would hit the target and then like shards would pop out and hit other targets nearby.
I remember, yeah.
So it is actually...
For some reason, I only remember it as being just like the extra auto attack with AP empowerment.
Yeah, he used to be really good at clearing. Like what I would used to do when I played in mid lane is I would just QE the wave, QEW the wave, and then go farm the enemy's race, and QEW the wave, and then go farm my race, and then QEW the wave, and go farm the enemy's. You get so much farm doing that. I do agree that definitely he isn't the worst defender on this list, absolutely, but he's not going to be top 10.
Yeah, he's absolutely not going to be top 10.
I think it is those extra things, the bonus XP, the dragon gimmick. Those are examples of things that are ruining
it's a gimmick.
the game.
Yeah, his kit feels like a gimmick, doesn't it?
Absolutely. They're examples of things that are ruining the game. These little things that they're adding on that just shouldn't be there, that increase the complexity of the game, that make no sense. I guess you've sort of taught me that. I don't think he's a complete failure, I guess, but he is definitely a failure of a rework, and it should never have happened. If they wanted to... There was like the Bruiser bot lane thing going on. Was Mordekaiser played?
No.
Exactly. He wasn't played even when the meta was in a meta that was designed around him. Exactly. He needs to go.
I think since it's a list based on pure design, I will say that I think his design post rework is not top 10 worthy. I won't say it's bad, but it's definitely not top 10 worthy. Actually, I will say it's bad. Actually, I will say it's bad. It can be improved heavily, and I think it's so gimmicky. Like the word that you use, I think is the best way to describe it. The design, not just the kit, the design of the champion itself, like the way his abilities work together, is very gimmicky. So I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think there's certain champions that are way worse than him in terms of that, but he's definitely one of them that deserves to be there.
Just one thing to remember about this list, guys, is we might not be necessarily cutting things in order of how bad they are. We're just cutting things based on whether or not we think they will be top 10. So obviously, we're going to get to, like, Mordekaiser definitely isn't as bad as something like Kalista or other things on the list that we're eventually going to get to. Yeah, Xayah. But we'll just go with whatever comes up. So don't think, oh, you cut this champion so early. If they're not going to be top 10, we're going to have to cut them at some point. It's in no particular order. All right, you're up.
Okay. So I'm looking through the list. I'm looking through the champion list. And I didn't think I would name this specific champion this early. I have to say Gangplank. Gangplank the Saltwater Scourge. As far as reworks go, the rework I think was pretty successful with him. But design-wise, I think his passive should not have true damage on it. It should be physical damage over time or magic damage over time. True damage is too much for something that's so easily reset with his E. His ability to scale, get bonus gold, and just farm super duper safely while turning into a late game powerhouse, I think is too high for how much lane dominance and safety he has with W, and a lot of them go stopwatch also. That's too high. In addition to having a global ultimate to impact team fights outside of top lane while he's just sitting there farming, it's too much. He's not safe enough early, or he's way too safe early game. He's not punishable enough early game for how much scaling he has, and really that's the only reasons I have for Gangplank. I think it's just going away that rule. It doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, certain champions can get onto Gangplank and really like fuck him up, like old Irelia. I guess who's not in the game anymore, old Irelia. Even new Irelia struggles against the Gangplank because she doesn't have access to true damage early game to burst him. New Irelia is more of a mid-late game champion. Old Irelia is early mid-game champion. New Irelia can't bully him hard enough early enough to really force him out. Gangplank, I think, according to OPGG right now, is one of the top most played top laners in the entire game because of how safe he is, how hard he scales, how much free gold he gets, his global pressure with his ultimate. There's no weakness. There's no weakness.
Exactly.
There.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. Yeah. Me and Minish are both going to have quite a lot of insight on top lane, having played top lane for so long. And the thing that is going to be a common theme, it was a theme with Gnar, it was a theme with Camille, is champions that are really good in lane and then scale really well into late game.
Yeah.
Gangplank is definitely an example of that. Now, on the rework, I will say the Gangplank rework was a success. I think that was an example of a rework done right. Yeah. It was not a deletion. It kept the core gameplay of Gangplank alive.
It has the same Q, it added some new stuff. Same W,
same Q, same
R,
W. His E was
E.
completely useless. His old E was completely useless, so they changed into something that made sense, which is good. New passive, his old passive was completely useless, so they changed into something that made sense. Same ultimate pretty much, with some minor changes to make it better. But just because the rework was a success in keeping the old champion spirit alive, doesn't mean that the kit itself is not an overloaded mess.
Yeah.
Gangplank, as Minish said, is really good in lane, can poke you out. He's a ranged champion. Like, let's be real.
He is,
He's
yeah.
a ranged champion. He can poke you out. He can sustain. Fortunately, he has a mana cost, which is good. At least he's not as bad as Gnar.
Yeah.
And his barrels, the thing that always shocked me about Gangplank's barrels is they do so much damage, which is okay. That's fine. Okay. If they were to design the barrels and say, if you get hit by these, they will fuck you up if you get hit by them. That's fine. That's cool. But they also have a massive slow, which
and
to
they
me,
speed him up.
Exactly, and they speed him up.
Yeah.
So to me, it's either one or the other. You can either choose to give a massive amount of damage on those barrels or a massive slot. One or the other. You can't have both. Okay, it's just it's too powerful for what it does. And it makes his late game team fighting way too strong because he does so much damage. He slows the entire team. He runs in. He gets procs with this.
I don't even have a problem with his late game team fighting be like that, but like maybe like rank 5 barrel gives you movement. So
Look. Like, I would be satisfied with his late game team fighting if his early game wasn't so good.
It's way too good. It's too safe.
Yeah.
It's too strong. So
they need to change something. Yeah. I think he should go. Like I said, he's definitely not the worst defender, but I think he's
up there. All right, your turn, buddy.
Okay, this might be a controversial one, and I'm very happy if you want to dispute it. Fizz.
Really?
I don't think... I think that Fizz was another one of those Trailblazer champions who basically pioneered an ability that was fundamentally toxic to the game, and that is just prolonged invulnerability. I think that Fizz... Now, Fizz now is sort of okay. But I think if we look at the history of Fizz, there have been points where he has been way too strong and it's been purely a result of how his kit works. But the fact that he will do so much damage, he has so much pick potential, and he's also so safe with Playful and Trickster. Now, nowadays, it might be better. I haven't played much Fizz, I haven't seen much Fizz being played. But in terms of design, I think that specifically Playful and Trickster, it's a toxic ability. I think it set the standard for so many invulnerability abilities that we've seen in the game. So many ways. Like, I think that this is the reason. Like Playful and Trickster, when people discovered, oh wow, you can dodge this, you can cancel a TF gold card. Like, think about Camille. Like, the main point you mentioned with Camille on her ultimate was she's invulnerable while she does the jump. That came from Fizz.
Very brief invulnerability. Like Fizz is much worse.
Yeah, but the idea of it came from Fizz. It's one of those ideas with like we want to add outplay potential that needlessly complicates the champion. Now, like I said, I'm more than happy to be disagreed with on this. I don't think he's the worst defender by far, but I do think he's not going to be top 10, and specifically it's because of Playful Trickster.
I agree. I don't think his design is so egregious that I would personally cut him this early. But definitely not top 10 material. I think that it really just comes down to... No, actually, you know what? I see what you're saying on Playful Trickster, but I think that one of the abilities that they've never had a problem balancing this ability. The ability they've had a problem balancing on Fizz historically has been Seastone Trident. This is the one that used to let Fizz go Bruiser. You let him go
Tank Fizz with Triforce, yeah.
Tank Fizz with Triforce.
Yeah, you're right. I completely missed that. Tank Fizz, never fucking forget.
This is the one that has a detonating, a fucking detonating on hit dot damage burst with the last hit component on it. This is the ability that is the main reason that Fizz gets changed so often. He was just changed this patch. Right now in 8.16, he has like a 55% fucking solo queue win rate in like Master Diamond Challenger. It's absurd. But like I personally don't even think that Playful Trickster is that big of a problem. Like, yeah, invulnerability, like boohoo. Vladimir has it too. Like, whenever Vladimir came out, it was a big issue with him too. But this one, like, this one is the one that's always been the problem with Fizz, and I think for that reason, because they just for the life of them cannot figure out what to do. They changed it last patch, literally last patch they changed this. That's the reason I think is why I would agree to cut Fizz.
I can agree with that. Yeah, for sure. Alright, so wait, what do we cut so far? So, Camille, Kaisa, Ryze, Fizz,
Gnar,
Gangplank,
Gnar, Mordekaiser,
Mord,
Zoe.
Alright, cool. That's 8 down. This is fun though, I like this.
This is fun, I agree.
Anyways, you're up.
Well, I'm trying to think of one that's, excuse me, that's worse than this.
I think if we try and put it into order of worst, we'll just. That's why I'm just picking stuff where I think this won't make.
We'll be doing this all night. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and say Graves. Graves, the rework, is not only, in my opinion, one of the fucking dumbest reworks they've ever done, with the stupid ammo system, the prototype like Jhin thing, the fact that
look at that text box. Look at that text box. Just scroll down. Look,
it's
let's
so
just
much.
scroll down.
Look at this shit.
Look at that shit.
These are
this
other
thing
abilities.
Legends?
Now look at his passive.
Look at his passive.
It's crazy.
That says all that needs to be said, but Minish will do a good job explaining it.
He just it's so, he's not a MOBA champion. It's like they tried to fit like a really shitty FPS character into a top-down isometric MOBA game and said you can't shoot with your mouse. You shoot with like your auto attacks. It's like I don't even know how to describe it, because his basic attacks are not that. They're not basic attacks. There's nothing basic about his basic attack. It is a knockback on jungle monsters to keep him safe and healthy in the jungle. In addition to this, when you get closer to something, I think it's like, yeah, it's an increased AD ratio for each pellet hit. And then the crits actually gave a, I didn't know this, the crits make it a wider radius with 40% damage. I thought it was extra damage, but it actually increases the size of it, which means that you can hit more pellets to get more bonus damage from the first part of this passive. Oh my goodness.
Graves before the rework was a somewhat underplayed, somewhat out of place AD carry.
Graves was the best AD carry in the game, dude.
He didn't really. He was in a bad spot before the rework.
He was in a bad spot, but I think he was the best design AD carry in the game before the rework.
Oh, absolutely. I think that with some tweaks, he could have been great. His design could have been maintained. He would have been a perfectly fine champion. But he once again, he's one of Riot's guinea pigs. Mm-hmm. He was a test for the ammo system. He was like, oh, can we make this work? And in the process, Graves was an AD carry. His identity was always, he is played bot lane. He's an AD hyper carry. He became a jungler. And his abilities, especially with this ammo system, in order to balance something like that, you have to give him so much front-loaded power in those two shots that he just becomes an absolute menace early on, especially. And then, late game, he's like he transitions pretty well. He's not like fucking crazy, but he transitions pretty well. And it's sort of just like what's there to say about this shit? Just look at that passive text box.
He's not.
That is not.
It's
not a League of Legends text box.
The late game, he's not the greatest against squishy champions because they can generally kill him pretty quickly. But against
but he grinds down tanks.
Yeah,
he grinds them down.
Fucking you cannot do anything to Graves. He puts smokescreen down, auto, E, auto, end of the line, R, auto, E, auto, smokescreen, auto, E, auto. Oh, you finally catch him? Joke's on you, bitch. He has bonus armor from his fucking passive. You can't fucking kill him. He has Sterix Gauge, he has Black Cleaver, he has Death Stance, he has all of these things that make him he is a Phantom Dancer, all these things that make him not visibly tanky, that when you actually start to hit him and you're like, oh, he's not dying, it's the worst feeling in the world. It really, really is.
Exactly.
Graves before his rework, I think, was one of the best, if not the best, design AD carries in the game because he was so smooth. All of his abilities made sense.
Yeah.
They chained together. Favorite. Yeah, they chained together perfectly. And one of the reasons they gave for changing Graves into this monstrosity of a champion was Lucian's E also resets, or Lucian's autos also reset his dash. Graves' autos reset his dash. We have to delete Graves now and make a new fucking champion because Lucian has something similar to his kit. It's just he's too strong early.
Was that really the reason they gave?
One of the reasons, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. He's too strong early. He outduels pretty much, in my opinion, every jungler besides probably Lee Sin and Kha'Zix. Even then, it's because they're strong. Graves has been nerfed, by the way, and you still see Graves almost every game.
Oh yeah.
Scales really well in the mid, destroys tanks and bruisers late game. Loses to squishies, fair, but still, it's just it's too complex. It's too tanky for a ranged champion. He has access to too high of burst damage in addition to the burst damage from his passive. It's just it's too much on one champion, I think.
Exactly. Like, and I know some people are like, oh, you know, I don't have a problem with Graves late game. I kill him really easily. Yeah, if you're playing like LeBlanc or something, and you can just get in there and burst Graves down like that, he's no issue. But if you're in a grind fest against him, if you're in a grindy matchup where you have to, it's like attrition. Whoever can survive the longest, Graves will win because he will out damage you and he'll keep away from you if you're a melee. Imagine trying to play Nasus. It's like, what the fuck can you do?
You can't do anything.
Even if you wither him, he still just fucking dashes around everywhere.
And with the nature of the ammo system, withers is attack speed slows are less effective against those champions.
Exactly. So yeah, I agree. Great should go. Yeah.
All right. What do you got for me?
All right. Now this with reworks that have just come out. So my phone is ringing. No, my phone is not ringing. With the reworks that have just come out, like specifically Akali and Nunu, I think we should talk about the old versions because Nunu hasn't been released yet, and Akali has been released, right?
Nunu's gonna be pretty much the same one, the same champion. It's like updated. Akali, on the other hand, holy fuck.
Okay, well, but here's the thing: Akali has like just come out, and we can like briefly touch on the rework, but I think that we should take a look historically at Akali and why I don't think her design has been good. I'm going to nominate Akali.
Okay.
So back in Season 3 and Season 4, I remember Akali just being like a complete terror. If there was an Akali in your game, she absolutely had to not get fed. Otherwise, she would be an absolute monster. This was back before, and the way they fixed this was a really clunky way, which made her basically unplayable. Well, not basically unplayable, but made her just really annoying to play, and I'll get into that. There was a YouTuber called Killian Krimmer, who is a bit of a nut job, but he had a video where he went 40-0 on Akali in a bronze game. Now, yeah, sure, it's in a bronze game, but there are very few champions that can actually do that. Akali, before her rework, and back classically, had her dash, she had her Q, and the biggest thing was, I believe, is her W the Shroud, or is her E the Shroud? W is the Shroud, right? I think
it's W.
Yeah, her E would proc her Q. That was the big thing. She would do so much burst damage. She had such mobility. She was a hybrid ADAP. With Gunblade, she was nigh unstoppable if she got ahead. She was incredibly fucking fun to play. Okay, I played a lot of Akali. I loved her back then. But she was a very toxic design. She could escape damage with her Shroud. You needed to build pink wards to deal with her.
Yeah.
And then the way they fixed this was subtle change, but it completely ruined her. It was to make it so that her E can't proc her Q. She needs to auto attack with it to get the Q proc.
Yeah.
And
make her clunky.
that made her that was the clunkiest change they could have made to Akali. It made her so clunky to play. Suddenly she wasn't fun anymore. It balanced her, but it got her to the point where it was like, this champion is crap. She needs a rework. And the rework, I think we can both agree, based on your reaction video that you made, is a certainly T special. Certainly TM.
This is why I'm going to agree to cross out Akali, because I think everything is fine with her kit. I really do think that everything is fine. Passive, this is fine. Q, this is fine. E, this is fine. R, this is fine. But mother of God, look at this. This Twilight Shroud. You literally, the only way you can see her, you actually can't see her, by the way. You can know where she is. You see her outline. You can't target her with targeted abilities. You can't auto attack her. So it's basically like a soft invulnerability. It's by using Trinket or a True Sight granting ability. Like True Sight would be like Ignite grants True Sight. I think one of Kaisa's abilities grants True Sight. Lee Sin's E grants True Sight. Stuff like that. Things that are traditionally meant to reveal stealth champions grant True Sight. On Akali, instead of granting True Sight and giving Vision, it grants Obscured Vision, which means you see where she is, but you cannot attack her with basic attacks or targeted abilities. You can hit her with things like AoE abilities, but those are so few and far in between that you can reliably use to hit her. It's like,
and it hides it from towers too, right?
Yeah, and you can hide from towers. Like, oh my.
Fuck off.
It's too
much.
At least back
in the day, people would just pink ward.
Yeah.
Carly just bought pink ward. And it was like, yeah, that works.
The counterplay. Like, the counterplay was, yeah, you have to dedicate an item slot to pink warding, but at least you can play against it, and if you don't, then she kills you. This is
and it became easier with trinkets, because you could buy a pink ward trinket.
Yeah. This one...
Back in the day.
The fact that the Season 5 pink ward trinket was one of my favorite things, by the way.
Oh, yeah, of course. Great.
This thing, like... The cooldown By the way, base cooldown is 11 seconds on level 5. The duration, base duration is 7 seconds. The duration is increased by 0.5 seconds whenever she leaves the shroud and goes back in, up to 3 seconds. So 7, 8, 9, 10 second maximum duration, 11 second maximum base cooldown. With CDR, actually not even with CDR, because I don't think the cooldown is activated until after the shroud it disappears. But with the Zhonya's, you go in and out of this, right? That's 10 seconds of invulnerability. You pop Zhonya's, 2.5 seconds of invulnerability. Use this again, another 10 seconds of invulnerability. 22.5 seconds maximum potential invulnerability on one fucking ability.
Oh my god.
In one team fight, revolving around your Zhonya's cooldown. Yeah, she has to have Zhonya's to do it, but it's one of her core items. It's just this ability, I think, is too much, and I want to cut her right now. I agree with you.
That amount of time is an eternity in a team fight.
Yep.
Like even half that amount of time is an
4
eternity in a team fight.
That's 4 or 5 team fights worth of time.
It's insane. And
Yeah.
I was going at her from the historical perspective of why I don't think she's been well designed. So because I don't think the rework's been out. It is out, right? I haven't been playing much.
It's been out for. It came out last patch, and it's still in this patch.
Okay, yeah. So it's been out for a while, but not long enough to, I think, form a concrete opinion. But yeah, definitely the W is a huge issue.
I personally never had a problem with her historically until they gave her Shroud a jump. Then I had a problem with it. Sustain, whatever. The ultimate, whatever.
You really never had a problem with Akali just being a complete overbearing pub stomper back in the day?
I didn't care. I was fine with it because it had counterplay. The mobility was there, unlocked at level 6, and she was vulnerable in lane because she didn't have good escape tools before 6, because she would shroud and you would still know she was in the shroud. But then for a long time after they updated the shroud, if she shrouds near a wall, oh, did she go over the wall? Is she still here? Is she baiting us? Did she jump over? If you're trying to run away, she can chase you by shrouding over the wall. Like
but especially back in the day, you could start like 9 potions on it. And mitigate a poor laning phase unless you get a gank. And if
you could, unless you're playing against certain champions that were able to kill her in lane with ignite and things like that. But with the updated shroud, I think it's just it was too much, and that was when I started to have a problem with Akali. Before that, I didn't. But I do agree with your opinion that I can see why it would be a problem champion and why it would be a problem design. Complete feast or famine, like. Either you succeed and you get super fed, or you don't get a single kill and you're just complete useless garbage. Like, I don't think that's good champion design.
Absolutely. All right, you're up.
I crossed that Akali. Fiora. Rework Fiora is my pick here.
Do we need to discuss? Just cross her off. We will, but let's just cross her off preemptively, shall we?
Yeah, okay. I mean, we can probably keep this one pretty quick.
Yeah. Okay.
Before we get into this, I want to say that pre-rework Fiora is one of the only champions outside of Singed and maybe Drax that I've ever truly fallen in love with in League of Legends. Like gameplay,
absolutely.
Gameplay, design, lore, everything. Pre-rework Fiora was one of the best, most fun. I won't say best designed. I take that back because her design was very, very, very feast or famine, like Akali.
Yeah.
Super fed and win, or you just are useless with not getting kills. But her abilities all worked together so well. There was mechanics involved, but they weren't hard mechanics. They were fast mechanics. Like it wasn't like trying to learn Riven, where like you have to auto Q, like Q animation cancel, auto cancel, like Q, all that bullshit. Her combo was Q auto, maybe W, and use your Hydra somewhere in there. Like, but the idea was you want to do it fast. You want to do it very quickly.
And then her E, obviously.
And her E, on top of it for the attack speed and auto attack reset. But it wasn't hard. It was very easy to grasp. And once you knew how to do it, and it took you like maybe a game or two to learn it. And the ultimate was really fun, I think, too. It was like the Juggernaut ultimate from Dota, where they got the inspiration from it, where she would become untargetable and then just like do like bursts of damage to a certain target. And if the target moves into a cluster of targets, then she randomly strikes at the group of targets for a certain set of strikes. You throw a Tiamat onto that or a Hydra and it becomes an AoE, and that was super cool. Obviously, like, not very fun to play against if she's ahead, but it was fun. It was fun, and it didn't feel unfair to play against. It didn't, because there was counterplay, because she was purely physical with no percent max health damage anywhere.
She was 100% physical. Thornmail destroyed her because it would hurt her. Could die in her ultimate.
Yeah, and then they just
okay.
The passive. No. It's the passive. I really don't even know if I want to say anything more than the passive.
It's the passive. It's the W. It's like, I mean, like Fiora before. If you go onto my channel and you sort by oldest, one of the first gameplay commentaries I ever did with Fiora. I love that champion.
Yeah.
I think with a few tweaks, with some minor changes to make her less feast or famine, with maybe a slight rework to her W to make it more useful. Because her riposte back then, you would simply activate it and she would get like a buff that would block a single auto attack. Okay in lane, useless pretty much anywhere else. With a couple of minor changes, she could have been an excellent champion. But the abomination they turned her into,
the abomination,
haunts me to this day. I wish I had played fucking 100 games of. And I'll let Minish explain it, because I know that his grievance is just as bad as mine.
You cut out very slightly.
100
games of what?
I would have, if I knew that they were going to do this, I would have played like 100 games of her before rework, just to make sure that I remembered her. And I'll let Minish explain why this kid is so bad, because he does it really well. I've heard his rant on it times. So take it away. I want to hear this.
I've ranted about fucking rework Fiora so many times ever since it came out. She's a ticking time bomb without the ticking. She's just a fucking bomb. Like, you start the game as, okay, imagine you're playing any champion that's not like Darius or someone who can like Darius, Vladimir, or Fizz. I'll say those are probably the three best champions. Even Gangplank probably would get shit on by like release rework Fiora. Darius, Gangplank, or Fizz. Darius because he could actually kill her before she can kill him. Fizz because he has 2 seconds of invulnerability and burst damage, and Vladimir because he has 2 seconds of invulnerability and burst damage. When the only reliable counters to a champion are invulnerability, the design's fucked. It's absolutely fucked.
Yeah.
Every single melee champion in the entire game, and most ranged champions on release rework Fiora, recognized how strong she was and the fact that you were so fucking helpless to do anything about it if she ever got through pick or bans, and she usually did. As stupid as it was, because there's only six bans back then.
Good old days.
Maximum health, true damage, that has 2.5% base and scales 4.5% for every 100 AD. So almost guaranteed 9%, because she builds Hydra and then another damage item on top of that, and probably like a half of another one, and 2.5, so 12.5% maximum health. True damage on every vital proc that gives her movement speed and a heal when she hits
keep
it.
Going.
It's
this
so
is like
much
audio porn to me. It's like yes, it's so good. I love it. I love being able to do all this.
And on top, like the fact that she can proc it with her fucking dash gap closer low cooldown nuke. It's so. You guys have no idea how. Actually,
I feel
you probably
so childish. I feel so childish playing against that passive. It's like, oh, the passive is facing towards her. I have to now walk out of range like a retard and walk back in and hope it's not towards her. It's the stupidest, most overbearing thing in lane.
The only way that they've ever been able to keep Fiora down for like the last about year, I would say, since she was nerfed, would be to either just nerf her other abilities and her base stats so hard that you can't reliably get items on Fiora without getting shit on in lane, or to make champions that are so obnoxiously mobile, do so much fucking damage, or are just so hard to kill due to invulnerability or shields, the two things that are good against Fiora, that's just how you beat her. Like, a traditional, simple champion does not stand a fucking chance against Fiora, because they don't have the tools necessary to defeat, low cooldown, high proc rate, percent max health, fucking true damage. It's such a bad design. This is why I'm also gonna eventually say that Vayne doesn't fucking make my top 10. If you're gonna have true damage in a kit, it cannot be percent max health true damage. I would have so much. I would even go so far as say that this rework Fiora would be a perfectly balanced champion if it was percent max health physical damage. Really, I would.
Maybe.
Because then you could actually itemize against it. You could more easily predict the amount of control you have over her. Your teammates could itemize against it, and she doesn't just destroy you completely in a 1v1 while you're under your tower, like trying to do literally anything to her while she just heal, passive.
But my tank meta make tanks too powerful.
Tanks
do that.
No matter what certain people tell you, fucking Hashinshin.
Certain people.
Fiora
I was going to say that we won't mention, but
Fiora does not lose to tanks. Fiora completely and utterly demolishes tanks. As a class, the only time a tank will beat Fiora is if the tank itself, as a character, is so overstatedly powerful that he can just kill her before she kills him. Do you notice a pattern here? Anything that can kill her before she kills them can win, but so barely. It's barely. Anything that cannot just completely annihilate her or be immune to her damage or have a spammable shield gets destroyed. It's so binary. It's either you kill me or I kill you. There's no cadence to it. There's no intricacy to it. It's just percent max health true damage turns into this just impossible thing to balance because of that. Like you can't do anything against it besides not die. That's why Tryndamere is a good character against Fiora too. I forgot to mention Tryndamere because he can't die, and the counter to something shouldn't be immunity to death. Fuck Fiora.
Exactly.
I'm done ranting about her. I'm not even gonna talk about her other abilities. I don't even care about those. But the passive, it's just.
Unrelated note: that splash art is a fucking travesty. Her old splash art was way better. Yeah, bring up her old splash art.
I have it under history or skins, I think. Oh, this one's really good. This is actually one of my favorite skins in the game, Roll Guard Fiora. But would it be under history?
There we go.
Is it that one?
No, yeah, that one. You can sort of see it. I like that. That splash art is. And look, the thing with you can actually see a previous ability. Look, actually, scroll previous. Look how simple they are.
Wait, where are they? Previous abilities? Oh,
right
here,
there.
yeah.
Yeah. Look how simple they are.
Mm.
Look how simple. Look, sentences. A couple of sentences. That's it. Another thing with Fiora is people will often be like, but Fiora needs to be good in 1v1. Thematically, she's a duelist. She needs to outduel everybody. But here's the thing. Yeah, she should be able to counter bruises, I guess. But if a duelist goes up against a tank, tank should be able to hold back a duelist and not be constantly just...
Tank shouldn't be able to kill the duelist, but the duelist shouldn't be able to kill the tank. It should be to where the duelist can say, okay, well... maybe I can go kill something else. It's not a tank, but a tank's job against a duelist should just be, I'm a fucking like stalwart, like bulwark, I guess is the word, not stalwart. I'm a bulwark, like something that is immovable but doesn't do damage.
Exactly.
When you make a duelist into like an assassin hyper carry fucking mage sustain tank bullshit, it's just it. I'm done with Fiora. We've spent a lot of time on Fiora.
Yeah. Fuck Fiora. Fuck Fiora.
Fiora.
All right. I'm going to make a pick which, once again, you might contest. But I don't think he makes top 10. I don't think he is the worst by far, but I don't think Pantheon is going to be top 10.
Really?
Yes. I think that Pantheon, look, it's very hard to make this cut because I think that Pantheon, in terms of having an annoying ability in lane with Spear Shot, is actually probably one of the best examples of a champion that isn't... he's not like Gangplank, where he pokes you out of lane and then he's pretty good late game. Pantheon falls off hard, he falls off strong, and I believe that it's a valid weakness. But I just think that Pantheon's Q was once again the archetype for these really incredibly annoying poke champions in top lane that I just don't think have been healthy throughout the history of the game. Nobody wants to play against a Pantheon in top lane because his snowball potential is insane, which once again is okay because his late game is so fucking shit. But then again, if his snowball is hard enough, his late game can actually be okay if it's a smart enough player. There isn't really a huge amount to say because he isn't an egregious... I think maybe his Aegis, his passive is a bit, thonk, occasionally. Yeah. I don't think he is by far the worst, but I think his Spear Shot it's been the archetype for so many bad abilities that we've seen on so just the champions that we've looked at already, like things like Gnar and things like Gangplank with their Qs. I don't think he deserves to be top 10. I think that, yeah, I don't think he's going to be top 10. What do you think?
I can probably say personally I put Pantheon in top 20, and you're probably going to be super triggered by me saying that. I wouldn't put
No, not at all. Not at all.
Really?
Not at all. I think maybe like I'll probably put him like 20 or 30-ish. Like I said, in terms of
if we had
how bad he is,
top 20 or 30, but
if this is a top 20 list, I would be very remiss to cut Pantheon right now. Like I said, we're doing this in no particular order.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at things that I think are not going to make my top 10, and Pantheon I just don't think is going to be one that is.
I agree, and for that reason, I agree. I'll cross him off. I think that Pantheon is probably the most well-designed lane bully, really, that League has. Maybe other lanes have certain exceptions, but I think Pantheon for top lane is probably the most well-balanced lane bully, even more so than Renekton, because not even with the Essence rebuild, fucking Renekton doesn't really fall off that hard either.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, let's look at Pantheon comparing to Gnar. He has range poke, which is incredibly annoying, and I think targeted range point-and-click poke like that is probably a mistake. But heavily constricted by mana. Could you imagine if Pantheon was manaless? That is not. Okay?
Could you imagine also doesn't have a spammable, he doesn't have mixed damage. Yeah, okay. Aegis of Zionia does magic damage, but that doesn't matter. Whatever. It's 160 base at level 5. Like, this is not what I would consider a magic damage defining magic damage on the kit. What?
You can build AP Pantheon and do a nuclear bomb Pantheon with Zolt, but that's more of a meme.
It's only a 0.5 AP ratio. Like, it's not even that good.
It is a meme though. Yeah, I'll definitely agree that Pantheon is probably the best designed lane bully in the game.
He falls off hard. He has a strong early game. He doesn't team fight particularly well. If he doesn't win lane very hard, then he's hard to win with. But if he does win lane, which he's good at doing, then you have to continue playing into the lane to win. And it's just like, he's strong early, decent mid, falls off late. And that's what a lane bully should do.
Like I said, we're not just going to be looking at these champions and going, oh, look at all these shit. Like, just because we're cutting a champion, it doesn't mean we think that they're absolutely horrible for the game. It just means we don't think they're top 10.
I think Pantheon's a great for the game. But I'm cutting
I think the Pantheon's okay. I don't necessarily agree that he is amazing, but I don't think he's top 10. That's about it. You go ahead and pick your... I need to take a quick toilet break, speed piss. So you just go ahead and pick your next champion and vamp on it, and then I'll be right back.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm going to say...
I'll be listening. I'll be thinking of you while I'm...
Wait, hold on. Do you have a microphone with you?
On the headset? No.
Ah, rip, okay. I'm looking through this. I'm trying to think of someone to cut. My eyes are just drawn to, like, the most, like, outwardly offensive champions. I think I want to do... I don't know. It's already getting kind of hard for me to decide who I want to cut. AD carries usually pretty big offenders for me. But what AD carry would I want to cut? Not Quinn, not yet. Not MF. Not Lucian. Did we already say Kalista? I think we did. Could say Draven. Ashe. I feel like we've already gotten rid of so many of, like, the biggest offenders.
I think Kalista would be fine. I think we should go for Kalista. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm personally having a lot of difficulty choosing stuff outside of Kalista. Like, it's already getting kind of difficult for me to choose specifically. But yeah, I'll go with Kalista. For I don't even think we need to go into detail on this one because we already kind of talked about it before. But the champion that was so utterly mobile, that had so much stacking damage with spear, the rend, that they had to literally make her her auto attack ratio 0.9. So for every 10 AD she buys, she only gets 9 of it. I think that in combination with the amount of mobility she has with the Martial Poise passive, up to 350 range dashes on every auto attack, it's too much mobility. Straight up too much.
The certainly T special.
She's certainly T champion.
She is a certainly T champion.
Yeah, sorry, I'm crossing
there isn't. Now. Yeah. There isn't really much to debate on Kalista. Yeah. There's a reason why she's not played, because she's had to be into Oblivion in order to not be completely oppressive. I'm pretty sure she's the least played AD carry. I never see her ever, even when I was playing.
Hard, yeah.
If she's strong, she's going to be completely oppressive. If she's weak, she's going to be complete garbage. That's always going to be the case. She was a failed design in my point. That passive should have never happened. Once again, I had no idea what they were thinking. Pretty controversy-free cut right there.
All right, what do you got for me?
All right, let's take a look. Okay, I want to get this champion off the list simply because I have not played against it yet, and I have not played it yet. I guess I'm going to say Pyke, because I don't know. It's up to you whether or not, because like I said, I've not played him yet. So it'll be up to you.
I don't think he'll make top 10 because he's pretty overloaded, but I think his design is great. I think his design is very healthy for the game, and I don't think that even though it's overloaded, it's overloaded in like small ways. Like, he has access to a lot of different things, like stealth, movement speed increase, like gray health, and execute. But outside of the execute, like, all of the things that he has are so individually weak, and he's balanced around that. Like, he has movement speed buff, but it's weak. He has stealth, but it's like a fake stealth. Like, you get close to him, you can see him. He has like a hook, but you have to like charge it up, and it's super telegraphed. Like, he's overloaded while being not the worst champion to play against at the same time. He's very vulnerable to CC. He's very squishy. He has damage, a lot of damage, but at the same time, he can't exactly get a lot of survivability. He gets some health for building AD, but he's forced into it. He doesn't get AD for building health. You can't build health on Pyke, so it's like he definitely won't be top 10, but he's much less of a defender than many other champions.
It's completely up to you, because I have not played with or against him yet.
I'll cut him for sure.
I will pick another pick, because that was pretty easy. So my next pick is going to be Skarner. Now, Skarner...
Real? Okay.
Hear me out here. I'm talking... If we're talking about the best design champions, we have to look at the history of the champion and basically how they've been. So Skarner, at the moment, he still has his crystal spires and stuff like that. So basically, a little history on Skarner. He was an underplayed champion back in the day. And he became probably... It's either Skarner or Kassadin became the most broken champion. What one do you think it was? The Kassadin, old Kassadin, or rework Skarner?
Kassadin.
Okay,
Rework Skarner was like up there, but nothing has ever quite hit the season 3 Kassadin level of stupid.
Rework Skarner was probably one of the first instances of this gimmick nonsense that we see in League of Legends. It is so pervasive. The fact that these crystal spire things that spawn on that. Now, they are a lot better now. Okay? They are a lot better now. I still don't think they should exist, though. Basically, they give him a buff in the area where he captures them. They give him jungle control. But they do one thing that I hate. They force him to be a jungler. If you want to play Skarner top, you can't... He's shit. You can't do it. He needs the Spire buff. I think that Skarner, he used to be a good champ. You could play him in jungle. You could play him in top. He needed tweaks. He could have been a decent champion. But instead, they decided to give him... Instead, they decided to give him...
Spire bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead, they decided to give him this gimmicky minigame nonsense that Minish and I both hate, and I'm sure a lot of us do hate who are watching this.
I'm not a big fan.
And... Yeah, I think that Skarner in his old state, he had the ability to perma-slow, which was a bit but it was still not the biggest deal. And I think that in his current state, with the Spire passive, he is definitely not going to be top 10. He is definitely a lot more balanced than he was on release, where he had like what a 60% win rate if he wasn't banned. He was ridiculous. But he is definitely not going to be top 10. And once again, another pick that I'm sad to cut because I enjoyed playing old Skarner a lot. And I honestly, I do enjoy playing Skarner in its state, but it's not a healthy design, and I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't think it was a successful rework. I think in terms of keeping most of his kit the same, it was good, but just that gimmick they added was so stupid. And yeah, he's not going to make top 10.
I think the original kit, when he was released with this passive, his basic abilities, basic attacks reduce ability cooldowns by 0.5 seconds, doubled against enemy champions. Fine. His first rework, where they gave him the new passive, where if he has a certain amount of stacks of Venom on a certain champion, then you auto attack them and stuns them. It's fine. The third actual rework, I would say the second rework is a mini update. The actual rework where they gave him the Spires, complete, utter, horrific failure. Ruined the champion. The champion was a very stable pick before that. Not the strongest, but he was a staple of Emerald season 2 and season 2 Worlds and early season 3 competitive. Skarner was everywhere back then. Then Riot decided that he was too easy to play. They tried to give him skill expression by giving him this new passive. Decided he was still not where they wanted him to be. Said fuck all of that. Gave him the Spires and turned him into something that was a gimmick. And that's why
there's nothing wrong with being easy to play as long as they're not so. As long as the power level is, as long as their skill ceiling is appropriate. You can't have a champion that's easy to play with as long as they're like their power level is. You can't have a champion that is easy to play, but it can be ridiculously powerful.
Janna.
Janna. Yeah, exactly. Janna should, with her kit, should probably never see competitive play because she does. But yeah, I agree with what you said. He doesn't belong in the top 10 with a heavy heart. I do love the champion, but no way in hell.
Let's see. Yeah, fuck it. I'll throw a wild card out there. I'll stop talking about junglers and top laners. I'll say Rakan.
Okay.
Overloaded kit. Too much
Forced
CC.
Synergy.
Forced synergy with Xayah. Overloaded kit. Too much CC. His engage is ridiculous. Even after all these nerfs, oh my goodness, I've never seen a champion like literally have Alistar's entire kit in one ability, which he does, his knockup. He has a heal on his next ability, so it's like that's Alistar's passive too. Then his other two abilities, ultimate, which gives him movement speed and a taunt, and I think his escape, which is this one, right? Okay, where's Grand Entrance? I think it's a Grand Entrance. No, this is the one that's Alistar's entire kit in one ability. Grand Entrance. He dashes there and knocks up. Battle Dance. This is the one where he jumps to an ally and shields them as ultimate. So these two abilities is Alistar, his whole kit.
Yep.
And these two abilities are new abilities.
I never thought of it like that.
Yep. He shields an ally and jumps to them. And this one is where he gets movement speed and he taunts, or he charms them, but it's basically a taunt. It's what I meant. You know what I mean? I didn't even know that it had a 300 base damage. I didn't think it was that high. Yeah, I just think it's extremely overloaded when you can fit an entire character's kit onto two abilities and give him a new passive and two extra abilities.
It just goes to show the direction the game has gone in.
And
also, the forced synergy is another one of these stupid ideas. They're going to do more of this. Because Xayah and Rakan were a dual release, they're like, we're going to give them some forced synergy with each other. No, it's stupid.
People ate that shit up, dude. They really did.
I know. People ate that shit up, and it's one of the reasons why the game is in because of stuff like this. Forced synergy should never be in a game like it should never be in a competitive multiplayer game like that. Because once again, it's just going to lead to a feast and famine. Where are you playing those two champions together? No, okay, they're shit. Now Rakan is powerful enough to the point where that's not the case, and that's a problem in and of itself. But yeah, definitely agree. Rakan should not be on. He's not going to be top 10.
He has
not the most egregious, but he is bad.
Yeah, and this is the last thing I want to say about Rakan before I move on. He is so... It's a very similar pattern that you've noticed about champions that I'm complaining about. He's so overloaded in his kit that they had to literally nerf him into the ground. Even again, this patch, he got nerfs to make him not be played in every game. That's how overloaded he is. His engage is just... Yeah, actually, I'm done. I'm done talking about Rakan. Let's move on.
Alright. Well, speaking of Janna, let's just segue right into her, shall we?
Okay.
So, Janna, as we know, for the last couple of seasons, well, probably for the last season and a half, 2 seasons ish, has been a complete terror. It's sort of hard to explain. The itemization has been very, very good to her. The fact that there have been so many items that buff shields, the fact that there have been so many items that make support stronger, and the fact that Janna is like one of the basic bitches of support. I can play Janna if I'm auto-filled support and do well. She's basically like, there's no risk to playing her. You go in, you shield things, you have a massive shield. Her Howling Gale is sort of like, it does have some skill to it, but not an insane amount. Basically, if you just play Janna as a shield bot, and like a Zephyr bot to slow things down, you will be fine most of the time in most of your games. And the fact that she is so powerful, and she was left in such a powerful state for so long because of items like Ardent Sensor and, was it Chalice, I believe? What was the other item that buffed shields?
Ardent Sensor, fuck, it was Mikhail's.
Mikhail's, that's it.
Yeah.
The fact that she just had so much utility while being so easy to play, she benefited the most from all the support itemization changes more than pretty much any other support. And just like the fact that she was so simple but her power level was so high. It's one of those things where you can't have a simple champion but have them be incredibly good. Janna should never... It's like Garen, right? Garen should never see LCS play because Garen is a very simple champion. And as a result, his power level is quite low. And I don't believe he sees LCS play, right? He might see...
He's actually seeing competitive play right now in other regions.
Oh, for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. Well, historically, he never did, and that was for a good reason. Okay? Because he was very simple, and he should not have had a power level that was... Same problem with old Ryze to an extent, and the same problem with Janna. Her numbers are too high. She was benefited way too much by all the support itemization changes. Right, neglected to nerf her for so long for some fucking reason that I will never understand why. And she's not going to be top 10.
I think this might be the first time where I'm disagreeing with you on the list, and you might be surprised to hear that. But as far as annoyance to play against, yeah, she's extremely annoying. But I think the problem with Janna has always been her when she's annoying to play against. It's her numbers that are too high. Like design wise, I think she's like a really good, really well designed support champion. She's purely utility and defensive. She has almost no offensive abilities besides Zephyr, because that's because they gave her damage on Zephyr specifically to have her like hit shit in lane, because people were complaining that they didn't have the ability to hit shit in lane, which I don't think she should have. Like, take that away, and what do you have? You have a champion that's when I think support in MOBA, I think two things. I think Soraka and I think Janna. That's what I think.
Yeah, I suppose you are right, but nah, I see your point.
Do
you think she's gonna be top? Do you think she's gonna be top 10?
I think she'll be close, and that's kind of why I want to refrain from crossing her off right now.
Like I said, definitely not one of the most egregious offenders, but
for Janna, I think it's just a numbers issue. Really, it is. Like if the shield's too strong, it's because the value is too high. If she moves too fast because the value is too high. If Howling Gale is coming out too much because the cooldown's too low. But I've never, whenever I felt Janna was unfair to play against, is because it was coming out too often, or a certain ability was too powerful. I've never had a problem with the ability itself. I've never thought shield bullshit. I've never thought Howling Gale bullshit. I've never thought Janna ult bullshit. When I think of Gnar hyper, yeah. I think bullshit. When I think Fiora passive, I think bullshit. I don't believe that with Janna. You know what I mean?
No, you know what? You're right. Yeah, that was probably an incorrect call. I'll put it to the side.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Put her in deliberation. But yeah, I think you're probably right. I personally don't think she's gonna be top 10, but maybe. I reckon she might be close based on that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. You're up.
No, you're fine, dude. It's all opinion based, buddy.
We have to make hard cuts.
I'm gonna say Illaoi.
Hard disagree.
Really?
Yes.
Let me present my case for it first.
Go ahead. Yeah.
It's I love the idea of it, and I think League needs more things like this, where she's like I guess the fantasy with Illaoi is you want to have a bunch of tentacles up, run into a team fight, have your tentacles slapping the shit out of everything, healing you up, doing massive amounts of damage, and you just feel like a monster. But the thing about Illaoi is it's janky. The passive is janky. It's not designed well. It's not reliable. Test of Spirit, this single ability, whenever this ability first came out, and even to this day, I think it's just it's crazy. Like I remember they had to actually, wonder if they have the original version of Test of Spirit on here, but I think they removed so many things from Test of Spirit to like make it what it is today. Mana cost reduced. Vessel. What did they do to this? Yeah, I think it was extremely overloaded in the fact that it used to, like, no matter what, if you get hit by it, if you stayed inside of it and you fought Illaoi, you would lose because you're not getting hit by a tentacle. If you left it, then you would get hit by 3 tentacles that would just smack you, and you have to like stop and hit them and kill them and delete them and do all these things. The slow is there. It's just for when I think of a tentacle smashing champion, Illaoi is not what I would think of. Like to make one, you know? Like if I had to make one, I could even look at Illaoi's kit right now. If I had to make a champion that revolves around like smashing tentacles, okay, keep the Q, keep the W, and keep the ultimate. Those 3 are all fine, I think. Q to smack 1 tentacle and heal yourself. W to reset your auto and get another tentacle smackdown. R to get a bunch of tentacles and then smack them around. But this, I think they didn't know what to do with her E. I think they didn't know what to do with the passive. It just those 2, I think, really don't work that well. Not just with her kit, but in general, they don't work that well.
I agree with the passive. I don't agree with the E.
Okay.
The thing with Illaoi for me is, look, I don't know if she's going to make my top 10, but I definitely think she's in consideration. Okay. Illaoi was a breath of fresh air in the absolute cancer state of the Juggernaut patch at the end of in that time period. What was that like?
Okay.
Yeah, she was a breath of fresh air. She has never been historically overpowered. She has never been incredibly oppressive to play against. I think that she is an incredibly fair champion. I think that her E, while it can be an annoying ability, is such a fair ability in its current state. Yeah, back in the day, it was sort of bullshit because it was very annoying.
Yeah, actually, I think, but it's like it's been nerfed to that state though.
Yeah, I actually think it was like worse in terms of how good it was back then. It's actually better now, but it's less annoying now too. I think that was
because
a good medium.
Duration, or like, what did they change?
Yeah, because the duration is a lot lower. The tentacles spawn a lot quicker.
Okay,
and it goes away. It goes away much more quickly. So you don't have that annoying thing on your screen the entire time and can't recall and shit like that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing with Illaoi. I think her E is very, very fair in lane. I can't remember the last time I've been hit by an Illaoi E in lane. It's so easy to avoid, even if you're a melee champion. She in an all-in, it's absolutely essential. I play a lot of Illaoi, and her E is actually a really good design, especially when you consider her ultimate, because when you ult, you spawn a tentacle for each champion you ult. The Test of Spirit counts as a champion. So it counts as an ability for her tentacle. It counts as something. And also, in addition to that, one of the main problems with her passive is you can't choose where to place it. So you often have tentacles at weird spots, and often they'll be around you instead of the enemy champion. So when you try and go for an all-in on the enemy champion, there's no tentacles there to back you up. But if you can pull their spirit into your tentacles, and you can do a bunch of burst damage, which a lot of Illaois do because they'll max their E first in certain lane matchups.
To increase the damage transmission conversion.
Yeah, to increase the damage transmission. That gives you an ability to reach out and sort of wear the enemy down and then be able to eventually go for it all in when you're in a weaker state because you won't have tentacles around to back you up. It lets her punish ganks quite well while still being... She has like no mobility apart from her W, so she's still vulnerable to ganks.
That's not even mobility. It doesn't count.
Yeah, exactly. She has a fucking insane amount of damage and insane damage potential, but no mobility at all.
She gets lane and falls off.
She bullies lane and falls off. Yeah, in team fights, if she can land the nut ult, she's insane, but that rarely happens. She's easily countered by healing reduction items to the point where I think they counter her too hard and she's a bit weak because she absolutely needs that healing. I think that with just a bit of a redesign on her passive, she would be an excellent champion, would definitely make my top 10. I don't think that she makes my top... I don't know if she makes my top 10 in her current state, but I don't think... I think she might. And I think she is actually quite a well-designed champion who doesn't have a massively overloaded kit.
I'll agree with you on the E. I think the problem that I had with the original E was that it was a mostly fair ability that just lasted way too fucking long, and that's what made it feel unfair. But I have to say the passive is just janky garbage.
Yeah, the passive needs some tweaks.
Because
maybe give you some ability to place it.
The only thing you think about with this is in the early laning phase, like I'm gonna put a tentacle over here. I'll put a tentacle over here. Like that's it in this general area. Outside of like the first 5-10 minutes, you never think about this again at all. Like not even a bit. Although
but apart from that, look at a kit. Look at a kit. Like look at a Q. Scroll up to a Q.
Mm-hmm.
One sentence of text with a small passive that makes her other tentacles do increased damage. Her W, she charges up, she jumps onto something. That's about it, and her tentacles attack onto it. She with the exception of her E, she is a very, very simple champion. She's more complicated than she looks. I don't think she's overloaded. I think she's actually one of the best designs writers. Who designed her actually?
Beat Punch Beef. I have
no idea who that is. He designed a good champion. Why they don't have him designing?
He made Rek'Sai, Rakan, and Xayah. So I think Rek'Sai was actually pretty good design. But these two,
Rek'Sai was okay. Yeah, these two. No. Okay,
fuck that.
I take that back slightly, but I don't think Illaoi. I think Illaoi is in consideration
for your top 10.
Yeah, for my top 10. Like I said, if she was, she'll probably be towards the end, and she'll make it. But I'm not comfortable cutting her at the moment.
Okay. I don't know if I'll put her in my top 10. We'll probably get back to it eventually, but yeah. For now, we'll keep her. We'll keep her.
Okay. Let's see what I got here. Ekko.
Instantly agreed.
Ekko.
We can talk about it if you want, but instantly agree to cut him.
Ekko on release had just the weirdest convoluted kit. It was just so bizarre, and it took a while for people to get used to it.
Yeah.
Eventually he got into this weird tank Ekko thing. Okay, here's the problem with Ekko. The problem with Ekko is he had so much utility. He could slow, he could stun, he could get out of fights, he could do lots of shit. He had a lot of sustained based damage, and he was able to just stick in fights. So what people would do is they'll put him tank. Tank Ekko became a thing, and Tank Ekko was a fucking menace. That was just so incredibly annoying. It was impossible to kill, especially with his ultimate. If his ultimate was up, he's just like, there's no point. Jumps out, gets all his health back, and he's just a fucking massive tank again.
Yeah.
He had enough base damage and damage from like the procs on his 3-hit passive. He could slow you down. He could stun you.
Slow you down, speed himself up.
Speed himself up, disengage from fights.
He has Gnar Hyper on his passive. It's stupid.
He's a classic overloaded champion. We've had this discussion multiple times already. A classic overloaded champion whose kit does too much and who's just too good. Who was over designed.
When Ekko came out and people played him AP, he was instant pick banned because not because of any of the other stuff, but because of his Q. The way that Riot balances his Q is if you cannot instantly clear the wave with one Q, then the champion's weak. If you can clear the wave with one Q with a reasonable amount of AP for the time that you are in the game, then he's a viable champion. And that from what I've noticed over the years of playing against Ekko is what decides whether or not he's viable. Obviously, Tank Ekko was a big exception of that because you didn't worry about that shit. You just like queued the wave twice because you have 40% CDR, and you kill it that way. But that's so bad design when a character's entire ability to lane is based around whether or not you can clear the wave in one Q. I think it's stupid and overloaded at the same time. So I'm gonna agree with you. We're gonna cross Ekko. I don't think we need to talk about him that much more. I think most people will probably agree with Ekko because a lot of the time overloaded I think is going to mean bad design. Sometimes it's not, with a few exceptions, like Pyke I think, but I think this is legitimately bad design. Not even close to my top 10.
True. All right, you're up.
Galio.
Oh, Galio. Hello.
Jesus.
Another deletion that they made a new champion out of.
Relatively simple champion, and actually design-wise, not too bad. Not my top 10, not even close. I'd say maybe top 30 is where I'd put Galio. I think that the rework overall, the only thing that's really the same is his Q, right? I think even then Galio's old Q was like the straight line. This one's like the two arcs. Everything else is completely different. The ultimate, Galio's one of those champions that they were only able to balance by making him, just nerfing his ratios, nerfing his base damages, nerfing his ultimate, like everything, because he's not like overloaded per se, but he just, whenever he was released, his numbers were so high, and I think this left a bad taste in everyone's mouth because people were building him full AP while being unkillable, while being able to roam bottom instantly, while being able to roam top instantly because of your super low cooldown ultimate. Like, this is a 200-second cooldown at level 1. That's one of the highest, I think, if not the highest in the entire game. I think Shen might be higher.
Karthus has higher, I believe.
Does he? Okay. But I don't have so much of a problem with the design. I think the design's mostly okay. It's just not the best, I think. It's trying too hard to be something that Galio was originally not. He was originally supposed to be like a anti-magic caster. That was the idea of Galio, and they turned him into like a tanky caster, like a generic tanky caster. And it's like it's so hard for me to like put into words exactly why I think that he's not going to be in my top 10. Okay, how about this? I don't even think his design is that bad. I just think that there's other champions that are designed way better than him.
Yeah, of course.
That fulfill their fantasies better, that play better, that have more cohesive of kits, that aren't reliant purely on numbers to be a good kit. Which is what Galio's kit is. If the numbers are bad, he's shit.
My biggest complaint about Galio was the fact that they just deleted old Galio to make this one. I think that this champion could have existed on his own as a different champion, like a tanky caster. I don't think he is a massively overlooked kit. Definitely not making my top 10, though, so I would agree with that cut.
Okay, fair. I believe you're up.
Alright, so we're going to have to make, like I said, we're going to have to make tougher cuts. Cuts that we
it's getting there. It's definitely getting there.
Cuts where champions are, we might like the champion, we might think okay design, but they're not top 10, and I believe that Diana fits that.
Oh, I knew you were gonna say, I was looking, I knew you were gonna say Diana eventually, and I agree with you. The kid is so good, but it's not top 10.
It's not top 10. Okay, look, I love Diana. Diana jungle is one of my favorite junglers to play. But the point is, Diana has had an interesting history. She has been a feast and famine champion historically. Now she's sort of okay. She's had tweaks. I think she's a good design. I don't think that Diana is a bad champion. I don't think she's a bad part of the game. I do really enjoy playing her. I just do not think Diana will make top 10. I think her kit is quite good. Her mobility is fair. And she's a good assassin. I think she's a great archetype for an assassin. So
here's the thing. I agree with you. She's so close to top 10, but I know I'm not going to put her in top 10.
Yeah,
and
like she's not going to be. She's not going to be top 10.
She was built as an assassin that they couldn't make into an assassin, I think, because the items for her that she needed didn't exist at the time. Things like a Rage Blade that I think now, if you were to remake Diana from the ground up as an assassin with the same passive, which I think is the crux of her kit, Rage Blade, Nashor's Tooth would be core items. Right now, a lot of people don't even go Nashor's Tooth on her. They just go full AP, fucking Lichbane, if that, Rabadons, like Rod of Ages. They play Caster Diana. Mostly ignore the passive outside of, like, I'm going to auto minions twice and then jump in and auto you instead of, I'm going to jump in and start hitting you with my assassin abilities, you know? Like, they play her in reverse, and that's how Riot has forced her to be. But the fact that you can do that, I think, means that she has a great kit, and her abilities all work together very well in a different way. It's so good. I just think there's better design champions there.
Yeah, she's a really good kit. You know, the attack speed AP assassin is a really cool design, but just not top 10.
So barely.
If this was a top 20, I would not be happy cutting her at the moment. But she's not top 10. I don't think.
So I'm gonna agree with you there, Diana. Okay. Azir.
Oh, yes, agree.
Azir, and I don't even think we have to debate on this much, but I'll go ahead and say that, you know, soldiers are bullshit. The fact that a character can be so safe in lane and hyperscale, see a pattern there, with doing massive amounts of damage to the point where you can't even build MR against him because of the fact that he's a hyper carry that's based on magic damage burst auto attacks. You can't itemize against it because there's nothing good to item. There's no MR item that slows attack speed. Period. Like, you cannot do it. And that makes him really hard to itemize against. He's balanced in such a way where his numbers have to be so low that he's unviable, or if they're even like ever so slightly better than shit, he's pick ban, LCS worthy instantly. He's not even overloaded. Like, it's just the fact that his kit is so volatile like that. I think means that he's far from top 10 for me.
His safety in lane combined with his great power late game, it just means that he's much like Ryze in the sense that he's a poor design because he's always going to be too competitive if he's good in solo queue, and he's always going to be too weak in solo queue if they try to nerf him in competitive. He's never going to have a good balance. He probably just needs a rework straight up, and you know, he didn't come out that long ago, or maybe he did. It's probably a few years, but he needs changes. His fundamental design is not good. Definitely not the worst, but yeah.
I think design wise it's bad, but I think the way that his abilities work with each other, like in an isolated sandbox environment, it would be great. Azir would be a great Dota character, right? Doesn't belong in League. It's if you're a melee champion against Azir, good luck, buddy. You're fucked. If you're a range champion against Azir, he's a taking time bomb, and that's why he has to be nerfed to a point where he's unviable. Because if he's ever anything other than unviable, he's pick ban, and that's Let's cross him out and move on.
Yeah. Alright, so my next one is going to be another one that's dear to my heart, but and it's going to be the first one I think I'm going to list for completely the opposite reason that we've been cutting champions from the list at this point. Most of the champions we've been cutting are champions that are over-designed, have been just... Riot has constantly given them too much attention, made them too powerful.
Sure.
Whereas this champion, I think, is the opposite problem. I think that this champion is poorly designed because Riot has not taken any effort to actually make them a decent champion, has neglected them, and I think they have a lot of potential, but they're not going to be top 10, and that is Lissandra. Lissandra was one of my favorite champions when she first came out, but her kit was always this weird, clunky thing. Her Q was very short range, very high mana cost. Her passive didn't make any sense. I believe she still has the same passive, right? Where... she refunds mana on abilities after a certain time.
I lost the cross. That's why the way I think it crashed.
Oh, that's right. I've got the list here. We can. Yeah.
Can you just copy paste it to me real quick in Discord?
Yeah. Sure. Hold on. Just ignore Janna and Illaoi.
Yeah.
There.
Hey, keep going with the Lissandra.
Yeah. So. Basically, she's just been a champion that's been in a perpetual state of neglect. She needs a new passive. She needed so much work for so long, and at this point, people have just completely lost interest in her as a champion. She's not viable against most of the picks. She has a cool design. This is why I'm really sad to make this, because she has this cool design as like this CC lockdown mage who can do a lot of damage, but can also itemize into a tankier role. Because Lissandra, you can build her full AP and go for the burst. Her core ability is really cool. You can go for more tankier Rod of Ages Lissandra, and go for more of a lockdown style control champion. She's really cool in that regard, but Riot have just never given her any attention to make her work properly in the meta. Oh, here's a quality of life change. Oh, but she's still shit.
You know they're trying to get a new passive right now, right? I probably should have said that as soon as you started. They're
Well, in that case, that's good, but it doesn't change the 5 years of neglect she's had.
Absolutely, but does that make her a poorly designed champion though? She's not top 10 for me, but does it
I think it does. If she's never able to compete in any way, in any logical way in the meta, if she never has a place, if she never has a way to actually... I can't play Lissandra without feeling guilty and being like, what am I meant to be doing in this game? What am I meant to be building? What am I meant to be going? I don't think she's going to be top 10. I think that she has the potential to be a very well-designed champion. She could have the potential to be Diana, like a very close to top 10 champion.
Yeah.
But she isn't. And I think even if she was at Diana's level, she wouldn't be top 10, but I think she definitely isn't top 10 at this point.
I'll give you one more because I'm trying to cross these out.
Oh, good. Alright. Another one. I'll leave Vayne for you. I'll go with Kennen.
Kennen. Okay. What about
Kennen? Kennen as a range top laner, obviously has always had issues. I think he's one of the more fair range top laners out there.
Sure.
But the thing with Kennen is he suffers from the same problem that we've been discussing. His laning phase is really good. He can bully out his opponents.
Mm-hmm.
He's very hard to gank. He can all in very well in laning phase, get kills in laning phase. And his transition into late game, while not as egregious as other champions, is still pretty good. He still has an excellent team fighting ultimate. I believe, if he's AP, he does a lot of damage with that. If he's AD, he's more of a bully early on and stuff like that. I think...
Sorry, keep going.
Oh, sorry. No, go on.
People in the comments, I can already see people saying, no, Kennen's not that much of a problem champion because he's squishy, and you can gank him in lane. His mobility's not that high. The only thing I want to say is you guys need to be watching any sort of like live stream on Twitch that is top 10 or even close to top 10 challenger, like people like TF Blade, stuff like
Okay.
The thing about Kennen is there is like I think like 3 out of the top 5 challenger players in NA at one point in like a month or two ago were Kennen mains. Like, it was ridiculous. He is way too good against top lane champions that are melee. He's like Gnar in the fact that you can just bully the fuck out of any melee champion, outscale them, out team fight them. At the same time, you're a team fighting burst mage. Like, even Gnar doesn't have that, you know? He's not a team fighting burst mage. His team fighting consists of him becoming a tank and CCing. Kennen's team fighting consists of him becoming untargetable with Zhonya's and bursting your entire team in an AoE. He was a champion meant to be a mid laner that was converted into a top lane bully that also is a mage. It's too much.
And he can build AD as well. So you can build AD early on and then get into AP into him. He's just he's not as bad as Gnar. Definitely not the worst defender on the list, as we've said before.
Not as bad as Jace either. I'm not gonna get to Jace.
Not as bad as Jace. Yeah, I'll leave Jace for you as well because I know you love your. But he's not going to be top 10 definitely.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and cross him out. I mean, design wise, I don't even have that much of a problem with him. Design wise, I don't think it's a top 10 design. It's just it's too much when his numbers are there.
Exactly.
And when they're not there, he's literally unplayable. Like, certain champions, I hate to use this example so early. Certain champions are able to be played regardless of their numbers, like Singed, you know. His kit obviously is gonna be in my top 10. No one's gonna be surprised there.
Yeah, probably mine too.
But his kit functions in a way where you can make it work even when his numbers are low, and when his numbers are high, he's not like ridiculously crazy, you know. For a champion like Kennen, it's one or the other. And that's kind of the problem with champions like that. But we can go ahead and move on.
Yep. You're up.
Do I get 2, or do you just want me to do the 1?
We'll just go back to 1. Yeah.
Okay. Fuck. Let's do Kane. Might as well. I see him right there.
God damn it! I was gonna pick that one after you. Fuck you.
Do you want to skip Kane? I can skip Kane if you.
No.
Okay.
Do Kane.
Kane.
Go ahead. I'll find another one.
If I had to choose one thing about Kane that makes me want to cross him off, it's Shadow Step. Moves through terrain for up to 9 seconds at max rank, while being while healing himself while doing it. It's just you can't do this, right? In
No,
I'm just thinking about it. It's so fucking absurd.
You can't have this champion in the game. You can't just have a champion that completely negates the effect of terrain in such a profound way. One of the reasons why I fucking hate Talon too, which I'm sure we'll get to.
Oh yeah.
But I
think his kit is actually quite good besides this. This design wise for me ruins the kit. His Q,
I don't think it is good. I think it's bad overall.
Really?
I think it's entirely it's entirely based on this dual personality thing he has going on, where you can switch between forms. I don't think that's healthy for the game. I think that's bad design. I think if you want to make 2 champions, you should make 2 champions. I think that, yeah, there is an idea of this risk thing where you pick either one, but there's always going to be one that's more powerful. There's always, maybe there's a niche scenario where the other one's better. I don't think it's a healthy kit. I think it's an overloaded kit. I think it's over-designed.
I've said this before about Kane, but in 99.9% of situations, red Kane is going to be better.
Of course.
He does ever so slightly less damage while being massively more survivable, having better team fights, better AoE, better healing, better sustain, better everything, really, with the only exception being that his damage is slightly lower. And even then, it's not that much lower. It's just slightly lower. The whole thing about Kane, the blue Kane thing, blue Kane's a fucking meme. If you're playing a solo queue game and you're in your promos and someone picks Kane and the enemy team has like a bunch of melee champions and your champion goes blue Kane or your Kane goes blue Kane, you lose. You don't have you don't have a jungler anymore. They put his CC on him. He pops out of the wall like, I'm fucking Kane. I can go through walls. Maokai looks at Kane. Maokai pushes W. Kane is now dead. Like, you can't. It's so bad. Like, this is not how you make an assassin. And an assassin cannot share a kit with a bruiser. And this is a great example of this. Kane's kit works better as a bruiser. Kane's kit does not work that well as an assassin because he's way too fucking easy to kill as an assassin. Blue Kane's a joke because Blue Kane relies in even and it's almost hard to say this, but Blue Kane relies more on the one shot than other assassins who rely on one shots. Like Rengar relies on the one shot, but if Rengar doesn't get the one shot, he has other options. He can still have some form of sustained damage on a bruiser or a tank because of the way his kit works. LeBlanc, same way. Katarina, same way. Fizz, same way. They want the one shot, but if they don't get it, they have shittier they have shittier options. If Blue Kane doesn't get the one shot, he has nothing. Fucking nothing. Red Kane doesn't want the one shot. Red Kane just wants to get in there and pummel shit and heal and sustain and be like a demon. But for me, the ability to walk through walls for 9 seconds is game breaking.
That is definitely the biggest thing, yeah.
And I think for you find his kit to be like very overloaded, and yeah, I agree. It's overloaded because it's kind of like the Lee Sin thing where it's every ability has 2 abilities, and
yeah,
not because you can have 2 different things to do with the ability, but it's because you have 2 versions of the fucking champion on one champion. You know, the options, one's gonna be better than the other. So I agree. We're gonna go ahead and cut Kane.
Goodbye, buddy. Goodbye, Edgelord Kane.
Alright. You put him on the list?
You cut me from the list? Okay. Tryndamere. Tryndamere. Let me explain my reasoning behind this. I believe his ultimate is simply a mask that they need to keep to make him work. Tryndamere as a champion with his current kit simply just does not work at all. He can work in lane early on, but his team fight is absolutely terrible, and the only way to solve that is to give him this egregious ultimate, which literally makes him unkillable, which I do not think is a healthy mechanic in the game. I don't think that should really be there. He shouldn't be allowed to be running around and doing shit while being completely unkillable. I think that, like, in terms of his kit, it's not like this massively horrible thing. It's not insanely over-designed. I just think his ultimate makes him a champion that just really shouldn't be in the game. I fully believe at some point in the future, Tryndamere will be reworked. I don't think they can get rid of his invulnerable ultimate, because it's sort of what defines him at this point. You can't put that cat back in the bag. But I think they're going to severely tone it down or change the way it works, because in its current state, it's sort of bullshit. I mean, yeah, you can see him, but you still can't kill him. He's still a threat. I don't think he's going to be top 10. I definitely don't think he's among the worst, but I don't think he's top 10.
I agree with you. I don't think he's top 10, but I actually think his kit's really, really fucking good, including the ultimate. It for me, it all works together very well. The lower health gives him increased crit chance. So like you're rewarded for not getting close to him, but if he can make it onto you, then you're gonna get crit the fuck up and maybe die if you're a squishy champion. They reverted the cooldown decrease on his E because people were playing AP Tryndamere for the last few months and just you couldn't really get away from them. They would heal their whole health bar, and then because of the 100% AP ratio and the access to CDR through items like Nashor's Tooth, he would just permanently E onto you, and then they reverted the cooldown decrease they did to it, and then now it's a lot better now. I haven't seen a single Tryndamere since the change, but outside of like fringe cases like that, whenever AP Tryndamere becomes a thing, I really don't think his kit's that bad. Like it's what I think a crit champion would be if you were to design a crit champion like 8 years ago, you know? A melee crit champion. Other exceptions obviously being like Master Yi and things like that, but I think the kit works very well together. I really do. Even though the ultimate, like, yeah, it can feel like bullshit to play against, but is it really that bad? Like, if a Tryndamere is low health and he's ulting, your instinct should be to kite back. And if he's able to get onto you, then is that Tryndamere's fault for having an ultimate that makes his kit function, or is it your fault for getting close to him and dying against a very, very like binary ultimate? You know, like, do you kind of get what I'm saying there?
Yeah, but I just think that because like there are a lot of like for example, if you took Singe and you removed his ultimate, I mean, he would suck, but he would still function. You could still play him.
Sure, yeah.
I think that
if you give him a different ultimate, yeah, he's still playable.
Yeah, if you remove the ultimate from Tryndamere with his current kit, he would be completely useless.
Yeah, okay.
And I just think that the ability itself there's just so much power pushed into it, and it's just like I like his playstyle. I really like the idea, and I think Tryndamere should exist in the game. But I do think that his ultimate is just not the best thing out there, and it's what keeps him off of, in my opinion, like my top 30 even. I don't think he belongs in top 10 at all. And I don't think he's an amazingly designed champion. I think he's okay. I don't think he's horrible. I just don't think he's that good.
Yeah, he won't make my top 10 either. I'll give you that. I do think you were being a little bit harsh on him though.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Alright, Tryndamere, let's see. Who do I have here? Who's on my reload?
Oh, please be.
I might have lost them again. Nope, I got them.
Oh no.
Okay. Well, while
Why does
we're
it keep
down
crashing?
there, I don't know. I think it's a Chrome issue. It's just messing with the It probably has a lot of RAM consumption. I might just switch over to Firefox, like in between cuts or something like that.
Chrome. Whatever.
I'm gonna say Vayne. We're gonna get here eventually. Not a whole lot to say.
People are gonna be pissed about this one.
Are they really?
Oh yeah, of course. Vayne is a favorite for so many people, and I see so many people defending her.
This is one of those champions where it's a ticking time bomb. Not quite as bad as Fiora, because Vayne's lane is definitely much weaker than Fiora in a 2v2 ranged scenario, but it's not so much weaker to where you're punished that hard for playing Vayne. And her late game is, I would say with the exception of Kaisa, like the best in the game. In terms of
ADs.
Kaisa, big,
and maybe Cogmore too is up there.
Only because Cogmore can hit multiple targets, I would say.
Sure.
And that's the only reason. But it's pure single target damage output. Vayne comes close. I think Cogmore edges her out slightly because he's bullshit. And I'll get to that later, unless you call Cogmore out first. But it's the percent max health true damage. Even Cogmore you can itemize against slightly, even though his damage is like absurd. You can itemize against him. You can say, okay, I'm gonna build Adaptive Helm and Brandywin's, and then I can somewhat tank the damage. I'm still gonna die, and I'm still gonna die fast. But Vayne, you can't do anything. You have to take it. The only solution to fighting Vayne is offense is the best offense. Fight fire with fire. Kill her before she kills you, and that means that you literally cannot play a defensive tank against her. She just shreds you, and she does it from a distance while being super safe with her stealth and her self peel E and tumble. It's percent max health true damage. Any champion that has that will never never be in my top 10.
Oh yeah, because here's the reason why percent health true damage is bad. Because the counter to true damage is building health. That is what the counter to true damage is. Like against old Aurelia, it's like, oh, okay, you build because most of her damage comes from the true damage.
Yeah.
Or most of her, yeah. So that's what you do. Oh, you're up against a Darius with the true damage ultimate. All right, you build health because that counters that. But with percent health true damage, building health does nothing. It doesn't change anything. Building armor does nothing. It doesn't change anything. It is completely uncounterable. The only way to do that is to try and counter the champion itself. And I just don't, having a mechanic that is completely uncounterable by itemization is just not fair in any way.
Some people are going to say attack speed slows, but even then, the attack speed slows in League of Legends are so weak outside of Nasus, and even then she can cleanse it with a QSS or with cleanse. Like the attack speed slows in this game are so weak that they're not even worth mentioning.
But like I said, that's more to the point where you counter the champion, not the effect. You still can't counter percent max health true damage. If it happens, it happens, and no item you build is gonna change that.
You can't reduce it in any way.
Yeah, you can't reduce it in any way.
Like obviously invulnerability and shields. But
the shields not count as a percentage of your health.
They count as health, but if you have the shield while while that's being procced, it won't cut past the shield unless it has enough damage to just obliterate the entire shield. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's kind of because a shield is basically like a heal that has a very, very short duration, if you think about it that way.
Alright, yeah, fair enough.
It's not adding on to your health, but it's like a bit of health plopped onto your health bar and then goes away, like based on the timing. Okay. So,
but yeah, I mean, there's not going to be. Yeah, Vayne does not deserve to be on this list. She needs to go.
All right, what do you got for me?
Vayne. All right. Well, speaking of V's, I'm going to go with Vladimir. So, one of the champions, once again, that's dear to my heart, but definitely does not belong on this list. One of probably the most poorly... A champion that Riot themselves admitted was a mistake. Basically, before his rework, he was in this incredibly weird state because he had to be nerfed so much. He was a short-range poke mage, sustained poke mage that didn't really have any identity. He had to be nerfed so much because his laning phase was so oppressive. He was a manaless champion. His poke would heal him. He had an invulnerability, and he had an ability to quickly clear wave. The downside to all this was, of course, his W and his E cost health, but his Q gave him health back. Riot themselves admitted this was a mistake because you can't have a range sustained champion in top lane. It's just too powerful.
Or mid lane.
Or mid lane, yeah, indeed. It's the same issue. And Vladimir's rework it sort of just made things worse. It sort of just made him more that. It gave him an identity that actually made him okay to play, and we could see the effect that it has on the game. It is very oppressive. He can get very, very tanky because of his passive while still doing a lot of damage.
Even when he's weak, people complain about how overpowered he is. Because
even when he's weak,
sustain on top of his burst, you're giving him access to too many things.
When he's weak, he's still annoying. When he's strong, he's even more annoying. Strong. And you can't just give a champion all this sustain while being ranged, while having a safe escape ability. I don't think he's ridiculously broken. I think his numbers were nerfed so much over the years, and on his rework here, the numbers were nerfed quite a bit. I don't think he's broken. I still think he's a bullshit champion, despite the fact that I used to enjoy playing him a lot. I knew he was bullshit.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same way. Yeah.
Yeah. He was a great low pub stomper, but he's definitely not 10. He's not even top 50. He's nowhere near. One of the worst design champions in the game. But we don't see him as being that egregious because his number nerfs have made him not as ridiculous as he could be. Yeah. But if Vladimir was released as a champion today, he would be up with Kaisa and Camille level. It would be retarded. So he needs to go.
I agree, and I'm gonna cross him out. I just want to add that I also was a player who really enjoyed the old Vladimir. One of the champions I had the most fun with in League of Legends. I would always like secondary Vladimir if I couldn't play Singe and stuff like that. But he had to be nerfed to be so weak that he was unviable, because the way that his kit works was like if he was able to sustain through a laning phase, you can't touch him. If he was able to get to a point where he had low enough CDR to use Sanguine Pool often enough, you can't touch him. I remember one of the fondest memories I have of playing Vladimir was in, when was he released? I think it was like 2011 or 2012. He was released 2010. So somewhere in 2010 after his release, I remember specifically queuing mid lane Vladimir. This was back when Zanya's ring was a thing, by the way. And I played mid lane against a Tristana. I just went mid and I just fucking queued her over and over and over for literally 25 or 30 minutes. I just queued her. I didn't recall. She recalled maybe 15, 20 times. I just sat there and I queued her over and over and over, and she couldn't poke me out. I killed her a few times in there too. I just didn't leave lane. I just kept farming. The Q kept me healthy. It had enough damage to keep going with E. Just keep going, keep going, keep going. By the time I recalled, it was 34, 35 minutes. I bought a full Zanya's ring. This is back when gold income was very low, by the way. But a full Zanya's ring, sorcerer's shoes, and a sunfire cape.
Zonya's ring, by the way, everybody. Imagine Deathcap and Zonya's combined. That was Zonya's ring.
Yep. It gave you increased AP percentage. It gave you the invulnerability. It gave you armor. It didn't give you armor actually. I think it was just AP and the percentage, but
AP percent and the stasis
and the invulnerability. Yeah, it was absurd. Like you couldn't be moved. You were unstoppable force and an immovable object at the same time. So I mean, yeah, I agree. For that reason alone, old Vladimir I think would deserve to be cut. But the new one is, whenever his numbers are high, he's just as bad, if not worse, because his burst is way fucking higher.
Ugh.
And his healing, the new one's healing is actually way higher too. In short sequences. So yeah, I'll go ahead and cut him. Vladimir.
All right then, you're up.
Xayah. Not much needs to be said here.
Not much, yeah.
Forced synergy, overloaded. Her which one's her double daggers? Is this the one? Yeah, double daggers. This one. The range is way too long. 1100 range on double daggers. It's the one where she just like tosses shit at you. It goes like foo foo and like stabs the ground, and then she can call it back onto her. Range is too high. Damage is too high. It synergizes too well with her auto attack. Synergizes too well with her ultimate. I don't even, like, honestly, I don't even know what the fuck Xayah does. Like, outside of that, that's my main problem with Xayah. Giving a hyperscaling AD carry invulnerability with her ultimate, too much.
Oh yeah.
As soon as I saw that, I said no. I said no. There's no way I will ever think this champion is fair to play against, because whenever Xayah is picked, if she gets fed, she is so fucking, the only AD carry who's harder to kill than Xayah, I would say, is Kaisa or maybe Vayne. But Xayah's like 1.5 seconds of invulnerability while she can move freely, by the way. It's too much. And on top of that, the fact that she can call the feathers back to her and root whoever's trying to kill her. That's not how you design an AD carry. AD carry is supposed to be a glass cannon. Xayah is just a fucking cannon. There's no glass there. Like, yeah, she's squishy, but if you're playing Xayah and you die and you have your ultimate up, you're fucking up, in my opinion. That's whenever funnel comps started to become a thing this season, the first champions that were funneling in mid lane were Rakan and Xayah together, because Xayah scales extremely well. There's forced synergy there. She's way too hard to kill for how much damage she does, and she feels overloaded. I don't know if I'd call her overloaded, because I really don't know what she does.
I would, because here's why. Because her abilities make her... She is so good at kiting you. She is so good at kiting back and preventing you from getting on top of it.
Yeah,
and in addition to that, she scales so well into the late game. She does so much damage. I would be much more okay with Xayah if she did a lot less damage and was just not... Because it's fine to have an AD carry that's hard to do and like, that can kite you easily, but you can't give them so much front-loaded damage. It's too much. And invulnerability, of course. Like I said, the invulnerability might be okay if she wasn't a fucking hyper carry, but she is.
Yeah.
And it's just, yeah, there's not much more that needs to be said. She does not belong on the list.
I'll go ahead and cross her off. Not even close to top 50. Fuck Xayah.
Yeah, no, nowhere near. All right, I'm going to go with probably something that's not going to be too controversial. Teemo needs to go.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Teemo... I was not playing the game when Teemo was released, 2009, but Teemo even when I first started playing Season 3, I knew Teemo. Teemo, he is a range harassing top lane champion. Definitely not the most egregious example on the list. I'm going to say that.
Not even close, yeah, but
definitely not. But he suffers from the exact same problems that Gnar and Kennen and Jace do. He bullies you in lane, and especially changes that have been made recently. His late game is slightly better. He's still not that insanely good late game. But basically, his mushrooms make him incredibly difficult to gank, which is one of the weaknesses, should be one of the weaknesses of top lane range lane bullies. They should be easy to gank. His mushrooms make him incredibly hard to gank. He can fucking AIDS up the entire map.
It's move quick.
Oh yeah, and move quick as well. He can AIDS up the entire map with his game. They do insane amounts of damage. He is completely oppressive to play against in lane if you are a melee champion.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're something like a Riven, or you still not, you never play against. Never want to play against. Heaven forbid you're something like a Nasus or a Singe. You would just have a nightmare of a time. His design
an easier time than Singe, because you can max E.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah. Fundamentally toxic champion, pun intended. Not overloaded, but just a toxic design. We're going to say this about range lane bullies top. Nobody likes these champions. Even people who play them are just like, well, I have to play this.
If you're going to have a lane bully in top lane, it has to be melee. You have to be able to fight it.
Exactly. Pantheon, like I said, Pantheon, one of the less egregious examples. I still don't think Pantheon would have made top 10. I'm still okay with the cut.
I would have probably put top 20, but yeah.
Yeah, top 20 probably. But Teemo, horrible example. Not even top 50. I think he should go.
I agree, and I'm gonna agree to cut him for that reason. I think that Teemo, if his ability to unfairly secure such a massive fucking lead in lane wasn't so high, I'd say he's probably fair to play against because his mid late game is not the greatest. But if you go full AP, you're a fucking burst mage on top of being an early game auto attack based assassin that does dot damage, on top of being a slippery little piece of shit because of move quick, on top of being somewhat tanky because your items give you health, on top of being able to auto attack quickly because your items give you fucking attack. It's not even mentioning the shrooms, not even mentioning the dots. Just Q auto attack and maybe like Gunblade in there or something like that. The burst is too high. The sustained damage is too high. The ultimate it makes it too much. It's too much. The champion is just he never should have remained this way for so long without a rework. And I think the only reason that he has escaped a rework to make him feel so much more fair to play against is because his fan base is fucking massive. There's so many people who just love Teemo, and it would break their little fucking hearts to ever see Teemo changed, even though they never play him because they know how much everyone hates him, how useless he is in ranked. So the thing, yeah, for how much of insane lane bully he is and how horrible he is to play against, he's still shit. Like I think that speaks for a failure of a design in which you can have people who just say he's horrible to play against, he's a lane bully, he's impossible to gank, he scales too well, but he still loses games.
It's the same problem Vladimir has.
Yeah. Except Vladimir.
Old Vladimir. Old Vladimir, I suppose you could say.
Old Vladimir, yeah, old Vladimir.
It was pretty shit, but he was still like, I don't want to play against a But I'd rather play against two Vladimirs in top lane than a fucking Teemo.
Yeah, at least you can play around their Q cooldown.
Yeah, exactly.
Teemo just auto-attacks you and you can't do shit. Excuse me.
Alright, you're up.
Getting a little difficult now. I didn't cross for Con back off again. I'll go ahead and cross him. I don't know if you noticed this, but we're getting closer and closer to original top 40 champions.
Yeah. Have we even cut any yet?
Teemo. Yeah.
Teemo, yeah.
We've cut quite a few. I think. Did we?
I don't think we have. Oh, Kennen? Was Kennen one?
No, Kennen was not one.
No, Kennen wasn't.
So we didn't cut Illaoi. I want to say Heimer, but then again I don't, because his kit works so well with itself.
Yeah,
and really, like he doesn't even counter melees. Like he does counter melees, but I know that's like from a bias perspective for Singe, because other melee champions have access to like farming abilities and things like that. Singe doesn't, and that's why Heimerdinger specifically dicks Singe so hard. Like,
I was thinking about Heimerdinger, but in his current state, I'd never seen a point where I'm just like, fuck Heimerdinger. Like, this champion is horrible. I don't think he's top 10, but I don't think he's bad. I think he's very unique, and I think that's cool. But I mean, the question is, will he be top 10?
No, I'm gonna cut him.
Okay, well, no massive discussion. Heimerdinger definitely not a horribly bad champion.
He's really cool design-wise, and he's very unique, and he's one of League's longest, generally mostly unchanged. They changed his ultimate, and they changed his turrets a bit. They changed his passive, but he's stable. I don't think I want him in my top 10 though, just because
he's not.
Just because, like, yeah, he does counter Singe very hard, and I'm a Singe main, but even other melee champions, he does feel very, very unfair to play against, and he's very numbers reliant.
I think that Heimerdinger top is a mistake. I think that Heimerdinger should be a mid lane champion.
Yeah, he should. And I don't even know why they started like changing him that much. I remember back in the day, like with the turret healing passive and things like that, you were like a defensive like mid lane mage, and then they like kept making him more offensive. All of a sudden, your ultimate shoots like billions of rockets, or like has a giant turret on top of it. Like, but he used to be so defensive. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he would hunker down under his turret. He would heal it up. His ultimate made his turrets have a slow. It didn't give him like a super turret. It like he's just like a really defensive, like quiet kind of like pet mage, and then they just turned him into like a fucking like heavy metal fucking, I'm gonna put a big ass turret down, there's a fucking guitar in the background, I'm gonna nuke your entire team. Like, it's not. If it was original Heimerdinger, I might give him top 10. I might, but not this
I don't know, but maybe. Galio's crossed off as well, by the way.
Oh yeah, okay.
So yeah, not really much of a debate there. All right, let me look for one here. Poppy, I think, needs to go.
Why?
Poppy, well, I don't know. But the thing with Poppy is she always, in my opinion, will do too much damage for being as tanky as she is. I don't think her kit is the worst. Like I said, I think on release she was, well, rework. She was a lot worse, but I do think now she's better. But I always think that she's always just going to have way too much utility, being too tanky. She's always going to have a lot of all putting so fucking tanky. She's the quintessential example. I mean, I hate to bring up a Shinshin, but he does have a point on occasion where he says that tanks do too much damage. And I think Poppy is a classic example of that. I think that late game, yeah, she's just a tank, but she has a lot of utility. She can be very useful in that in that regard. She's still a useful champion late game, and in lane, I think that she is actually better than most people think.
Yeah,
I think she can do a lot more damage than most people think, and especially with grasp. And I think that that's just unacceptable. I think that they should focus her more as a, like, you can see it with her shield ability, her ability to throw the shield to like get some range poke. Why does she have that? Why does she have the ability to poke people from range and lane? Just make her a tank. And not range poke, but like point and click range poke. Just make her a tank in lane and make her scale as a tanky champion into late game. She doesn't need kill potential in lane. Obviously, she can always have that ability, especially to set up ganks with her E, by stunning people. But I think that she should be designed as a late game power in the early game as she does. Definitely not a egregious example, but not top 10.
Not top 10. I agree. I actually don't think her kit's that much of a problem. Her damage output, yeah, it's higher than most tanks because it has a. If you consider both instances of her Q, she actually has a 1.8 AD ratio on her Q if it hits twice, with I think up to 16% target max health, or does the max health only hit one time? I'm not sure, but the AD ratio is up to 1.8, and that in and of itself, I think that the number, if it's twice, is just a little bit high. She's a good example of what happens when you give a tank access to low mana cost, good wave clear, good damage. Like I remember when she was released in season 6, Hoppe was one of those champions who just redefined what it meant to be a tank, you know? She
she's
changed
just
what
too
it meant to be a
early
melee
lane.
champion top lane. The way that Poppy functioned in top lane, still even whenever she's strong, functions in top lane, I think is so frustrating to play against as a bruiser or as a fighter or as any non-tank really. Like if you can't take her damage, then you lose. And if you can take her damage, then you keep her in check. And you can win if you're a champion that excels against her. Ironically enough, Singed has always done really well against her. And I think that might be why I don't have as much of a problem with her. But he only started doing well against her after she was nerfed into the ground. And after Singed received his mini update. Before that, like, she just her abilities are not super complex, but they both or they all do like certain extra things. Like the Q hits twice, the W has a passive and an active, the E, I think the E is pretty much the same as the old one, but like the ultimate, like it self peels. It has a small nuke on it if she just taps it. Passive again with grasping and dying, like she can sustain, she can poke, she can have a shield on top of everything, on top of all of that. Like it's just
that's my whole point. Like she's not really an issue late game, but early game she just does too much. So I don't think she belongs on the list. Sure, all right, once again, I need to go to the toilet again. Sorry, I'll still be listening. So go ahead and just pick your next pick and go ahead.
Okay, so I think that Shimso, I'm not sure if he's gonna agree or disagree with this. Do I go ahead and say Ornn here? No, I'm not gonna say Ornn, not yet. Actually, I can go ahead and talk about Ornn, yeah. I actually love Ornn's design. Outside of the thing where he can like forge items and buy things in lane, I think his design is really good as far as tanks are concerned. I don't think that his damage is as high as people cry about. Especially after the nerfs. After he's been nerfed so much over and over and over and over and over again, he feels more fair to play against because his numbers are in a healthier spot. As far as his kit goes, it doesn't seem too overloaded. Searing Charge, very, very simple ability. Call of the Forge God, pretty simple ability, his ultimate. Bellows Breath is W. That one was the one that people had a lot of problems with because this used to have a shield on it. And this used to make him unable to be CC'd. He would be immune to CC while shielding himself, while doing 16% max health target damage, 12 to 16%, and that was what people had a big problem with. It was his W. The W made Ornn be a tank while being a fucking poke mage in lane. But I think now that the ability is much more balanced, I would say Ornn has a very, very, very good kit overall. The only thing is I don't think he's top 10 worthy. He might be, actually.
I don't think that Ornn's kit is horrible. It definitely was a lot worse but it was worse when he came out because of the number. He did way too much damage.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the things that will always keep Ornn out of my probably like top 30 is his gimmick passive.
Yeah,
I think
the Living Forge thing is really fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid. He should not have the ability to build items in lane. He should not have these stupid additional items your team can buy. He's not even a top 30 for me. Without Living Forge, he might be up there. He's not bad. It's cool to have a champion that can function as a pure tank. But yeah, definitely not top 10. I agree.
I think for me he's close. I'd probably put Ornn top 20. I would.
I don't think I would. It's just a passive. I think that's just so stupid. It's just an example of everything that's going wrong there. I don't think he makes top 30 for me. Maybe top 40.
Fair. But definitely not top 10, I think, for either of us. I'm going to go ahead and cross them off.
Neither. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look. I think Kindred's a fairly safe cut at this point.
Oh, God, yeah. I'm just going to cross her off already.
So, Kindred, interesting design. It was their first attempt to run 80 carry jungler work. And honestly, like in terms of actual design, like thematically, I love Kindred. I think the lore's really cool. I think the way the champion's designed is really cool. But one look at her abilities, and you can see the paragraphs, and you realize that this is just not This ain't cricket, man. This ain't good. So she has a stupid mini game in her passive, which allows her. Honestly, it's one of the better ones because it has counterplay and it's just interesting concept, but it should not be there. And the fact that she is able to kite so hard and do so much damage while constantly gaining more power from the marks. From what I understand, she is hello eBay. She's not as good nowadays because the rift, the scuttle changes. Am I right?
Yeah, so one of her marks is gonna guaranteed be on the top lane River Scuttle or the bot lane River Scuttle. Or sorry, not top half River Scuttle or bottom half River Scuttle. So you can predict pretty much where her first scuttle is gonna be, and then you can counterplay her according to that. And if she goes for that mark and loses it, then she's pretty much fucked for the next like few minutes. If she goes to the mark and grabs it, then she gets rewarded much less than she gets punished for going for it. But if she doesn't go for it, then she can't really get the mark outside of killing one of her marked targets. But the marks themselves, the amount of power that she gets from them, I think is a little bit too high. It used to give percent max health physical damage. I think now it just gives like attack speed and range, which is still really fucking strong.
In a way, oh shit, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, go on. I lost my train of thought.
I'm pretty sure now it gives... I'm trying to see exactly where... Scoring a takedown on a marked target permanently empowers Kindred's abilities as well as granting Lamb 75 to 250 based on Mark's bonus range on her attacks and abilities. Yeah, so it makes her abilities stronger while giving her increased range, which, I mean, it's just... It's a lot. Q Lamb dashes in the target direction, gaining 25% plus 5% per mark bonus attack speed. So she gets a lot of attack speed from it per mark. What about her other abilities, I think? Yeah, so she increases target current health damage with Wolf per mark. Her E mounting Dread increases physical damage on targets missing health per mark. And her
overloaded
R is not changed. Yeah, I'll go ahead and say it's overloaded too.
And the biggest thing is it's sort of feast and famine. It's not feast or famine. It's not like as egregious, but the fact that it's tied to a gimmick just makes it even worse. I think it was a cool idea they were going dramatically. I think it was a cool idea what they were going for with an AD carry jungler. But I don't think they pulled it off specifically because they attached a fucking gimmick to it. This is going to be a constant theme that we're going to go on and on and on about. You can't just slap a gimmick on something and say, this works. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work. It's stupid. Maybe it works occasionally, but it's a stupid design. It's an inconsistent design, and it should not be in the game. And ultimate is obviously, it has its own share of problems. It's not a disaster of an ultimate since it affects everybody, but I still think it's incredibly annoying. It's not what I would have designed for ultimate. I don't know what I would have, but definitely not that. She's all this like 80 carry-ish sort of champion, this 1v1-ish kiting champion.
Like,
she
doesn't really fit with the whole thing.
And then she has this random team fighting ultimate. It's why? It doesn't really make sense.
Like, where she like can summon the wolf to actually run around and fucking be a wolf and just like eat people, you know? Like,
yeah, that would be cool.
Like, why does she turn into like an angel all of a sudden?
I don't think her ultimate makes any sense, champion, and I don't. She's not going to be top 10.
No,
not the worst, but definitely not top 10.
Fuck Kindred. I'll put her in my bottom 50 actually.
Yeah, I would say definitely.
That's how much I dislike Kindred.
She's probably towards the lower end of that, but still bottom 50 for me. I don't like her, but I played her a bit. She is fun, but she's definitely not top 10. No chance in hell.
I'm getting a bit tired, so I think I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit on these, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's all good.
All right. God, Tom Kench. Overloaded as fuck. I had a friend quit the game over Tom Kench. My dear friend Curry Shot, top 500 Overwatch player, used to play League every day, all day. Quit League of Legends because of Tom Kench, because he played bot lane, and the amount of safety Tom Kench gives an AD carry, the amount of damage Tom Kench does with his eat move, I forget what it's called, Devour. Abyssal Voyage is probably the most balanced part of his kit, probably the coolest part of his kit. Gray Health, bullshit overloaded. Devour, bullshit overloaded. You should be able to eat an enemy or eat your ally, not both. Tongue Lash. This one's not so bad, but the fact that you can Tongue Lash into a Devour on a minion, then use it to harass from a range, while his basic attacks deal fucking max health magic damage, like, it's not as bad as max health tree damage, sure. But it's still pretty bad. I think he's overloaded. Design-wise, it all works together very well. It hits his theme very well, and I think you feel like Tom Kench when you pick Tom Kench, but I don't think it's healthy for the game, and it's a little bit overloaded. So
Tom Kench was one of my favorite champions to play in the jungle when he first came. It was a really fun jungler for me. So because you could devour stuff and use it as an AOE to be able to clear camps faster, and he got percent health. I believe he got percent health damage. Does he still get it? Yeah, percent of his maximum health.
His,
yeah,
passive.
It used to be a lot higher though. And
yeah, absolutely. They nerfed the fuck out of it.
And yeah, it's a classically overloaded kit. Does too much, and he just makes the AD carry 2 seconds. Definitely not top 10. Goodbye, Tom Kench.
And I even hate to say it because the design is cool and it works.
Yeah, he's cool. I enjoyed playing him. I really enjoyed playing him. But it's top 10, man.
Too much.
All right. I'm gonna say Varus needs to go.
Okay, why?
Okay, Varus being his kit design is not horribly, but I think the fact that he has hybrid damage makes him incredibly difficult to itemize against. Is that still the case? I believe he still would like Gunblade or shit like that.
People are building full AD lethality right now on him.
Oh, full AD lethality.
Before that, they were doing the Gunblade, Nashor's Tooth, Rageblade, stuff like that.
Yeah, so that might be more of a case of his being too powerful. But I think his kit is not bad. It's not this massively overloaded thing. It's not absolutely terrible by any extent. There are definitely worse AD carries. We've gone over some at the moment. But just the fact that he always has this weird design boondoggle of if hybrid damage becomes too powerful, Varus is ridiculous. Even more ridiculous than Cogmore, which, doesn't make any sense because Varus can actually...
It's the ultimate. It's the team fighting ultimate that makes him...
Yeah, it's the team fighting ultimate. But it's not just that. It's the fact that, unlike Cogmore, who isn't as good early game, Varus can actually have a very good early game support. And combine that with the fact that he can have Chain of Corruption to just have a great team fight. If items go his way, he's too strong. And I think that he is the reason why certain items like Rageblade and Gunblade, there are champions who really want those in the state that they're released in. But they can't because Varus will be too powerful.
I don't understand why Blighted Quiver needs to have an AP ratio. I don't understand why Chain of Corruption needs to have an AP ratio. When I see Varus and I see his Q, the thing that his entire kit is cruxed around, he should be a full AD lethality caster. He shouldn't have it. He shouldn't be able to auto attack. Like if he auto attacks, it should be to clear minions, which is what his passive is for, to clear fucking minions. Like his Blighted Quiver should be to have some extra damage. Like if you really need to auto attack, Hail of Arrows should just be like damage and slow. Like the Hail of Arrows is fine for the most part, but this does not need to give attack speed, missing magic damage, anything like that. It should just revolve around his Q being able to poke with it. His ultimate doesn't need the ratio. It's just like they had a vision with Varus, and then they tried to compensate his weaknesses too much, and then he ends up being overloaded as a result.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and cross him off.
You're up.
Varus, where did I put him? Varus. I think I have a pretty good idea of a few champions that are going to be in my top 10. For now, I think I'm going to go ahead and get rid of Yorick. Shepherd of Souls. Yorick.
Tomo. Tomo's going to hate you.
Sorry, Tomo. He's a fucking gimmick. Yorick is a fucking gimmick.
Actually, Tomo might agree with you, actually. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
His passive is great. Last Rites is great. Dark Procession, kind of bullshit, but it's good. Morning Mist, gimmick ability. Eulogy of the Isles, gimmick ability. And that's genuinely what I think about Yorick. Like, if they kept these three abilities, passive, Q, and W, the same, and then changed his E to like not be completely reliant on needing to have your Q already working, already being charged up, already having ghouls available, and those ghouls to not be low health, where they just die instantly, then E would be a better ability. But and in the state that E is in, it's way too reliant on Q, and Q is way too reliant on itself, on the ghouls to be strong ghouls. The ghouls themselves need to be balanced. which is the worst part. The ghouls are treated as separately from his kit instead of being part of his kit. Whenever they buff or balance the ghouls themselves get individually buffed, tweaked, nerfed, whatever. They're not considered part of Yorick's kit. So like you can buff the shit out of ghouls, but if Yorick's Q is still weak, does it matter that much? No, because his Q is still fucking shit. They can nerf the shit out of ghouls, but if Yorick's Q is strong, then ghouls become meaningless and he's still strong. The ghouls are kind of gimmicky, but I think the fact that E relies so much on them is stupid. And obviously Eulogy of the Isles, the Maiden of the Mist thing, the AI is just done so poorly.
Oh yeah.
You have to be with her, otherwise she dies super quickly. With the Maiden being super reliant on Yorick himself, like yeah, you can throw her down a lane to split push, but it's like everyone gets free home guards. If it's not with Yorick, you kill her. If Yorick is with Maiden of the Isles, then he can't do his thing, his unique thing, which is double split push. He loses 1v1s to most duelists. It's like, who the fuck are you split pushing against? Tanks? You can't kill tanks as Yorick. You just tank him out. Like it's not gonna happen. His kit doesn't work because his last two abilities don't work. I think. What do you think?
I don't necessarily agree that his ultimate is a pure gimmick. I definitely agree it's gimmicky, specifically the fact that it can split push and stuff like that. I definitely agree it's not going to be top 10. His kit is, as you said, way too reliant on his Q. It's way too reliant on his ghouls being good, and it's just a mess of a kit. Yorick was another example of a champion deletion and being replaced by a new champion with a slightly similar theme. Rocky design history, even old Yorick, pretty sure we could say was probably not the best design champion.
Sure.
And yeah, definitely current Yorick. He's not making top 10. His ultimate is, while not as gimmicky as some other stuff, is still a gimmick. And obviously we've seen that hinders champions. So yeah, Yorick should go.
Yeah.
All right then. Is it too early to say Malzahar?
I have to disagree with you on Malzahar.
Is it too early to say Malzahar? I think he's close. I just don't think he can.
I think I might have him in mind.
You might? All right, well, we'll leave him then. We'll leave him to debate then.
Okay. I'll give you one more.
It's getting really tough.
It is. It really, really is.
All right. I'm not sure if this is a champion that you like. It's a champion that I think is cool, but his entire design is based off a gimmick as well. I'm going to say Ivern.
I thought you were going to say Kled, but I completely agree with Ivern.
Ivern, while a super interesting design, a super cool design, his entire design is based off the gimmick ability that he clears jungle in a completely different way. I don't believe that you should have that ability in the game. I believe that champions should adhere to how the game works and not the other way around, and have the ability to just completely subvert certain parts of the game. And the problem with Ivern is that he is a support jungler. He is basically all utility. His damage is sort of
so team reliant. It's stupid.
So team reliant. He, in my opinion, this was their attempt at a support jungler. You see this a lot. They tried to make an AD carry. They made Kindred. They tried to make a support jungler. They made Ivern. They like, can't you just realize that, you know, like AD carries are AD carries to supports and junglers are junglers?
Junglers do work. Like if you want to support jungler, you can play like Maokai jungler or something like that.
Yeah, true. But the jungler is more flexible in that way. But in attempting to design a pure support jungler is going to do two things. One, he's going to be horrendously, because he just doesn't do his job properly. He gets
what? Sorry, you cut
out. So he's either going to be one of two things: be horrendous. If he's horrendously weak, it's because he's just getting bullied out. If the meta is all, you know, strong, invade junglers, Lee Sin, Graves, stuff like that, you just get bullied out. You won't be able to do much at all. Or he'll be too strong. If it's a meta where like Nunu is good, and support junglers like that are really good, he'll be able to just fucking go off and do a lot of stuff. But the thing with Ivern is, I just don't think he does much to begin with. I mean,
he's super binary. Like he's X or Y. Like either he makes his team unkillable and he power farms the jungle and fucks your day up, not because he's fucking your day up, because he makes everyone else fuck your day up, or he's useless. I've never seen Ivern in a playable, viable state. Like champions that I consider to be like playable, viable, never too overpowered, never too underpowered. Stuff like Jax, you know, like a character like Jax is historically very playable, never too strong, never too weak. He's a stable, stalwart pick. Stuff like Annie, you know, Orianna, things like that. Like
Absolutely, yeah.
Stuff
Dude,
like
it's going to
Ivern,
be so tough when we get to
yeah, I
those.
know.
Oh, it's going to be so difficult.
And stuff like Ivern, like, and this is the problem with with stupid fucking designs like this is they're either good or they're bad. They're never in the middle, and that's what you want when you design a champion. You don't want to like imagine some of the designers who get shots at making champions like this, and they're like, I'm gonna make something cool like Ivern, but then no one ever fucking plays them if the champion's not overpowered, because why would you pick Ivern if he's not overpowered? You know, like there's
Exactly.
you can't do anything if he's not overpowered. Like it's very unfortunate. So I think for those reasons I want to definitely cross him out. Bushmaker, not so much of a gimmick. I actually love Trigger Seed. Trigger Seed's one of my favorite abilities that Ivern has. Daisy, very gimmicky. Whenever Daisy is strong, it's very unfair. It feels very unfair to play against. Bushmaker, this is fucking stupid.
Bushmaker is just a complete gimmick.
It shouldn't be in the game. Root Caller is cool, but
Root Caller's
Bushmaker
fine.
should not be in
When the hitbox isn't fucking up, Root Caller is fine.
Yeah. The whole thing about clearing the jungle, Friend of the Forest, I agree. It's stupid as fuck. Bushmaker shouldn't be in the game. It has way too much utility when it's strong. They had to nerf this so... I don't know if you remember this. They nerfed this so many fucking times to make it balanced. Because, like, he could just stop you from seeing Baron. He could stop you from seeing Dragon. His entire team could be on Elder Dragon, and you would not know. Because you just fucking Bushmaker. Like, he could cover the entire pit and the entrance to it. It's stupid. This character's bullshit. Crossing him the fuck out. Moving on. I hate stupid Ivern.
There was so much potential, but like I said, the designers at Riot seem to just want to jack off and see who has the biggest dick, who can design the most and stuff. Yeah. And that's really bad. Oh no, don't tell me it's
No, I got it.
We lost it. Okay, we're good. Just check if Ivan is crossed. Oh yeah, he's still crossed out. Okay, cool. Alright, you're up.
Jace, we're gonna get there eventually, and this is one of the few easy picks we have left.
Yep.
I want to start off with Jace by saying he's fun as fuck. He really truly is one of the more fun characters in League. When he works, he's smooth, satisfying. Like, you EQ, fucking jump in with your melee form, start smacking shit. Like, whenever I played Jace, I used to actually off-roll Jace, like, not off-roll, sorry. I used to secondary Jace. Like, if I couldn't play Singed, I'd play Jace. I played him a lot. I have a lot of experience with him, and one of the things I remember distinctly thinking was my APM never goes as high in League as when I play Jace. Like, I'm always smacking all my keyboard keys. I'm like looking around, trying to like EQ shit, pushing all my buttons. Like, it's a very, very visceral, like mechanical feeling champion to play, and you can like actually physically feel it with your hands whenever you're playing him. Like, always tapping everything. You're looking around. Like, he feels good to play. And in those terms, his kit is good. In fairness to play against, he's not good at all. He's so fucking unbelievably unfair to play against.
Yeah.
He's Teemo on steroids. He's Kennen on steroids. Like, imagine if Kennen had the ability to execute you in lane. That's Jace. Imagine if Teemo could like summon it. You know Kirby. Kirby, like the little pink.
In Smash.
Yeah,
like in Smash 64. I haven't played any of the.
One of Kirby's things in his cartoon show is he can get a giant hammer out of nowhere and beat the fuck out of things with it. That's Jace. Like he just leisurely poking it from a range, like pop, pop, pop. Oh, it's a ranged champion. Like, I'm getting harassed by a ranged champion. I can just build some armor and be okay and tuck my potions and have a difficult laning phase, lose some CS here or there. All of a sudden, he uses his R, he has a big fucking hammer, he jumps on you and pounds you from half health and you're dead. What?
Jace does too much. He's a quintessential example of a champion that is just really good in lane and do fine things. He bullies you in lane, unlike other range top laners like Teemo. Like Teemo has no all-in potential really, unless you step on one of his shrooms. Jace has plenty of all-in potential. He'll poke you down, then he'll jump on you, ignite you, and kill you. And he'll do this over and over and over again. And he's not like Pantheon, who's melee and has to rely on a mana draining ability to constantly do damage to you. Jace just switches swarms and does whatever he needs to do.
Jace also restores mana with melee W, but I'm never going to think that Jace is fair to play against because of the nature of him being a ranged champion with the ability to all-in you. But if I were to make Jace more fair to play against, I would remove the armor and MR from his R completely whenever he shifts. He does not need to get armor and percent. Wait, no. Hold on. Oh no, that's the shred on his passive. Whenever he changes into range form, it does a percent reduction. I forgot about that. I think he gets 40 movement speed. Did they take the armor and MR off of his kit whenever he changes forms?
I think they might have. I'm not sure.
I think they did.
Okay, so that's the case, and that's good then.
They did do that. However,
we haven't been seeing much Jace recently. Well, have we? I haven't been seeing much.
I see him a lot. There's a lot of Jace players in high elo NA, to the point where I was banning him for a bit, but I decided to start banning Gnar instead because I think Gnar is even harder to play against.
Yeah,
as a melee champion. Manaless, yeah. I think if I were to make Jace more fair to play against, I'd remove the mana restoration from his W. Because once he's done poking you out of lane and you're forced to recall like a little bitch, he sits in the lane and melee's the creep up until he's full mana again. And then does it again to you when you come back without recalling. And if you fuck up ever so slightly, he just all-ins you with melee form and kills you. Like, he doesn't deserve a place in top lane for how well he scales, for bullying the lane that hard, for having that high of poke. Super good all-in. He shreds, by the way, he shreds towers and inhibitors with his W. With his
of
W.
course.
Like it's not even funny how fast he takes those. It's stupid. So yeah, Jace definitely crossing him the fuck off.
Goodbye, Jace. All right, I'm up. I want to say sorry, not Kled, but I'll leave that for you because I've heard your legendary Kled rants. So I'll leave that for you. Okay. I'm gonna say Fiddlesticks, which is another one.
Really? I didn't think you'd say Fiddlesticks.
I didn't either, but this is a top 10 list, and I think it has to be. Yeah, it has to come to Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks is another classic example of what I was describing with Lissandra. He's a very simple champion. His kit has a huge amount of potential, but neglect. Fiddlesticks has been neglected for so long.
Before you keep going, I hate to interrupt, but I want to say he might be in my top 10. So
he might be. All right. Well,
should we skip him for
now?
Because I think we can still probably have some agreements to continue to call this list down.
All right. Fair enough. We'll put him to the side then. Okay. But I don't think he's going to be on mine. But
okay, sure. Give me, maybe I can change your mind later. Give me another one. Who else you got for me?
Give me another one. Okay, let's have a look. Aurelion Sol.
Yep. Okay. I can get on board there.
So Aurelion Sol it's an interesting design, but it's a design based fundamentally on a gimmick, which is the stars that circle him. Basically, he has the ability to just constantly poke you from range without. He has to use mana to do it, sure, by using the Celestial Expansion, but it's just so much damage and it's so easy to hit with. On top of that, he also has the ability to fucking stun you up. He has the ability to roam across the map to the point where at some point, I think like Champion.gg was listing him as a jungler because their API saw him out of mid lane so much. His ability to simply roam around the map and his ability to, he can quickly clear the wave with his stars because he can do it. It's manaless. He can just sit there and do it with his Q to be able to clear the wave. And then he can just roam anywhere he wants. His ultimate is pretty strong. It kites people back. It keeps them in range of his stars because it knocks them to the range of his outer orbit.
That's probably the best part of his kit. The most fair.
Yeah, it's the most fair, but it synergizing. It synergizes with the bullshit element.
Yeah.
So basically, I think he is fundamentally designed around a gimmick. I don't think it's as bad as other gimmicks in the game, but I do think his ability to roam is way too powerful. He's oppressive in mid lane to play against and deal with, and I definitely don't think he's top 10. I wouldn't say he's either. He's horrible, but he's not top 10.
Yeah, I actually like Aurelion Sol's kit a lot, but I don't. If it's top 10, no way he's going in top 10. I don't even have a problem with the stars that much, or the damage, or like his Q or ult. I think the roaming is too high. The way that there's a high elo NA early soul player. He's one of the few that there are, but everybody, even like LCS mid laners, hate playing against him because there's no way to play against it, or so they say. And if they say it, I believe them. Like, no champion can deal with this. What you do is you stand to the corner of the lane at level 1 with the corrupting potion on Early Soul, you push W, you hit the creeps. If the enemy ranged champion tries to fight you, your radius is so large that it pushes ranged champions back. Your zone control is so high. Like, it's absurd that after you're done doing that, pop your corrupting potion, you start walking towards top lane, you start walking towards bot lane. Halfway there, the enemy champion's done killing the creep wave, you start walking back. And if they're not doing that, if they're freezing it, you just go roam and gank. And if they can't clear it fast enough, you roam and gank. And then you go back to mid lane fast enough because of your E. You can E all the way there, and then you can E all the way back. If you have CDR, you need CDR to do that much. But like, it's so simple. Like, one of the complaints people had about Singe was he always has priority in top lane. No, he doesn't. Aurelion Sol's a champion that always has priority in mid lane because literally nothing can stop you from pushing. No champion, none. And that's
Exactly,
stupid.
and he has the ability to control the lanes, so constantly roaming. His E is the big. If it was just his stars, I'd still see it as gimmicky. I probably still wouldn't put him in top 10, but I don't think he would be that big of a problem. But Comet of Legend is just way too powerful for what the rest of his kit does.
Yeah, I agree. A little bit too much there. And it's sad because I think his kit's actually really cool. And
Yeah,
if
cool.
it was top like 30, yeah, I'd probably be in there. But
I don't know about that. Maybe,
really,
but
I probably would put him up there.
maybe top 50 for me. But yeah. All right, you're up.
I'm trying to go for the easy targets right now because it's getting really hard. I'm gonna go ahead and say Aatrox.
Aatrox. Okay, I can only speak to old Aatrox. I haven't played new Aatrox yet. I haven't seen it much in action. But
if that's the case,
sure.
I mean, I would have put old Aatrox in my top 10 easily. New Aatrox.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Old
I
Aatrox
don't agree with that. No.
Old Aatrox was fucking perfect. I think almost.
I don't think so. I think he was balanced, but I don't think his kit was perfect. I played a lot of. I got to Mastery 5 on him before old Aatrox before he got reworked. So I don't think he was. No, I disagree with that. But we're talking about new Aatrox, and we'll talk about old a little bit as well.
Talking about new Aatrox, it's his entire kit is revolved around two things: his Q and his healing. If either of those things are too weak, he's unplayable. I'm actually seeing this right now today, where his healing got nerfed, and the champion's all of a sudden dog shit tier. No one's playing him anymore today after he got nerfed today, because the nerf to his healing just hit a little bit too hard. And again, if his Q damage is too low, he's useless because his other abilities are all way too shitty to make up for those two overloaded things. The Q, it's not even overloaded. Like, I won't even say Aatrox's kit is even remotely overloaded, but it doesn't work if his numbers are low. Champions that are historically played throughout every meta are champions that work regardless of whether or not their numbers are high or low. Orianna, Jax being two of my favorite examples. Singe, another great example. Their numbers are high or low, doesn't matter too much because they're still played, at least in solo queue. Obviously competitive is a different story, but in solo queue, those are still played. Aatrox, he's not going to be played anymore because his numbers don't stack up. It's not a versatile kit. Some kits are too versatile. Stuff like Kaisa, Camille. Some kits are not versatile enough. Aatrox is a great example where it's not versatile enough. It's too fucking one-dimensional, based around Q and based around healing, and that's why it's a bad kit. It's a bad design. Objectively, I think it's a bad design.
As I said, I can't speak too much to new Aatrox. Based on what I see, I don't like it. Having played old Aatrox, I prefer old Aatrox. But I do disagree with you. Old Aatrox to be in top 10. I definitely don't think he would have. I think he suffered from the same neglect that I mentioned with the Sandra and what was the other champion? Whatever. But you know what I mean. I believe he suffered the same neglect. I don't believe his kit felt very impactful. I did not feel very impactful play. But I was playing jungle Aatrox. I don't know about top lane. I didn't really play any when
I think I agree. I think where we're seeing a disconnect though is the first mini rework he had. where they gave him the new blood well. They gave him they like removed the.
I didn't like the new.
Really? That
I
was what
didn't.
made him so good, though.
I didn't like the design, specifically with jungle. Like I said, top lane he might have been better. But the fact that it was just so clunky to play around in the jungle, and I really didn't like it. And I felt if I jumped in, I just didn't do anything. Like I'll jump in, maybe I'd kill somebody. I had some good games for sure, but most of the time I just felt like I was being useless. I felt like my job was just to jump in on somebody and try and kill them, but I'd never be able to succeed in doing that. I always felt outmatched by every other champion I played against as old Aatrox. I think that his kit was simple. I think it was elegant. I think it was cool. But I just don't think that it fit with the changing game. Back in 2013, maybe it was okay when he came out.
Yeah, fair.
But as the years went by, he needed work. He suffered from a lot of neglect. And obviously this rework is not the answer. But it's unfortunate. I'm glad I got to play him. I did enjoy it quite a bit, but I didn't feel like I was doing all that much. I felt like I could play any other champion better than him.
I personally think the mini rework was a pretty big success because after that happened, I would see Aatrox mains like every so often. Like, yeah, the player was still pretty low, but one tricks were having success with him playing top lane Aatrox. However, before the mini rework, you wouldn't even see any Aatrox one tricks in top lane.
Yeah, it was definitely better. I can agree. I just don't think he would have been top 10 back then. Maybe like top 30.
Current
40,
Aatrox, no way he makes my top.
No
10.
way.
I think
No,
he was either, so.
Based on what I've seen and based on what I've been told, no way.
Yeah, fuck that. All right, what do you got? I believe it's your turn.
Oh dear, what do we got left here? At least Evelyn, Ezreal, all done all these. Hecarim. I suppose Hecarim's not going to make top 10. I think that, like, don't get me wrong, Hecarim has never been a game. I think we should just go for some easy that are good, because there's a lot of these that we're going to say, look, they're good design, but they're not top 10. And I think that Hecarim is one of them. I like his kit. He's very fun to play. He's not overloaded. He does his job and he does it well. Mains will like him. He's always been okay. He's never been amazingly good. I find him a blast to play. I just don't think he's top 10. That's really all I can say about it. I don't really have points.
I agree. His kit's like it's simple. It's not overloaded. It's just
He's not top 10. Yeah, he's okay. He would be in my like top 50, but he's not top 10.
I'd probably give Hecarim a top 20, but not top 10.
Yeah, maybe a top 20, easy.
I'll cross him out. I don't want to say Karthus. Not yet. I like Karthus a lot.
Yeah, I don't know about Karthus yet.
Kha'Zix. That's a good target right there.
Kha'Zix.
I don't even think we have to talk about him that much. Extreme Feast or Famine, extremely numbers reliant, either bullshit or weak. Not really ever like long-term balance material.
Definitely not. No.
That's all I gotta say about him.
Yeah.
Like
he's I like his design. It's cool. He had the potential to be a really good assassin, but as you said, too numbers reliant. He'll be too strong or too weak depending on the situation.
Compare him to his direct counterpart, Rengar. Rengar is way more long-term balanceable than Kha'Zix. Like just based on the fact that he's not reliant. One, he's not reliant on being a jungler. Kha'Zix is, and two, he's not super reliant. He is reliant on someone on getting the one shot. And Kha'Zix late game, if he can't one shot, he's shit. If Rengar can't one shot late game, he still has other options like split push, kill the tank, kill the bruiser, like go in, go out, go in, go out. Kha'Zix can't do that.
Yeah, Kha'Zix should go. He's too all in on being an assassin, and that's either going to make him too strong or too weak. Kha'Zix. All right. Kassadin yet? Maybe not. Maybe not yet. Let's have a look. Mordekaiser. Oh, do I want to say Nocturne? No, not yet. Not yet. This is getting hard. Fuck.
Yeah, it is.
I want to say Shaco too, but I just don't think I can do it yet. Shyvana too. I don't know. Maybe not Shyvana. I don't know, man. Taric.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
I
was trying to think of one too, but
Taric's Tariq's invulnerability is some of the most game-breaking bullshit I think we've ever seen.
Yeah.
The rest of his kit is sort of just like, I mean, yeah, okay, it's alright. It's fair enough.
No, it's not alright. The rest of his kit is shit. It's meh.
No,
it's eh.
It's yeah, but it's not like, oh shit, like fuck this kit.
His ultimate is so stupidly powerful that if
his ultimate is just way too strong.
Yeah, his other abilities have to be made weak on purpose because his ultimate is that good.
It's not even in laning phase where his ultimate's insanely good. It's obviously good. But the problem is, in late game team fights, his ultimate is a one-sided fucking Kindred ult.
Game changer.
That is an absolute game changer that just negates so many fucking champions. I don't know why they why couldn't they just make this ultimate like a massive heal?
Oh, you mean
that,
like the, or even like the old Tariq where like empower his other abilities, you know, like.
Yeah, or like, but just make, if Cosmic Radiance was just like Tariq calls down a massive like a Galio ult of healing that comes down and just does a massive heal, that would be way better than this. Cosmic Radiance is just way too strong. It's always going to be a broken ability, no matter what they do. The rest of his kit has to become sort of air in order to accommodate it. And he's just always going to be a very awkward champion to play because you're just like, all right, I'm an ultimate play game.
Yeah.
And I mean, what else is there?
I'd have to agree. It's just. I don't want to say he's a failed rework because he still feels like Tariq, but he's not so much even. It's just like I consider it a failure when your basic abilities have to be this weak to have an ultimate that strong. I consider it a failure in design. I do.
Yeah. It's the same thing with Tryndamere in many ways, like I was saying with him.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good comparison.
All right, you're up.
Since we're going for the easy ones, I'm gonna say Talon. Talon, pre-rework, great champion. Post-rework, well, we can't. I'm not even gonna talk about the pre-rework. Post-rework, absolute fucking stupid bullshit champion. That could be made so much better if they just gave Assassin's Path mana cost. And that's it. But they refuse to, and they repeatedly have refused to the point where it's obviously not going to be an option, and they know that that's how they could make this kit work a lot more healthily, but they won't do it because I think they just want him to feel smooth. They want him to feel like a fucking ninja that runs around everywhere, that's parkouring, like running across like terrain, like, and that's why they want to do it. I don't care about the damage. I don't care about the fact that he can, 100 to 0 super easily or have good wave clearing lane with Rake. His roaming is way too fucking much, man.
Ugh.
It's an assassin is not supposed to be a fucking like jet plane. An assassin's supposed to like creep up on you and assassinate you. Not supposed to be on bottom half of the map, one shot somebody, fucking Ford Mustang up to the top lane super quickly. Kill the top laner, run back to mid lane, kill the mid laner, repeat. It's not healthy, and I think that this ability is a failure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, of all the ways they could have reached his old E to make it so that it wasn't really powerful, this was one of the worst ways to fucking do it. Yeah. I have no idea. We've already seen with Kane, and he came after Kane was released, right? The rework.
I'm not sure.
Or was it before?
Really
well, either way, they should have learned their lesson. Depending on whichever you can't just give a champion an ability. And that's basically what he's able to do. Obviously, there's on-wall cooldowns, but that doesn't matter. You're going to roam top, you're going to kill them, you're going to walk back to lane. That's how it goes with Talon. He does way too much damage for. In order to make him balanced, you need to nerf the rest of his kit to even out the power level he gets from Assassin's Path. And that's not a good champion. It's one thing if you need to nerf things to make the ultimate, because the ultimate's so powerful, you need to nerf the basic abilities. Yeah. But if you need to nerf the basic abilities because another basic ability is too powerful, that's a complete failure. The rework on his E was horrible.
The reason they reworked Talon in the first place was because he was too easy to play against. Because, like, get some armor, and his combo is the exact same thing every single time. There is no cadence to it. There is no choice to it. You just all in, and if you kill them, you kill them. If you don't, you don't. This Talon, outside of E, his kit's much better. because you have more options. The daggers give slow. You know, the Q has a little bit of a dash on it, and so you have a better mobility option there. I think his ultimate has something extra on it too. The blades dealing the same damage to all enemies they pass through, breaking invisibility with the basic attack, causes the blades to this one right here, yeah. So whenever he comes out of his ultimate stealth with an auto attack, the blades all go into his target and hit them. So it's like you have two ways to play his ultimate. You have two ways to play his Q. It can execute, it can crit when they're low. The rake, I think, the rake is pretty much the same. Yeah, the rake is pretty much the same, except it slows now too. But then this ability right here, it ruins the kit for me. They had to, I don't know what they could have made this into.
Why would they? There's so many better things. Once again, it's just the idea that they want to just be like, look at this cool thing I did. They want something for their portfolio. They don't want something that's good.
I think that's which sucks because his other three abilities are much more healthy now. I think.
Yeah, they're okay. Definitely.
Goodbye,
Talon. Yep. Okay. All right. I'm gonna say it. Needs to be said. Yasuo is not going to be top 10.
I'm crossing him off immediately.
Yes, Yasuo from the day he came out, everybody knew he was trouble. One of the first. He was what started the whole certainty tiers a problem designer thing. He had a massively overloaded kit when he came out, which is pretty much almost exactly the same at this point. I do remember the level 1 E when he's ramp up, and you could do massive burst damage with it at level 1. Yasuo he's just quintessential overloaded. His abilities do too much. He is mobile. He can completely block damage. He has a shield to help him survive in lane to mitigate a weakness that he should have, but they decided he just shouldn't have it for some reason. He has the ability to completely block projectiles and all damage, completely block massive game-changing ultimates. High cooldown, sure, but the fact that he has it is sort of really, it's annoying. I don't think it's something that he should have in his kit. He has the ability to CC you, knock you up. His damage is obscene. He has great snowball potential. He's good early game. He's fine late game if he lands a great ultimate. He is pretty safe in lane because he can clear at range and he has his shield.
The W and the shield, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this champion has everything, and it's one of the classic kit, a classic example of an overloaded kit, a classic example of a kit with too much mobility. One of the first, even.
Mobility is a huge problem. He gets so many free stats too throughout his kit. Like, I think his ultimate gives him 50% armor penetration. That's not even the half of it. Like, his passive, literally, you get so much free gold from doubling your crit chance from whatever you buy. That it's insane. You get a recharging flowing shield, which like passively, like whenever the shield gets cast, whenever it's full, you immediately start getting it again. Essentially no cooldown. Like it charges whenever you E. It charges to full whenever you ultimate. So you can have like 2 shields in one team fight, maybe even 3 depending. Wind wall. Fuck wind wall. It just like
wind wall.
It does too much to too many other enemy champions for a basic ability. This is an ultimate ability on a basic ability is what this is.
If they just like maybe his ultimate, if you told me that wind create a wind wall in a circle around him to protect his team or something, I would believe that. Yeah, that sounds like an ultimate.
Hey, your microphone's like cutting off really often.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It should be. Testicle.
Yeah, you're good now. Repeat what you're saying with the wind wall.
Hold on.
You cut off.
I'm gonna turn the gain up.
Okay.
So basically, if you told me that wind wall was like an ultimate active, it created like a wind wall in a circle around him that expanded and protected his team,
sure,
I'd believe that. If you told me that in its current state it was a basic ability, I'll be like, and it definitely is too strong. And he should never have had it. It should never have been in the game. But I mean, Yasuo is one of their love children. He's never going to go away. He's never going to change. Goodbye, Yasuo.
Who do I want to cross off next? Volibear, just in the merit that he's never been good.
Yeah, Volibear, not an over-designed kit, not a bad champion. He's just never been viable in any real way. I think this is fairly easy. I don't think
the ultimate is dog shit.
Yeah, the ultimate is garbage. He needs a new ultimate.
E, W, and Q or whatever, but the worst thing is, I think, is the best ability he has is passive. And it's
Yeah.
just it's a really shitty Mundo ultimate, is what it is. So it's like,
Yeah.
no, it's Vladimir.
I think he's a fairly easy cut for Neglectory. Definitely not a horrible champion. Definitely not. Just not very good.
You're cutting off again, my friend. I'm not sure what's causing it.
Oh dear, hold on. I'm gonna turn off the Wi-Fi. Brother's gonna be pissed at me, but whatever.
Does that fuck with your microphone?
No, but it might be using data. It shouldn't be. But yeah, as I was saying, he's just never been a very good champion, and neglect, another reason. You can have a champion that's poorly designed because they're just not, and they're not viable ever. And Volibear is definitely one of those.
I think the fact this ultimate's so bad and his passive is so good is stupid. Your passive shouldn't be that much better than your ultimate.
Oh yeah. Alright, my go. I'm gonna say Veigar.
Oh, you know what? I'm hard pressed to agree with you, but I want to hear your logic here. Okay,
so Veigar is not top 10 for one, even if I believe that he was a good, healthy champion, which I don't think he is. I don't think he's a toxic champion. I just don't think he's that good. I think his E is way too powerful. It gives way too much zone control. I don't like what they've done with his Q. I liked his older Q better. I don't think he's a horrible champion. He would, he's not going to be bottom 50 or anything like that. I just do not think he's top 10. I think his event horizon is too strong. And if Veigar's numbers are ever good enough, his E becomes way too powerful. It's one of the examples of, the basic ability making the other abilities too weak, to make them balanced. If Veigar has good numbers on his Q, on his ultimate, on his W, then he becomes really, really good because he is really... People can find a reason to play him where he actually does damage. He becomes way too strong because of the control he can have over fights with Event Horizon. And especially in the support role, but mainly in team fights, even in mid lane. It's a very, very...
not being top 10. But I want to say... I just will say that Merc Treads fuck over his ultimate, or not his ultimate, his E really, 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 really hard.
True.
1.5 seconds on an ability that you're maxing last of duration, 2.5 seconds on level 5 an ability to maxing last. At all stages, Merc Treads really fucks over that crowd control. So, like, yeah, against champions that don't have Merc Treads, you're gonna get hit by his W and maybe his Q too. But if you have Merc Treads, like, you're good. You're okay. You have to,
but you would agree that if at any point his Q or W become too powerful, or his ultimate become too powerful, he's a very, very good pick and a very, very sought after pick because his E is just so strong in many cases.
Yeah, Veigar is not one of those champions who you see have long-term stability. And
I just think for that reason he doesn't belong there. He's definitely not a bad champion. I think his E could maybe design a bit better, but I don't think he's top 10.
Maybe, yeah. I'll cut him here. I'll agree with you. Oh my god.
Alright.
No. Oh no, it crashed.
So I've got the list here.
Maybe if I hit back. No, maybe if I hit this. Alright, give me some good luck. Fuck, man.
So I got the list. We'll just keep going down and we'll just add to it at some point. I'm pretty sure we can all remember what we've cut.
I think I have like this little. They're dark, so I can kind of see where we were.
Okay.
Champions. So I want to say, actually, you know what? You do one more. I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna recross some of these out.
All right. Let me just send you the list. Once again, just ignore Janna and Illaoi. Where are we at? Wait, is that all of them? Wait, hold on a second. Oh, no, there we go. Okay. There we go, that's the list. Alright, I'll try and find another one then. Syndra. Not top 10.
Syndra. Okay, sure. I can agree with you. They're not top 10 material.
No, not a toxic kit. Sort of a tiny bit gimmicky with her balls, but not horrible. But not top 10. There are much better designed mages in mid lane and much better designed champions overall.
she's so reliant on CDR. She's so reliant on her ultimate to have kill potential. I just feel like it's so eh.
Yeah, she's not a bad champion. She's not a toxic champion. Her design is not horrible. It just could be better, and she's not top 10.
We didn't say Katarina. No, we didn't. We said Kane. We said Kennen.
No. Well, should we go for Katarina right now? If while you're doing that, should I nominate Katarina?
Only because she's manaless, I don't think she'd be top 10. That's the only reason.
Yeah, agree. I think that her laning
no
phase is
with her kid, but it's just the manaless aspect.
She's manaless. Her laning phase is okay, not the best, but okay. And her late game is pretty good as well. But she does require skill to play. Not one of the worst examples, but yeah, Katarina being manaless is what keeps her out of top 10. I mean, even if she did have mana, I don't think she'd be top 10. Yeah, I think Katarina should go. Philly's a cut. So it might seem like we're just blowing over things, but it's probably a good thing. If you're thinking that we're not giving your champion their due because we're just quickly going over them, we're quickly going over them because what we're saying is they're good, but they're not top 10.
At this point, I think we have to justify it a little bit less.
Yeah.
Because we're, like, getting so close. Like, it's a little bit more difficult, but at the same time, the reasons the reason that these champions are getting cut is because they share the same reasons as champions who already cut, you know?
Yeah. And in that vein, while you're still going, I'll nominate LeBlanc as
LeBlanc, why?
LeBlanc, I feel like well, it's hard to justify this. I don't think she's top 10. I think that once again, LeBlanc has the problem where she's not consistent. She will always, if itemization for AP is shit, LeBlanc will be shit. If you want to make her powerful, you have to do stupid stuff like giving her a silence, which we all knew was a very bad idea, and they removed it for she's way too reliant on certain items being good. Said after DFG got removed, she needed a revamp to become a decent champion. If you compare that to so many other champions, it's not the case. I just don't believe that she's a consistent performer. She's very reliant on what items are good to even be viable in game. And I don't think she's top 10. Not terrible, but not top 10.
I'm not even gonna dispute that. I do agree with that. I'm gonna go ahead and walk back up there and cross out LeBlanc. And she's I don't know. She kind of feels generic to me too, and I hate to say that, but
she does. But it's not bad. I mean, she does feel like a unique champion. I think the gimmick on her ultimate is as well, but you know that's neither here nor there. But whatever. So is that everything?
I think that might be everything if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh, we're getting lower. But all right, I just done 3, so I'll give you 1.
Give me 1, give me 3. All right, let's do.
Oh, well, if you go 3 if you like, I don't mind, and then we can go back to 1.
Okay. Quinn.
Yeah, I don't think Quinn.
Quinn definitely one of those champions. You don't? What do you mean?
No, I mean I definitely agree.
Oh, okay. Quinn, one of those champions where she's either super strong, super weak. Even when she does play top lane, like I hate to say it, but whenever she's weak, she's so bad at being a lane bully while being a fucking lane bully. Like, and when she's strong, she's still pretty bad at being a lane bully. But the reason she's strong when she is because of Valor, the roaming potential with that. There's never been a point where Quinn has had long-term stability, and she was a gimmick for a super long time whenever she could like transform into the bird. So they took that, said fuck it. Now they have Valor pick up Quinn and fly her around for massive movement speed. But it's just like if her numbers aren't there, she doesn't work. She's literally unplayable if her numbers aren't there. Like, if you pick Quinn and her numbers aren't there, you're kind of trolling, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Quinn has never been a good champion. She's never had a place where she's fit. In top lane, if I played against a Quinn as a melee top lane, I'm just like, oh, okay, whatever. I've got to play carefully, but I get some armor, fine. If you play against her as an 80... Yeah, if you play against her as an 80 carry, she's completely useless. She doesn't scale into late game as well as champions that perform much better in lane than she does. She has roaming potential if she's in top lane or mid lane, but even then, it's not as good as something like Aurelion Sol. But even there are a lot of top laners who can.
She was absurdly broken for the last few patches because her roaming potential was so high. But it wasn't even her kit that was good. It was the fact that Duskblade and Youmuu's were giving her so much damage and movement speed.
Which goes back to the numbers point.
Yeah, it goes back to the numbers point. Like it's not ever her kit being good that's made her good. It's outside sources or her numbers that make her good. I mean, just pretty easy cut, I think, right there.
Goodbye, Quinn. All right, you got 2 more then.
Got 2 more. Rumble, because he's manaless.
Yes.
Way too much.
Rumble is
way too much sustained damage, and his ultimate is a fucking game-changing ultimate with no mana cost. Like, look at this, guys. I made a tweet about this a while ago. His base magic damage on Q, 315 fucking base damage, uncharged, the 110 AP ratio, 110% AP ratio, 1.1. Okay, his whenever you're charged up in your danger zone. 472.5 plus 1.65% or 1.65 AP ratio. What?
Just remember, he has Leandries too.
Yeah, and Leandries. Like he's stronger. He has an ability at level 1 base damage, which is stronger than a lot of ultimate base damage values in the game. It's crazy, and he's manaless. He does so well into melee champions while being manaless, while outscaling them, while having a much better team fight with the equalizer. Like, you land one good equalizer in a game, it's over. It's done. Game's it's done. You know?
Yeah.
Unless your team is full AP and the enemy team can itemize against you, it's done. And he's very, very sleeper OP right now. And even when he's not sleeper OP, he's still a fucking pain in the ass to play against. And when he's OP, he's permaban. And when he's not
Rumble is one of
the...
Like, ugh. Sorry, go on.
I can't find the design healthy. If he had mana cost, it would be more justifiable, I think.
I agree. Rumble is one of
mana cost. It's a design failure.
Rumble is one of the coolest champions in the game. In terms of what he does, he's one of the hardest champions in the game to play, to master. He's incredibly difficult to get to perform well with. I think in terms of his skill ceiling and his difficulty to play, I think he's okay. But as you said, his kit is just what it can do for costing no mana is just not right. He shouldn't have that much power without having to spend resources. In lane, he is a constant annoyance to have to deal with. Even though he can be dealt with, he's still a constant annoyance. And if he gets ahead, it's just so hard to deal with him in lane. So ridiculously hard. He transitions late game fine with his ultimate. I'm not going to say he's like broken or anything. I just think that his design is as Minish said, he's not like I guess he might be sleeper OP, but he probably is actually, because he's so hard to play.
His win rate's extremely high right now.
Oh yeah, but because he's so hard to play, a lot of people just don't play him. So I definitely Rumble should not be in top 10. He's not going to be there, so I'm fine with that. All right, one more for you, and then we get back to normal.
One more for me.
Uno Mas.
Oh, I want to say Riven, but I'm not ready to cut her just yet. I don't know if she'll be my top 10, but okay. I'll go for another easy one. Another easy one. Swain. Right. What do you think? Oh, I didn't cross out Syndra. We agreed to cross out Syndra. Swain.
Pre-rework Swain.
Pre-rework
was really nice.
Yeah.
Was a really unique champion. He didn't really have a place. He was sort of awkward, but he was fun. Rework Swain.
The generic mage.
Exactly. He's your pick, so I'll let you go.
He's just like, what does Swain do now that's special? Like, really, what does he do that's special? It's fucking nothing.
He's a basic bitch. He's a basic bitch mage. I mean, what's there really to say about him? His kit shares designs with so many other champions. He's not unique. They turned something that was really good into something that's just generic. He was too strong. Well, no, actually, he was too weak when he got reworked, right? And then they buffed him, overbuffed him.
He was a dot damage drain tank caster before. Now he's just a burst mage. We have so many burst mage. How many other dot damage drain tank casters did we have before? None. We had fucking Swain. That's it. Maybe Mordekaiser if you consider him to be a dot damage drain tank with the ultimate, but not really.
in terms of design, he gets out of top 10 because he's not, his kit is just too generic. It was too unbalanced on release. It's I don't know how it is now. I haven't seen many Swains.
Unviable because of nerfed. Are you seeing a pattern here with all these shitty designs?
Yes, we're seeing a pattern because you don't. But you like if you wanted to play Singe in season, you could play him in high elo. It'd be a bad pick, but you could still play him. He could still do work.
If you were good at the champ, you can make it work.
Exactly,
You
and I suppose that's true with every
champions
champion
now because they're so overloaded in numbers reliant that they end up being nerfed to a spot where they have to be so weak that they're unplayable. Champions like Singed aren't susceptible to that. Drax isn't susceptible to that. Like because they can function independently of their numbers because their kit is not completely numbers based. There's other nuances that can be balanced around. But something like Swain, like it's just like if he doesn't
it's underwhelming and it's all balanced around like you said, it's the same thing with the Blanc in a way. It's all balanced around the number. All just it wasn't a good rework. He doesn't get top 10.
It's cool and the visuals of it are really awesome and it's unique looking, but when you sit down, you really think about it and you play it, he doesn't do anything new. He really doesn't. So yeah,
I agree.
Fuck him.
All right, my go. I think Aurelia is safe.
Think so?
Yes.
Why?
I don't think her rework was good. First of all, this might be a controversial opinion. I don't believe Aurelia needed a. I'm just going to come out.
A rework? Why?
I don't. I never saw her as a massive issue in top lane. I never saw her as a huge problem. I always saw her as something to be played. She wasn't necessarily as numbers reliant as some other champions that we talked about before her rework. I enjoyed playing her. Honestly, I felt in every season that I played that I could have picked Aurelia and did okay with her. I think her true damage was slightly bullshit and it could be too strong at times. But I think overall she was alright. I never really felt too unfair playing against her. It maybe felt a bit too strong once she got Triforce, but it never felt incredibly strong and incredibly oppressive. I always just felt she was quite fair. Maybe not completely fair, maybe just slightly on the unfair side of fair, but I always thought that she was okay, and I never saw her kit as needing I never saw her as needing a major change. I thought that thematically she was fine, visually wise she was fine, kit wise she was okay. I thought her Q was slightly bullshit with the fact that she had so much mobility, but I mean that's why she's not top 10. And she wouldn't have been back then either. I don't think she's top 10.
I don't think she needed a rework either. I don't.
Yeah.
Her old kit, it could be obnoxious at times, but they had managed, I think, over the years to get her in a state where she was balanced. A lot of the time I think she would struggle because it was kind of the Singe thing where newer champions were just so much more complex and deep and overloaded than her that even Irelia couldn't keep up with all of her mobility and all of her true damage and all of that shit. She couldn't keep up with them, you know? And that's why I think maybe she would have been a better target for a mini update like Singed was, as opposed to a pure, like, but whatever the hell this is update.
Yeah.
They, on release...
They turned her into a champion that can compete with the problem top laners that we're talking about. But they turned her into a champion that can compete with the Gnars, with the Jaces, with the Teemos, with all these problem champions. And the problem is those...
Like, she can compete with problem champions in general. You know, like, even Kaisa has some problems with Irelia. Not a lot because it's fucking Kaisa, but like it's the Duelist Dance, 50% damage reduction. No, it's 50% plus 7% per 100 AP, so 50% damage reduction on a channel. Stupid. Her ultimate disarm, stupid. Her Ionian Fervor passive, that one's not so bad, but with Conqueror, it's stupid. Blade Surge is the same thing as before, but just a lot smoother. It's whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know. She really didn't need a full rework because like her kit's in a spot with her Defiant Dance, with her ability to reset her Q, Like I actually had a meme a while ago where I would talk about Aurelia, and I'd be like, how dare you make fun of the mechanically intense, and super complex Aurelia combo known as Q R Q Q Q Q Q. That's the whole fucking combo because it just like too many resets. She's just jumps around everywhere. It's a fucking weeaboo's wet dream to play something like Aurelia.
Oh, yeah.
Like I think she lost the essence of what old Aurelia was, while like making certain aspects of the kit just kind of too much. She was really broken on release, and then she got nerfed to a state where she was unviable, and then now she got buffed up again and slowly creeping up a lot in popularity. And I think she's OP again. But I mean, like it's not as bad of being viable and unviable as other champions, but the problem is still there. And I think Defiant Dance is just it's too strong of an ability to be on a basic ability.
Oh,
like,
yeah. Same thing with
it feels
Fiora,
like an
yeah.
ultimate ability. It really does. Same thing with what?
Same thing with Fiora's W in many ways.
Oh, Riposte, yeah. I don't even think
Yeah.
we complain about Riposte. I'm also just complaining about the passive, but yeah, Riposte is up there.
Alright, goodbye, Aurelia. Alright, my pick. Guy who's not going to make the top 10.
Who?
I don't think... Gragas.
Gragas, okay. So you
Yeah.
cut it again a little bit, but okay.
Oh,
Gragas,
sorry.
why?
Yeah, Gragas I don't think is making the top 10. A bit of history on Gragas. He used to be like an AP burst design in mid lane. He was super fun to play in that regard. His barrels would do so much damage and burst people down. But he sort of never really had an identity. It never really fit too much. So they did change that. Now I think he's sort of just the bruiser guy. You know, he does some cool things. He can be built AP. I don't think his kit is toxic. I think it can be too strong at times. I think he's always sort of playable no matter the meta. I think you can always see Gragas fitting in.
Yeah, I think he's overall pretty well balanced.
Yeah, I think overall he's pretty well balanced. I think his kit is overall pretty well designed. I'm not going to lie, in its current state. I don't think he's top 10, though. I think there are far better champions.
Yeah, I think I have a pretty good idea of what I would put in top 10. I would say Gragas might even be in top 15 for me, but I don't think I put him top 10. Just
Maybe,
because,
I wouldn't be unhappy with top 20 for Gragas.
I think the damage reduction, the percent damage reduction on Drunken Rage is kind of stupid, but it still works together, and it doesn't really feel too unfair to play against, so... Yeah, when his numbers are high, he's one of the hardest champions to play against in the game, but who really isn't, you know, like when their numbers are too high. So yeah, I'll go ahead and cross Greggy off.
Bye-bye, Groggy.
We're gonna leave Heimer up to debate, Illaoi and Janna up to debate.
No, I'm cool with debating Heimer.
Okay. Well,
If you want to go now.
wait, no, didn't we agree to cross them off? We said like old Heimerdinger was.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
fuck.
Is he on my list? I think I accidentally... Oh, no, he is on my list. Yeah, Heimerdinger's
my
gone.
bad, my bad.
You missed him.
That's my fault. Karma.
I was eyeing Karma for...
I want to say Karma because she needs to have one, the meta in her favor to be like a kiting shield based support for it to work as a support, and as a mid lane mage, her numbers have to be too high for the mid lane mage shit to work. As a top laner, her numbers have to be too high, or sorry, her cooldowns have to be low enough to make top lane work. So the only role she's meant to be played in, support, relies more on meta and itemization than the kit itself. Because the kit is like, what does she really have to support with outside of the shield? Like fucking nothing really. Like she can have a small nuke with Q. She can somewhat peel with W. Like she can kind of heal herself, but like it's just outside of the shield, it's not good. It's not impactful. And the only way
her identity
is impactful is if she's overpowered, you know?
Her identity is always in question. She can be played top lane, she can be played mid lane, she can be played as a jungler, she can be played as support. But she's not top 10. I don't think her kit is insanely bad. She was one of the first champions out there. Old Karma, I believe, she had the same thing, right, where she would have two different abilities. Oh, no, it's Empower. So she doesn't really have... Yeah, she doesn't really... The abilities are basically the same. They just get additional effects, and she loses her ultimate ability for that. So I think she's not really exactly massively overloaded in any way. I think her design is overall okay. It's like, to me, it's not oppressive or horrible. I just think it's okay. It's and it's numbers reliant. Yeah, she's not top 10. I'll put Karma down.
All right, what do you got for me?
Mundo.
Really? Before a few? Really? Before a few of these down here, or some
well,
of
like I
these
said,
over here?
I'm just going with what catches my eye on whatever part of the screen I'm
Yeah.
on. And look, Mundo, he's always been an awkward champion to play. I've always just found his kit, it works just so weirdly with itself. It doesn't really synergize. Sure, I mean, yeah, he's Q can slow it, you know, but it just feels like these are like 3 separate basic abilities that could be on any champion, really. It never really feels like Mundo is cohesive. He always just feels like a mesh of abilities that don't really work together in a great way.
He needs Grasp of the Undying to be good for Mundo to be viable. If Grasp is bad, Mundo can't do shit. Because his damage output really is not that high without Grasp. Yeah, Masochism gives him a shit ton of AD, but he's easily kited. You need the Grasp to sustain in lane on top of being flat damage, on top of having flat AD damage on E, you need the percent max health magic damage to have dual damage output. It's just like, he's good against tanks, pretty fucking bad against bruisers, and good against like AP mages, but like he's so
yeah, he's just meh. Like, it never really been concrete. He's not a champion you can play at any be like, I can do this champion.
I think that his passive just shares so much with Garen's passive too. It's like,
yeah, he's not unique design wise. He's not cohesive design. Never gonna.
His ultimate's very unique. His ultimate's really unique, and so is E.
Yeah.
But like Q is like it's like a skill shot. W is like, I'm gonna hit shit around me. I think E and R are super cool for Mundo, but it's not
at least
really
he hasn't been neglected. At least he hasn't been completely neglected. He's had but he's still dependent.
They gave him the MR on his E, like the 6 to 30% MR increase that he can that he can inflict upon himself. Like you take magic damage on Mundo, you get a tick of your MR stack. You put your W on yourself, and you can instantly stack up your E. I think that's a very cool interaction, and those two work well together. It's just I think he's too easily countered with the anti-healing. Whenever you see Mundo,
how about this? Mundo is under-designed.
Under-designed? You think it's too simple?
Not necessarily too simple, but he's just not given enough tools to succeed unless the meta is in his favor.
Yeah, I agree. I was gonna say in competitive, part of the reason why he's so good, or the reason why he's so good in solo queue, is because he can just shake shit off and then keep going. But even then, like, you need certain things to be in your favor to play Mundo. Like, they have to have a lot of match damage champions. They have to be, they have to have a top laner who can't 1v1 you. They have to have a jungler who can't burst you. Like, if you play against a Kindred, then you're fucked. If you're playing against a Vayne, then you're fucked. If you're playing against a Fiora, then you're fucked. Like,
yeah,
it's just, I don't know. I think he's very binary. I'm gonna cross him off.
All right, bye Mundo. You don't go where you please today, son. You're up.
Oh, it's so difficult. I want to say either Ari or even Bard. People are gonna get really mad at me for saying Bard, though I know they are.
But we're gonna have to get to him at some point.
Let's say Kled for now.
All right.
Haven't said Kled yet.
This is all you. Go ahead.
We've been here, I think, before on this video with the amount of ridiculous passives and over complex abilities. His abilities aren't even that complex, but the passive with Skarl having huge amounts of health due to Skarl, having so much like reset potential with that, and I don't even mind the reset potential that much. I just think Skarl is too tanky. I think the fact that he can peel himself somewhat, he can have some mobility on his mini form, which is supposed to be vulnerable, is a little stupid. Because whenever you go mini and you have the gun, and you can move yourself with the gun, with the amount of damage that you do, with W still being available on the mini mode, it's like,
Yeah.
It can feel unfair to play against, especially like if you can't burst him down, then he comes back to like nearly full health with Skarl and just demolishes you. His engage is extremely strong, like to the point where people were playing him mid lane in LCK, because the engage was just that high. I mean, like his kit, I think his kit's fine, just outside of the super gimmicky like Kled passive,
Exactly.
or the scroll passive.
It's the Kled gimmick. It's the gimmick. It's what we're going to go back to over again. It's a gimmick. One of the things that I hate most about his passive is if let's say he has only like 20 health left on his Scar. If you're playing Singe and you go up him, you only do 20 damage, and that's one of the most annoying parts. If you're playing Nasus him, you're only doing 20 damage Q because he reset. Scar tanks that damage. He basically gets a shield for that amount of damage, and it's really annoying.
It's an infinite shield for whatever instance of damage you do to him there.
Exactly, and it's so stupid. It's just how tanky he is. He's not necessarily toxic in any other way, really, apart from that mini form should be more vulnerable. I expect like minis, like if you get mini Kled, he should just die basically, unless he's like really close to his tower.
Yeah.
But no, that's not how it works. He's too safe in many cases. He's afforded way too much safety by Scar. His passive is a gimmick. I think that's fairly easy.
Fair enough, yeah. The passive kind of feels overloaded too, compared to the rest of his kit.
Alright then. I'm not sure if you'll agree with me on this, but I think based on what we've been talking about, with numbers are and champions that are only good in certain metas, requiring I think Corki fits the. I think Corki's over-reliance on Trinity Force is what keeps him from being a well-designed champion. If Trinity Force is good, if that's the meta, Corki is incredible. If it's not the meta, Corki is dog shit. If Trinity Force is good, Corki is played mid, he's played AD carry, he can be played fucking. If it's bad, Corki is not played anywhere. Everything else is played instead. He's not even played in solo queue. Everything else is played instead.
I kind of want to disagree with you here, but just because like he's been such a I don't know if you noticed this, but usually Corki shows up in like the second half of the year when they buff him for Worlds time, and
buff him for Worlds.
They like to say that they don't do it, but they do it because he's tends to be a pretty exciting champion to watch and play. Like the package shit, watching him just burst people down. I mean, it's cool, it's fun.
Package is a gimmick though.
Kind of, yeah.
It is. It's a gimmick. I mean, like. It's not, like I said, it's not as bad of a gimmick, but the point is that his kit overall is okay. It's just his over-reliance on a single item and the fact that he's not really... He's playable, but he's not really good at all. If the other AD carries are strong...
I find it unfair that he does 80% magic damage while building AD. I think that's pretty stupid. And
it's another reason.
As a bruiser or a tank, he can feel very hard to play against. Because of that, he has like an unfair amount of mixed damage and access to an entire series of items that a magic damage champion normally wouldn't. And I think that's really stupid. Like you're basically giving it's like if Azir could build Infinity Edge, you know?
Yeah.
It's stupid. Like whenever he's strong, it's like it's just it's too much because of that passive, and I think for that reason the passive is kind of a failure in design. I don't even have a problem with the package that much. I mean, Chimp, so you think that it's a bit of a gimmick, and I can see where you're coming from.
Well, I mean, it is. I
think Hex Tech Shrapnels is just pretty much a failure.
I mean, Shrapnel's a gimmick too, in a way.
How so?
In its own little way, by saying you're gonna bloody make this person who builds AD items do AP damage.
Yeah,
it's like Kaisa in a way. It's a gimmick in its own right. It's not as egregious as it is.
Corki, I can see that. Corki kind of feels like Kaisa if Kaisa was not a complete bullshit maniacal monstrosity of a champion.
Oh yeah, not as bad, but he's not top 10.
All right, guys, we're back. We had to fix the microphone, take a few days of a break because scheduling The recording didn't work out too well, but we're back. My pick is Kale. What do you think, Chimso?
Yeah, I don't really think we can. I don't really. She's not going to be top 10. I mean, she's never been like a massive problem. She's been an okay lane bully, but like she isn't bad, but she's not top 10. Like she can harass you in lane, but she doesn't transition as well into late game. She has an ultimate, which is really good, but that's basically all she is late game, unless she gets really far ahead.
Well, actually, I find that she actually shines really well late game. And I have no problem with the invulnerability and the ultimate. The problem I have with Kale is that she relies, for Kale to ever be viable, she relies very hard on her items to be good. You know what I mean? If Kale's core items are bad, then she never gets played, outside of as a counter pick, like certain melee top laners, especially Singed. But I have no problems with her kit. I just think she's too item reliant because of the way that her passive and her E function. If her items aren't good, then this just straight up isn't that good. She's like a discount Azir, you know?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. She does share a lot of similarities with Azir, but Azir has way more tools to be able to affect the fight, even if his items aren't as good in the meta.
Yep.
But obviously, Azir is already eliminated. His design is not that healthy to begin with. I still think that, in lane, she's fine. She can harass you, but it costs mana. Late game, she transitions all right. She's not as strong as other champions, but, she has the invulnerability. She's okay, but she's not top 10.
Yeah, getting ready to kill. All right, you go.
All right, I'm going to say Garen. Yeah, look, the thing is, if this was before the Juggernaut patch, I'll be quite remiss to remove Garen this early, but considering the fact that they added a gimmick to his kit, and now his kit is basically balanced around that gimmick in many ways, I don't think he's going to be top 10. I don't think he maybe would have been top 10.
Yeah, I agree.
Even before that, but the fact that they, he's one of the perfect examples of how the Juggernaut patch changed.
It's really stupid.
Yeah, it's a stupid, revenge enemy justice thing. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's an arbitrary gimmick. He's not going to be top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Have to agree. The justice bullshit is too much of a gimmick, and he's not reliable because of it. Even if he's considered strong right now, which I don't believe he is, I just think it's a gimmick, So
yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, hold on. I better add these. So it was Garen and
Kale.
Cool. You're up.
Okay. Darius. This is my logic. He relies too heavily on having a really great laning phase, and even when he does, he still loses most of the games he's played in because he's just so extremely kiteable. And he has no way to function in a team fight. Even skirmishes in the mid to late game give Darius problems. He's okay in the 1v1, but you can really only play him against like low mobility tanks for him to really shine. And outside of that, like squishy champions tear him apart. Other bruisers outscale him and team fight better than him and can eventually 1v1 him. A great example being Jax, Riven, Gnar. I guess Gnar is kind of everything, but he just like there's so many lanes which he needs to absolutely curb stomp to be even somewhat viable or relevant.
Oh yeah, hard agree. I mean, Darius is. If Darius gets ahead in lane, he's a fucking monster. But that's basically it. He's feast or famine in many ways. I think his early
that's
game
kind of bad design, honestly. Feast or famine.
Yeah. I mean, his early game's better now than it was before, in my opinion. But like, he's not going to be top 10. His design is not that good. Noxian Guillotine is a really cool ability. He's free of gimmicks for the most part.
Yeah,
he's pretty fine.
I actually think his. Sorry, keep going.
I think he's fine, but he's not top 10. He's very heavily reliant on how well he does early game, and he suffers from the same thing that Nasus does, which is infinitely kiteable.
Yeah. I actually think his kit is quite well put together, and I don't have really problems with his kit overall. I think that it's certainly T-Champion. I didn't know that. But
oh really?
Yeah, but so it's surprising that his kit is put together that well. I just think that he's too easy to play against. Like, when you play a League of Legends champion, you want to feel like you're playing a champion. You don't want to feel like, oh, I'm winning the lane, oh, I'm losing the game, because they can't do shit every single time. So yeah.
One thing I would like to add is the armor penetration he gets on his E seems like a band-aid to try and make him more powerful, which is random. So that's one point, another point negative against his design, in my opinion. But yeah, Darius is not going to be top 10.
Like, yeah, even though he gets armor pen, like, you never really say, oh shit, he's leveling up his armor pen ability. Like, you just stack armor and you face tank him late game anyways, so.
It's literally just there to be like, oh shit, without this, his late game is going to be completely useless.
And it still is pretty useless.
Yeah, it is pretty useless.
Alright.
So, my pick, for pretty much the exact same reasons as Darius, this is once again a pick to prove that I'm not biased in any way. Probably my second favorite champion. Nasus is not going to be top 10 in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, I have to, yeah.
Yeah, I love this champion to death. I find him incredibly fun to play. But his whole kit is sort of based around a gimmick, in a way, with his Q stacking. And because of that, the rest of his ability, like Wither used to be way more powerful than it is now. It used to not have half of its value for the attack speed slot. It used to be the 4 attack speed slot.
Yeah.
But basically, it's had to be nerfed to keep him in line. Because it's just way too powerful in team fights. He just withers the AD carry and they're completely useless. So yeah, his whole kit is based around a gimmick. He's fun to play early game. I love playing him in lane. That's the place where I have the most fun playing him. As soon as it gets to late game, there's too much mobility in the game. He gets kited way too hard.
Yeah,
his kit is too old.
For a champion that revolves around like stacking for the late game, he sucks in the late game.
Exactly, yeah. This champion is meant to be a monster in late game, and that's pretty much what his old Wither used to be, you know? He used to have that ability to just... Honestly, the thing that I think screws Nasus over is they can't make his late game good enough, because if they do, they need to nerf his early game, and his early game's already bad. His passive with the lifesteal is the thing that keeps him alive in the early game, and in many matchups, that just makes him way too strong. Like, you play Nasus against a tank, he basically can't die. And that'll make him way too powerful in the late game if his Wither was still as powerful as it used to be. So he's basically in a position where if they make him in a spot where he's decent late game, he's way too strong in the tank meta. And if they make him in a spot where he's shit late game, like he is now, then he's way too weak in a range bully harass meta, like with Gnars and Camille's and shit like that, and all that cancer top lane. He's never going to really be in a good spot. He's really fun. I don't think they should change him. He doesn't have a negative effect on the game. He'll always have the people who love playing him, like me, who love that sort of gimmicky thing. So it's not like an unhealthy gimmick. It's not toxic to the game, but he's not top 10. And even I'll admit that.
Yeah, sure. I can agree to that. I thought that Spiritfire was also... I thought that it reduced armor and MR, but apparently it just reduces armor. I actually didn't know that. That's even worse now. Jeez. No, I think you pretty much said it all with Nasus. Like, you can't function. You know, like, I agree that champions should be kiteable to an extent, but they shouldn't just be so kiteable that they're useless. Great example being Singed. Like, yeah, he's kiteable, but if you play it properly, you can still get in range of people and be rewarded by being able to fling them. Like, this is just, you just get kited forever. It's really bad.
Yeah.
Who do I want to say here? Man, this is getting tougher. Okay, let's go for Taliyah.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say Taliyah.
Waiting for Taliyah, yeah. I think the passive is just ridiculous. I don't understand why being near a wall should give you movement speed. And the movement speed she gets is actually a lot of movement speed. Like 20 to 45% is essentially like a ghost every time she's near a wall, which is really, really high. Her Q is really, really bad because, it's a very strong ability, but part of the reason why she's not played in mid lane and why she's played mostly in the jungle, even though she's designed around being a mid lane champion, is because worked ground, which gets created whenever you cast Q, prevents you from using the 4-shot Q. You only get one little rock out of it. These two abilities, I think, are way too, like, janky, not well put together. Her Seismic Shove, Unraveled Earth, and Weaver's Wall, these three abilities are all really, really well designed. But you can't make it, in my opinion, into my top 10 champions list, or probably Chimso's too, if you have two abilities that are just really that gimmicky, you know?
Yeah, a Daniel Z. Klein special in Taliyah, another one of the notorious designers.
Biggest SJW in the world.
Oh yeah, fuck him. But unrelated to the point. But yeah, fuck that guy. Seismic Shove is a cool ability. Her ultimate's a cool ability, but yeah, like you said, the rock surfing is just like why. And the work ground thing, I never played Taliyah personally, but I've seen a lot of Taliyah played. The work ground thing is just ridiculous, and she's a gimmicky champion. She does see. Does she still see pro play at the moment?
Yeah, her nerf was this patch, I believe. So yeah, pro play is on last patch, so she's getting jungled.
Yeah, so the same thing that we see with all of these. Look at my portfolio champions. Sometimes it's just way too powerful.
That's a really good way to put it. Yeah, look at my portfolio.
Yeah, the Certainly T and Daniel Z Klein specials. She needs to go.
All right, Leah is gone. What do we got here?
So I did some thinking, and I do agree Illaoi needs to go.
Why is that?
Okay, you're right. I actually played a game of her yesterday because I'm like, I'm gonna see if I look. I love playing Illaoi, but I think her entire kit is really good. I think her ultimate's really good. I think her E is really good. I think her W is cool. I think her Q is cool. But yeah, it's her passive. Her passive just stops her from being in top 10. In my opinion, Illaoi is like top 15, in my opinion, to me.
Sure, yeah, I can see that.
As long as, if her passive was just better, if she had some way to control when you place the tentacles, like if you could just like store them up and then like place them instead of them just being completely...
How about this, right? Level 11, Illaoi can now control where her passive places tentacles, and she can stack them. It would be very unfair in the lane, but I think past that, it would be really good, you know?
It would be a bit gimmicky, but it would be better, definitely.
It would fix it.
And it would in many ways, yeah absolutely. But I just think that, she's a solid top 15 for me, but she's not going to be top 10. She's great. I love her. Very difficult champion to play. One of the most difficult champions in the game to master.
Absolutely,
I'm nowhere near it on her yet, and I'm Mastery 7. Very rewarding when you play her well, but not top 10. Sorry, Illaoi.
Feels bad.
Feels bad, man.
All right. Do I say Kog'Maw yet? No, I'm gonna go Lulu. I'm gonna pick some low-hanging fruit. Lulu. Amazing as a support, but the problem is the kit has to be nerfed so fucking hard because this is not really a pure support kit. This is a fucking battle mage kit that they shoved onto a support champion. Like the passive, the Q, and the ultimate, these are all battle mage abilities, especially actually every single ability. Whimsy to give her attack speed, picks for a shield or a nuke. Like it's a really odd kit that has to be nerfed super duper hard so she doesn't dominate solo lanes, because when Lulu dominates solo lanes, she has essentially infinite wave clear, infinite kiting, super hard to kill due to the ultimate. So what do? You nerf it down into the ground, and then she's useless. You don't see Lulu succeed unless she is overpowered. She's not a very stable champion overall, and I think for me, all the picks in my top 10 are going to be champions that, well, almost all of them are going to be champions that are relatively stable due to the fact that their kits are designed so well. If I just say anything specifically stupid about Lulu, I probably couldn't name anything. I just think that because of the nature of how her abilities work together, they can be so completely overbearing when she's left to go crazy.
Oh yeah, exactly. You're perfectly right. I'm sure we both remember the horrors of top in season 5, and it brings home the point that you were saying. She was designed as a support, but much like old Soraka, her kits were just too powerful in mid lane, and in top lane she was so powerful that she dominated top lane as a range lane bully. Let me put that into perspective. A champion designed as a support dominated top lane as a range lane bully.
Yep.
Her kit is just fundamentally flawed in many ways. I'm not going to say she needs a rework, but she needs some retooling. She needs. If they need to decide, do we want to make her a support or do we want to make her a mid lane mage? They can't waft, and they just neglected her for so long. And you're right. Every now and again, she'll come back into the meta and be really powerful, but she's not very well designed.
Yeah, I actually take that back. What I said before, I think polymorph is really stupid.
Polymorph is dumb.
I understand why they did it, because her kit is I'm a fancy, or sorry, I'm a silly little XD forest mage, but why couldn't it just stun them by turning them into a critter, or why couldn't it just root them by turning them into a critter? The polymorph thing is kind of weird. I get it, it's been in other games, it's been in World of Warcraft and stuff like that, but still it feels really bad, because a lot of time when you have enough movement speed and you get polymorph by Lulu, it doesn't even feel like you've been polymorphed because you just go exactly to where you need to go. You know, and the duration on it has to be nerfed so hard, it's so low that with Merc Treads, it's like it never even happened. Yeah, a clutch polymorph is cool, but any clutch CC is cool. Like if you do it at the right moment. The polymorph just seems kind of gimmicky. And I hate to say that again, but it does seem kind of gimmicky. And then for the reasons, yeah, we stated before, I'm gonna have to cross Lulu out.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's gimmicky. I'll just say it's really inconsistent CC. I think it's a new form of CC. I don't necessarily think it's gimmicky though.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I just think it's not very consistent.
All
right. I don't think Zach's going to be top 10. He's a fun tank to play. Not really unhealthy in my opinion. Just not top 10 material. He was designed a long time ago in season 3. He was neglected for a while. He, not very recently, but in the recent seasons, got some slight retooling to his kit that made him okay. But even that didn't make him like a staple pick. He's great in tank metas when tank junglers are really good. He's always been somewhat playable. You can always play Zach, but yeah, not top 10. I just don't think he's up there.
I agree. He's not top 10, and my only reason really would be because he's a manaless character. I think his kit's actually really well put together. But I just don't think that manaless champions really should have a place in League, because like if you make a champion purely cooldown based, then you have to balance around the fact that they don't have a resource. Then you have to make all of their abilities ever so slightly weaker than what they could be if they had a mana bar. And it's like, man, what's even the fucking point? Like, why not just balance around having a mana bar and making champions have a fuller potential for what they can do? Obviously, some exceptions. Gnar has no mana bar. It's still complete bullshit to play against. Super duper powerful. But for something like Zach, yeah, I think if he had one, he might be close to my top 10. Because his kit, I love his kit. I especially love the new ult that they gave him, where you can like scoop people up and then bring them back to your team. That's awesome. But
that's pretty cool.
It's not gonna be top 10 for me either.
I think in a lot of cases where Riot makes a manless champion but makes their abilities based on utilize health as a resource, is you just don't really feel like you're paying any cost later on in the game once you have some tank items and a Spirit Visage. I think I don't know how it works in Dota, but if I'm imagining a Dota character that uses HP as a resource, I'm imagining like they use a basic ability and it takes like 20% of their HP.
There is not one.
Yeah, but if you could imagine, like it'll be like, use your E, you spend like 25% of your HP, and then you have ways of getting it back. But it'll be like but that would have like high impact abilities because you need to use health for them. Yeah. But yeah, he's not gonna be top 10.
All right, what do I got?
That's 60 down.
I'll probably start with Vel'Koz then. I don't think that Vel'Koz will make my top 10 because of one little thing. This right here. His third stack of organic deconstruction consumes, dealing 50%, 33 to 169 based on level plus 50% AP bonus true damage.
True damage is the big word there.
Why does he need true damage? Why not just make his other abilities more powerful?
I've said it for the longest time that Vel'Koz was one of the most balanced releases ever. He was balanced. I don't think. I mean, has Vel'Koz ever been overpowered? I mean, there was a time where he was played as support. I don't necessarily think he's been overpowered.
He's mostly at any real point in history now, but even then, like, I don't know if I'd ever would have called Vel'Koz overpowered.
Vel'Koz has been a really balanced champion. I honestly, I'm not lying. Vel'Koz would probably be in my top 20, maybe even my top 15. He's always been. I don't really play him at all. But his kit always felt fluid when I did play him.
Yeah.
I never played him as a support. Always mid lane. Back when he first came out. He was pretty fun. He hasn't really been a toxic force on the game. He's always been someone you could sort of play.
They added it in season 6, patch 6.9. Wow. The true damage.
Well, yeah, I mean, and then we started seeing him be played as a support. I mean, like I don't know. The true damage is bullshit. I think we can both agree. Just make the rest of his kit more powerful, increase his ratios. You don't need to give that true damage. The 3-stack passive on Vel'Koz actually works really well because of how his abilities work. But yeah, the true damage is dumb. He might be in
really well designed control mage.
Oh yeah, really well designed. Who designed Vel'Koz actually?
Sub Ninja.
Never heard of him. But yeah, not top 10. I can agree. Good champion, pretty well designed, but not top 10.
All right, what do you got for me?
All right, let's take a look here, shall we? I think it's time to say Riven.
Yes.
Riven, the archetype for mobility creep.
Not
pretty
so
much
bad anymore, considering everything. But
not so bad anymore, considering. But I mean, back in season 3, when I first started playing, Riven was the fucking bitch. You know, like, she was just like, if someone was like, hey, point out movement creep to me in League of Legends, I'd be like, Riven. Now, obviously, it's so much worse that Riven is really an afterthought. But we can't forget the fucking progenitor of this shit. Riven, just consistently a bullshit champion with so many tools to be able to do whatever she wants. She needed to have her health regen in lane nerfed in order to make her.
She had like 15 health regen whenever she was released. Yeah, it was absurd.
It was crazy.
So high.
She was good in lane. High skill cap, sure, but she was good in lane. She transitioned pretty well into the mid game. You know, not as insane late game, but could still be fine if she had a decent enough rest of the game. Incredibly mobile champion, even today. Obviously, it used to be worse, but incredibly mobile even today.
She had 12 base health regen, yeah.
Yeah, she has several forms of crowd control. She can knock you back a little bit with her third Q. She can stun you up. Yeah, it doesn't last long, but she has control. She has a lot of damage. She has a high skill cap, sure, but in my opinion, she suffers from the same thing as Lee Sin, where her kit is overloaded and she has too much movement, and she's just not been healthy for the game, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Again, I'm gonna go back to the mana cost thing. She needs mana cost, and I have to agree with pretty much everything that you said. She can, whenever Riven is strong. I don't have a problem whenever champions are strong. I have a problem when champions are strong and they're unfair to play against, when they feel unfair. When Riven is strong, she genuinely feels unfair to play against because she just has every single option that she needs, with the exception of forward-facing ranged wave clear. But if you stop and think about it, she has other ways to do that. She can Valor E into QW to clear waves. Like, so it's not ranged wave clear, but she still has a way to clear waves from a range by keeping herself safe. The shield, I think, is a really odd ability to just kind of slap onto a champion. Not a lot of thought here. Her kit itself is actually pretty simple, but there's like mobility here, and when you give two abilities that have that much mobility and you give them very low cooldowns on a champion that tends to stack 40 to 45% CDR, it gets crazy after a while. Like,
yeah,
she feels way too slippery. She's super duper like hard to kill when she's strong because of the CDR and the shield, which also scales with AD, which also scales with CDR. I think it's too much. Nowadays the mobility for Riven compared to most champions isn't really that high because hyper mobile champions are a staple in top lane, from what I've noticed. Not so much in other lanes, but especially top lane. It can be really dumb. Her kit itself works well together, and I don't mind the design that much, but the fact that it's manaless, pretty stupid in my opinion.
Yeah,
even definitely. Like, they give her a mana bar and make this like 5 mana per cast, you know, per Q. That would make more sense to me than having it have only a cooldown while it still has pretty good utility and damage, you know?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, just not as insanely overloaded, but trust me, back in the day, if you weren't playing back in Season 3, Riven was the epitome of overloaded.
Yeah.
It's just because things have gotten so much worse that we don't think she's that bad. But yeah, Riven needs to go.
Okay.
Alright, you're up.
Let's see. Urgot.
Oh, yeah.
Urgot, because of this. His Q is great. His passive, specifically. His Q is great. His Purge is great.
Cool ability.
Hold on. Nearest enemy. Okay, yeah, that's the one where he like locks onto them and attacks, right? Yeah, that one's really cool. His E is cool. He has like a dash fling, which is okay. And his ultimate is really cool. I think it's a really good execute that takes a lot of skill to apply properly, and it has counterplay against it, where your counterplay is essentially to not go below 25% max health, and if you can do that, you live. If you can't, you die. The Echoing Flames passive, though, is silly because it becomes the best way to hit Urgot, or to fight Urgot is in a way that he cannot really dictate, because he will hit you once with it, right? And then you all you want to do as a fighter, or as a melee fighter, is what I'm saying. You just stand on that section of where he hit you from, and you attack him on it. If he uses, if somehow you get hit by multiples on one side, you just stand on that half the champion. If he flings you, then you walk back around to the other side of Urgot and keep hitting him again. You can prevent him from using his own ability in a situation where he should be able to use it on you. And it feels like a mini game, and I tend to not really enjoy mini games on champions either. I think that the idea is cool, but it's not for me. And he's not a very stable pick either. He only ever sees play whenever he's like overloaded, overpowered. So
Exactly, yeah. I mean, yeah, his passive is the definition of a gimmick, a mini game. It's another word we can use for it. Yeah, I mean, gimmick and mini game are pretty much interchangeable. Most people were calling them mini games around when the Juggernaut patch came out. I remember people were referring to Garen's, judgment hunting the villain ability as a mini game. So we're basically using the terms interchangeably.
yeah,
It's fairly stupid. I don't like his ult, but even I admit that it's fair. It's a ranged skill shot, and obviously it has counterplay. I don't like it myself. I don't like the fact that you can just die immediately. But whatever, it's a fair ability, and as much as I dislike it, it is a fair ability. But yeah, his passive is just stupid. I miss old Urgot, who was a pretty shitty champion too, but he had his moments. Yeah, Urgot's not top 10.
I think I'm gonna take that chance to clarify something. I'm not eliminating champions from my side purely based on the fact that, or purely based around whether or not they have stability. I'm always giving another reason for it. Like all the champions that I've eliminated so far, a lot of them have been unstable picks, like only strong when they're meta, but a lot of other reasons exist for that too. I'm just saying that if a champion is unstable historically, then their kit is a little volatile, and I'm calling that out. I don't think that it means that their kit is bad or they're not going to be in the top 10 best design champions. One of the champion picks in my top 10 I already know is going to be a champion that does not have stability. But yeah, most of the reason there for the Urgot elimination and the other eliminations where I've cited that is because he has a mini game or other reasons for the other champions. Okay, you go.
All right, I'm gonna say Nocturne. Nocturne is really fun to play, really well designed kit, but his ultimate is insanely powerful for a jungler, and it's had to receive many nerfs to its range. It used to be called a global. I think would be remiss to call it a global ultimate at this point. Its range is very low. The rest of his kit I think is really cool. It's fun. It flows well, but he's not top 10. I think it's fair. I think he's a fair champion, but there are a couple things. So his Shroud of Darkness giving him attack speed is a crutch. It's something to have to tag on to make him work, which I don't think is good design. It still does give him attack speed. I think his E is really cool. It gives him a form of crowd control without making him overpowered because he does a lot of damage. It's an unreliable crowd control, but it's designed. It has to be that way to not make him too powerful. And I think it's a cool ability. You have the option to flash out of it. You will never be stuck against him. His passive is cool for sustaining in the jungle, but it's just his ultimate. It's a poorly designed ability in my opinion. It's cool. It's really cool.
Yeah.
The concept of it, but the rest of his kit needs to be brought in line with it. And if his ultimate's too strong, the rest of his kit's too weak. So yeah, he can jump across the map, but then he can't kill people. And if his ultimate, if they want his kit to be good, which they've done at this point, they've given him damage. They've given him a good kit to actually kill things. His ultimate has to be completely gutted.
I agree with eliminating him because I don't think he'll be in my top 10 either. But I actually think his kit's really good.
No, I agree. Yeah, I said that.
Yeah. I just thought that like you said that he was really like super powerful on the ultimate. But yeah, okay, I agree with you.
Yeah, like, my point was like if you had Nocturne in his current state at the moment, but you made his ultimate, have the ranges it had back in like season 3, it'd be broken.
You pick ban.
So yeah, you really need to balance. But if you decide, hey, we're going to keep that ultimate with that range, but we're going to nerf his other abilities and his shit because he can't kill anybody. And then you start seeing tank Nocturne.
Yeah.
Yeah, you start seeing tank Nocturne like back in the day. So yeah, he's not bad by any means, but he's not top 10.
Okay, Nocturne. Let's see. Ooh. Okay, I'll say Zed. Extreme example of Feast or Famine again. The main reason that I would give is because he is an energy-based champion, and they kind of have to balance him around that fact. I don't like energy-based champions in general because just balancing around energy again feels very, very gimmicky. Because there's nothing that's here that you couldn't do with a mana-based champion or a mana-less champion. This is all stuff that could be one or the other, but with a mana-less champion, like nothing really changes, Like you get energy back so fast on champions like this that you don't really think about the energy cost when you're at 100 energy. You're just like, okay, I'm gonna use my combo, and now my cooldowns are down. But in the time that your cooldowns are up, you can regen all of your energy anyways. So it's kind of odd, I think, that this ever became a thing in League, but that's not like it's not horrible. His kit works really well together. I wouldn't give it top 10 personally, but it's just the energy is just I don't like it in general as a design tool.
Zed to me is probably a solid top 20. I think his kit works really well with itself. I think he's one of the fairer assassins out there when Duskblade isn't ridiculous and the items aren't crazy. I think he's a well-designed champion, honestly. I think energy is stupid, but I think that he at least has something that keeps him back. If you're playing jungle, sometimes your Zed mid will ask for a blue buff so we can actually have a way to consistently spam more.
Sure, yeah.
And yeah. So he does have something limiting him. If he was manaless, he would just be like, fuck that shit, like top 50 maybe. But the fact that he has something constraining him, some resource he has to play around, I think it makes him okay. I think he's a solid top 20. I think his skill expression is great. I think his kit is not particularly overloaded. I love his shadows. I love the way you can outplay people with them. Yeah. I don't think it's up there.
That's
an
example of a mini game that doesn't feel like a gimmick. I think that actually feels really good.
It's not really a mini game at all. It's just it's very, very simple. It's very here is a shadow. He can teleport to it. Like it's not like some overarching massive thing that like it is essential to his gameplay, but it's not like it just doesn't seem stupid. It really like Skarner. Like it really fits in his kit, and you can play Zed and maybe not even notice the shadow thing. You just like, oh yeah, Zed's shadow is there. You don't feel like, oh yeah, there's a Skarner spire here. Yeah, it doesn't seem stupid. I think Zed is a really fair champion. I think he's well designed. I just don't think he's top 10. I agree.
Sure.
Goodbye, Zod.
All right, what do you got for me?
All right, let's take a look. So we're getting to... It's getting hard now, but I mean, let's eliminate probably an easy pick, Kassadin.
Kassadin, okay, sure.
Kassadin, I'm sure we all remember the terror. This is relevant. I know we're not solely judging the champions by... you're on Jin, by the way. We're not solely judging champions by their history of their design. But looking at a champion's history is a really good way to see why the design is good or bad. And Kassadin is probably the best example. Anyone who's played in Season 3 remembers the absolute terror of Season 3 Kassadin. Are we in agreement that it was probably the most broken thing in the game? Mm-hmm. Like, that was actually stuck around consistently? Ever. Obviously, you had like Release the Blanc or some shit like that, but that was quickly hot fixed.
This is worse.
Really?
Yes, he's like a 99.9% solo queue pick ban.
Okay. So Kassadin is not top 10 because he was the most broken champion in the game for a while, for the longest time. So Kassadin's Q used to silence people, which obviously silence has been broadly removed as a mechanic because it's bullshit. But the main thing was his ultimate, a consistently spammable ability that had like double the range it has now. Obviously, he had inconsistencies with his Force Pulse, and his Nether Blade wasn't that good. But literally, just his Q and his ultimate carried his entire kit. Like he was those two abilities, and he was absolutely ridiculous. He could clear wave in lane because he had Force Pulse. Nether Blade was useless back there. But the point is, the way that Kassadin is now, he feels a lot more fluid. He feels a lot more fair. I think Kassadin at the moment is not a bad champion. But his design is always going to be just, is his ultimate too powerful? If his ultimate is too powerful, he's broken. And in order to make it, to balance his ultimate, you need to balance. He's just one of those champions where all the power is focused in one area way too much. And he's always been like that. It's what always made him powerful. Like I said, back in Season 3, he was literally just his Q and his ultimate with his E, doing a bit of damage for a combo or clearing waves. He was originally designed as an anti-mage mid laner. Because of his passive, much like Galio, but he became something far more crazy. And yeah, definitely not the most. He's probably like bottom 50, honestly.
I think his first four, like his passive, Q, W, and E, to a lesser extent, his W. This one's kind of stupid. Netherblade. I love Force Pulse. I love Null Sphere. I love his passive. I didn't even know that was called Void Stone. Those are all really well designed. But Netherblade and Riftwalk, like. Netherblade because it's just dumb, but Riftwalk because it's either insanely overpowered, broken, or it's very like underpowered, nerfed, and it feels like more of a burden sometimes to cast Riftwalk on Kassadin than casting other abilities. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. At this point, yeah.
I like how they balance it around giving it increasing mana cost the more you use it, but I just. He's way too reliant on it, and he just gets destroyed a lot of the time by AD mids pre-6, where a lot of other mages don't have that problem. Well, I guess Kassadin's more of an assassin or a fighter, but you know what I mean.
Why do you think Netherblade's a bad ability?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think that mana restoration on it should really be a thing, especially when
probably not.
When early game mana constraint is one of his biggest weaknesses. I tend to not enjoy when champions have ways around mana costs. But it seems kind of like a shitty tool, I guess, compared to the rest of his kit.
Hey, come on now, dude. It costs 1 mana. Like, he's obviously very constrained in that department.
Sure, yeah, obviously.
Look, I think I like how the ability fits into his kit. I agree with you.
No, yeah, it works well with his kit.
Bullshit. I think, rift walking in, Q, W, E, I think that fits with what he does. Because that's sort of what made his gameplay really weird back in Season 3. You rift walk in, you Q, you E, and then you just press W and auto attack them several times. I think that his kit's a lot more fluid now, which is why I like his W. But yeah, I do agree the mana restore is pretty stupid.
Sure, okay. I mean, I guess thinking about it, I have less of a problem with Netherblade than his ultimate. The Netherblade does feel pretty good to play as when you play him, but I think it's just very gated by this from entering into my top 10 list, the ultimate Riftwalk. So, yeah.
As I said, he's probably in bottom 50 for me. Like, definitely worse, but he is probably one of the worst.
I'd probably put Kassadin in terms of pure design, probably put him in top 20, but I wouldn't let him come there top 10.
Really?
Yeah, I think his kit, whenever you like in a vacuum, if you just consider his kit, I think it works really well. But you have to also consider like the context, I think, of the kit, where you don't really see a lot of Kassadin one tricks populating Hylia,
True.
Like that.
I don't agree though. But what? I mean, I don't really agree. We should probably move on. But I just think that his design wise, he's really bad. Because he has all that power focus on his ultimate. But I mean, we can see here for another 10 minutes discussing Kaisa. It's probably not a good idea. So, yeah, you're up.
Alrighty, Kog'Maw, another low-hanging fruit. I think the reason I would give for Kog'Maw to be not top 10 material is Bio fucking Arcane Barrage is the most one of the most, if not the most absurd DPS abilities in this entire fucking game.
At least it's magic damage and not true damage.
True. It is magic damage, but even against heavy MR stacking targets, it really doesn't matter because it's just you attack so fast, you get so many of them from a bonus of up to 710 total range, it's just like you cut through everything. You literally cut through everything, even tanks. And it's so hard to kill a Kog'Maw whenever he's paired with a support, such as, you know, Lulu, Janna, etc. But if he doesn't have a support like that, he's super easy to kill, right?
Exactly.
You can't have a champion, I think, even a bot lane AD carry, that is so very reliant on an enchanter type protect me support, because it's just like it feels like shit when you need someone else to pick a certain champion for your champion to work. It's like, think about playing against a fed Kog'Maw when his support is fucking Pyke. Now think about playing against a fed Kog'Maw when his support is Janna. Which one is more scary? The Janna one,
Exactly.
obviously.
Yeah. And that's the biggest thing, you know. Kog'Maw is designed as the archetypal like late game AD carry, and late game he is really powerful. But the thing is, in the early game, he's way too strong with an enchanter based support, someone who can shield him, someone who can heal him.
Yeah.
He's way too strong with those sorts of champions. He should be able to just be bullied relentlessly, but with those sorts of champions supporting him, he can easily bully the lane, which is ridiculous. Late game, he does hybrid damage, which is really hard to itemize against, and like you said, with his support being someone who can protect him, he's just so annoying and so hard to kill. If he's paired with a Leona or something, then early game he's shit. He just gets bullied around. He can't do anything. He can't follow up on the Leona's all-ins. And late game, obviously, the Leona is going to be going for engages, and he's going to be left alone, and he's going to need to rely on his tank to protect him. But his tank can only body block for him and peel him. They can't really support him in any direct way. So yeah, not top 10. His entire kit honestly just feels really wonky to me whenever I played him. His Voidooz really just doesn't feel like it fits in with the rest of his kit. It just feels like it does nothing.
The Voidooz is like it doesn't have.
Why is that ability there? It doesn't do like what? It's I don't know. It's just stupid. Cathian Surprise is a fun little passive, but once again, it's just it's weird. It's stupid.
I think the rest of his kit is like kind of so powerful that they couldn't really give him a passive that actually helps his abilities, like most of their champions.
They gave him the gimmick for a passive, basically.
Kind of, yeah, kind of. This is one of the first.
Sort of like, have
the
this.
Game.
Yeah, it's not bad because it doesn't really have that much impact, but yeah, not top 10, definitely.
Yeah, way too reliant on support, and he's either super duper game breakingly overpowered or not played at all. And right now he's in one of those states where he's not played at all. Whenever Ardent Sensor was the meta, Kog'Maw pick ban every single game. Every single game.
Exactly. Ugh.
So very meta reliant.
Alright, I'm gonna say Evelynn. Once again, a champion with a single ability that is really strong, and that is permanent stealth. I think that what they've done with her recently is pretty good, I suppose. The fact that they've gated her stealth to it's level 6, right? Yeah, she gets stealth. But, you know, just having to balance the fact that they needed to, because Evelynn is that ability. You can't have Evelynn without that. And the fact that it was ever in the game to begin with was just stupid. It was a poor design choice from the start. And the fact that they've had to jump through so many hoops in order to make that work is really stupid, in my opinion. It's one of the reasons why, for example, I'm still a bit like, ooh, you know, Illaoi can place her tentacles after level 11. It just seems like that it's something that they need to add on to like force it to work.
Yeah. And
in this instance, they need to add on that at level 6 to force her to be balanced. I think what they've done with the new kit is okay. It's nothing amazing, in my opinion. I'm not inspired to play her in any way. I think her ultimate is okay. I think her allure ability is sort of bullshit, but whatever. But I just think the fact that trying to balance a champion...
Where they get charmed after you hit them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that trying to balance a champion around permanent stealth, it was a poor design choice from the start, and I think it's always going to hold her down. It's always going to keep her out of top 10. It's always going to keep her out of top 30, in my opinion, probably. Overall, not a toxic champion at this point. I think she's balanced. I think she's fine, but no, not top 10.
I think that her kit is actually really well put together. I'm not a fan of Hermistealth. So I think for that reason, she does not have a perfect kit. Allure, Charm is whatever. At least she has mana cost, you know. I actually don't hate Evelynn's kit that much. I wouldn't put her in top 10. I like her kit a lot, personally, besides the permanent.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad.
Kind of weird. But yeah, she's either, again, super duper feast or famine. Right now, actually for the last several, like, no, actually since like season 7, so like the entire season, she's like a 56% win rate. or something crazy like that. Her win rate is super duper high because it's so hard to balance around perma-stealth, and I'm not a fan of that, so we'll go ahead and greedy cross her out.
Yeah.
Evelyn.
All right, who's next?
Let's see. Ooh, it's kind of lagging now. Yeah, Firefox. Let's say... Man, that's tough now. Really, really tough. Fuck, I want to say Rammus yet. No, I don't want to say Rammus yet. Actually, like it quite a bit. Did I lose my... I did lose my... marks. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, let's say... Lucian. I'll say Lucian, but not for the reason that you're thinking. I think his kit is actually really, really fluid and well designed. Wouldn't put him in top 10. But the thing is, Relentless Pursuit was so very similar to old AD carry Graves' dash that whenever Riot Games, we talked about this before, whenever we talked about Graves, whenever Riot Games gave their logic for reworking Graves, they said that Lucian's Relentless Pursuit was essentially the same ability as Graves' old dash, which it was, because Graves, you would dash, you auto attack, you get CDR on your dash. Relentless Pursuit, you dash, you auto attack, resets the cooldown. It's the same fucking thing. And an entire champion was reworked because of the similarity between this one fucking ability and the other character, like Graves. So I don't know. I again, I don't think his kit is actually that atrocious. But I wouldn't put him top 10. I think that he's very, very stable pick actually overall. You still a lot of time will see Illusion even when he's considered weak, but it's the Relentless Pursuit. That's my reason for cutting him right now.
Lucian's always been a polarizing AD carry. When he was released, Relentless Pursuit was sort of meh, wasn't it? If I'm remembering correctly, it was sort of just like, yeah, whatever. But then he got a small change that made Relentless. He could just like relentlessly pursuit relentlessly, basically, just all over the place. And he went crazy for a while. He's really fun to play. I think his passive is really cool. It's one of the funnest passives in the game, in my opinion, to actually use. His ultimate's pretty cool. Yeah, because just being able to shoot twice and how it swaps between targets is pretty cool. It's balanced because the second shot is weaker. I think he's really fluid to play. He's one of the more fun and fair AD carries out there, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Relentless Pursuit is, you're right. It's just the same ability. Apart from that, the rest of his kits are pretty cool design. I think his W is sort of weird. It's just like, hey, here's this. W feels kind
of tacked on.
Yeah, it's just tacked on there. So I don't think he's perfect. He's not top 10, but he's probably one of the best AD carries design-wise.
Yeah, I agree. I have to agree with you there. I'm going to spoil you a little bit. I do have an AD carry in my top 10. So
I probably do too.
Cool.
Actually, I think we probably both have the same one. I think we talked about this.
Did we? We might
have.
I think.
Okay. I think we both have the same one.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to say Draven. I don't think he's the one.
I think I know why.
Draven, his passive.
Yep.
It's his passive is a complete gimmick. And combined with that, his Q is a complete gimmick. This is a champion designed entirely around a mini game where you catch axes. I feel like I'm in a circus show every time I play Draven, instead of actually playing League of Legends. If anyone's watched Tyler One Clown Show, that's how I feel when I play Draven. The times I have played him, it's just gimmicky. It's really stupid. And also because his entire kit is balanced around that. They have to make it really, really powerful for all the effort you put into catching axes, so it skews the rest of his abilities. He's inconsistent, basically. You need to catch the axes to do well, but if you're not in a position where you can do that, you're just an underwhelming champion. League of Draven is a stupid ultimate that they had to put on, a stupid passive that they had to put on there, because his old passive was too strong with doing the Blood Brothers damage. Way too strong early game.
The bleed,
he was the best fucking lane bully AD carry. And basically, they're just like, we don't know what to do, so here, have this. And it's dumb. It's really frustrating if you can't secure kills, if your support accidentally takes them.
Yeah.
It gets you really fucking pissed off with them and your team.
Spinning
axe is a dumb gimmick.
Early game while you're building up stacks, like, man.
Oh, yeah, fuck that. Like, too inconsistent, too gimmicky. Probably fun to play, but not good design-wise.
Yeah, his abilities all together work together very well, except the passive. Like, this literally, like, you're rewarded for catching an axe, but, like, you want to catch them anyway so you don't lose them. So you're getting rewarded for doing something that you're gonna do no matter what, and if you die, then you lose all of the reward of your passive. Or not all of it, you lose most of it. Yeah, 75%. So it's like Blood Rush, Stand Aside, Spinning Axe, Rolling Death, all of his abilities work well together, but it just feels so tacked on.
Rolling Death is a really cool ultimate, actually. Yeah. But yeah, it's just passive is dumb, in my opinion. I don't know if you share it, but the whole catching access thing is dumb.
I think it's a gimmick, but I think it works very well.
Yeah, it does, but it is a gimmick. I don't think he's completely terrible. It's just the passive the passive is the most egregious thing, like I said. So yeah, he's not going to be top 10. Goodbye, Draven.
Right. Cross Draven out. Ooh, tough.
What's going to be our number 70 cut?
Did I say Lee Sin? I don't want to say Lee Sin, but I know
I'm cool with
it eventually.
I'm cool with Lee Sin.
All right, let's say Lee Sin. Lee Sin is League of Legends' prime example of flashy mug gameplay, like mud mechanics, like type champion.
Faggot champion.
I wouldn't go that far, but he's a champion who they routinely buff up for Worlds because they know they will get viewers when people play Lee Sin because he's flashy. His abilities all have secondary abilities on them because they were like, oh, this is gonna be cool. You know, Tempest, Cripple, Safeguard, Iron. Like, why couldn't these just all be one ability? You know, what's the logic between just like putting Resonating Strike and Sonic Wave on the same ability? I'll tell you why. The reason is because Lee Sin was released in 2013, I think. No, it's 2011. Yeah, 2011.
2011.
Yeah, Lee Sin was released in 2011, and if you were to have an ability with multiple paragraphs of text back in 2011, people would have lost their fucking minds. So they're like, well, he doesn't have a really complicated one ability. He has two simpler ones. Because
that totally makes it better, yeah.
Bamboozled the entire community into thinking that he was a simple, mechanically intensive champion, when really he's pretty complex, like deep abilities, you know? Outside of that,
Lee Sin is a ridiculous champion. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm not doubting that he's fun to play. I'm not doubting that he has a lot of amazing mains who play him and play him really well. But here's the thing. It's because of those mains that we've not been able to see any changes in Lee Sin. If they try to make any change to Lee Sin to make him fair, he's suddenly just fucking outrage, and like you can't.
His
do
play rate's like really high too because he's one of those champions that's really like fun, you know.
Has he been under top 5 most played ever?
I don't think so. Like
straight up, I'm not talking like your last 5 years. I'm like, ever? Has he ever been under top 5 pick?
No, I don't.
Maybe
think so.
I'm sure someone's going to point out in the comments where he has, but
maybe when he was like weaker, but he hasn't.
Yeah, when he was
whenever
weaker.
He's weak, it's also for a very short period of time. If a rat's like, oh fuck, we gotta buff Lee Sin. World's happening.
Lee Sin's kit is overloaded. There's no two ways about it. He's not a well-designed champion. He has paragraphs of text on everything to make him work. He has tools for everything. He has gap closers. He has slows. He has damage. He has ways to reposition
himself.
People.
Like
he can heal himself. He can shield himself. He can shield allies. He has attack speed. He has literally everything. And yeah, there's small things, but they all work together to make a champion that's just unfun to play against. He's fun as fuck to play.
How about that?
He's a mini Camille.
Yeah.
He is the classic example of an overloaded champion.
Yeah.
I think the only reason we both left him this far is because we thought, let's not eliminate Lee Sin too early because people are going to be really pissed off. But as much as Lee Sin is fun to play, and I played Lee Sin, and I had a blast playing him.
Mm-hmm.
but I still hate playing against him. He was a champion I died to most in season 6 or 5 or 7. I think it was season 7. He's a champion I died to most.
Hard to say because he's in 30% of every game played of League of Legends.
Exactly. He's fucking everywhere all the time, and he's really annoying, and he's overloaded. And yeah, not top 10 by a long shot, in my opinion. He's not even top 50, in my opinion. Lee Sin is just not there.
His kit works super well together, but mobility creep is another big issue with him too.
His kit works too well with itself.
Sure,
his kit does everything. It works too well. You need to have well-defined weaknesses in champion. If you ask me, all right, Johnny, what's Singer's weakness?
Mobility and crowd control.
What's Nasus's weakness?
Mobility and crowd control.
What's Malphite's weakness?
Mobility and crowd control.
And
okay, magic damage.
Let's give a more classic example. What's Nidalee's weakness, I suppose?
Burst damage. Crowd control.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's Lee Sin's weakness?
Nerfs.
There you go. Yeah, you can think of something in champions like Nami, burst. Yeah. Morgana, burst. Lee Sin,
he has a shield that he can heal himself, and he can peel himself, and he can jump away, and fuck. You know?
He has too many tools. I'm sure people are going to be commenting right now in the chat, weaknesses of Lee Sin, but the fact that it takes me more than fucking 1 minute to think of a concrete weakness is dumb. And it means that it's not well-defined. Champions need to have well-defined weaknesses, and Lee Sin does not. So, yeah, he needs to go.
Okay. I think it's your go, right?
Alright. Who are we going to get rid of here? It sucks, because I want to say a bunch of AD carries, but I just don't really have enough experience on AD carry. I think I can justify in many ways why I think certain AD carries don't belong, but I'm not sure. I'll probably leave the AD carries to you. You have a lot more experience. You could probably explain them initially a lot better. So I'll try and think of something else here.
Most of the AD carries are actually still on this list.
Yeah, they are.
Because I think the AD carries, for the most part, in League of Legends are designed very well. Vayne, Kog'Maw, Kaisa. Big exceptions to the rule. But I think, for the most part, Riot has really done well in terms of pure design for the AD carries. They're basically all stat check champions, but they're still really, really good and well designed. Stat check's not necessarily a bad thing. If I had to pick an AD carry to cut right now, Xayah, another one. For what we have, fuck, that is actually really difficult. You're right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do an AD carry though.
All right, keep an AD carry in mind for the next one. I'm gonna throw out oddball. I'm gonna say Zilean.
Zilean, why is that?
Yeah. Okay, so Zilean. Barry's gonna hate me. My friend Barry loves Zilean. He's an interesting champion, but he's weird. He's gimmicky. His ultimate is he suffers from the same thing as other. His ultimate's too powerful. And because his ultimate's too powerful, they can't really give him a real passive. They need to give him this weird supporty passive when he has the kit of sort of this mid laner sort of champion. They need to make his bombs really weird, because if his bombs are like his old bombs, he becomes played in mid really. He's always played in mid, and they're really, really strong. We all remember like season 3 Reggie mid with Zilean and shit like that. Zilean mid. Rewind is incredibly strong. I think they put so much power into his rewind and his chrono shit. No, is it his rewind? Or the one that slows him down and can speed up enemies?
Time warp.
Time warp. That's it. Yeah, sorry, time warp. That's what I meant. So he's really just those two abilities. He's chrono shift and time warp in many ways. They're the big defining points of power in his kit. His bomb just feels weird and awkward to use. His passive is just like, what is this?
Yeah.
He's just a champion that, in my opinion, they've never really known what to do with him. And because he's never been popular, they've just sort of said, okay, I mean, he's not poorly, like, he's not bad. Like, he's not toxic to the game because he just sort of exists. He's just there. People will play him sometimes. People will not play him sometimes.
Yeah.
But he's not top 10. His kit is just too odd and too weird and doesn't make any sense with itself in many ways. So I just don't think it's top 10.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and agree with you there. I think another big reason why I wouldn't put Zilean in my top 10 is because he actually is such an extreme hard counter to champions who do not have a dash or a gap closer or some other form of mobility to just instantly get on top of him, that you have to flash onto him. And if the best tool that you have to play against a champion is to fucking flash onto them, I think it's a problem in terms of design. Because
Time Warp is a really good, like I said, he is just a really powerful point in his kit that's just way too strong in many ways. It's probably better than his ultimate overall.
Time Warp is way better than his ultimate. Yeah, the ultimate has genuine counterplay. The health, okay, yeah. So the health actually scales with AP. I knew that. I didn't know that the base was 1100 at level 3. That's quite high. But I mean, it doesn't really feel unfair to play against Chrono Shift, even when it's level 16 with 45% CDR. It still doesn't feel unfair to play against. The most unfair thing is Time Warp. Like, and the only counterplay to it is to flash, use a gap closer, or have Banshees. And even then, it's just like, pair that, I think, with the very gimmicky bomb and the very like gimmicky passive, it's not a top 10 material in my opinion. I'm going to go ahead and agree with you and cross him off.
Zillion's impossible to catch if you don't have a gap closer. He just time warps, then rewinds it, then time warps. He'll slow you, then speed himself up, then slow you, then speed himself up. It's impossible to get to him. And yeah, he's not top 10. All right, you're up. You said you're an AD carry.
I still haven't chosen one, by the way.
Oh, God.
It's difficult because I think the AD carries are all really designed well, like really well.
Yeah, they're not too bad, honestly. It's really the recent ones. It's really the recent ones, honestly. Yeah.
People are going to fucking hate me if I say Jhin. I know they're going to hate me if I say Jhin. But I'm going to say Jhin.
Oh, really?
I think in terms of design, it works super. These abilities work very, very well together. The problem that I have with Jhin is, again, in his passive, the 1, 2, 3, 4 thing. It's not a gimmick. It doesn't feel like a mini game, but it's very. It just seems like so forced, like overloaded at the same time, that they had to like think of ways to limit the champion while he still has access to pretty much everything that he still needs. It's I can't see it in my top 10. I really can't. It works very well. Everything works very well together, but I think that the passive is just, it's too much. Like the ammo system in combination with, you can't get attack speed, you know, but well, you can, but you have to level up. It's, and the attack speed gets a bonus, was it transition into movement speed, I think? Like, it gets converted. It's odd. It's just very odd.
Jin's kit is so cool and works so well with itself. I would almost put him in my top 10, even with a gimmick.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, his kit is so good. It's so well designed. It's so fun to play against. But yeah, it's his passive that's just like, what is this? Like, couldn't you have found another way to accomplish this? Why did you have to force it this hard? Why do we have another champion with?
The reload time is, I don't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
No, all good.
The reload time is so low that it basically just turns into every 4th auto attack, Jhin gets the crit, as opposed to every 4 auto attacks, and then after a reload, you have your passive backup. Like, it doesn't even feel like he fucking has, you know, that 4 bullet passive thing. It just feels like every 4 auto attacks. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's another really cool champion ruined by gimmick in many ways. I think without that gimmick, Jhin will be top 10 easy.
Absolutely, yeah. Without
his kit is so fucking good. I'll be honest with you, he might be like an 11 or 12 for me.
I would put him in 11 most likely. Yeah.
Not even bullshitting. I just think it keeps him out of top 10. But Jhin mains, like, we're not selling your champion short. He's really fucking good. He's really cool, but he is constrained by this gimmicky ability that's really dumb. But the rest of his kit is just so good that he earns those. Like, this is a compliment for the champion.
Yeah,
this is a compliment for the designer. Who designed Jhin, actually?
I think it was I think it was the SHW guy. I forget. Who was it? No, it's August Browning. That guy's a really good developer. He made Gnar, which I think was a mistake, but outside of that...
Okay. But yeah, I mean, Jhin is, like I said, probably the 11 or 12 for me and an 11 for Minish. And that's with a gimmicky passive. He's that well designed, but it keeps him out of top 10.
Yeah.
That's all there is to us. Goodbye, Jhin. play some sad piano music for you. All right. Let's take a see here. Who needs to go? Do I think it's time for Elise to go? I think maybe it's time for Elise to go.
Okay.
Okay, so Elise, once again, a really cool champion. Really meta-defining. But once again, we see the thing with her kit where she has 2 forms and she has like all these different abilities and all these... An overloaded champion. I mean, can we really say in many ways that she isn't?
She's one of the ones who has to be nerfed super hard to keep in check because she has access to way too many things.
Exactly. She has burst damage, she has sustained damage, she has hard crowd control, she has mobility, she has ways to get on people, ways to disengage from people. And it all leads to the point where she has to be nerfed in so many ways that her kit just doesn't feel right. Because they're trying to put power into all these things without giving her a clearly defined way. At least she has, like, you can burst her down at least. At least doesn't get tanky a lot of the time.
She gets outscaled really hard too.
She does get outscaled.
Yeah.
There were metas where she did actually build tankier, like with Ryze and shit like that. But
the terror that was top lane AP.
No,
holy shit.
We're not talking about top lane.
Oh
no.
god.
But because we could probably spend like 20 minutes talking about how bullshit that was.
PTSD from that shit.
But honestly, I think in terms of overloaded kits, she's probably one of the most balanced out there at the moment. At the moment,
yeah.
But if the meta even slightly favors her, she becomes ridiculous. If she gets overbuffed in one spot, she becomes ridiculous. She's over-designed. They tried to do too much with her. To me, she's another one of those look at my portfolio champions, a classic example of it, though to a lesser extent than some of the contemporary examples. At least it's definitely not top 10.
I think the mini spiderling thing is really cool.
That's cool, yeah.
I actually didn't know that spider form abilities healed her. I thought that was just her volatile or her spider form skittering frenzy ability. Huh.
Yeah.
No, it only gives attack speed. I thought that the heal was tied to this ability. I actually didn't know that. But yeah, I mean, she's repel, the invulnerability. Part of the same reason we eliminated Fizz was the invulnerability. Transformation ultimate. I don't think that they have a champion that does transformation ultimates well. What do you think?
Yeah.
Well, maybe Nidalee,
exactly.
But we haven't gotten to her yet. I actually haven't decided if I want to cut Nidalee or not.
You know what?
Maybe
I'll put her as my next pick to discuss it, but Elise will be my pick now.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and agree to get rid of Elise.
All right, you're up.
Well, I think this one can be relatively simple. Cassiopeia, Boots passive gimmick, or lack of Boots passive gimmick.
Ugh.
They put
They took a meme from the community. Cassiopeia buys boots, haha, Megalo XD. Hey, what if we take that meme and like do a play around it thing? Like, just because she's a snake woman doesn't like. There are lots of items that don't fit thematically in the game. Okay,
yeah,
it doesn't make sense to buy a sword on Caitlyn to do damage. Okay, the game is not designed in that way. The fact that you attach an arbitrary gimmick on her because like, oh, she's a snake, it makes sense. No, it doesn't need to make sense. Okay, items don't need to make sense in the game. And yeah, I'll let you bitch about it because I know you don't like it.
This aspect of the serpent, this ability that she used to have, not the first iteration where it made her abilities cost less mana, but this one right here, aspect of the serpent reworked to give her bonuses whenever she reaches certain thresholds of mana, was so fucking good in terms of design. I understand why it was removed because it was clearly overpowered. But in terms of raw design, this is just so much better than Cassiopeia cannot buy boots, but instead she gains base movement speed.
It's dumb. It's stupid. And the rest of her kit isn't that horrible, honestly. Her ultimate is incredibly powerful, but it can be played around. It can be juked. It can be seen coming. Twin Fang is cool. It synergizes with the rest of her kit. Giving her grounding is really weird. I don't know why she has grounding. I don't know why she needs it. I can understand. I suppose, yeah, she needs people to stay in her Twin Fang, but I think it makes her a bit too powerful and means that they have to nerf other aspects of her kit.
Yeah.
I think they should just make her like, yeah, she does a lot of damage, but if you can get away from it. Right now, it's just like, oh yeah, she does quite a bit of damage, but and because of that, she doesn't do a ridiculous amount. And because she doesn't do a ridiculous amount, we need to have some way to keep you from getting away from her. I don't like that.
I personally don't have as much of a problem with the grounding because her abilities are so short range. Like Noxious Blast 850, Miasma 800, Twin Fang 700, Petrifying Gaze 825. As far as mid lane mages go, those are some pretty short ranges. And so I can understand why they would give her grounding on Miasma. Like, you got in range of Cassiopeia. If you can't tank her, you deserve to die. You're fucked because it's so easy to stay away from her in terms of range. You know what I mean? But
yeah, true. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Yeah,
it can feel unfair to play against, but I think that grounding is actually a pretty healthy mechanic that, by God, this game needs. There's so much fucking mobility in it. There's so much mobility everywhere.
I guess I'm just being nostalgic for like an old the old Cassiopeia, where she was more of a burst mage, whereas now she's more of a sustained damage mage. So yeah, I suppose you're right. It's not that bad, but she's not.
I think that the passive is just it doesn't make sense. Like Cassiopeia, like what? You know, it all it does is make her fast as fuck anyways, while making it so she doesn't need to buy boots to be fast as fuck. It makes her into a essentially 6-item powerhouse instead of a 5-item plus boots powerhouse like most other champions have to be. And her entire kit has to be balanced around that and nerfed to compensate for the fact that she can build 6 fucking damage items.
Makes no sense for the rest of the kit.
Items, right? Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. Whereas,
like that's Django I'm attacking it from, not even the 6-item power spike thing. Although that is a consequence
for a kit.
It is a consequence, absolutely, and it's one of the reasons why these ideas are really stupid.
This was way better. This aspect of the serpent was way better. What do you think?
Yeah, way better. It honestly wasn't that great. Well, I mean, like design wise, it was great for her, like playing her. But it wasn't that great design-wise, but it was better. I don't know why they got rid of that and decided to replace it with the stupid boots thing. I think they're basically just like, we need to remove her passive.
They could have even changed like the effects that it gives for reaching certain stacks of mana, but it's like they just said fuck that, removed it, and gave her the new one. And I think they ruined what was a really good passive. I think if she had the old passive, she would probably come close to my top 10. I don't know if she would enter it, but she would come close.
Yeah. All right, Nidalee. So let's discuss Nidalee. Now, you're probably right when you say that Nidalee is probably the best transformed champion in the game design-wise. Obviously, we all remember that the terror that was AP. You're going to notice me doing this a lot with these certain champions. I'm going to reference how they were in the past because it's really important to how their kit is today. It's very important to have context and see why the balancing decisions were made. Nidalee's Q, the javelin toss, used to be fucking absurd.
1500 range.
The hitbox used to be huge. The range used to be huge. It would be invisible a lot of the time due to glitches fired from Fog of War. And she basically just became that champion. If you got Nidalee and ARAM, it was just great. Good times because you just toss javelins and just do so much damage. She pioneered pretty much every poke comp back in that day. It was the reason why the poke meta was so good. Back in Season 3, Nidalee was ridiculously strong because of her javelin toss. The rest of her abilities were like, all right, whatever. She puts the trap down, cool, whatever, it does nothing. Her heal, yeah, she heals, and she does a lot of
her heal. Reveal wards.
I don't remember that, actually.
Really? I wanted to take that out before you started playing, but her traps, like, if you saw where someone put a ward down, you could trap it and reveal it, and you could kill it.
Oh, I don't remember that. Maybe I just didn't know it back then. But yeah, so basically old Nidalee was her Q would chunk you out, she would heal for a ton, she would build straight AP, so she would heal for a ton. Her W did nothing, her traps did nothing, and then her ultimate, so basically she could harass you from range, and she could turn into a cat and then just run away. Her cat abilities or her cougar abilities
from range. She would one-shot you from range.
Yeah, she would one-shot you from range. But like her cougar abilities back then weren't really used for fighting in melee, although they were, if that happened, they're mainly used for running away. For being like, cool, I've just chunked you for 1 million damage, or one-shot you, now I'm just going to run away and jump across the wall and be completely unkillable. Yeah, and now what they've done to Nidalee is they've needed to nerf her so much in her spear department, they needed to rework her, they need to try and change her around, but once again, she has that transform-based kit. She's a champion who is designed to chunk people in range while also being good in melee. You can't... Fundamentally, her design was flawed. And it's because of her javelin toss. It's because they gave her a range nuke. While she is a champion that can transform into a melee champion, much like Jace with his acceleration gate. Why do you give him a range nuke to make him chunk people from range and also the ability to fight well in close quarters? It's stupid.
Yeah.
And like I said, she's a champion that does it the best because she's the oldest, right? She came out before Jace.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, she did, yeah.
2009 champion.
Yeah. So she does it the best because she was one of the original ones. But even back then, it was stupid. It's overloaded. It's dumb. You can't balance the kit adequately and give her a well-defined playstyle and a well-defined place.
Yeah,
you have so much shit to balance around. It doesn't work.
She's one of those champions that has 6 abilities.
Yeah.
1 ultimate and then 2 basic abilities on each ability. And she's one of the original, probably the original, I'd say, overloaded champion. What do you think?
I'd say that. Probably, yeah. So yeah, she's not top 10. She needs to go.
I think the main reason that I would give is I agree with you, the transformation gimmick, and for that reason, fuck it. Get out of here, Nidalee.
Get out of here, bitch.
Okay. My turn?
Your turn.
My turn. Really difficult now. Renekton. I probably will say Renekton eventually.
I think Renekton's cool, but I don't think it's top 10.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say Renekton now then.
I really don't think there's all that much to discuss here. I mean,
manless,
he's an okay
lane
champion.
bully that...
Manless, lane bully? He's manless is the big thing, indeed.
The Fury mechanic is pretty dumb, because essentially the way that you bully the lane as Renekton, if you can't get a kill, or if the enemy player is playing safely, is you sit on like 45 Fury, and then you just wait. If they walk up to you, you auto 50 Fury, cast W, or no, you cast W to get above 50 Fury, and then you Q when you're above 50 Fury, and then all of a sudden the enemy top laner's chunked, and you heal yourself. Would be much healthier, I think, if he was mana-based, and I think if he was mana-based, they could even let him scale a little bit better than he does. He still scales very well, but that's not because of his kit, it's because of the Essence Reaver build being a thing. It's because of an item. That's the reason why he somewhat scales okay, still gets mostly outscaled. Let's say he's like a 10, no, I'd say he's like an 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 early game bully. As far as scaling the late game goes, it's like a 6 out of 10 late game champion. If like the ideal late game champion is like a Vayne, out of 10, I'd say he's like a 6 out of 10. Which is probably still too high because of the Essence Reaver build and the amount of strength he has in lane. But it's just,
yeah,
you have to balance around the fact that he's manaless. The Fury thing is really stupid. But as far as like classic lane bullies go, yeah, he's a pretty well designed lane bully, I think.
He's not bad. I just think he has too much power in lane for how decently well he can scale into the late game. I don't think he's balanced adequately there. I think, we forget also the fact that he can sustain in lane as well. That's really powerful.
Stupid.
The sustain is really stupid. It's probably one of the main things I hate about him. Yeah, it's just like, but once again, he can do everything in lane. He can stun you, he can engage on you, he can almost poke you because he can E onto you, stun you, bloody W or whatever it is, the one that heals him, and then E out. He basically just poked you. I mean, yeah, he technically all-ined you, but yeah, he's one of the
poke.
Yeah, he's one of the fairer lane bullies, but he's not top 10.
He's too item reliant, I think, too.
I'll say Pantheon's better. Yeah, indeed, and Pantheon is probably better than him.
Yeah, Pantheon's way better designed, but I don't even think that. Yeah, Renekton's kit is that egregious. It's just the right now, the way it is right now, he relies on Essence Reaver to not be a complete pile of shit late game. So everyone's building it, and it's just it's dumb. You can't have a champion that's that item reliant. Same reason why I think Kale got the elimination earlier. It's just she's too item reliant, and Kale is just like a shittier version of Azir with an invulnerability on her kit, which is hard to do with an invulnerability. But we already talked about that. Your turn, I believe.
All right. Now I'm not sure if you agree with me on this, but here are my logic. Morgana.
Okay, why?
Black Shield. Black Shield is... I just don't think it's a good ability. I just don't think the fact that it can... Like, let me put it this way. If I asked you, like, what does Black Shield negate? You'd think, like, pretty much everything, but there are some things that it doesn't negate. There are some things that don't work with it. It's weird. It's a weird ability. I think it's cool, but her whole kit is balanced around Black Shield, and Black Shield can be so meta-defining. It's insane. I don't think one basic ability should have so much power. The rest of her kit, I think, is okay. I mean, she doesn't have the 3-second Q stun anymore, which I never thought was that bad. It was bad, but I never thought it was that bad because...
She does.
She does. Oh,
yeah.
Level 5, but it used to be...
scale up now.
Yeah, it has to scale up now. Like I said, I don't think that's that bad either. It's a very slow and cumbersome skill shot to land. I just think that Black Shield is just... It counters too much. It does too much for her, and because it's so powerful, they have to nerf so much of the rest of her kit and bring her in line in so many ways. She just doesn't feel fluid to play because of Black Shield. Her passive is weird. It's still the spell vamp, right?
They don't call it spell vamp, but yeah, it's basically spell
Right,
vamp.
yeah,
It stores out equal 20% of ability damage dealt to champion, large minion, and large monsters.
Yeah, it's weird. Is she a mid laner? Is she a support? Her passive tells me that she's a mid laner, designed to like push waves constantly with her W, but her Q and her E tell me that she's a support.
Like that.
Yeah, obviously. And Soul Shackles is a really good team fighting ability. It's just that Black Shield is just such a polarizing ability. Black Shield does too much. I think it's too powerful, and I think the fact that you have to design her whole kit to be balanced around that ability is just dumb, and it's a poor design decision. I mean, you might disagree.
I kind of want to say that I disagree because I think that Black Shield is such an old ability, and it's really only a problem ability when the target of the Black Shield is a very valuable, powerful target. Like, it's not so bad when like a tank is black shielded or a support is black shielded, or even like a bruiser is black shielded. But when the instant you black shield a hyper carry, it becomes a problem, because then the main things that you are able to do to kill and stop a hyper carry are prevented, which is burst damage a lot of the time, not all the time, burst damage and spell effects, crowd control, getting hit randomly by like an enemy like Syndra stun or something like that, you know, that gets prevented. So I do kind of disagree with you there, because she gets the Black Shield strength. A lot of it comes from who she shields, but at the same time, I understand why you would say it, because her whole kit, yeah, does have to be based around the Black Shield. So I can agree. I wouldn't put her top 10, but I don't think that the Black Shield is as bad as you say it is. Yeah,
maybe not, I suppose, but I mean, you're not really going to be like Janna. Like, Janna will shield tanks, but most of the time, like, I can say the same thing about Janna's shield, really. Like, she shields a tank, that's pretty powerful, but like, it's nothing compared to when she shields an AD carry and gives them another third of their health bar. So you could make the same logic for that in many ways. But I think we can both agree that Janna's shield can be pretty bullshit at times, depending on the meta. Despite the fact that we decided not to eliminate her yet, but yeah, I don't think
we'll talk about Janna when we get there.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, but yeah, I agree. Morgana's probably not top 10. As much as I hate to cross her off here, I'll say she's not top 10. Okay. My turn, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Thresh. I thought we had Thresh.
Thresh, okay.
Did you already say Thresh before, or did I not?
No, we haven't brought Thresh up yet. I think I might disagree with you, actually.
Okay.
But go on.
Well, hear my reasoning here first. Very, 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 I think, overloaded kit in terms of how much crowd control it has. One champion, he doesn't have a heal, or anything like that, but the sheer amount of CC and cock blocking that Thresh can do to champions that have no reliable gap closer is so high. It is so high. And yeah, I think that certain champions should have the ability to peel, and they should be able to peel well, but I think Thresh against a no gap closer champion just does it a little bit too well. That's really it. I think the rest of his kit's really good. I think all of his kit's really good, actually. Well, no, there was the what was it? The passive bonus magic damage on Flay. Kind of seems like it's just thrown on there, and whenever this was unnerfed, this ability is actually maxed first. I think they max Q now, right, for the cooldown? No, not the cooldown. There's no cooldown reduction on it. Oh, there is. Okay. What do
There
you
is.
max first on Thresh right now?
I'm pretty sure you maxed Q. Oh, I think you maxed Q or E. I'm not sure. But
Either
here's the
way,
thing.
that's-
What is Thresh's weakness?
Sustain.
Sustain. And also the fact that he does fuck all damage. I mean, he doesn't do no damage. But here's the thing. And I do agree, in many ways, that Thresh... There was an old saying that you could remove all damage from Thresh's kit and he would still be good because of the amount of crowd control he puts out. Okay. I thought that was somewhat accurate, but I don't think it was completely... Thresh has an insane suite of crowd control, okay? He can catch people, he can peel, he's really good at peeling, he's really good at... Well, he's good at catching, but he's not really good at catching. Blitzcrank is really good at catching, but Blitzcrank is not as good at peeling. Thresh is designed as like a pure support. He's designed to be like, I'm going to keep everything away from my AD carry. I honestly think Thresh might be in my top 10. Because he has a very clearly defined weakness in that he does no fucking damage. Like, yeah, he can catch on people, and he can hook somebody in lane and flay them back, but he relies on his AD carry to kill people. I do agree that the magic damage on his E is tacked on. I think it's silly. I think they should just remove that and really accentuate the point that he's just fucking a crowd control bot. A very varied and good peel bot. But I think that's fine. I think it's fine to have a champion in the game that, like, if you're running at them as Singe, has to use all of their abilities to keep you back. Can keep you at bay, you know?
You know what? Yeah, I think actually after hearing that, I do agree with you. Especially, like, if you were to remove all damage from Thrasher's kit, he would still be good. I think that is actually very indicative of what a well-designed champion in terms of the support role would be. So
yeah, he is a support. He
is
fundamentally a support. There is absolutely no fucking way. Yeah. I mean, maybe make Thresh top work. But the thing with Thresh, and I don't think he's overloaded. His Q is basic. It hooks, it pulls people in. His W does it shields and it can bloody pull people in. I think it's fine. His E is just he flays in a direction. I think the magic damage tacked onto it is dumb, but I don't think it's overloaded. And his ultimate is basic. He puts up a wall around him. People that walk through it are slowed and they take damage.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I do agree with you there. Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly think Thresh is going to be my top 10. Like, I think he's not insanely difficult to play. He's somewhat difficult to play, but
very high skill ceiling though.
Very high skill ceiling, exactly. Yeah. But he's easy to pick up. I think he's well designed. I honestly really like Thresh, and I'm even playing that much. I don't play support, but I recognize a well designed champion.
I hate playing against him, but yeah, I think he's well designed too. I'll give you that. It's
I'll put him to the side.
Yeah, put him to the side along with Janna there. Okay, your go.
All right. I think this might be the one you disagree with me on, and maybe I'm coming at it from the wrong angle, but I'm going to say Nunu. Nunu is completely dependent on the meta. He is completely dependent on whether or not... I'm not sure exactly what it is. Perhaps you can explain. But
that's what it is.
Counter jungle. There you go. If there's a meta where counter jungle is, if it's like a Lee Sin meta, but it's a Lee Sin meta basically, which it pretty much always is.
Yeah,
he's not good.
Yeah,
he's not good.
He doesn't do well in micro play based metas. He does well in macro based metas, and he does so well, in fact, in macro based metas. He becomes big ban in a macro.
Exactly, he becomes too powerful. And by the way, we are talking about old Nunu here. Obviously, I'm sure
new
Nunu
video's out. It's probably going to be new, which I think is
probably
amazing. By the way, I gotta
say, Nunu is probably
best rework ever candidate.
Cool, maybe. I haven't really looked into it, but maybe it's great, maybe it's amazing, but we're looking at old Nunu here.
Yeah.
And the fact is that, in a meta where macro play is really good, where it's all focused on objectives and securing Baron and Dragon, Nunu is fucking ridiculous.
Absolutely.
He is way too strong. If it's anything but that, he's trash. He is just the epitome of an inconsistent champion. He becomes like a 44% win rate when it's not... it's stupid.
And I think the passive is really dumb.
Passive is dumb. Consume his balance around consume. There's too much power in that one ability, and obviously he's wildly inconsistent meta wise.
I love Absolute Zero. I love this. So
Absolute
much.
Zero is cool.
I really do like Blood Will too. I don't like how they changed it to give it AP because it seems like it's a little bit too much. But as a Singe player, I can't complain about that. It feels amazing to have Nunu on your team as Singe, as long as you have physical damage sources elsewhere. When he's playable. But most of the time, it's like in 6 out of 10 metas, he's not playable, and that's I think a little bit too high. Maybe in 7 out of 10, because like right now, especially right now, more than ever, I think in the history of League of Legends, it's a micro-based, like fast-paced meta where you don't have to worry about counter jungling because the objective of the jungler is mainly to gank and to get kills and to get lanes ahead and to get fed, not to macro and power farm. And honestly, like whenever he comes a macro based meta and he gets permabanned out, it just feels stupid because his kit itself never changes. It's just very reliant on the meta. So yeah, I agree. I'll go ahead and delete Nunu, and the fact that he basically has no passive is another good reason.
Yeah. Bye bye, Nunu. You're up. I'm gonna keep snacking on these cookies.
Okay, cookies are those?
Chocolate chip.
I'll go on cookies now.
Superior Australian and British brand. Fuck you. I was gonna say Master Yi next for the same reason.
Master Yi for the
farm meta amazing.
What?
If there's a farm meta, he's amazing.
Yeah.
If there's not a farm meta, he's eh.
Yeah, very meta reliant and true damage on Wuju's. Actually, you know what? This true damage is not even that offensive to me compared to other sources of true damage in the game. I just don't like true damage as a concept. Big exception. Well, no, okay, I'll take that back. I do not dislike true damage as a concept. I dislike it when it scales like this. Like I think the scaling on this is a little bit too high. But my ideal example of true damage ability would be old Irelia's Heat 10 style. The flat 75 true damage that does technically scale somewhat with attack speed, but not literally scale whenever she buys AD. But that's a minor quip, I think, compared to the fact that he is abso-fucking-lutely meta reliant. It doesn't matter how good of a Master Yi player you are. If the meta does not suit him, you will not see a Master Yi main anywhere near Master or Challenger Elo at all. Period. Fucking period. It does not happen. No matter what server, region, anything.
Master Yi is too easy to play against. It's simple. It's the reason why he's so good in Bronze and he's such a terror there, because Bronze don't know how to play against him.
Mm-hmm.
Master Yi is incredibly easy to counter, unless you're like the Singe W bug, because fuck right. But Master Yi is incredibly easy to counter. He is incredibly feast or famine in a game where anybody knows what they're doing, and it's incredibly hard to get the feast part. He is an inconsistent champion. If there's a farm meta, he's fucking amazing, because you can just power farm and not have to fight, and then be so ridiculously strong from all his farm. What was it? The thing with the wolf that followed you around, the Devourer. If it's Feral Flare, yeah. If it's a meta like that, he is ridiculously good. If it's not a meta like that, he's sort of just trash, and he's not really played.
I find it to be absolutely tragic that they recently nerfed Master Yi's Alpha Strike, and his base stats actually too, because of the funnel meta. But again, meta favored him. He became instant pick ban because of the funnel meta, and because he was being paired with stuff like Kale and Taric to become literally unkillable because their abilities were strong, because funneling was strong, not because Master Yi was strong. So what do? They nerfed Master Yi in 8.13. Next patch they nerfed gold funneling and Taric. Then they haven't revisited him. It's the Riot Classic Special. Master Yi himself was never the problem, because Master Yi in a vacuum is super easy to play against. When you pair him with certain champions, he becomes insane. So then those champions got nerfed, then he got nerfed. And it's really just, it's tragic, because Master Yi by himself cannot really function. And that, you can't be a well-designed champion, in my opinion, if you need something else to make you function.
Correct. Alright. I'm gonna say Nautilus. Now, Nautilus, I think, is a champion They designed Nautilus as a pure tank. That's what I really think. They designed Nautilus about, okay, this is a jungle. He builds fucking really tanky. He's really hard to kill. But he has impressive crowd control. But he does no damage. He does no damage, and he's sort of like the Thresh of jungle in many ways. Though not as versatile, and that's a big thing. He can catch people out. He can tank all their damage with his shield. He can stun people. He has so much CC. He's like the king of CC. He has so fucking much. And their balancing point with that is, let's give him no damage. Like, let's make his damage very low. Well, unfortunately, pure tanks started to become really, really shit, like after Season 3 into Season 4-ish, when like damage creep started to come into the game, and they could and they could just get melted. So Riot's like, oh shit, we have a champion that's purely designed around this one concept. What do we do? So they sort of gave him better scaling with AP. They made him, you can build Rod of Ages with him.
Change, yeah.
Yeah. And Riptide in lane, in top lane, is one of the most annoying fucking abilities to play against.
When it's strong,
it's
so absurd.
Oh, it's absurd. So basically, they're in this annoying balancing issue where they've got like, okay, he's really good tanky because his kit's designed to be tanky. But so that means if his damage ever becomes too much, he becomes way too tanky while doing way too much damage for that tankiness. So because he's designed as a pure tank, and designed well as a pure tank, honestly, like concept-wise, it's fine. It's just the game has evolved and he can't keep up. It's the same thing.
He's a rework candidate, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's a rework candidate. He's not like a major rework, but I think he definitely needs like
he's only good when his numbers are too high.
Exactly. He's only good when his numbers are too high. A champion I really enjoyed playing back in the day, but not.
Yeah, I don't think he has the stability over time for me to consider him, especially when you consider the fact that he's very, very numbers reliant. For me to put him in my top 10, and which is tragic because I think that his kit is actually super duper good. Who designed Nautilus? Let's see.
Zyphers, yeah, Nautilus. Okay. I like his kit. His kit's cool.
But again, yeah, not top 10 material because he's like Master Yi, much too meta reliant, and he just cannot keep up. So I'll go ahead and cross him off.
And you're up.
And I am going to
that was number 80. 60 more to go. Well, 50 more to go, technically. 51.
Wait, 51? Seriously?
Yeah.
Holy shit. It feels like we made such a big dent in this list, but there's so many more to do.
Well, we got rid of like 30 already, but...
Xerath.
Oh, yeah. Poor old Xerath.
Xerath. They basically took away what made him super unique, I think, in his old ultimate, where he would turn into like a siege cannon, essentially.
No, that was his Locus of Power. That was his W.
Was it that? Oh yeah. His ultimate. Yeah. No, yeah. His old ultimate used to be like the AOE kind of like boxes that would like pop up and like smack people. I forget what it was called. It wasn't boxes, so basically like hexagons.
Yeah. So Xerath, no, it was circles. Xerath's old W was Locus of Power, and basically he would become immobile, and he would gain increased range on all of his abilities, and pretty sure increased damage as well.
Mm-hmm.
So he became like his artillery. He became immobile, but he got increased range. And pretty sure increased damage. Correct me if I'm wrong. It might have just been increased range. His ultimate,
he gave him bonus magic penetration while it was active. So yeah, technically increased damage. Yeah.
Yeah. So think of his W, his current W, the thing that calls down the little circle. That's what his old ultimate used to be. He would activate it, and then he would drop 3 of those down in succession. And you could choose where to place them individually. So sort of like his current ultimate, but more consistent, way more easy to hit with. And it had a lot of range with Locus of Power active. Mage Change was a really cool ability because there was synergy. You had to hit people with it. Do you want to use your ultimate to guarantee the stun, or do you want to use your Q? And there's a lot of things you could do. It was a really cool kit. I honestly don't know why he was changed. It was really weird.
I think his passive was really stupid before. 15% AP as armor, pretty much that was useless. I think people like really complained about not being able to even slightly reposition during Locus of Power because it made him such a big target. The concept is cool, but I think for this to have been to make him viable, the ranges would have to have been higher than 1300 because his highest ranges were 1300, and I think that's just a little bit too low for an immobile champion. Like compare that to Jhin as like a 2000 range ultimate, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, not the concept is there, but I don't think that even against the lack of mobility creep at that time, it was still very vulnerable from not being able to move because I think in a MOBA you kind of have to move for the most part.
You do. All right then.
Current Xerath though, the biggest problems I have, I think his kit's good for the most part, but he's very, very numbers oriented. He is meta defining when it's a poke meta. During a poke meta, he is one of the best, if not the best champion in the entire game. Easily. But when it's not a poke meta, he gets countered extremely heavily by sustain because his all-in potential is pretty bad. He gets demolished by assassins. Even during poke metas, he just loses to assassins. Other control mages can generally have higher CC, higher burst damage, and somewhat good poke compared to Xerath, who has good poke, low CC, but like low burst damage. You know what I mean? It's just like he outside of a poke meta, he's useless. He really is. He's useless.
I think another big thing is he has high mana cost, but it's all offset by his passive, and that's one of the another reason why it's really good because he just never runs out of mana late game. There's no way to sort of to wear him out.
Mm-hmm.
He just keeps going. You have to kill him, which is why he's not good in assassin meta. Because if you just get on him and murder him, his passive is useless. His passive works in too well when he's able to just sit back and do what he does.
I think it's a cool passive, but
it's cool.
It can be very, very hard to play against in lane, especially when you consider something like not even just late game, but in lane, like you pair this with was it Mana Flow Band, and like he's like a fountain of mana. You know, it's crazy. But yeah, the biggest problem I have, I think, is just he's a jack of all trades, but a master of none. You know, he can like do everything. What was that? Oh, sorry. Yeah, like I said, he can do everything, but he does nothing exceptionally well outside of poke. If it's a poke oriented meta and sustain numbers are low, he is pick or ban. So, I mean, he's just not. He doesn't have the ability to play outside of meta that really defines him, so I have to cross him off. What do you think? Cross him off? You're muted.
Sorry, I don't necessarily agree that he can't play in the meta where he's good in. Okay. I think it's still okay overall. I just don't think it's top 10.
Okay.
I think his passive keeps him viable basically in many ways. The passive is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think it's top 10.
I find it interesting that they're trying to rework Lissandra's passive for the same reason when it's a mana like passive, but it works so much better on Xerath because he's so much safer than Lissandra is.
So. Yeah.
All right.
I had a pick ready, but I forgot it. See if I can remember. Where are we at? I think it was towards the bottom, maybe, was it? Alright, well, you know what, let's just go with... I'll just go with another pig. I'm gonna say Blitzcrank.
Why?
His Q. Too much power on a single ability. Now, don't get me wrong, I think it's really, really cool. But once again, we look at the same thing that we look at with like Hassan's ultimate or things where the champions have too much power in a single ability. Let me put it this way. If I had to pick one champion that I wanted, like let's say this champion was AFK the entire game and it's like 40 minutes in and we're somehow managing to stay alive in a 4v5. If I could pick one champion that I want to be able to come back being only level 1 and still be useful, I'd pick Blitzcrank. Because a level 1 Blitzcrank, while everyone else is level 18, can still land a fucking game-winning hook. And that, I think, is just... It's just too much of a powerful ability, and it's what defines him. They can't really change Blitzcrank's Q to turn into anything else. Like, for example, Thresh's Q is what Blitzcrank's Q should have been, in my opinion. I think that Blitzcrank is like a superfluous Thresh in many ways. Because he's ridiculously overpowered on this one ability. And that means they can't actually add variety to the rest of his kit. They can't actually do cool things with the rest of his kit because he's too easy to play around. And yeah, because the Q is too powerful, so they have to nerf everything else. To add on to that,
sorry, keep going.
To add on to that, his Q is very easy to play around. He suffers from the Master Yi syndrome in that way, where he's amazingly good in bronze, but he's not played anywhere near high elo in any way because he's just too easy to play against.
Before you keep going, actually, I have to say I disagree with you like almost 100%. And I'm sorry I didn't interrupt you sooner, but I was trying to wait to see where you were going with that. But I'm thinking about it, and the more I think about it, I have to completely disagree with you. And this is why, because Blitzcrank is one of, if not the single most long-term stable champions in the entirety of League of Legends. He has.
Is he though?
Yes, he has. He has received. I actually looked at this while you were saying this. He has received so little in the terms of buffs or nerfs since what was the last real nerf that he got? Season 5. That's a nerf right there. Yeah,
They made his
season
W
6,
like
actually.
decay.
So the 2 years ago, over 2 years ago was the last buff that he got. 3 years ago was the last nerf that he got. And since then, it's like all quality of life stuff. Every single change. He is very simple, but I think he does his job well, and I see him often enough, even in high elo, while still managing to be a threat, but not really feeling crazy. That I think that he has the amount of stability that I would need for a champion to be within my personal top 10. It might be hard for me to get you to agree to this, but it's just like, yeah, his Q is easy to play around, but you can get CDR, reduce the cooldown, and you have to hit one. You have to hit one, and it's very, very easy to dodge. It's very easy to see coming. It's very telegraphed, but if you can hit that one, it's good. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, and even if you do get hit, there's still counterplay to it. You can, cleanse, flash. You can have a banshees. You can.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I don't think it's overpowered. I just think it's so strong to the point where they have to do these weird things with this kit to make it work.
I agree. I agree. But
he has been consistent.
Though.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, like Blitzcrank has never been a problem. I mean, I've never really looked at Blitzcrank and been like, oh shit, fuck this champion. Like, he's never been toxic. I just think that design-wise, I can't agree. I don't think he's bad. I think he easily makes it as probably one of the best supports, maybe. But like, I can't, with all the power they put onto his Q. Like I said, remember the level 1 Blitzcrank analogy I made?
Yeah.
Should a champion really have that much power? And look at Blitzcrank and compare him to, say, Thresh, who once again has a very well-defined role. Very well, you know what you can do. But Blitzcrank, on the other hand, can do a lot of damage while also having this really powerful ability. But they have to balance that as well. They have to balance this damage, and it's just. I don't think he's as good as Thresh, and I don't think he's as. I just don't think he's top 10. I don't think he's horrible. I just don't think he's top 10.
I think I personally would put him in my top 10. Okay. They do have to like strip power away from his other abilities, but even then, those other abilities never really have that much power to begin with because he is a support, and he's not really balanced around the idea of doing damage. Yeah, his W is kind of weird, and it gives him attack speed and movement speed, but that's mostly to help him use his power fist to fight in lane. Doesn't really do much for him late game. Power fist, I think, also another kind of like meh ability, but yeah, they're keeping the rest of the kit simple for the fact that they're designing him around his Q, and I don't necessarily find that to be a very bad thing for Blitzcrank when the Q has so much counterplay to it. You can dodge it, you can shield the person who gets hooked, you can buy a Zhonya's, you can have a Banshees. Like, it's super duper telegraphed. I mean, I think that the kit works very well together, and you're always going to see a Blitzcrank because he is. I think he has that ability to be relevant still, even in metas that don't suit him, and even the metas that do suit him, he's not even like really overpowered. Like, I wouldn't even consider him to like be that strong. Sure. when a meta suits him, like a pick based meta. You can even say like right now it is somewhat like a pick based meta, and you don't see him that much, but like you see him often enough that I wouldn't consider him to be like a useless pick. I've never in my entire history of playing League of Legends have I seen a Blitzcrank on my team and been like, fuck, we have a Blitzcrank. Yeah, there's definitely times where he's weaker because he lacks sustain in lane. He can.
But isn't that a bad thing? In a lot of cases.
Why? Why would that be a bad thing?
Because, like, you look at a Blitzcrank and you say, okay, well, this is a champion that's always consistently... yeah, I guess you're right, but I think the main thing is it's going to come down to Thresh or Blitzcrank in the top 10. I think
Blitzcrank is better than Thresh in terms of design.
And I think Thresh has a superior design to Blitzcrank. I think that Thresh, it was their attempt to sort of make a Blitzcrank that was better designed, better balance overall, a better balance of power with his abilities. I'm not saying that Blitzcrank is bad. I'm just saying I don't think he's top 10. Maybe top 15, top 20, I could believe, but I don't know. Or maybe towards the low end of top 10, but I'm not sure. We'll put it to the side. It's
Okay.
one we're gonna have to debate.
Okay, sure. Let's do that. I'm not ready to eliminate Blitzcrank yet, personally.
All
right. So my turn.
Yep, you'll go.
Huh. Very difficult now. Holy shit, this is hard. Because like all the champions that are left are like relatively well designed. I'm not seeing any like big outliers, you know. Maybe
The list
Rek'Sai.
must be shortened. Cuts must be made.
Cuts must be made. Oh man. Even though Shen's the energy-based champion, I still would have trouble cutting him from the list because he's just like he's just Shen, you know. He's not.
I'll be okay with it. He is a bit gimmicky now with his sword thing.
Fuck. This is so difficult. So hard now.
At least we're being fair.
I think I've been very fair up to this point. Should I say Ziggs? No, because even Ziggs just does his job super well, and I wouldn't. Fuck, this is impossible.
Ziggs is fine. Like I've never had any problems with Ziggs.
Yeah, I just lost the marks. There we go. Trundle. Okay. If I have to choose one now, if I absolutely had to choose one now from what I'm seeing, go Shyvana. I'm gonna go Shyvana.
I think Shyvana's really cool, but I agree. I don't think she's top 10.
Yeah,
sad to say.
Some of the same reasons we discussed before. Like with Nunu, she excels in a very, very farm-oriented meta, in a objective, like jungle objective-oriented meta. But she just you need to be able to sit down and farm with Shyvana. The last time Shyvana was really strong was when people were playing her with full fucking AP. And yeah, at patch 8.9, they removed the on-hit scaling and reduced the AP scaling. They reduced the AP scaling on Flame Breath, reduced it on her ultimate. Like for Shyvana to be playable in season 8, it was not Shyvana. She was being played as a fucking burst mage, which is really stupid, I think, because with Shyvana, you're not trying to be a burst mage. You're trying to be like a big badass dragon who clears the jungle super fast with burnout and scales up into like a late game, you know, powerhouse. And you just straight up, like, if the meta doesn't suit her, you cannot do it. It's impossible. She needs too much to get going.
One of the fairer manaless champions as well.
Yeah, absolutely she is.
I agree, you know, especially when we looked at the same thing with Master Yi and like Feral Flare and the Bloodbrazer stuff and the farming metas and the macro metas in many ways. She is meta dependent. And when those metas come by, she is ridiculous. You know, anyone who's played this game for a couple of years can remember a meta where Shyvana was a terror. And I think she's okay. Like I said, she's not a badly designed champion. I think that outside of those metas, she can still operate and be quite fine a lot of the time. But I don't think she's top 10.
Yeah. I have a champion that I'm going to put in my top 10, I think, that is extremely meta dependent, but not nearly to the same degree as like a Nunu or Master Yi or Shyvana, because whenever you have a jungle champion that's meta dependent, you don't have a support there to back you up and help like compensate for your weaknesses. You're left to your own sake. So if your jungle champion is not able to fucking jungle and do what the jungle role needs to do at that point in time, which is currently ganking the fuck out of everything, it's not going to work. It's straight up not going to work. Like, to the point where it's almost unplayable. Even though her kit is really cool, in my opinion, it will not work. And I don't think that a top 10 champion could have a kit like that. So, yeah, I'm going to cut her.
Alright. I'm going to say Olaf. Once again, not a bad champion. Not a poorly designed champion. Just one I do not think is top 10 worthy. Was it season 4, I believe, where Olaf got nerfed? 3, the massive nerf to Olaf.
Got Olaf.
Yeah, where Olaf got Olaf. Where the expression came from.
I think season 3.
Season 3, I guess.
Basically,
Olaf used to be a massive terror, and then he got a massive nerf, which because he was way too strong and competitive and was way too strong in general, he got a massive nerf that rendered him unplayable for like 2 seasons, I think. And the reason why, I think it's just because of the perma slow in his Q. I think the the way his undertow works is always going to be a big factor of his kit. It's like Blitzcrank, where if we have to balance everything around how powerful this one ability is. To a lesser extent, I think. But Undertow's perma-summon lane is incredibly difficult to deal with. And I think that's fine. But I think it defines so much of the rest of his kit in ways that are not really healthy. Yeah. That being said, I don't think he's a bad design. I think he's an okay design. Honestly, I think Ragnarok's a cool ability. But I just don't think he's top 10. Like, that's not really all I can say. I'm not hating on Olaf. I just don't think he's top 10.
I can see what they were. It's like they tried to shove two different champions onto one kit with Olaf. So when you look at Berserker Rage, his passive, and Vicious Strikes, his W, it seems like they wanted to make a fighter who gets very, very dangerous when he's low on health. Kind of like Mundo is now. Kind of like Tryndamere. They wanted to make another one, I think, with Olaf, where if you are to, get lower health based on missing health, you get up to 100% bonus attack speed. Assuming so, like, essentially the highest you can get is 99. Because if you ever hit 100%, then you're fucking dead. So yeah. The highest you can get realistically is 99% attack speed. When you pair that with his W attack speed and the lifesteal, I can see what they're trying to do by making him like sort of like a drain tank, kind of like old Aatrox, but not really. Then you look at Reckless Swing, and then you look at Undertow and Ragnarok. I mean, it's actually, you know what? I think Ragnarok works well with Vicious Strikes and his passive. I
think it's cool.
Yeah, Undertow and Reckless Swing, even Reckless Swing, like, it's just they feel like their ability is designed for a different champion that kind of got shoved in Olaf. Like Undertow to me doesn't seem like a fighter ability. It doesn't like I think if they wanted to make his kit really work, like as a fighter, then what I would have done personally was maybe like make Undertow like a pseudo gap closer. Like maybe if Olaf hits an Undertow, like he can either pull the enemy champion slightly towards him or pull himself towards them slightly, something like that. Like if they're gonna make it a low cooldown spammable ability, then make it something like that, as opposed to we want to make him a gungler. He can clear the jungle with his Q by picking it up and throwing it down, by picking it up and throwing it down, by picking it up and throwing it down. But I think the way that this is, they can never truly make him into a fighter. He's gonna be like a ganker that gets outscaled by everybody because he's so easily kiteable. And in metas when he's not easily kiteable is when he's super strong. Whenever RG is really strong, but that it turns into him being super item reliant at that point too.
Yeah, and like I said, not a horribly designed champion. But yeah, like the disconnect mainly, that I should have probably thought of that, but you brought it up. The disconnect between him being a jungler and a top laner, because Undertow is way too powerful in top lane while being essential for jungling.
Yeah.
And I think that basically puts him in a really awkward position design wise. They have to really find an identity for him, something that can really work. So yeah, not top 10
weak because of how powerful Undertow is in top lane specifically. Like he's a Viking fighter that gets outscaled. That's not what you think about when you think of Viking fighter. When you think Viking fighter, you're like thinking of something that, holy shit, now he's strong, I'm fucked. You see Olaf with 6 items, like, it's fucking 6 item Olaf. Like, he's no threat to me. It's 6 item Olaf. Just kill him. Like, he can't do anything to you. It doesn't. The fantasy and the theme for the champion it doesn't translate into his kit. He has
to be too tanky. Yeah, he has to build too tanky to be useful late game, and he just doesn't do anything. He doesn't do any damage. He's a bruiser who needs to build tank.
He doesn't have access to max % health damage outside of No, he doesn't have any actually. I thought that Reckless Swing did max % health physical or true damage, but it doesn't. It's flat. Huh.
And true damage.
Well, but it's flat true damage. I mean, it's not that big of a.
It's flat, yeah.
Yeah, he has too much of a disconnect. Either make him a scaling jungler or a scaling top laner, and change Undertow completely to play on that. Even Reckless Swing is not as stupid, I think, as Undertow is. But wouldn't it be cooler if he had the like? What do you think about my suggestion? If he was able to like pull someone else slightly towards himself, like how whenever you hook with Thresh, kind of tugs the champion towards him a little bit. Like imagine that. But just like one really short, small mini stun tug, and then change Reckless Swing into like an ability that has a longer cooldown but reduces like armor and MR, or like then put the slow on that ability or something like that. Make like a crippling strike or something like that.
That
Wouldn't
could be
that
cool,
be way
yeah.
cooler than like this really just double like whatever we have on Olaf now?
Undertow is too problematic, and the rest of his kit is outdated.
Yeah.
He's probably a rework candidate, not a massive rework candidate, but definitely visually, I think it would be cool. And yeah, some other changes to make him have a more defined role. Right now, he's not horrible, but he's not that good.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, you're up.
Cutting the Olaf. Okay. Oh, that's so fucking difficult now. God, all of these champions are ones that I consider like mostly well designed. Hell, even Bard, as overloaded as he is, I consider him pretty well designed.
Yeah, but Bard's up there with Jin anyways.
Yeah, that's
I think
true.
Bard's going to be off the list, though.
Yeah, I agree. He chimes. It works super well with this, or the meeps. Sorry, or the chimes. Yeah, the chimes. It works super well with this kit. And the idea I think for them when they made this was, oh, we're gonna make it so Bard gets rewarded for roaming and he's able to do it. When really every fucking support roams anyways. You don't whenever you see chimes as Bard, you're not thinking, oh, I'm gonna go roam to that chime and make a play off of it. You're thinking, I'm gonna go get my chime because I just want fucking mana, or what is it? Yeah, oh yeah, he wants the Meeps upgrade. Yeah, that's what it is. You're not thinking, I'm going to go roam, make a play because my chime is there. You're thinking, I'm going to grab my chime, and if some shit happens, then it happens. But if it doesn't, I'm just going to go back to my lane with my upgraded Meeps. Meeps is cool. This is a super cool passive, but the chimes is a minigame. I think that everything else in this kit, honestly, is actually pretty great. It can be overloaded, especially whenever you consider how straight up powerful Magical Journey is. Tempered Fate is like one of those I'm Bard, I'm helping type ultimates. You know, like you can make or break your team with this.
I think really Tempered Fate is fine.
Yeah, Tempered Fate's fine. Magical Journey can feel unfair, but it's still mostly okay.
It is.
Cosmic Binding, this ability can feel very, very unfair to play against. When he has the low base cooldown for this ability to be good, then it's really hard to play against this because the ability for him to catch with this is very high. And burst with it is very high. Meeps had to be nerfed damage wise because people were playing rapid fire cannon Bard and just destroying people with that shit. But yeah, he has a minigame passive on chimes, and for that reason, I have to eliminate him. What do you think?
Bard is another champion I'll compare to Blitzcrank and say, well, let's take a look at Blitzcrank's Q, and then let's take a look at Bard's E. Two abilities that are very, very powerful. The rest of their kit needs to be balanced around them. But Bard does a much better job than Blitzcrank, I think, because the rest of his abilities are still impactful, while Magical Journey's power is low enough to actually give more expression to the rest of his kit and allow him to be more creative with it. They can put power into his Q. They can give him power to his W, although obviously his W is an afterthought a lot of the time. I don't think he's horrible. I think, once again, he's like Jin, where he's kept down because of a gimmick and maybe because his Q is a bit too powerful and a bit too overwhelming. But overall, I think he's okay. He might be top 20.
Yeah,
but
sure. I give him top 20.
I don't think he's top 10.
Yeah,
I still think he's better than Blitzcrank, though.
I gotta disagree with you there, but I'll say yeah, maybe top 20.
All right.
Hey, what do you got?
I'm gonna say Nami, not top 10. Good kit, well designed.
Generic.
So generic, but it's okay. Like it's all right. I just don't think it's a very exciting kit. I don't think it's very amazing. I just think she's like a basic bitch support. And look, it's all right. It's okay that she's like. I don't think it's a bad design. I don't think it's an unhealthy design. I think it's fine. I just think
it's so many basic bitch supports though, so it's like
it's slightly uninspired, and I don't think it's bad at all. I think if you're playing Nami, playing a well-designed champion, I just don't think you're playing a top 10 champion.
I don't know if I'm ready to eliminate Nami just yet. Looking at some of the other champions on this list, but I mean,
but is she going to be top 10?
She's never been played as a mage. She's never been played as a solo laner. She's always been played as a support, and she is a pure support-based kit. I have a hard time saying that she's poorly designed, but is she top 10? Fuck, that's hard.
Nami is a good champion. Nami's a really good champion design, but I think against the other examples we're stacking up for top 10, I don't think she's going to make it.
Yeah.
I mean, we can keep her in contention. Maybe she does, but I don't think she does. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll agree to cut her. There's nothing absurd about her kit. I think she's very well balanced. I think she's fair to play against, but it's just so basic. There's nothing exciting about it. By the time that Nami was released, we already had multiple characters like this. Yeah, I'll agree to cut her. I don't like to, but I will.
Yeah, neither do I. It's like but you know, it's like one of those cut attention, but it's not a top 20 list. It's a top 10 list. So
yeah,
we have to make cuts that we just know are going to happen.
Okay. Getting more and more difficult. Way more difficult now. Shit.
Yeah, I'm looking really too. I'm trying to find my pick before you do yours, so I can pretend to be like big brain. I
think I found it. I gotta say Braum. No, not Cassiopeia. I gotta say Braum.
Alright.
He
culling all the supports now.
For the
we
most
have
part.
to though.
He has a somewhat overloaded kit. Mostly because I think that his ability to just say fuck you to a specific skill shot and then reduce the damage of things that come after that is a little bit high in terms of, yeah, I get it, he's supposed to like protect his AD carry, like stand behind me, I am your shield. I get it, like I understand, but the sheer amount of damage reduction on this is very good, and it lets him be played even in metas where like tanky melee supports are not favored. Stand behind me, this ability has been nerfed so many fucking times since he was released, because it's so much free invisible stats. Like, why does he give armor, and why does he make the enemy champion, or sorry, the ally champion tankier by jumping on them? Like, it doesn't.
I didn't even know it did that.
Yeah, it does. Because it's been nerfed so much, you don't notice it much anymore. Concussive blows, like this is a cool passive, but it like whenever you combine it with everything, it can feel very overloaded. I did not know that Winter's Bite did max health % damage. I did not know that at all. I thought it was flat. Yeah, he has so much peel, he has so much tankiness, and it's just like the kit works well together, but it can feel very just bullshit. Like he when he's strong, he feels unfair. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like you're playing against a super mobile, like immovable object, which is dumb because he's like that tanky, but he's that good at like moving around the map or moving around the fight with his W, and zone control is there with
he's not a horrible design.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not a horrible design. Stand behind me. Sorry, not stand behind me. The Unbreakable is basically a fairer win wall.
Yeah.
But it's still a win wall.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. And obviously his kit is slightly overloaded. Concussive blows in laning phase is very polarizing depending on what AD carries are really good. If Lucian's in favor, Braum suddenly becomes really good because Lucian can just proc concussive blows so easily. And he's always going to be a difficult champion to balance around in many ways in the bot lane meta. It's because he's so different. He does things quite differently to other champions. He's not like pure like Thresh is. He peels in a very different way. It's very unique. I think it's cool. I don't think he's poorly designed, but he's not top 10.
Yeah, the design's there. The design's good, but I don't know if I'd put it top 10 either.
Bye-bye, Braum.
Okay, it's your go.
All right, so I'm going to put up Ziggs. I don't really... I don't really think there's a huge amount to say here. I think he's a well-designed champion. I think he fits his niche as like a wave-clearing champion whose design is purely just, I like to clear waves and I do it very well, and I do it pretty much better than any other champion in the game. If you haven't played Ziggs, I really recommend giving him a try. He'll really teach you a lot about the wave control mages. He is really fun. He's a very fun champion to play. I don't think he's top 10, though. I think he's way too specialized and relies way too much on the meta. You know, if there's a meta, but even when there are metas where they're like,
just destroy him.
True. And even if there are metas that are good for wave killer champions, you just see stuff like Orianna and Twisted Fate anyways, who don't do his job as well, but do so much better in all the other departments that they just outclass him.
I will say that the one meta where Ziggs does excel more than anybody else is a stall meta. Maybe tied with Anivia. If you need to stall games out to go late game, Ziggs and Anivia are like your two prime mid lane choices. Outside of that, his ability to wave clear is great, but other champions who can wave clear, like you said, Orianna and TF, just bring more to the table there. Personally, I actually really like his design quite a bit. I love the new passive they gave him.
Me too. Love it.
Wait, no. This is the first passive. Sorry, I meant the new W. Yeah, where you can demolish towers. That's really cool. I think. I really do enjoy that because you have to work at it as Ziggs to get to execute on the tower.
It's an example of a cool little. It's a gimmick, but it's a very minimal gimmick, and it's a pretty cool one that fits with his theme quite well.
Okay,
I just don't think he's top 10. That's it. You know, like I like him as a champion, but I don't think he belongs in the top 10.
I'm kind of inclined to keep him close. I don't know. I really like, now that I'm thinking about it, I really do like Ziggs' design. He doesn't really feel unfair. Like you can somewhat play him out of meta, like, but he's not like very stable out of meta.
Well, let's put him in the contentious pile with all the supports.
Yeah,
and we'll get back to him.
Okay,
I'll put him there.
Did we talk about Xayah? I'm pretty sure we did. Not.
Xayah F3. Up. No, we haven't yet. I don't believe.
Xayah is my choice then. Purely based on the fact that she is a failed mid lane champion who's been relegated to support, and since then balanced around being a support. Seeds have got, or her passive with the seeds has gotten nerfed so many times over the years because of the fact that it was strong in mid, then they relegated her to support, and then it was super strong in support. Seeds got nerfed. Rampant growth, the W, has gotten nerfed periodically as well, because whenever the cooldown on this is too low, then she just throws plants everywhere. Xayah really never does. Occasionally she'll get buffed, but then she gets nerfed back down pretty quickly. Riot doesn't like this champion that much, and I just think that she's not top 10 purely based on the fact that she's designed for a certain role and then does not play that role ever since her release. You know, she was mid lane for like 2 patches, and then she's support ever since then.
I'm inclined to agree. She was designed as a mid laner and was relegated. So it's much the same thing with Lulu. You know, the champion's designed for a role, but they're too strong in a different role to make work. And you typically see this with more like supporty or utility-based mid laners. That this happens when they design them. They end up becoming way too powerful supports. We're even seeing this with Brand at the moment in many ways. And I'm really hoping... Brand's already been eliminated, I'm pretty sure, so that's not really much. We don't need to go back to that. But yeah, champions that... it's a lack of foresight, really. A lot of the time it happens, you know, several seasons afterwards where they become too powerful in a different role, as is the case with Brand. And, you know, it's not really an argument you can make as strongly. But with Xayah, definitely from the start, she was pretty much too powerful as a support, and they had to balance her around that role. So I do agree with her going.
I like the... I'm going to cross her up, but I'm just going to say I like the idea of pet-based champions in League. And when I say pet-based, I mean like characters who summon units or have a unit that follows them around to execute commands. But there's not really a true character like that has a unit that they control. Like there's a champion in Dota 2 called Lone Druid, where at level... I think it's 1. I'm not sure. It's either 1 or 6. No. It's 1. Yeah, you can use an ability to summon a spirit bear, and the bear never goes away unless it dies, and it follows you around, and it has its own spells, and then you can like hit tab to change between the bear and you, and do different things with the bear based on how you're playing, or the bear can do different things based on how you're playing too. and it's like a really cool little thing because you can like put items onto it, you can level up its abilities, it has its own abilities, and we really don't see anything like that in League. I don't know if like the technology doesn't support it, but part of the problem is that as a result we see all these like half-assed pet champions. Like Heimerdinger doesn't really count because he puts turrets down, so I don't consider those pets, but like stuff like Xayah, Kindred should have been a pet champion, I think, definitely with Wolf.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Kled probably should have been too. The Nunu rework could have been. I don't know if they wanted it to be, but it could have been. Annie Tibbers is not considered a pet class. It's under ultimate. I see what they want to do with Mordekaiser, but even then, with the whole dragon thing, like it's not really fleshed out. And I think until League of Legends can make their game code actually support something like that, we're not going to see something with summoned units. Yorick, great example, like really thought out. You know, like imagine if you could control Yorick's ghouls after you summon them.
That would be really cool.
Like you kind of can with the spirit throw thing or the mist throw thing, but even then, like
it's always very indirect.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I don't like Malzahar too, because they wanted to retool him as this minion mancer champion, but he just becomes way too powerful when they do that. And they basically they turn him into, they have to just know he's basically like a DPS mage now that they have to turn into with some minor little minion mancer abilities. Azir is probably the closest thing we sort of have, but he's so restricted as well.
Yeah.
Those sorts of champions never really work out.
All right, I believe it's your go.
All right. I'm gonna say Trundle. I believe we haven't eliminated Trundle yet, right?
Trundle, okay.
Yeah. So Trundle, I actually don't really find much of his design too objectionable. I think he's got a pretty cool kit. I love Pillar of Ice. Pillar of Ice is a super unique ability. I mean, I suppose you compare it to Anivia's Wall, but Pillar of Ice, I really enjoy it. I love when Trundle's Pillar of Ice, that little gap between the tower and the wall. It's so cool when that happens. And his ultimate, I really like his ultimate. It's a nice tank busting ultimate. It gives him a lot of brawling power. But I just don't think he's top 10 worthy. I think there are better champions that deserve the spot. And I think we're going to be saying this a lot now as we get to the final stretch. I don't find him to be this amazingly designed champion. His kit works well with itself, but it's nothing phenomenal. I do like his design. I just do not believe he's top 10. And that's pretty much what I'm going to be saying for most of this at the moment.
I have to agree with you, only because I think Frozen Domain is a very, very lazy ability. His W, the way that in terms of design, it's like you put spell down, you get stuff. It's just really like, I don't
mind it. I think it's all right. I think in many ways it's comparable to like an AoE singed ultimate.
But like compared to how his other abilities work with each other, like Chomp and Subjugate to, fuck over one particular target, Pillar of Ice to continue to fuck over that target, and then Frozen Domain, you move faster, and you have attack speed. It doesn't like I feel like it doesn't fit. Like
I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I think it's in many ways comparable to a Singe ultimate in that way. I mean, we could all say that the Singe ultimate doesn't fit, but in the way, but it augments his abilities and allows him to do what he needs to do. Well, and I think that Frozen Domain fits. Sorry?
It augments him, not the abilities.
Oh yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like it helps them be the champion that they want to be. I mean, definitely. I personally think that if they could replace Singe ultimate with something different and cooler, that would be nice. But I do think that Frozen Domain is an okay ability, and I think it helps him be who he needs to be and does what he needs to do, and it gives you a zone of control in which if you run away out of that zone, he's not as powerful. Okay. So I think it's alright. I just don't think he's top 10. I think we can both agree with that.
Yeah. Let's cross.
Not shitting on the troll. Just don't think he's top 10.
I like his design a lot though, outside of the W.
Oh yeah, the reworked Trundle was really nice. It was a really cool design and that.
Okay, let's say I think I'm gonna say Shen.
Okay.
And here's my reason. He's a top laner who has been relegated to a support for the last season and a half. And even before then, he still gets regularly played as a support. I think percent max health damage on Q. Yeah, it's magic damage based. Yeah, it's magic damage based, but still pretty dumb to have on a tank when it's that spammable. If you're gonna give a tank percent max health damage, tie it to a single cooldown that you can easily play around, not smack, smack, smack with the Q while you're getting slowed the entire time. His W is really cool. I love the concept of the W, where like you can't get auto attacked. Spirit Dash, this ability was literally not changed at all during his rework, and neither was Stand United. It was not changed at all.
And I think that's fine.
Yeah, that is fine. Those are his two best abilities, in my opinion. Key Barrier, yeah, that's fine too. I don't like what they did with his Q, with like the whole knife like laying around, like you pull it to you, and all this weird. Like, I just if they're gonna give it percent max health damage, lower the damage and give him back Vorpal Blade, in my opinion.
Like, it's a gimmicky minigame. I think that in terms of reworks out there, Shen's was actually not that bad. It still kept the identity of the champion quite well. It still kept the feel of playing Shen alive. When I play the new Shen, I really feel like I'm still playing the old Shen in many ways. I like what they did, but I don't agree with the whole minigame concept. I'm surprised Shen's made it this far, actually. And yeah, Shen's level 1 is insanely oppressive. It is ridiculous. How powerful it is. You just have to avoid him the entire level 1 if you're playing anything other than another champion who's good at level 1. So I definitely agree he doesn't belong in the list. But in terms of reworks, I can't shit on it. I think it was a decent rework.
Yeah, the rework was really good. Like, he still feels like Shen. It's up there with the Warwick, and now with the new rework, because we're actually recording on the new patch. I should probably close
it may or may not have been 2 weeks since the last video.
Been a little bit, but
we've been busy.
It gives 4 different things, has 2 different casts. This ability is so absolutely overloaded that they have to keep the rest of his kit extremely simple as a result. And not only is this mini-gamey and gimmicky and stupid, it limits him as a champion, because like, what if you could give Shadow Dash a reset? What if you could give Stand United like some sort of taunt as you're, shielding in? What if the W did something additional, like maybe giving a little bit of AoE damage or a stun or something like that? Like, if you auto someone, or if you auto Shen while he's using Spirit's Refuge, you get stunned. Like, that would be kind of cool, but they can't do the stuff like that because this ability just does so much.
It's a shame, and you find this a lot with these mini games that they put on their champions. They have to nerf the other parts of their kit so much to bring the rest of to center around that mini game. It creates uninspired and abilities where you look at it and just think these could be more, but they can't be more because they have to have so much power in this ability to make the champion work. So yeah, I definitely agree. Shen should not be on the list. I think he should have gone quite a bit back. We should have got rid of him earlier, but he slipped under the radar. Like, I think it's because we both agree he was an okay rework.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he was alright.
One of the better ones for sure.
Definitely.
All right, what do you got for me?
I think it's probably time to get rid of Rek'Sai.
Okay.
I think we both like Rek'Sai as a champion, like design wise.
I definitely do. That's super cool.
When she was released, correct me if I'm wrong, but when she was released, she was pretty balanced. She wasn't egregious.
It was
she
2
wasn't
patches after that she got hot fix buffed.
Yeah, well, yeah. So she was a pretty stable release, and she's been a pretty stable champion throughout the entire game. She's had her ups and downs, of course, and I'm pretty sure it's been like a year and she hasn't been that good. But I'm just gonna say that I don't really have an issue with her, but I think she's super unique. I really like the thing where she tunnels underground and gets the tremor vision around her. I think that's the example of a minigame done right. It doesn't really feel like it. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like it's this overarching massive gameplay theme that her entire kit has to center around and be balanced around. It's just a thing that you get, and it's a cool little thing. You still move the champion around normally, you still operate it normally, you just have this different scope of vision around you. I think that's pretty cool. The whole Burrow ability, not Burrow, the ultimate though, we've had to see changes with that quite a bit. I think that her first ultimate, the first iteration of it, where she would just teleport to a tunnel, I think that was fairly stupid and didn't really do much. I think her current ultimate is a lot better.
That ultimate they had to change because it was so powerful and competitive and high elo, because you just have complete map control at all times with 40% CDR on your build, which was core. Like, you always had to worry about Rek'Sai backdooring, getting a tower, taking a wave, just pressure, and you can like, because she's a jungler, you would see her bot lane during a Baron dance, and it's like she's not even in bot lane because she can be at Baron instantly. Like it's
I
why they
suppose
changed
that's
it.
the difference between a noob Rek'Sai like me and a good Rek'Sai. I always just thought it was sort of like a whatever ability. Like it's just something that she has. But yeah, I definitely can see how it could be problematic. I think her new one's a lot better. I think the idea of her as being like this ravenous fucking land shark that hunts you down and murders you. I think that a new ultimate fits a lot better with that.
It really does. Yeah, I'll agree.
It does. Yeah. I just don't think she's top 10. I think there are better champions that deserve the spot.
I have to agree with you on the fear on the tremor sense thing, but only for a different reason. Whenever you do tremor sense on Rek'Sai, you're kind of making a choice as to like you're giving up your short range vision for slightly delayed long range vision on your on your tremor sense. So you can still get taken by surprise while you have tremor sense activated. But the thing is, if you're able to get the drop on someone else, you will know exactly where they are if they're farming a camp, going into a bush to recall. Things like that, when normal champions wouldn't be able to see them, but you're giving up a lot to be able to do that in terms of your short range vision. I think that I agree. That's a mini game done right. In
it's good. It's very well done, and it just goes to show that mini games can be okay as long as the champion's whole kit doesn't revolve around it, and it doesn't seem tacked on. I don't think Rek'Sai's
can't be that complex either.
Yeah, it can't be that complex. I think Rek'Sai's is simple. It's cool. I like how it works. It's great.
The champion is simple. And I really appreciate that.
The champion's good too. Definitely. But not top 10.
Fair.
All right, you're up.
Why will my... Okay, there it is.
I actually keep having to take quick sneak peeks at the list so I can know what the... Okay. I think I know what my next pick's going to be, but go ahead.
Oh, that's really tough. That is really, really tough. Okay, let's say... Man, that is difficult now.
It really is. Like, we're just eliminating champions that are good designs but are not top 10. I'm going to say that over and over.
Pretty much all of these that are left are good designs.
Exactly. If your champion doesn't make the top 10, it doesn't mean that we think they're a poorly designed champion. This isn't the top 10 only best designed champions. It's the top 10 best designed champions. If your champion's in the top 30, they're probably still great. But we're here for the creme de la creme, man. We're looking at the top 10.
Okay.
I probably just butchered that, but whatever.
I will nominate... Let's grow up a little bit. Wait, we didn't have Brand crossed out. All right, Brand's my pick.
We didn't have Brand crossed out? I thought we already had Brand crossed out. How did Brand make it that far?
Check the list for me. Is he on there?
I'm pretty sure he should be off. Let me take a quick look. Yes, I know you cannot find Xayah. Let me... God damn it, notepad. Find Brand. Okay, we apparently don't. Easy picking.
All right. I just lost all my crossouts, but I'll get those back in a second. I think I just closed this up here. Oh, the add-on's frozen. Okay.
By the way, what did we cross off? I forgot to write them down. So we got rid of Trundle and Rek'Sai.
Trundle, Rek'Sai. We also crossed off
Shen.
Yeah, Shen. And then
I got Ziggs. Oh no, I don't.
Oh
have
yeah,
Ziggs.
Ziggs is one we didn't cross off, and then now we're on
Brent.
No, I did Shen, then you did someone else. Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I did Rek'Sai.
And then
your Brand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yet another example of a mid laner that's been forced to support because Riot doesn't know how to balance the champion for mid lane, and then they start to balance the champion around bot lane instead. You can see this with Blaze, where the abilities can do more damage against targets that are next to each other. In turns champions, what targets are always next to each other, support and AD carry. And his ability to, just nuke in the support role is so strong sometimes that it kind of warps the entire meta of bot lane if he can't be kept in check in terms of like sustain or champions being able to engage onto him. I love his ultimate. It's the Lich ultimate from Dota, just like not nearly as powerful. in League of Legends. His Q, W, and E. I mean, Q is kind of lame, honestly, Seer. But W and E to like spread your fire, I think works really well. I think Q could be changed to maybe like an actual literal fireball that he just chucks at someone and like spreads fire a little bit. It'd be a little bit weaker in terms of damage, but I think to go with his whole AoE theme, it would be kind of cooler. Giving him like a random single target like stun. I don't think that this ability works with the rest. Like, yeah, it works with this kit. But, like, you can make so many different abilities work with the kit that he has. I think it doesn't fit thematically with the kit that he has. It's so underwhelming, you know? It's just like, Pillar of Flame. It's a giant fucking pillar that, you know, ignites or blazes every target that you hit. Conflagrations then proceeds to spread that fire around all the other targets. You know, Pyroclasm also does the same thing while slowing, and then like spreads your passive up here, the blaze passive, like the circle takes down, and Seer's just like, oh, you stun somebody with some damage. That's one person, by the way, just one, not anybody else. You just stun one.
And Seer is probably the reason why he's so problematic as a support, giving him that utility. Basically, like Brand in his current iteration, correct me if I'm wrong, but he seems to be more of a damage-focused support with a little bit of utility, and it really helps with like kill lanes in the bot lane.
Yeah.
But I do think that he should not be designed as a support. I think trying to gear him into that direction was a mistake. I think they should have tried to retool him to solidify his mid lane role as like the AoE, DOT, burst mage that he sort of was. And yeah, definitely Seer is the most problematic ability. It's what gives him that utility as a support. But when you see a Brand in the bot lane, that's why, like, at least to me, like, look at Lulu or Xayah, they're at least like utility mages, right? You could see the design in mid lane, they were designed as like utility mages who were sort of like, they're meant to be played mid, but they have like supporty elements, much like Lux in many ways. But you know, unlike Lux, who's balanced in both the support and the mid lane role, both Lulu and Xayah took off because their utility was too good in the bot lane. Brand, on the other hand, seems to be taking off because he has just enough utility in the bot lane to make him work, but so much front-loaded damage early on. Throughout all stages of the game, he can build AP and become basically another AP champion as the game goes on.
Something that's crazy that you might not know is his passive does not have a... the second half right here does not have a damage cap. The little explosion against monsters. The first half that does the little dot does have a damage cap against monsters. The second half does not. So you can infinitely damage monsters based on your AP with the second half of the little explosion, which is why he's so good at taking barons and dragons and stuff like that, because he just nukes the shit out of them.
Fucking hell, jeez.
Most of the characters can't do that with abilities that are that spammable as his passive. They're usually balanced around not being able to kill monsters that fast, but this one, for whatever reason, is not. You know what would be cool for Seer? I kind of thought a little bit more about what I said before about the fireball that kind of like spreads the fire. Instead of spreading the fire, imagine like you throw a targeted fireball at a target that's on fire, and then it like whatever targets are on fire already from your passive, it will slow them. Kind of like a little like snowball that explodes, but it's a fireball, and then it just like slows everybody. That'd be kind of cool, I think. Give them a little bit more AoE. I think I'd make him a little bit more reliable as a mage, a little bit shittier as a support, less damage, and just really fit with this kid a lot better. I think he could be the premier AoE mage in League of Legends.
Oh yeah, that's what they should do. He's a fucking man who's on fire. Like his whole point should just be like, I fucking shit out flames everywhere and do a lot of damage. You know, if Annie is a W, the what's it called? The way she does the cone of flame. It's a W, right?
Yeah, I forgot what it is.
Yeah, if that ability wasn't already on her, I think that would be a great ability to put on Brand, but unfortunately, Incinerate, yeah. So yeah, Brand is not top 10. He's not completely terrible, but I think he's problematic enough not to be there.
Sure, yeah.
All right then. Can you scroll down so I can get a look at what we got left?
Okay.
Yeah, it's like take it slow. Let's have a look.
Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll.
Yeah, keep going. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna say it. I love him, but is he really top 10? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't think he's top 10, but I don't think Karth is top 10.
Maybe. We'll see. Alright, give me your reason.
I think it's close. I think his ultimate is too powerful. And I know you're going to really hate me for saying that, but it polarizes the rest of his kit so much that I think he can never really be a truly balanced champion. I think he can always... Karthus has spent the last... as long as I've been playing the game, in pretty much an underpowered state, in my opinion.
He's actually not too bad right now, in case you're...
Yeah, he's not too bad, but he's never like, okay, Karthus is the pick. Karthus is like in contention for like a good pick. Or maybe he is becoming that recently, but in all the time that I've been playing him, he's always been this sort of maverick pick that nobody really plays.
Should we use that as a criteria to rank him in terms of design there? Because I think in terms of design, it's actually really good. Like, really good.
That's why I want you to contest this, because I really don't want to get rid of him, but I'm just being like devil's advocate here and just saying, like, I think his ultimate is just far too powerful of an ability. It is a massive damage nuke that affects every single champion on the map. It's very, very powerful, and I mean it's fair enough. Like it's okay to have that power level, but it's like we see with these other champions. You need to drastically reduce the power of everything else in this kit to make it work.
Sure.
Lay waste does a lot of damage, but it's hard to hit. It's a skill shot. His primary damage ability is a pretty easy to avoid skill shot. And basically his entire kit revolves around him suiciding to get kills. I really like that. I think it's unique. I think that Karthus is probably top 15. I don't know if it puts him in top 10 though. Just because Requiem is too powerful. Once again, I want to be proven wrong in this. I love Karthus. He's one of my favorite champions, but I'm just not sure that he belongs there. What do you reckon?
Okay, yeah, I have to disagree. I think when you think Control Mage in League of Legends, there's two champions, at least for me, there's two champions I think of when I think Control Mage. I think Karthus and I think Victor. Those two. Maybe Victor a little bit more, but he's newer than Karthus. Before Victor was a thing, Karthus was the single best Control Mage in the game. Yeah, Anivia existed and things like that, but she can't control as much of an area as Karthus can. I think for needing to do what he does, which is cut off areas, make people die if they stand in certain sections, keep threat on certain targets, I think that he works really well. I don't think any of his abilities are incorrect. I don't think any of his abilities are particularly overpowered. Like, yeah, Requiem is strong. The cooldown is massive. The mana cost is huge. Even with 40% CDR, it's still a really high cooldown. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been nerfed a few times throughout Requiem.
But that's the thing, though. Requiem isn't just strong. Requiem is outrageously strong. I'm not saying it's broken.
Disagree with you there.
I really think it is insanely strong. And like I said, he's great as a control mage, the whole area. I miss Revive, the whole Revive, teleport, suicide bomber Karthus, where you teleport onto Barons and do that sort of shit. That was really cool. But I mean, don't you think it'd be cooler if they retooled Requiem to make it sort of a better like zone control ultimate in that way? Like I said, I'm happy with Karthus the way he is. I think he's a good design. I'm just not sure if he's top 10. I'll let you continue your reasoning.
I'm looking at his change
probably gonna
history,
put it to the
right?
side.
I'm looking at his change history. The last cooldown nerf to Requiem was version 1.0.0.124, which was in July 7th, 2012. So that's the last cooldown nerf. And then since then, the only change they've ever made to Requiem in 4+ years... Wow, 6+ years, I'm dumb as fuck. Is patch 7.24, so pre-season 8, where they increased the AP. They actually buffed it in terms of damage from 0.6 to 0.75 AP.
But that's because they know where the power lies in his kit, and they know that his kit's already designed around it. And if it's too weak,
I think his kit's designed around Q and passive. Really, I think the ultimate's kind of a bonus once you hit 6, just to kind of like, because if you're really thinking about it, what do you want to do in a team fight as Karthus, right? You want to get in there, you want to use as many of your Qs as you can while slowing people and keeping them in your E, and once you die, you pop Q a few more times, and then you ult. That's the last thing you do. You're not basing your entire kit around it. You're trying to make people feel threatened enough to where they have to worry about your ult. Your job isn't to kill people with this. It's to make them afraid and recall and not do objectives. And then if they do overstep, you kill them with it. It's not like the crux of his whole kit, in my opinion.
I'm perfectly happy putting him to the side. I'm happy that you argued us out of it. Like I said, I think he's a really cool kit. I think he's well designed. I don't think he's ever been historically overpowered. I think he's been historically underpowered a lot of the time.
Yeah, he has.
I don't think he's problematic at all. I'm not sure if he'll be top 10, maybe 12, 13. We'll have to argue it out when we get there.
I might put him in mine.
I want to put him. My bias wants me to put him in mine, but I'm trying. You know, I'm trying. But we'll see. We'll put him to the side now. I'll pop him on the side. And oh wait, no, sorry. We didn't eliminate Ziggs. We put Ziggs to the side.
Oh yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I haven't crossed him out.
Okay, cool. So that's Karthus. All right, you're up.
Okay, I don't think we have to talk much about this, but if you do have a different opinion, I'd like to hear it. My vote's on Udyr. His kit is fucking trash. Even as one of the original, like, I don't know, yeah, was he one of the original champions? He might have been, I'm not sure. Version 1.0.61. Even as one of the oldest champions in League, his kit was shit back then. It's been shit ever since then. The kit itself has never changed. Besides, like, they changed, like, Phoenix stats, I remember, to, like, give it more AoE. I really don't know what they've ever done to Udyr, because he just feels the same no matter what they do to him. He's just so easily kiteable. His sustain is not as high as other junglers. His ganks are not as strong as other junglers. His damage is not as high as other junglers. The one thing that Udyr can potentially do is split push because of the movement speed steroid on his E. But do you want your jungler to be the split pusher in a team comp? I think if your
Probably
jungler
not.
is a split pusher, it's a failed design in terms of, like, because you have to contest objectives. Like, that's part of a jungler's entire job, is making sure that the monsters that need to die for your team are dying for your team. If he can't be at the monsters, he's not doing his job as a jungler, in my opinion. If you want a split pusher, put him in mid lane, put him in top lane, have a Vayne on your team or something like that. Don't let it be your jungler. I think they need to completely rework Udyr to make him have a good design, because I've always thought his design was fucking shit ever since they released him. The better stance champion is Sona. Her persistent effects are better. Her active effects are better. As a damage dealer, she's better. Hell, she can even be tankier than Udyr because her shield and heal works way better than his does. I just think his kit is... The numbers have to be too high for it to work. There's so many champions that I'm going to have in my top 10 which work regardless of whether or not their numbers are high. Udyr is not one of them. He's extremely numbers aligned. He's so binary. He's the most binary character in League of Legends. You always know what he's going to do. He's going to fight until a certain point and then split push and probably fail at that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but was Udyr designed before jungle was a defined role in the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that probably explains a lot of it. I personally don't think his kit... let me just say I agree with you. I don't think he's going to be top 10. But I personally do not believe his kit is a travesty in any way. I think it's a really cool kit. I think it's a cool design. I think he's binary, but I think that's fine. He reminds me in many ways of old Ryze. He's a simple champion to pick up. I do agree his abilities are definitely numbers reliant, which is sort of horrible. I highly disagree that he needs a complete rework, however. I think that in terms of the way he plays, he's not really a problematic design.
Well, what would you change on him, though?
I wouldn't really change much. I think he's fine as a champion. I think he's much like Karthus in many ways. He's never going to be powerful, but he's always okay. And you can always pretty much play Udyr. I mean, he's never going to be good in any meta, but he's always playable. I think he's a cool design. I think thematically it's cool. I think design-wise, how it plays is cool. I don't think he needs a rework by any. I don't think he's as bad as you make him out to be. I don't think he's top 10, but I definitely don't think he's as bad as you're making him out. Like I said, I don't play much Udyr. I never really have, but you know, he's all right. He's an all right champion. I think he's okay. I think he's very similar to Singed in many ways. Singed is a very binary champion in many ways. And I think it's fine to have a binary champion. You know, Singed is easily kiteable. Udyr is easily kiteable. I think that's okay. But I've never really seen a meta where Udyr has been like, you know, you just can't play Udyr. I think Udyr has always been playable. Udyr always has a place because he has a lot of versatility. And yeah, you know, this whole split pushing thing, you know, it's definitely jungler as a split pusher is like, you know, contradiction does not compute. But in low elo, that's really good. It teaches players how to play the game and shit like that. And that's sort of what these champions are good at.
Udyr is all, that's all I'm going to throw in there. I'm just being cheeky now. This is a little bit off topic, but I would say...
Mom, I'm busy.
I would say if Udyr was to get an update, not a full rework, if he was going to small update, I would replace these two abilities. Bear Stance, Phoenix Stance. Leave his passive the same. Q and W can stay. Phoenix Stance needs to not be a... what what do you call it? A stance. Needs to be like a literal ultimate, turn him into a fucking bird god for a little bit, let him do some cool stuff with his other abilities. Bear stance needs to not be so horrible. It needs to not, maybe like, it shouldn't be as spammable. It shouldn't, I don't even think it should be called bear stance, honestly. Like, keep these two as stances, that's fine. Make these two into longer cooldown abilities that can do different things. I think that would give them more room to play around with his passive, like maybe do some extra stuff with this, maybe do some extra stuff with Tiger, Turtle, maybe whenever you're in Phoenix form, after like, maybe say, your turns to a Phoenix for 10 seconds. These two abilities do different things, or like extra things, and this ability is a little bit more powerful. Maybe Bear Stance could be like a frontal AoE stun, like a little, like, imagine he like swipes his paws, you know, forward into a little arc and stun people. Like, you know how Aatrox's second Q is that little section that's like an arc? Imagine that on Udyr, but that's all it is for Bear Stance, right? Make that a stun. Keep these two the same. I think he would work a lot better. I really do. Like,
I just think it'd be unnecessary. Like, I'm playing like a devil's advocate as like an Udyr main, you know. But I mean, I'm not. I'm just gonna devil's advocate for, as if I was an Udyr main.
Sure.
I think the champion would be fine. Probably. I don't really see many people having a lot of problems with Udyr. Well, it'll be like saying, "Hey, Singe's W, you know, it doesn't really accomplish what it needs to accomplish. We should change it to do this so it can do that." It doesn't need to do that. Well, yeah, but they didn't drastically rework the ability. You know what I mean? They didn't say, "Oh, you know, Singe's W now he, you know." Leaves a cloud of
dimensional portals they can pass through.
Yeah. And I think that's fine. I think keeping the feel of the champion the same is very, very important. And I think any rework would ruin the sort of unique playstyle that Udyr has with these stances in terms of the way he plays in the jungle and his unique role. I don't agree that he needs I really don't. I really strongly disagree with it.
Do you think Shyvana like plays the exact same as he does though, just with a better ultimate?
Not really. I mean,
she really does. Like, you run through the jungle, you clear that shit real quick, and then like Udyr does that too. But Shyvana can then do everything that he can do better. She has better AoE. Like, Phoenix Stance is nothing compared to Shyvana's. Like, even her base form AoE. Forget about the Dragon form AoE. Even her base form AoE is better than Phoenix Stance. Her knockback is infinitely better than Bear Stance. It can hit multiple targets. It's a gap closer. Her Q is much better. I think it's better than Tiger Stance. They literally do the same thing, but hers is a better because you can proc on hits instead of like just hitting. It is on hits.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it's not a reset though, is it?
I believe it is a reset.
Is it a reset?
It's a modifier, right? So it would reset.
Might be.
I'm fairly certain it does. Yeah.
Regardless, they're very similar abilities, and there's a reason why you see Shyvana much more often than Udyr. Like, they're clear. They both kind of scale up into these champions that just start flash farming the jungle, but then Shyvana has a clear path to transition out of that, and then Udyr doesn't at all. You know?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it. Like, if you wanted to tell me, like, how would you make Udyr better in team fights, I'd say give him some sort of ability to get on priority targets, much like Shyvana's ultimate. So I suppose I could see that in a way. I still don't think he's a problematic design, though. I still think he's okay in the game, and I don't really think he needs massive changes. And if his small niche player base is happy with playing him, I don't really see.
I think
it's not like a toxic
design. I think it's a problematic design just for him, not for anybody else. And that might be the worst guy to have, though, because he's like, I really hate to use like champion popularity as an example, but isn't Udyr like the most unpopular champion in the game, like by a long shot?
I don't think so.
Really?
I'll look it up.
Sure. Well, regardless, we can both agree he's not top 10, right?
Yeah, he's not top 10. I mean, this has just been vamping, really. But I think it's important to give that nuance to the situation.
Yeah. Chimson likes his design. I think his last two abilities need to be replaced, but it's okay.
All right, let's say Sion.
Sion.
Now, Sion, those who were playing back in the Season 3 probably remember the total meme that was Sion back then. Very, very fun, but very, very stupid champion.
Schwarzenegger Sion, the best Sion.
Stop whining! He was cool, but he definitely didn't fit in the game. He was sort of like... Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, Sion. So, very, very goofy... gimmicky pre-rework. Very stupid champion. You can just look up videos to watch it. The rework I thought actually was pretty cool. I like what they did with him. I like his Q a lot. I think his Q is an awesome ability. His W is pretty cool too. They sort of managed to keep some of that stacking health stuff that the old Sion had, which was pretty nice. Roar of the Slayer, though, I don't like as an ability.
Yeah,
I think in lane, it's such an oppressive ability. It's pretty much what's caused Sion to be so problematic throughout the last couple of years. I don't think his rework has been horribly egregious compared to a lot of reworks out there, but I just think his E, it doesn't. I don't really understand why he needs that ability. Just make him this.
The E is a typical type. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's all good. Oh, I was just going to say, I think they should focus on making him this, massively tanky disruptor who does minimal damage but is incredibly disruptive. And I think that Roar of the Slayer does too much damage in lane at the moment, and I think it always will. I think that ability should have some retooling. I like his ultimate. I like the rest of his kit. I just think Roar of the Slayer keeps him down. I think we can both agree he's not going to be top 10.
I don't understand why an ability called Roar of the Slayer is a skill shot. Like, why does it hit something and push minions? Like, he's yelling. He's not, like, kicking them. Because you call that Kick of the Slayer, and he kicks a minion across the line. Like, even that would make more sense than having an ability called Roar of the Slayer. Move a minion to someone and slow them. Like, it doesn't make any sense. What if instead of this, Roar of the Slayer, he channels for a bit, and Ornn's Flame Breath, imagine Sion, but he stands still and just like roars at them. So say you walk into someone with Sion and you manage to get a decimating smash on them to knock them up. Then you while you're doing that, you pop your W, then you roar at them, and let's say you slow them or fear them.
Wouldn't that just be Cho'Gath though?
Wouldn't it be Cho'Gath?
That would just be Cho'Gath.
Cho'Gath's E and passive and ult are very different.
I know, but in terms of, just you knock someone up and then roar in their face, that's what Cho'Gath does. I think it would be too thematically similar.
I don't know. I kind of disagree because the way that the knockups happen and the effects of the roar would be so different. Like, Cho'Gath's Feral Scream silences and his knockup is really hard to predict skill shot. Meanwhile, Decimating Smash is like a little bit like telegraphed, and Roar of the Slayer would be a fear or like a slow or something. So like those two like independently would be a little bit weaker than Cho'Gath's kit, but I think the rest of the kit being so different would be enough to really differentiate him. Like Unstoppable Onslaught is nothing like Feast. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying that combo would be very similar, like gameplay wise.
Sure, there's a lot of champions that do stuff like that though.
But I think just getting away from the thematics of the ability, I just think his E as the ability itself, like what it does. I think it's problematic.
Stupid,
yeah.
Stupid.
It's a pretty stupid
needs
ability.
to go to. I don't.
The passive is weird. It just feels like it doesn't do anything really, unless it's like in certain situations.
That stupid glacial augment side build. Like then you're essentially giving up your entire laning phase, mid game and late game, to have your passive maybe do something, because you don't have grass, you don't have aftershock. Hell, you don't even have like fucking. What if you took like press the attack on Sion? Like Predator would be cool too on Sion, but like you don't have any of those that could make Sion really good. You have glacial augment.
Yeah.
And I don't even think that this works that well for Sion. The only place that this is really super useful is to cheese a camp early game, like to just suicide on someone jungle camp and then hit it to death, then maybe run to raptors or like wolves and kill that too.
Yeah, that's cool, but
it's stupid.
Yeah,
it doesn't fit.
It's stupid. Sion, goodbye.
All right, is it my turn?
It is your turn.
Get Sion the fuck out of here. Oh, why did it? Okay, let me undo that. Sion.
How's Soraka not off the list yet?
Pretty sure I was the one who wanted to keep her on there.
Oh, okay, really?
Maybe
I don't think
I don't
she's.
remember. Have we?
She's not in. Yet? She's not in the contentious pile.
She's not.
Yeah, I mean it's your pick. I mean,
I'm gonna skip her for now.
Okay.
They did revert Rengar, so I don't know if I'm right. No, you know what? I'm not gonna put Rengar top 10. Just because he has a stupid resource system.
Roddy gonna be mad. He gonna be upset.
I like the champion a lot, and for what he is, he does his job very well. I just don't think that the resource system paired with like a really weird, like janky, honestly just janky bone tooth thing is that good. The hunt is on, a little interaction with Kha'Zix is really fucking stupid.
Yeah.
They reverted him so he has the old old savagery. Battle roar is cool. I like how you have to choose when you're full fury to what you want to do, but I just don't think that the bone tooth necklace thing is that good. I love his like this bush jump passive. That's really awesome. A little obnoxious to play against, but it's really cool. But bone tooth necklace is really dumb. Make this into something else. Think Thrill of the Hunt is really cool as well. I think what's preventing me from putting him top 10 is the fact that he's manaless. His resource system is completely cooldown based, essentially, and Bone Tooth Necklace is dumb. What do you think?
They've had to make his kit so janky to sort of bring him into a balanced state because his ultimate is so polarizing. In my opinion, it's the same thing with Karthus in many ways. It's the same thing I'm saying. The ultimate is so powerful. In this case, stealth being ridiculous. Rengar's old ultimate being insanely powerful, which prompted all of these massive reworks and changes to try and keep the core themes of his kit intact while still allowing him to not be broken because his ultimate is so powerful. It polarizes the rest of his kit. It causes them to have to do really weird things to make it work, like we see with these bone tooth necklaces and stuff like that. And he just ends up being very inconsistent a lot of the time. And he's core. I really empathize with this player base. They just want to play Rengar, and keeps trying to make him where he's almost like Ryze at this point. Honestly, not as bad, but almost.
Oh, he's not nearly that bad. They've pretty much stopped doing the Rengar changes for the most part after they got super mad and they reverted the Q from the skill set to being what it is now.
I mean, look, let me say, Riot doesn't normally admit they make mistakes and go back to old things, and they did here. So I think that says a lot about how sort of contentious Rengar is with their rework team and their balanced team. So I definitely don't think he's going to be top 10. So, sorry, Roddy, don't delete my Discord, but come on. Because he technically owns my Discord, so...
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he set it up for me. Oh, God.
Just tell him to give you admin and unadmin himself.
Oh, no. All right.
Or you can transfer ownership, too.
I'll try and bribe him. All right. I'll try and do it tonight before this video goes, hopefully.
All right, let's see what
we got. Fuck, this is hard now.
You want to scroll from the top again?
All right. Ahri, I mean, one I want Ahri to stay, but in another one I wanted to go. Same thing with Anivia in many ways, but oh god, this is gonna be hard. Cho'Gath I think is fine. He might be top 10 definitely. I really think Soraka, man. I really think Soraka. But you said you'll leave her, so let's leave her a little bit.
No, we can talk about her. What's your reason?
Okay, so Soraka is once again a champion who was designed as a support historically. It's actually the inverse of many of the situations we've been talking about. She was designed as support who was too powerful in the mid lane and had a very ridiculous... her star core was very ridiculous back when she would just activate it.
It was so cool, though, wasn't it?
It was cool. It was awesome. It was really cool.
So she had the ability... who don't know, the old star call, if you know what a druid does in World of Warcraft, Moonkin... You would call down these stars on her Q at a really short cooldown in an AoE, and it would one would be called down for every target that would hit them, and it would stack damage every time you casted the ability. So if someone stayed too close to you, that was how they made Soraka not need to build AP, but still do decent amount of damage. The problem happened when people started building AP and just destroying everything.
Yeah, because not only can she do that, but she can also heal allies and herself with a pretty powerful heal. She could also give... her old E was free to cast, and it was like her heal, except it gave mana, and she could give mana to herself. So she basically never ran out of mana. It was cooldown based, but she basically never ran out of mana. And her old ultimate, the ultimate's still the same. Was her passive different? Yeah, her passive was different, right?
I honestly forget what it is. Let's check.
Let's check. Because right now she's she has the ambulance passive, where she moves towards you faster, right?
So the old passive is called Salvation. Soraka's health and mana restoring abilities are 1% more powerful for every 2% of the target's missing health or mana.
Well, that's fucking ridiculous. Considering how crazy she was back then.
I would personally, if she had her old kit, I'd put her in my top 10. I really would. Honestly, straight up, I would. Yes, because
not maybe, how polarizing she was as a mid laner.
Maybe
yeah. Look, I agree. I agree.
Janna, but I think that with her new kit, it's clunky, and that's the problem. Yeah. I don't mind the abilities that much, but it's so fucking clunky. Like, you have to hit the new like skill shot star call, and then you get like a little bit of health back. Like, you drain some health. You have to hit your E, and if they walk out of it, it's useless. Like, it's so clunky, and I really wouldn't mind the old kit on Soraka. But yeah, maybe if they made it so you couldn't give mana to yourself, then it would be balanced.
Yeah.
I don't know if they need to completely like delete the ability and just change it.
Exactly, I agree. I think if we were doing this list in season 3, Soraka had a good chance of being in the top 10.
Yeah, now with the new kit, it's way too.
We're doing the list in season 5. Like, Soraka before her rework was she was like the Ryze of supports. She was simple. She was easy to pick up. Oh, I'm trying to learn how to play support. Who do I play? I'll just play Soraka, dude. It's easy. Just sit back and heal me. That's all you need to do. She was point and click. She was easy. She was cool. And yeah, I think that the big thing was her E. The fact that she would give mana to herself. It was ridiculous. I think they could have maybe just made some tweaks there, but they instead decided for a rework, which, I mean, sort of kept her the way she was, because mainly it was her W that defined Soraka, but they've made it so restrictive that it to bring her in line. I always just think that she would have been way too numbers reliant back then. And, you know, I don't know. I think it's okay that she has some expression of skill in her kit, because otherwise she would just be like the heal bot, and she would either be too powerful or too strong in many cases. But yeah, I definitely agree. She probably would have been top 10 if we were doing this back in season 3. But now, yeah, she doesn't belong.
God, look at the old Soraka model, dude. It's so bad.
Oh, she was horrible.
So bad. The new one looks. I will say they did a wonderful job on the Soraka new model. I have to give them credit for that, for the model.
Yeah.
But ability wise, for me, it's too clunky. I hate it. It
doesn't. You always fight so poorly.
I don't even think that Soraka mains would like this kit compared to the old one. Like, it's just so. If you miss even one of these two in a team fight, you cannot do a single fucking thing. Because, like, yeah, you can heal people, but then you're not using half your kit. You're using W and R. If you miss these two, you can't do shit. If they're gonna give her a skill shot, it should be either this one or this one, not both. Yeah. I don't even think she needs to have any, but yeah, we'll cross Soraka out.
If you mained Soraka back in the day, you mained her because she was this binary easy champion to play, and you enjoyed that. She's definitely not that anymore. I think they sort of lost sight of what she should be. All right. I think we need to start cutting some AD carries. There's too many fucking AD carries on this list. Let's start with fuck. I don't have much experience with AD carries, so it's going to be hard for me to justify a lot of these. It's just going to really be in many cases.
There's actually not that many left. There's not that many left at all.
Well, I mean, compared to other champions, I think they have the highest percentage at this point.
Well, I gotta redo the. Yeah, they definitely have the highest percentage. So name one. All Let's go.
Let's start with Severe. Fuck. I mean, what's there to say apart from I just don't think she's top 10. She's an okay champion design. What do you like
about her design? There has to be something that you don't like.
I know that there has to be something that I don't like, but honestly, I find it mostly okay. But I can say that about 20 other champions. And all I can say is she just doesn't seem as exciting or cool to play as some of the other champions on the list. That's really all I can say. I mean, there's nothing that I find horribly flawed about her design. I think it's simple. I think it makes sense. I think it works. Hello, eBay. I think it's all right, but I just don't think when we look at the other things that are still on these lists, on this list here, I don't know if it should be top 10. I mean, what do you think? We have to grasp at straws here now, man. We're getting down to the wire.
I really like her kit. Honestly, I do. I think it's wonderful. Things I will criticize about her kit is you never notice her passive. I thought they replaced this with something else, but I guess they haven't. It's been the same fucking passive for ever since she was released, since in 2009. So it's been almost 10 years of this passive that I don't even think about at all when I play Sivir. When you play Sivir, you're like, oh, if I hit something, I go faster. Like, yeah, right? Like, what it... This is
okay.
Did you know this? That they didn't change this?
No. I don't even know. If you asked me to say what Sevir's passive was, I wouldn't have been able to tell you for the last 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, I couldn't either. And her entire and I think this is the reason why she's not top 10 for me.
All right, fair enough. We found something. There we go. I knew there was something.
I'll also say that her W is so fucking powerful in team fights when she's strong. This ability is a 1v9 ability right here, Ricochet, in team fights, because they can also crit. The bounces can crit. It's absurd. So if this ability is not kept in line, or if Sivir is too strong, this is always the reason, and that's why she can never be a truly stable character. A lot of AD carries are very, very like defined by the meta. There's a few that aren't, but Sivir is not one of them. She's extremely defined by the meta. If she can't reliably use Ricochet to fight with, then she's useless. Absolutely useless. Yeah, but the reason
I think her kit's okay. What do you reckon? Top 20?
Sivir would be. I give her top 20, but the passive is stupid, so I can't give her top 10.
All right, so there we go. I think I need to be. We need to like mediate this and really be like, look, we're gonna have to get to the point where we're just gonna have to cut things that genuinely. Because look, if your champion is 11th on the list, that means they're a really good design, but they're not top 10. So that's gonna be a really hard one.
You want to go for AD carries, right? So I'll go for Tristana.
All right, let's do it. I'll do Jinx next. Let's try that.
In my opinion, old Tristana's kit was fucking perfect. That old Tristana's kit defined what it meant to almost. I'd give her a close second to another character. But old Tristana's kit was what it meant to be an AD carry in League of Legends.
Wait, hold on. Wait, sorry. What on the kit?
Her.
Sorry.
You used to get
old Tristana's kit.
Yeah,
old Tristana. Yeah. You blend those words together. So you're like, old Tristana's kit. I'm like, what the fuck? What's that?
Old Tristana's kit was almost like defining of the role, in my opinion. Her passive used to give much longer range. It used to give like 950 range. Now they nerfed it so hard they made it 661, so you don't have like this 900 range AD carry to deal with. I think rapid fire used to do more too, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. So they never actually replaced any of her abilities. They're just giving it new things. What they've done with Tristana is they kind of transitioned her out of being like the best late game hyper carry into being one of the top-ish late game carries. They took a lot of power out of her passive that used to give a lot of range, and they changed it to explosive charge. So it has the old thing where it was explosive shot, where it would like do AoE damage for clearing minions, but the new thing is that they give it like this weird like 4-hit like active bomb thing, where if you hit it 4 times it explodes and does a lot of damage. But it's just like for them to do that and take so much away from what the old passive was. Like she used to turn into like a machine gun. She really did.
Yeah,
like a machine gun that you couldn't reach. The definition of glass cannon. Right, she had some self peel, but it was never like super reliable. But they just really fucked with her with a W. Like look at how simple all of the rest of her kit is, and then read W, right? Or sorry,
you mean
E?
Right?
E, explosive charge. Like it's another example of one of those things that they've like made one ability so ridiculous that they can't do anything interesting with the rest of her kit. Like it's all so just eh.
I agree, and there's one more glaring problem. Her kit that I believe is a problem, and it's the fact that her E, when it detonates, resets her W. It does still do that, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. So you can jump. Okay. You can E.
That is bad. That is bad. And let me explain why I think that is bad.
An E target also gives 1 stack of your 4 hits.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I don't think that's horrible, but the thing that I don't like, actually, no, you're right. No, that is bad. You know why? Yeah. Because I think
it's giving more power to the ability.
Exactly, but her design should be, in my opinion, her W should be an escape. That's what her W should be. She should be designed as a glass cannon that does a lot of damage from range, and if someone gets on top of her, she has an escape ability. I don't think that making W an offensive ability, encouraging it to be used offensively by making it reset on her E's detonation, by making it grant a stack of her E, I think that was what caused Tristana to be a big problem for so long. In the last year or so in the AD carry. I think that was the issue. I think if they just said, okay, rocket jump is an escape ability, that's what it's designed to be. You can't use it offensively. If you can use it offensively, like, but it's not. There's no design in her kit to say, hey, you should be using it offensively. It should be designed to say, hey, this is how you get out of fights.
There's a character in Dota called Sniper. He's a little dwarf who gets super long range as he levels up, and his ultimate is like a Caitlyn ult, and then his other abilities are passive. So he has one passive that gives him mini stun on his auto attacks, and his other passive gives him his other passive, or it's not a passive, sorry, it's a charge ability that calls down an AoE like storm of bullets on an area on 2 charges for a certain amount of time. Like a very small area. Think MFs make it rain, but on a charge system. Like, so she can cast it twice. Then his passive is a mini stun on his bullets. His Q, when you level it up, it's a passive that increases your auto attack range, and your ultimate is Caitlyn ult. That, I think, is kind of what they should have aimed for with Tristana. Here's what Tristana could have been changed to, instead of like, I think part of the reason why they didn't want to make her like the long range hyper carry is because she does have self heal with Buster Shot, and yeah, the E is a problem, sure, but the Buster Shot self heal. Imagine this, okay? Rocket Jump stays the same, maybe lower cooldown a bit. All right, her passive gets buffed back up to being super long range. Q stays the exact same. W is mostly the same. E, take all of this bullshit off of it and just give it the AoE magic damage thing. Yeah, the old ability, and then change Buster Shot to like maybe ignite her auto attacks like for 8 seconds whenever she uses it, and just make them do a little bit of like extra damage, like not a lot, just a little bit. You know,
that'd be cool.
And then I think they could fill the niche of a champion that's super long range, hyper scales, but doesn't have to play around the explosive charge, the whole thing. Like you shouldn't have to do. I don't like explosive charge. Just fuck it. We're not gonna put her in our top 10. We're not doing it.
Yeah. She's not top 10. All right, I was gonna say Jinx, but actually, on second thought, she might potentially be in my top, or at least close. So,
yeah, okay.
I'm gonna say Twitch.
Okay, why?
And the reason why is because I think that Twitch, in many ways, it's the stealth, and the reason why the stealth is a problem is because Twitch jungle. And let me put it this way: we've been going on about champions who have been designed for mid lane and have been too strong as supports. We've been going on about champions who are designed for support and become too powerful in mid, like Soraka. I think that Twitch, I don't think he's ever really had a period where he's been like way too strong in the jungle, and they've been
terrible at it.
Yeah, well, but he's been alright. There have been periods where he has been okay in the jungle, and I do think that Riot does keep an eye on his kit to try and make sure that he isn't too strong as a jungler. And look, I don't think he'll be top 10. I think his kit is pretty cool. I think the rework was just a visual rework, right? Rework, right? They didn't change much.
They didn't change a whole lot. I know that they changed the duration of stealth.
Yeah.
The Venom Cask used to be something else. I forget what Venom Cask used to be.
Really?
Yeah, it was something else. It was debilitating. Was that the one? What was the old kit? I remember it was something else. I specifically remember. Was it debilitating poison? It might have been this.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, first W. Upon activation, slows nearby enemy champions by 30%, increased by 6% per deadly venom stack applied to them. Adding more deadly venom stacks after the W slow is applied will further reduce their movement speed. So it was different. It's like what the current one is. It slows in an AoE, but it was based around his venom stacks. The new one, it just applies venom stacks. You don't get a bonus for already having venom on them or applying more venom. It just applies it and slows. I think this is a very boring ability compared to the old one.
Yeah, true. But I can sort of see why they did it. But like, I think that it's a testament to how good Twitch's kit is in many ways. That after the visual rework, he remained. They didn't say we're going to do a full.
His kit's wonderful.
Yeah, they didn't say we're going to do a full Twitch rework. They just said we're going to do a visual rework and we're going to do a few things. And I really think that. I think his kit's good. I really do think it's good. I just don't think it's top 10. And I think there are some issues when it comes to considering Twitch jungle that Riot probably factors into their decision making at times. It's stealth. Stealth is always problematic in many ways. I think that Twitch's is definitely one of the more fair stealths out there.
Yeah, definitely.
But it is still stealth, and there are still issues with it that in my opinion, keep him out of the top 10 for me.
I personally don't have a problem with stealth as a concept or as a mechanic, unless it's like obnoxiously overdone or tied to another extremely powerful thing, like abilities that give movement and stealth. No, don't do that shit. But abilities Kha'Zix, Kaisa, Vayne, what else? Kha'Zix, Kaisa, Vayne. I don't think Shaco's is nearly as bad as those though, because those are spammable. Shaco's not spammable.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix, etc. But back on topic, I don't have a problem with that much. Venom Cask, this is dumb as shit. Make this something else. This is really stupid. It does. Why is a rat throwing a fucking barrel at you? Or what? Or a little flask. Where did he get it? Where does he hold it?
Gragas. He got it from Gragas, throwing a cask at you.
Why doesn't this do anything if they already have venom stacks on them, as opposed to just putting venom on them? You know, like it doesn't. The contaminate is the same thing as the exact same thing as the old expunge was, as far as I'm aware. So this needs to be changed to something that's actually decent for the character. Contaminate, change the name back to expunge. Spray and pray, change the name back to Ratatat, and we're good.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Oh, yeah.
don't change it back to
Change it back.
Ratatat.
Change
No,
it back.
no. Spray and pray was the original name, and
No, it
it was good.
No, it wasn't.
It was, right? Yes, it was. Spray and pray was what it was originally called.
No, it wasn't. I'm very sure it wasn't.
I'm very sure that Spray and Pray was what it was originally called. And they changed it to Ratatat when they reworked him.
No,
and everyone hated it. Really?
Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was Spray and Pray before. It wasn't Ratatat before the rework. It was they changed it to Ratatat after the rework.
I think you're incorrect. Let's check.
Pretty sure I'm right, because I remember there being a shitstorm about it.
Actually, I think you're correct. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So I like the fact that it's Spray and Pray. Spray and Pray is a lot better than fucking. No.
Okay, yeah. Change contaminate back to expunge then.
Yeah, change it back to expunge. Why'd you change the
shit's
name of the
stupid.
ability? It's functionally the same. Put it back.
Oh, it was in patch 4.6. It changed to Ratatat for some reason.
Because they're fucking dumb shits who are out of touch. But that's another rant video.
And then they changed it back to Spray and Pray in 6.22. So preseason 7. That's a few years there. That's probably why I don't remember exactly what it was. I never played Twitch that much back in the day, except for the old troll. Like when he had his 60-second stealth, he just stacked sunfires and burned people to death.
I wasn't around in those days, but I heard that one was pretty
really
fun
stupid. It was really fun. It was terrible because like you just couldn't do any damage with your auto attacks, and you'd get outscaled and everyone would kill you. But in the moment, it was fun because like people who didn't know what was going on, you just burned them to death.
Tristana and Twitch. We didn't have an AD carry before that, right? That we got rid of? No.
Tristana, Twitch. No.
It was Soraka, Tristana, Twitch, right? That was the order?
Yeah. Soraka,
okay, cool.
Twitch. Is my turn?
Alright, you're up. Go ahead.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, so much stress.
Yeah, it's getting tough.
So much pressure. Pressure! Oh, are we gonna go Jinx? Are we gonna go? What are we gonna go?
I don't know. This is really tough now.
Oh, he's eyeing the Malphite. Oh no.
I want to say Sejuani. I'm gonna say Sejuani. My reason for saying Sejuani is because literally from the moment she was released, there are already characters who do what she needs to do. They didn't necessarily do it better, but that shouldn't be the criteria. There are already like multiple characters that did exactly what she needed to do. And my prime example is Amumu. If you're gonna want a tank that clears the jungle, doesn't do a lot of damage, and engages and team fights, they should have given Amumu extra things. And if they're gonna make a boar rider champion, focus her on the boar. You don't do fucking anything with the boar. Like it might as well not. She could literally be walking around on feet in her model, and nothing would change. Like, what do you do with the boar? There's nothing. Like, she's sold as like this like boar riding like bad bitch who like is supposed to like ram into you with the boar, and even then she doesn't really do that. She dashes and maybe she'll hit you with it, but it's like it doesn't. What does the boar really do besides hit them? Like, it doesn't. They should completely, in my opinion, completely rework her from the ground up, base her around the boar, make it like an actual mount system, kind of like what the Kled thing is, and then just get rid of everything else. I think, honestly, in my opinion, just everything on Sejuani needs to go. And her kit's not even that bad. Like, purely design-wise, it's not that bad. Wouldn't put it in my top 10 because already many champions that came before her that do what she needs to do. And her passive is really stupid too. Actually, I throw that there. Because slow resistance is dumb as fuck. It's her kit's not like it looks overloaded, but it's not because everything is so nerfed because her abilities have so much depth to them. I just make her revolver on the board, and her kit's frankly kind of boring. Like it works well, but it's just like eh.
I agree. I think that design wise, she's sort of a flavor fail in many ways, and she always was. Even back in when I started playing in season 3, she was always very unpopular back then too, because she just didn't really do much that, as you said, other champions don't already do better in many ways. And then the rework came, and she was sort of polarizing, and she had issues and balance issues and design issues. But I do agree that thematically she's sort of a flavor fail. And she could really use a rework. I mean, I don't know, maybe Sejuani mains might disagree with me here, but I just don't think there are many Sejuani mains, honestly. She just doesn't seem like... her abilities just seem like she does too much. Like, she does too little and too much. Like, she has all these little things that she does, and she doesn't really do any of them well. She's not going to be top 10. And yeah. I think that you're right. She does. The main thing there is the thematics of her design wise, but gameplay wise, she's nothing special either. Don't think we're eliminating her just because she's design wise she's stupid.
She's a resident sleeper.
She's just like air. Like she's it's Sejuani, whatever. Like there's nothing that stands out about her really. All right.
What you got for me? It's very difficult now.
Is Rammus going to be in my top 10? I don't know. Maybe. Like, that's the thing. Like, I'm looking at this list. I mean,
I would put him in my top 10, or at least very close. Personally,
I would put him very close. That's the thing. I'm not sure if he would be in the top 10 or very. I don't know. Maybe Victor.
Okay, I can talk about Victor.
All right. Let's look at Victor. And I really don't have a huge amount to say here because I think the Victor rework was actually pretty good. I think it kept the core design, the core feel of the champion, in many ways, and sort of made
the main game done correctly, in my opinion.
Exactly. He always had Hex core, right? He always had Hex core. Yeah,
this is what they should be.
Hex core is great. I love the ability. I love the way it works. I love how because you have to put a gold investment into it. You have to buy it. You have to prioritize.
It changes the way you play.
Exactly. It's great.
It's really cool. I love it.
And his kit doesn't revolve around it, It's there, it does what it does, but he could still be Victor if he had a different passive. But I mean, I love Hexcore. I really think Hexcore is a cool ability. I think Siphon Power is a pretty cool ability. I like Victor. I really like him design wise. I think they kept him like they kept Death Ray, and like his ultimate. They really kept what was great and fun about the old Victor in so many ways in the new Victor. I think he was a rework done. Yeah, they did do some minor stuff to him. Yeah,
with the Hexcore thing and the Q.
Yeah. I really think.
Yeah, I remember the old one. The old ult was so bad. Holy shit, that was terrible.
Yeah. The Victor rework. Victor is probably one of the best reworks that Riot has ever done.
He was reworked so well. I didn't even realize they reworked him.
He was reworked so well. Wow. I mean, look at the abilities. They're pretty much all the same, but they're better. They fit into the game.
Modern,
No, you know what? Fuck it. I just he might be in my top 10.
I was gonna say I like Victor a lot too. I really do. Genuinely do.
I wasn't sure, but I think now he might be in my top 10.
He's a little polarizing when he's strong, I think, but that shouldn't be a reason to keep him in my top 10.
Yeah, all right. But same thing. I think Oriana's going to be in both of our top 10s, and she's the same way, right?
I could definitely see her in mine. Yeah, you can put
those aside
for now. Victor.
All right, yeah. Let's put Victor and Oriana to the side so that we can. I think it's going to end up being one or the other, and I think Victor will probably not make it over Oriana, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, so I still need to pick one. I won't count that as a pick.
Sure.
If you don't want.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'll start from the top for you.
All right.
I see a pretty good target right there, but it's up to you.
Yeah. I am seeing a pretty good target there, considering the mid lane selections we have now. All right, let's go with Ahri.
Yeah.
So, Ahri, I think her design is pretty cool. I think she used to have issues, but that was mainly with Deathfire Touch. Deathfire. It was Deathfire Grasp. Yeah, Deathfire Grasp. She was too powerful when that item was in the game. She was the bane of supports. I remember watching Faker back in season 3 playing Ahri. He would just go for the supports with Deathfire Touch, the fucking squishy support sonas back then, and just fucking obliterate them. And it was so fun to watch, but it was cancer. When Deathfire Touch was removed, Ahri needed a significant change to her abilities to give her more power that she lost from the loss of basically her core item.
Yeah.
And they sort of made her less of an assassin and more of a sustainy sort of mage.
Well, she was always like that though. What they did was this healing passive from Orb used to be her literal passive, where you would hit 9 charges and then her next ability would heal. Now it's just tied into the Orb, and they gave and because of that, like you can't heal with the other abilities now, but she does
still have the speed on it Orb, right? When she speeds up when she throws it, or did they remove that?
That's her new passive. That's her new passive.
Oh, okay.
Whenever her lands 2 ability hits against a champion, she gains 20% movement speed.
And you know what? I think that's pretty good.
Speed too, I think. No, they removed that. Her Q does not give movement speed anymore because that was bullshit, and she could kite you forever.
Yeah, and I think that I think that she was always meant to be a sort of sustained damage mage in a way. I don't think she was meant to be as bursty as they designed her to be, because Deathfire Touch made her that way. I do think, like her E is sort of a tough ability for them to balance. You know, they've experimented with it not doing damage, with it amplifying damage of your other spells, with it doing a lot of damage.
Ability. They don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, it's always weird. I think she's always been... I don't think she's bad. I think that Ahri is a solid mid laner at this point. I think she's not oppressive. I think she's an okay champion. I don't think she's a poor design.
There's so much power in her kit that Foxfire just, like, it always feels really bad. Like, you max
Foxfire is
it doesn't particularly clear waves. The single target damage is shit. It's like, you just push it to push your W and get some damage.
Yeah.
You think, oh, I need more damage, push W. You don't think, how can I use my W in a good way to either do more damage or outplay my opponent? You just hit it. It's on cooldown. You push it. That's what it is.
Let's get rid of Ahri. Like I said, I don't think she's a bad champion.
I like her design, but the W is really stupid.
Yeah, she's not top 10. All right, goodbye, Ahri. Well, let me just 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10. All right.
Is it
goodbye, Ahri.
My turn?
It is.
I hate to do it. I really hate to do it.
I've been telling you, man. I've been telling you.
I love his kit, though. I love his kit.
I love him too. I do. But I think it's the minions. I think they don't fit. I think they try to put it on there because they want to keep the old... They want to try and keep the old Malzahar.
Yeah.
But it really just doesn't feel like... He's not a minion mancer. He's not.
I don't think they're trying to make him one though. I think their goal with the Void Storm is to literally just, you know, it's not meant to be like a thing that lasts forever. It's like a Zergling. It's like a swarm. It's like they target whatever is malefic vision and they try to just kill it as fast as possible. And whenever you're wave clearing, it's to help wave clear. And when you're team fighting, it's to help damage. There's good counterplay. You're not meant to control them. They're not meant to. It's not meant to be the crux of his kit. And I think that's very clear with how they're treating it. The crux of his kit is Malefic Visions. This is what he's always been balanced on, I think.
Malefic Visions is such a good ability. I love Malefic Visions.
I think Malzahar is one of the... I really do think that his kit's good. I don't think that the Void Storm is as minion mancery as what you're saying. I think Yorick is a much bigger offender in that category. I wouldn't even consider
it doesn't
Malzahar
fit.
a minion mancer.
I mean, think about it. Like, if you don't want Malzahar to be a minion, why give him minions? I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I just don't. I think
thematically though, it's like he's calling a swarm from the void. You know?
Yeah, but
like
but what if instead
and they're coming through?
But what if instead you just gave him another ability that fit better with his kit? I just think that Void Swarm is just this boondoggle with it, sort of just like, oh yeah, he does this too. It's much like the REW in my opinion. It feels like just such an underwhelming ability compared to his other stuff.
It's different because this plays around Malefic Visions though. That's why it's different.
True, but I mean, yeah, I don't really think
it to block skill shots, mind you.
Yeah, but that's more of an advanced thing. I'm sure
it's still part of his kit, though. You can't do
that.
Yeah,
it is. But it definitely has more depth than RSW. I really think they've had to nerf it so much because they still want to keep the core Malzahar. You know, I press E, I press R, I do lots of damage. They wanted to keep that aspect intact, and they can't also give him a really powerful minion ability where he can shit out things that can, you know, because that'll make him too oppressive in lane.
I think it's strong enough. I really do. I play a decent amount of Malzahar.
I'm not saying it's weak. I'm just saying it doesn't feel as good compared to the rest of his kit. I don't know.
I think it does though. Personally, I think it does.
I think we would both say he would be top 20, maybe even top 15, easy. I just don't really think he's in my top 10. It's up to you. You put him up. So
well, I kind of clicked on him because we were talking about him, but we can. I kind of want to put him on the side for now. I really do. I really like this guy. I really do like his kit a lot.
Malzahar on the side.
Let's do that. All right, you can go, or I can pick another one because I didn't really eliminate anybody.
Yeah, I did it with Victor, so I guess you pick another one.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm looking at Leona, but
I'm not even considering her right now.
At the same time, yeah, I
mean, Vi.
Oh, okay.
For similar reasons to Sejuani, there is just her kit works really well, and I love it. I'm pretty sure they've nerfed Assault and Battery quite a bit over the years. It's like a diver's wet dream ability is Assault and Battery. And I think that ability has made her kit kind of weak. She's never felt that strong. They actually buffed it in 8.14, but she's never really felt like that crazy. There's other fighters I think that dive better than she does. They don't particularly single target as well as she does because of her ult, but even Sejuani doesn't single target that well. Like, she can pick you up and CC you with the ult, but then like playing around the rest of her kit after that is like you know, like, because you can miss Vault Breaker and there goes most of your damage. If you don't get your shield, you're fucked. Like, if you don't get your E-cast off, like, you're not doing much. It's just,
I don't know if I agree.
Really?
I really like Vi design-wise and gameplay-wise.
I like her design-wise too.
Yeah, I think that she's simple. She's elegant to play. I think when I play Vi, she's probably one of my favorite junglers to play because she just flows so well.
She does.
Her ganks are pretty good. Late game, she has the, you know, single target, go fuck you, and like fuck you in particular, you know. And I really.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of the more I talk about her kid, I'm kind of like doubting what I'm saying too. You know,
I reckon she should be put to the side because I think she's a good design and she may be top 10.
The only thing maybe I could see that keeping her out of it would be her ult, but even her ult is like purely design wise, it does work really well.
It does. It works for the rest of the kit because, you know, if you Vault Breaker, you get your shield, you auto attack, and then E to reset, and that reset third hit procs your W, and then, you know, if they run away, you ultimate them. She's a single target fuck you in particular champion. I think she works great as a jungler. Her clears are nice. Her ganks are very satisfying.
We can put it aside for now.
All right, let's put it aside.
All right, your go. Let's do it.
All right. Let's grab one. Let's see. Oh, fuck me. Where do I even go? Like, Wukong. Wukong is standing out to me. Once again, I'm grasping at straws to try and find a reason why he should go.
I wouldn't put him top 10.
That's pretty much all I can say. I wouldn't put him top
reliant.
10.
His kit relies so much on items.
Exactly.
If his items are weak, you shit.
Exactly. And if Black Cleaver and
completely boring.
What is his passive?
He gains bonus armor and MR for each visible enemy champion nearby. That's so like, you never play around this Wukong. You never think to yourself, I'm about to be tanky. You just don't think about it. There's nothing.
No, that's even shittier than old Singe passive in many ways.
Oh yeah, this is by far the worst passive in the game. It's not even close.
I think based off that, we can just get him off the list.
Yeah, I like his other abilities, but the passive is just, it's dog shit. It's honestly just so bad design. Even the original 40 champions had passives that were better than that, and he wasn't original 40.
All right, later
2 years after the game was released.
You're up.
Damn, this is tough. How many? Let's count how
Fuck
many
me.
we have left. Okay, we have one,
Okay,
two,
well, hold on.
3, 4, 5.
Okay, just remember we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 champions on the put aside list. So if you just count out
20.
all the ones, yeah.
3, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. We have 31 left.
31 and minus 9, so we have 22 technically to discuss still. We're getting there.
I'm going to say Misfortune. I'm going to say Misfortune because I don't think she does the job of being a marksman particularly well. She's more of an assassin. Nowadays, anyways. And even when she was not tooled to be an assassin, she never particularly did AD carrying well. I don't think ever.
I think she was sort of like a mage AD carry for.
Yeah.
She sort of had that like caster AD carry feel, which I thought was pretty cool. And then AP Misfortune, which you can still technically do, but it used to be a lot more fun and a lot more hilarious. Yeah, I think to just. Sorry, I completely interrupted you.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay. I think that she doesn't really do the job of a marksman too well. You're right. Historically, she was always better as sort of like this caster AD carry, which was cool in its way. And now, yeah, she has that assassin thing, which I just think is really weird. But
and the worst part is that they're purposefully balancing her around that instead of like giving this lower damage, lower cooldown, like for actually doubling it up. It's just like you always it's such an integral part of her damage output that you have to play around it. You have to go like lethality. You have to build Duskblade. You have to build Youmu's. You don't ever see like a traditional like crit based, auto attack based AD carry Misfortune. And like that can be a good thing or a bad thing in your opinion, but I think in terms of what they designed her to be, it's failed because they obviously designed her to have like some sort of area control. With Q and E, her make it rain and her double up to have area control to be like, don't stand there or I will fuck you up, and then just auto attack with her guns blazing active on strut. This part right here, which gives her attack speed, like it's 100% attack speed steroid, but you never fucking use it because there's like love tap is cool, but even then, armor shred, or is it armor shred? I'm pretty sure it's armor shred, right?
I think in many ways, probably Misfortune.
It's bonus damage, yeah. It's bonus damage for changing targets. You don't want to do that on AD carry.
I think in many ways, Misfortune probably should have been designed as a mid laner, like an AD mid laner. Like, I'm talking like from when she was first designed. They should have been like, wow,
I agree,
we're designing an AD carry, but this kit really fits like a caster more. We should try and make like an AD caster, or maybe like a hybrid caster that does this really cool stuff. Because like, thematically, I could imagine Misfortune like duking it out with a mage.
And she's really fun too. She's really fun.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put her down.
I think, yeah, she doesn't really fit thematically as an AD carry, and she's not horrible, but she's not top 10. I mean, what can we really say at this point?
I think we said enough, especially with like, I don't think she fits her theme. I don't think she fits the character fantasy. She should have been designed from the ground up as a mid laner. I completely agree with that. She has the AoE for it. She has the zone control for it. She has the burst for it. But for some reason, they're just like, no, you go bot lane. If you're strong enough to go mid lane, you get nerfed. It's dumb.
Yeah. All right. Fucking hell. Who do I cut next? So how many AD carries do we have left? Let's just take a quick stock of how many AD carries we have left. So we got Jinx, we've got Ashe, we've got.
All right. Ashe, Caitlyn, we have Ezreal.
Jinx, Ezreal. Okay. Well, we have 4 AD carries so far.
Jinx. What other? I think those are all the AD carries we have. Yeah, we just have those 4.
I reckon we need to cut some more AD carries then. I'm gonna say Ashe.
Disagree. Hard disagree. Completely disagree.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
you go first.
Once again, hold on. I need to actually look at Ashe because she's just my gut feeling, like based on how I've seen her play. Let's have a look. Frost shot, ranger's focus, volley, hawk shot, enchanted crystal arrow. Yeah, it really sucks because like I like Jinx. I like the way Jinx plays. I think out of all the AD carries on the list, it's either going to be her or Ezreal, in my opinion, that makes it. Fuck me. I mean, it's so difficult now, dude. Like,
let me give you my counterpoint then. If you don't know exactly what your reason for, I will
I'm
say
grasping here.
that unlike MF, this is a zone control AD carry done perfectly. And people are going to disagree with me because they think Hawkshot's useless. No, this ability is not useless. This is a scouting tool. It helps you control areas by letting it lets the enemy know where you can see, so they're less likely to engage in you from there, and you can also see it. So if you can scout someone out, you know how to stop and prepare your ult, you can stop and prepare your volley, you know how to, what to hit to get your ranger's focus stacked up. Her passive works perfectly with her abilities. Her crits don't do damage, but it helps you slow, more area control, more zone control. It's just I think that even the old Ashe, I would have considered the old Ashe a really good design too. This one I think is just a little bit better in terms of its ability to it does less damage than the old Ashe, but you control areas much better, and you don't have to switch targets. You just hit one target down, and you switch, and you hit one target down, you switch, you hit one target down, and that's what it should be. That's what the whole love tap thing they try to do with MF was, but it doesn't work with her because you're more incentivized to just switch and then reset your double. It's stupid. I won't talk about MF anymore, but I think in terms of Ashe purely, like this is what a zoning AD carry should be. Originally, the old Ashe used to be the best AD carry in the game, in my opinion, in terms of late game, because you're so good at kiting, and there wasn't enough movement in the game back then to deal with it. And even then, I thought she would probably be like the best AD carry in terms of design. I don't know if I'd call her the best yet. Actually, you know what? I'll go ahead and call her, in my opinion, the best AD carry.
I don't like Hawkshot. I really don't.
Why?
It's not an AD carry ability. I don't know what else to say other than that. I think that if you want to really focus her as like this zone control mage, she'll be better served having something else there. I mean, like,
but does it work with her kit though? I think it does.
It does, but a lot of abilities that don't really make sense. Well, like Ari's W works with her kit.
Sure,
It's just sort of there. And I think the same thing with Hawkshot is it's just sort of there. It does something. But in many ways, it's like Quinn's bloody thing where she could, she reveals an area around her. It's just sort of like, okay, she has that, she can do that. Cool. What does Hawkshot really bring to the table? Yeah, it does something, but I think it's just something that they put onto a kit because they don't really know what to put there, or they just want to keep it true to the old Ashe. And I always thought it was a bit of a weird thing in the way it's done. I definitely agree. She's got a well-designed kit. I think you're definitely right. She's a control AD carry done very, very well. She actually feels like an AD carry when you play her, apart from MF, who feels like a caster. I just don't think she's going to be top 10 because, I mean, Hawkshot just doesn't really...
I don't know if I can agree with you there. I can understand maybe your reasoning for not thinking Hawkshot is a good AD carry ability. I personally think it is.
But don't you think it would be better if she had something else that really like accentuated her kit as a control mate? Sorry, not a control mate. I control AD carry rather.
She has enough though. She really does have enough. She has one big CC ability. She has a spammable slow, and then she has enough for auto attacking and then applying that slow. You know,
she has enough, but she has 4 abilities and only 3 of them are being for her purpose. You know, and that's just the thing. I mean, every champion has 4 abilities, and I mean, unless you're like fucking Karma or some shit, but you know, she's a champion with 4 abilities, and if they can't find something to put on one of the abilities, they say, okay, we'll just add this thing on because hey, it helps her. It does something that helps her out, and it tangentially. But you know, you could put Hawkshot on pretty much any champion. It'll be like, oh, okay, this is helpful to that champion. It benefits them. You know, you put Hawkshot on Sin, just like, oh yeah, he can scout the area and he can choose his rotation and base it off the information like that. It's just a very generic ability. I don't think it fits with her kit as well as you think it does. I think it's just something they put on to give her power.
I can kind of see what you're talking about. I don't know if I'm ready to eliminate her yet because I think she does still have a better kit than the other AD carries that are remaining on the list.
Put it aside then.
Okay. Well, it's your go, I believe. Or no, it's my go.
Yep.
Okay. Damn. This is something, huh?
Oh yeah.
It's tough. I'm gonna go Sona. I think we had it at the side before, right?
No, we haven't. We haven't talked about it. Oh god, this is.
I'm gonna say Sona. Similar similar reasons to Adir. I just don't like the stance. It's okay. She's cool, but half the time you're just kind of like pushing buttons, like spamming them to stack up, either to stack up your tier or just like because her abilities individually are not that powerful. You have to play it around the passive, but like, wouldn't it make more sense to have power chord be like a third cast bonus of Q, give her a new passive, and then like maybe have her other abilities a little bit different as a result of that? Like I don't think that.
I really like Sona.
I like her too, but
I don't want to eliminate her, but I know you're right, and it hurts because she could be better than she is.
I love Sona. She's an amazing. She's a great support. She protects and she protects and utilizes. She protects and provides utility in a very, very good, easy like way, and it's communicated well. Visually, the design's great. Gameplay wise, it's just like to have her as an ally feels really good. To play her is kind of just like. Okay, so literally it's just this.
But that's fine. Old Ryze was like that.
Occasionally,
I love that though. I love that though. That's cool. It's alright.
Was it good design though?
I don't think it's horrible if it's not broken.
The most you think about using her passive and her abilities individually is for like the first 5 minutes in laning phase, for the first 10 minutes in laning phase. After that, you get into a skirmish or a team fight. You just push whatever's not on cooldown. To try and stack your passive up, and then just randomly hit him with an effect every 3 abilities. Like, you never want to like save it for something. You never like you want to have your heal up as much as possible. You prioritize this above everything else. Obviously, I think that's also a problem with their kit. But in laning phase, you max this first and then prioritize this. Like, you're not building into the ability that you're maxing first, and I think that's also a problem.
I agree. I do think that she's not going to be top 10, but
I love her design though.
But bonus points for the Silent Night Sona skin and the duet she can do with the Cogmore Christmas skin too. That's hilarious.
Can they?
You know that? Yeah, you didn't know that? Because with the Silent Night skin, her joke is different. Instead of her current joke, she does the "'Tis the season to be fun," and then the Cogmore Christmas skin goes. So
that's wonderful.
You can do like a duet with them. It's really cool. I'm so happy I got Silent Night Sona. I think flavor-wise, she's a really cool champion. Too. I love Sona.
I think flavor-wise, she hits the mark. I think gameplay-wise, it's just so. Bleh.
Yeah. All right. Let's get Sona up. Okay. Can I propose a little change to how we're going to do things in the interest of narrowing things down?
Okay.
I think we're both looking at stuff on this list that we're like, okay, these are going to be top 10 for both of us, probably.
Sure.
And I reckon we should just quickly rapid fire the stuff that we should put aside and then just focus on the stuff that we should really be going at. So I'm going to say probably a Mumu and Annie are definitely, not definitely, but there's a very good chance both of those are going to be in our top 10s, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So let's put both of them aside. So we'll go Mumu, Annie. Just sort of like
change color for them. Then I got to put them in blue or even in green.
Oh no, I'll just all right. Yeah, good idea. Yeah. So Annie. No, not Fiora. Fiora can stay there.
Fiora's gone.
Good riddance.
She's
bitch.
dead now.
Annie. Okay. I'm not sure about Blitzcrank. Not sure about Caitlyn. That's definitely in contention. We'll have to discuss them.
Well, I'm just gonna highlight whatever we have to decide, then we can go through the green marks.
Yep. So Janna, Thresh, Blitzcrank. So Blitzcrank is.
Janna.
Fiddlesticks was to the side too, I believe. Oh no, we haven't discussed Fiddlesticks yet.
So
okay.
Janna,
so
Thresh,
Janna,
Blitzcrank. Let me get Thresh really quickly. URSTH.
Thresh. Victor, Orianna, Malzahar.
All right, let me get to Victor.
Ziggs was as well.
Did we put Ori to the side, or did we even talk about her yet?
We haven't talked about it, but I think we both agree that she'll be in the side.
Yeah, Victor, Orianna, Malzahar, Ziggs.
Singe, I'm sure, is probably most likely. So Mumu, Singe, Vi, Ashe, Annie, Malzahar, Orianna, Victor, Karthus.
Wait, hold on, slow down. The last one I underlined was Ziggs.
Okay. Well, it's in no order. So Janna, Thresh, Blitzcrank. We got them, right?
Yeah, we got them.
Ziggs, Karthus, Victor.
Let me get Karthus. Where's Karthus? A Arthas. Yeah, I don't know why I just did that. That's weird.
And then Orianna, Malzahar, Vi.
Malzahar, Vi. Vi. Okay.
And then Ashe, Annie, Amumu, and Singed.
Jax.
All right, Jax. I think we can both agree. Twisted Fate. I'm gonna say as well. So let's go Jax. And we're gonna have to eliminate some of these. That's the horrible part. We're definitely gonna have to do it. Because
let's talk about Shaker really quickly while I'm here. Would you put him in your top 10?
No, I've been waiting for Shaker to come
Why
up.
would you not put him in your top 10?
It's the stealth man. Once again, it's a very polarizing ability.
Stealth very fair though because the cooldown.
I know that's what I was about to say. I think it's probably one of the fairest examples of stealth in the game. But once again, we look at Shaker and we look at the rest of his kit, and his whole kit's sort of designed around the stealth. It's too powerful of an ability. It's almost
the concept they had with him.
I love Shaker, like concept wise. I think he's really cool the way he works. I love the ultimate.
It needs to be replaced though. It needs to be replaced.
It needs to be replaced. It's so cool.
Actually, no, you know
I
what?
love it.
You know what? Keep the ultimate. Replace 2 shift poison. Why does a clown throw daggers at you?
Why not? YOLO.
But it's like he needs them to hit people. This isn't. I think Backstab's great, Deceive's great, Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box is just one of the coolest abilities in the game, in my opinion. I love it.
I think it would be awesome.
It's weird. It's
limited.
Wacky.
Imagine if you were limited to one Jack in the Box that did like a lot more than what this one.
God.
Like one big Jack. Imagine like a Mega Teemo Shroom on a long cooldown, but like instead of being cancerous, it was like a fear that like rooted or something. I don't know, but like I think this ability definitely needs to be completely replaced.
Right? I don't know about that. I mean,
I think it does.
I think Shaker's cool. I think that 2 ship poison lets him catch up to it still slows, right? Yeah, it lets him catch up to people and do a little bit of damage. And I think it's really nice if you want to build AP Shaker, which I believe is cool if you want to build it. It gives him some burst there. I think Hallucinate is really fun. I don't know if Hallucinate should really still exist.
It needs to be given some quality of life changes. It needs to be less
probably.
janky.
But I don't know. I think the biggest problem is probably still his Q and how it polarizes the rest of his kit.
But like the E doesn't make it. This is not like if I'm thinking of like a demon clown that's supposed to assassinate his targets. I don't think I'm gonna throw my dagger at you. You know?
Well, why not? Like
it's like
he almost seems like he's like a circus thing. Like he has Jack in the Box.
He is. Yeah, he's supposed to.
What do people in circuses do? They throw daggers. They do little dagger throwing stuff.
But his first 3 abilities reward you for getting close to someone, and then this one's like, I'm not close to you. Whee! I'm gonna throw a dagger at you. Like it's just
all right. No, yeah, fair enough. It always feels goofy when you're right on top of someone and you throw the dagger.
Like it just doesn't.
Fair enough.
2 shift poison.
All right, let's just get rid of him.
I don't even know what I would change about that, but I don't think this fits with this kit. The other abilities are awesome though.
I think it's all right thematically. I just think that gameplay wise, maybe you're right. It's sort of weird. All right, goodbye, Shaker. Always manages to make us laugh, except when he's overpowered because the meta is in his favor. That's
even when he's overpowered, he's not that crazy compared to some of the other shit that they've been throwing out. That they've been churning out, I should say.
Did you want to underline Twisted Fate as well?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
I love TF.
Fucking hell. Alright, so who do we have left then? That's not underlined. Who do we have to get rid of?
Let me underline TF. I think most of the ones that were not underlined are underlined now. Okay, so there's Warwick, Xin, Rammus. Actually, we're supposed to underline Rammus, right?
No, Rammus has not been talked about yet.
Xin, Rammus, Malphite, Maokai, Lux, Leona, Jarvan.
Oh, add Jarvan to the list, in my opinion. Underline.
Oh, no way. No way.
Really?
Not Jarvan.
You reckon? Yeah, I do. I reckon Jarvan has a very good chance of being my top.
Why?
Why not?
Of
He
all
is
champions, why of the things that we have left, why him?
because I love his design. I love the way he flows. I think he's a very competent design. I think all his abilities work well with each other. I can't really find many flaws in Jarvan. I think he's good in pretty much any meta. You can really always play Jarvan in some capacity.
Does Golden Aegis fit with Jarvan?
Sort of, if they actually made it a meaningful ability. I think he has potential.
I don't think his passive fit. This is like it's.
I think his passive's fine.
All right, so we just got done talking to Nidhogg for a bit, and well, I guess he sent me a post, one of his that he made about Jarvan, and his concern with Jarvan was the same concern that I had with Jarvan in terms of design, is that the W doesn't really do much and it doesn't fit. His suggestion was to give Golden Aegis tenacity based on champions as well. I think that would fit way more with his design wise, where it's like you go in, you're in now, you should be rewarded for getting in. Now you fuck shit up because you're inside of the enemy team, but Golden Aegis is like, you know, it's not really a reward. You get the shield and then you die anyways.
Agree. All right. Goodbye, Jarvan.
Sure,
there we go.
Okay.
I don't even know if it was my go to eliminate one, but we've eliminated.
That was my go. It's your go now. Well, no.
Oh, okay.
We were talking about champions to keep. You said underline Jarvan, and I was like, no.
Yeah. All right. Well, guess what? I guess I eliminated one then. That's what I'm gonna say.
You want me to go?
All right. I'll go then. All right.
Okay, you go.
All right. How many do we have left? So we got. All right. Look, I'm just gonna say Leona. I really love Leona. Leona is such a cool support to play. She's fun. She is the lockdown support. That is what she is designed to be. She's designed to get on top of a target and fucking keep it locked down.
Support.
Engage lockdown support. She's really, really good at that. I think that all of her abilities are pretty good, but Eclipse is sort of. I mean, yeah, it does. It's not as egregious as other abilities that we look at and say they don't really fit.
It does
just want to at least
polarizer kit.
It does. It gives her a lot of tankiness. Temporarily, and I think that's okay because she goes in. But Eclipse seems more like a bruiser ability to me, right? Eclipse seems more like something that like an engaged bruiser would have. They go in and then they get a bunch of armor and MR, and it's almost like a Scion ability in many ways, like his shield, sort of.
To be fair, this is also a champion that was designed to be a tank that's now a support.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, well...
She's meant to be a tank, I'm pretty sure. Let me look at her release.
Because I actually like playing her in the jungle as like a meme. I find her really fun.
I think
W-Max.
I think she should be a jungler. She should be really balanced to be a jungler. What was her?
She's really fun in the jungle.
Patch history. Let's see her release.
W is just always a really weird ability. I love her ultimate. I think her ultimate's really cool. I think Q is cool. I think her passive, like Sunlight, is the weird thing about her passive. Like, it's what makes her a support. Her passive. I don't like that.
Yeah,
it does work.
I agree. You know what? Here's the thing. I was gonna argue that she makes more sense as an engaged support than Alistar, the current iteration of Alistar, where he has like the 4-tick stun as his W, his EQ is the same, R is the same, his healing is on his passive and stuff like that. But I think you raise a very good point with Leona's passive and her W, in the fact that, yeah, I think she's way more fun than Alistar. I think that she does her job of being an engaged support and a lockdown support better than Alistar. But I think design-wise... Well, can I even say that, though? Because design-wise, I don't think it's that much of a problem. I know.
I don't, but like I said, the W seems more like a bruiser ability. Like... When you play Leona as a bruiser...
There's no incentive to build health, though. There's no incentive to build damage or health.
But have you played Leona jungle, right? Or Leona top before?
I've never played her top or jungle, but
okay.
I can't.
Well, when you do,
I can't like fathom how it would work.
I know, but if you play Leona top or jungle, you always max W because it's just the best ability to have when you're building like a bruiser, like Iceborne Gauntlet or Trinity Force Leona. Sure, it's a bruiser ability, really. It doesn't really fit as a support ability, in my opinion. Like I said, I don't know. I think she's a great champ. I think she's awesome. I think she's a cool design. I really like her, but is she top 10 is the question.
Because the thing is, if I were to cut out Alistar or Leona, I'm honestly kind of like leaning towards Alistar now. Hold on, man.
I am too. I think Alistar is not as good as Leona in my opinion.
Well, because it's not even Alistar's fault as a champion, but they've just butchered his kit so much over the years, and like
Exactly.
and like they've made it like janky. Like I think the new W is janky. Like you have to trample on top of someone for 4 seconds, and then you hit them and stun them. Like it's
All right. Look, how about we do it?
How about this? They have never changed an ability that Leona has ever. They all do the same thing. They've changed her numbers.
All right. Well, in that case, let's cut Alistar then.
I can cut Alistar. I'm down with that. Compared to Leona, hell yeah, I'll cut out.
Let's cut Alistar. I don't think Leona's going to be top 10, but I'll put it to the side. All right.
I think Trample's dumb as shit. I think that his passive is really stupid. He gets rewarded for playing like to his kit, but it's like the trample is, I feel like it's just kind of there, you know. I liked his old trample that he had where he would cast an ability and he would run around and like hit shit in AoE. Then you feel like you're like trampling on shit. This is not what an ability called, in my opinion, what an ability called trample should feel like, right? Because like you're just walking next to someone doing at max rank 20 damage per tick. So 40 damage per second for 5 seconds, and then you smack somebody with your auto attack and stun them. You're not really trampling anything here. It's just like I don't think that fits with their kit. And on the flip side, I think Leona's kit is cohesive with itself almost perfectly compared to this.
All right. Let's underline Leona and cross off Alistar then.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
I reckon we should do that.
And then we should be because Alistar's one of the original champions, but I think Leona's just, it's one of those examples of it's done better in a really good way.
All right, so let's see who we have left. So we've got, okay, Alistar's gone. So we got Cho'Gath, Fiddlesticks, Ezreal, and Nivea. Ashe is underlined as well, by the way. I was
supposed to cross off Alistar, not underline him.
Yeah, cross off Alistar, underline Ashe. Because she's in consideration. And underline Leona too. So now we've got Caitlyn, we've got Ezreal, Fiddlesticks, Jinx. We don't have many left. Jinx, and we got rid of, is Malphite still Malphite? I think
Malphite, honestly.
Yeah, binary boring kit. Doesn't really do all that much. I think he's cool. I don't think he's a problematic design. I think it's a bit outdated though. And I think what's really much to say about Alistar at this point? He's not a bad champion.
The thing with Malphite, I think, is they tried to just have Rammus be in top lane. You know? Because
in many ways,
Malphite he gets tanky from armor and he slows attack speed. Rammus gets extremely tanky from armor and does more damage with it. Like, yeah, he does more damage to armor too. They both kind of do that, but Malphite can't jungle because it's clear as shit. And Rammus can't top because he can't duel. Right?
Yeah.
He can tank you out, but he can't hurt you. And so, like, that's kind of the dichotomy I see with those two. They're both meant to be like these armor, like anti-AD, anti-physical damage attack speed tanks. But I think that Malphite is just it works, like he can do it. But you compare it to something like Rammus, and it just I think Rammus fills the fantasy better. I think his abilities work better with each other. I think that Seismic Shards, just like what Brutal Strikes is cool, but it's
sort of he's just he doesn't seem like, it's not a very exciting kit. It doesn't, apart from his ultimate, the kit doesn't really do much. You don't really think that.
I love Ground Slam and I love his ult. Those are awesome.
Yeah, thematically Ground Slam's cool and his ultimate's awesome.
I actually quite like his passive too. I think these two abilities, Seismic Shard probably more than Brutal Strikes. I think Seismic Shard's like, they gave him this ability purely to have a way to fight someone in lane. That's it. Just like, I push Q on you, you take damage, and I get a little movement speed buff.
It reminds me of Sion's the Slayer in many.
Yeah,
it's like, why does he have that ability to poke you down in lane? He's a tank.
He's a mountain. What if Malphite like literally made a fucking shard in the ground that like split the earth and then like maybe like knocked you up, or like a mini knock up, or like a mini stun, or maybe did like MR like maybe leech something. I don't know, but it's not. The answer is not seismic shard. I think.
Yeah.
Like compared to a champion like Rammus, we can even talk about Rammus. I want to underline Rammus for keeping contention. I'll cross Malphite off, but
All right. I also think that Lux should be underlined as well.
okay, yeah, I can see that.
I think that Lux is like the quintessential mid lane artillery mage. I think that all the balancing she's had over the years, she definitely deserves to be in contention for top 10. Maokai is another one we're
She's had
looking
very
at
little
here.
balancing, actually. I think that's why.
Yeah, in many ways, yeah. She's never needed a major rework. That's cool. Well, at least since I've been playing. What about Maokai?
I love
What are your
Maokai.
what are your
fucking
thoughts
love
on
Maokai
Maokai?
so much. I really, really do. I think in terms of the pure tank champions we have left, design wise, he might be the best one. I think he's probably better design wise than Cho'Gath personally.
But he's not a pure tank champion. Him and Cho'Gath are more sort of like these AP-ish sort of hybrid sustain tanks.
He's not a hybrid. Maokai's not a hybrid. You can
Maokai
say
does
he's like
Maokai does too much damage. Maokai does a lot of
No, he
fucking
doesn't.
magic damage. He does. Are you kidding me?
But does his kit work well? Regardless of damage, that's a numbers issue. Is his kit well designed? Does the kit work well?
Sure, his kit works well. His ultimate's a bit strange, but I suppose it works. I like it more than his old ultimate.
I kind of prefer the old, honestly. I think it was. I think for a pure tank standpoint, the old one was better, but I think this one fits the character more. You know,
I think it fits him more as like sort of a tank, like it gives him better lockdown ability and stuff like that.
Okay,
I like
can
it.
see that. Yeah,
I like it. I don't hate. I hate Maokai as like a champion, like playing against him because
it's
historically he
against
just
the Ryze, though. I will tell you. I will
and
give you that.
yeah, historically he's just done too much damage for so long. I don't know if he's been nerfed recently, but all I know is that when I play Maokai, I feel like a fucking brainlet. I feel like I'm playing League of Legends. I'm playing top lane on easy mode. I can just sustain through pretty much anything.
I love the new
I do way
samplings.
too much
I love the
damage.
new samplings because like they actually feel you have to play around them. Like you bait people in a bush, you play on a bush. Twisted Advance is a basic engage tool. It's really cool. Bramble Smash, his Q, awesome. Small knockback, awesome. It feels awesome to cast his ability. His Sap Magic passive, maybe he's a little bit polarized in the fact that he's much better against people who cast a lot of spells in lane, so he can heal a lot from that. But I find his kit to be just so fluid and good. Really, I think it's so good. Everything works well together. The old ult was good, the new ult is good.
Sapling Toss is an example of an ability. Taking an ability that wasn't that great and then keeping it almost identical but making it better. Like Sapling Toss is that. It's really good what they did with him. But I don't think he's top 10. I just don't think. I mean, look at what we have on the list.
What about him isn't top 10 material though?
I don't know. It doesn't feel like. I mean, look what we got on the list here. We have a Mumu, we have Singe, we have Jax, we have Twisted Fate, we have Lux. We have so many of these champions who have really great kits, and we look at Maokai. I mean, does he really belong there?
You're comparing them to like people who are probably in my top 5, honestly. If I had to throw that out there. In terms of pure tank, like I think Rammus might be a better pure tank, sure. But Maokai is also still a really good tank like champion. I think designed in the field of a tank. Is he top 10? Like I'm comparing him to what we have left, right?
I think he does too much. I'm not sure. Like like I said, when I play him, I just feel like I'm playing the game on easy mode. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like I'm struggling any. I think he's designed to be too good in many ways. He's given too many tools, especially with his sustain and lane. And I don't think he's a pure tank champion. I really don't think. I think Rammus is way more of a pure tank champion.
Yeah,
I think that Maokai,
is, sure. He's a bit of a caster, but that's to give him threat.
Maokai is more of like a caster, sort of sustain-ish tank in a way. And he does a lot of damage. Maokai does a lot of AP damage, especially early game. He does a lot of damage. I think he's definitely more of a caster tank, honestly. Because I mean, think about it. If you wanted to like meme around and have some fun, and would you build like Rod of Ages on Rammus, or would you build it on Maokai?
And I did on Maokai, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We can definitely put it in
comparing him to what we have left, though. I kind of want to underline him, and then once we have the things we don't want to eliminate anymore, we can like compare the underline champions.
Cool. we'll put him to the side then.
I really do like Maokai.
Can we talk about Warwick? Because I want to hear your perspective on Warwick.
You first.
Oh no, I'm not putting him up for elimination. I don't think we can really put anything up for elimination at this point. I think that we should just basically look at what we've got and say, because you're the one who really wants Warwick on the list.
I love his new kit. The old kit I would not have put near my top 10. The new one is it's so fucking good in terms of design. It really is.
I've never played it, so
they've managed. You never played the new Warwick, really?
I never played the new Warwick, so this is why I've left him, because I want to hear.
I think Warwick is so well designed. Okay, so let's give context. Let's look at his old abilities. Okay, his old passive Eternal Thirst, he would do stacking magic damage on a champion or on a target, up to 3 stacks, and it would heal him when he auto attacked. Hungering Strike, he would literally, it was a melee range like target cast, and he would just heal him. He would do damage and it would heal him. His old Hunter's Call was pretty similar to the new one, except much worse because actually no, sorry. The Hunter's Call was an ability where he would activate it and grant himself and allies attack speed in an area for 6 seconds up to 80%, starting at 40%. So they replaced that with his new E, which I believe is the damage shield that fears an area when he like howls. It's not a shield, it's just a damage reduction. And then his old blood scent, the blood scent is what his new blood scent is, like wherever he like sniff out someone who's low health and then gain movement speed, right? But the movement speed is like not that great. The new one you get tons more, and you can kind of see them in Fog of War. So those are his old abilities. His new abilities, his ultimate also was a point and click before.
Yeah. That was a real big thing, and the reason why he pretty much got reworked, because that ability was just impossible to balance around.
So new passive is the same as the old one, except a little bit more depth. You still do bonus magic damage on hit with your basic abilities, but the healing is tied to you being below half health. Then you get healed on your autos, and when you're below 25% health, the healing triples. It doesn't happen when you're above half. So it's not a complete brain dead ability, but that allowed them to give him more healing as a result on the passive. But it's situational. All right, new Q. It does damage and heals you like the old one did, but it very slightly gap closes you to the target, and you can hold it to swing through, to go through the target and be on the other side. All right.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna skip Blood Hunt. I'll talk about that in a second. But you pair the Q with Primal Howl. This is what they replaced its attack speed buff with. Primal Howl. It's 2 casts. Okay. You cast it one time, you get a damage reduction on you for 2.5 seconds. Then whenever you cast it again, enemies near you get feared for 1 second. Or sorry, they get fleed. I guess it's a fear, whatever. And it slows them for a bit for 1 second. Okay.
Yep.
So
I'm following.
The idea is you Q through them, and then you use E to push them back towards your team or back into an unfavorable position. The ultimate, it's now a skill shot. The first target that you hit, they get suppressed for 1.5 seconds, and you deal magic damage to them, and you apply on hits every 0.5 seconds. So you apply up to 3 stacks of any on hit that you have, and magic damage every 0.35 seconds, up to 525 with an AD ratio. That, I think, is a change that needed to happen to give him more power on his W. Like, yeah, this one isn't as reliable as the old one. It does give you increased range with your movement speed, though, which works really well with this. His new Blood Hunt. Alright? So.
Yep.
Enemy champions that are below 20% max health, or sorry, they're below, is it 50%?
It's more than that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's like 50% something.
Well, the passive is he gains bonus attack speed against all enemies below half their max health. When they're below 20%, it triples. Okay. Champions that are blood hunted. Okay, so champions that are below half get blood hunted, and you get out of combat movement speed towards them, as well as you get like vision of them in Fog of War. Like you see like a little blood pool that shows where they are. If they heal, you don't get movement speed towards them anymore. If they get above half, they also lose the vision of them. I think it fits the hunter fantasy very well, and I think it fits the Warwick theme and kit very well, because it all revolves around this ability. Works amazingly with this ability because you get movement speed to ult with, and you can hunt people down. This ability works amazingly with this ability. His Q works with E, and then his passive just works well with everything that he has. the champions that are below 20% max health, you get triple attack speed and movement speed. So like when something is about to die, you really kill it. You get in there, you're being Warwick. I think this is one of the best, if not the best reworks I think Riot has ever done. I want to say the Nunu rework is up there, but we already crossed him out because we were doing the old Nunu. We can't say the new Nunu because we're already done with the video almost. So
I'm inclined to agree.
I just think this rework is 99.99% perfect. I can't say it's absolutely perfect because there's obviously something that someone can always pick apart with something, but I think it's so good. It's so good.
Blood Hunt, another mini game done right in my.
Yeah.
I can't really muster up any logical argument to really go against that. I'm sure someone in the comments probably will, but I'm inclined to agree. I don't know if he'll be in my top 10. I know you really want him in there. I'm not sure. We'll see, but he definitely deserves to not be crossed out now. He deserves to be on the side list. That's what we got.
Here's one we haven't talked about yet. Xin. What do you think about
Xin Zhao? I like what they did with his ultimate. I think that's really cool.
I think it's awesome.
I think it's really, really cool what they did. I think they kept the rest of his abilities pretty much the same. Actually, let me just go do a quick check as in. What did they exactly change? So
they changed his ult.
I haven't played him much.
They changed his W, I believe, to where it's like a line skill shot type thing.
Oh yeah. What was his old W? His old W was just...
It was called Battle Cry. Every third basic attack is guaranteed to crit, and it heals him on hit.
That was garbage.
He gains 1 attack speed. Yeah, it was super boring. It was stupid shit.
That was boring. The new W much better, definitely. Yeah, I mean,
the new
Xin is
literally much better too. I really like Xin's design.
Xin, what they did with Xin was they took a champion who had a bunch... We've been talking all this time about champions who just have these weird, useless abilities that don't make sense. Battle Cry, one of those abilities. They got rid of it. They replaced it with something cool. They gave him Wind Becomes Lightning, which is a really cool effect, a really cool ability, fits with his kit quite well.
Yeah, I agree.
And yeah, his ultimate's really cool. The invulnerability can sometimes be a bit bullshit, but it's highly conditional vulnerability. It makes sense. It's understandable how it works. He's a great diver. He's a great ganker. He clears the jungle very well. What's his passive? Every third basic attack or Wind Becomes Lightning Strike deals bonus physical damage and restores. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. So they even didn't get rid of his. They didn't completely get rid of his W. They actually incorporated it into his passive, which is so fucking cool. That is really good. That is a really good rework. It still feels like when you play Xin, like you're playing Xin. It definitely still does.
His abilities all work amazingly with each other. I think he fits like the Asian, not to be like that, you know, but like. Whenever you see like martial arts movies, you see people who hold spears and then like they sweep a lot and they keep people away from them. And if they want to, fight someone, they thrust towards them. Like Talon, or not Talon, sorry, I read through Talon Strike and thought Talon, but Xin definitely does that. Like I think he fits that fantasy very well. And I don't think I don't think I'm ready to eliminate him personally.
Yeah, me neither. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be in the top 10, just considering the other picks we have. Sure. But he could be. I think we should put him aside. All right, well, let's look at Caitlyn Cho'Gath, the two that are up
first,
there.
Let's see all that we have left. I think is a good.
So we have Caitlyn, Cho'Gath, Fiddlesticks, Ezreal. I don't think Fiddlesticks belongs, man. I really don't. Like with the stuff I said before, he needs a design rework. Opinion. His kit just doesn't feel right to play. Like it's just, I love Crowstorm. Crowstorm is great. They should I want them to rework Fiddlesticks in the same way they rework Xin and keep the feel of him alive, right? Keep the feel of him alive. But like Dark Wind doesn't really feel. He throws a crow and it helps him clear in the jungle, but what does it really do? Like in a 1v1, it's just like throw like a crow at you and it just goes boop. And it's like, oh cool.
I don't think his passive fits really well with his kit. Why is it Scarecrow move faster for not moving?
His passive is weird. It's better than his old passive, but it's still weird.
Terrifies Magic Pen. The old one was just a Magic Pen, right?
No, yeah, like reduced magic damage. It's like the Abyssal Scepter sort of thing. Or I think it was a flat like magic damage reduction. People nearby.
MR reduction.
Yeah, Heimerdinger. Yeah,
So
sorry.
it was
yeah,
Magic Pen technically, yeah.
So, I think it is. I think if Fiddlesticks had a rework, like not a Yorick, a Zinzao or a Warwick rework, he would definitely be in top 10 probably if they did it right. I think
I
now
don't think the passive works. I don't.
I don't either, and I think the
That's
Dark
why
Wind is
that's
just
why I would remove him.
tacked on. All right, let's get rid of Fiddlesticks.
I don't even think Dark Wind is tacked on. Like he's a scarecrow. Like his crows are scary. You know, he chucks them at you. But it's
His crows are scary. I love it. Crows are scary. Perfect.
the passive, and this is why I'm ready to eliminate him. Even though I love his kit, the passive just doesn't work. It's something that they added to his kit to make up for his weakness of immobility. That should be one of his weaknesses, and his kit should be designed around the fact that he is immobile, not to just give him that. Like, take this. You know, we don't know what else to give you. Have some speed. Like, go fast.
I'm looking at Fiddlesticks, and I'm just being reminded of Singe before his mini rework.
Singe before his mini rework was still better than this.
Yeah, he was still better, but I'm just reminded, like, he just felt outdated, and he didn't feel
why do I get health for mana? Why is this?
Why do I get health for mana? Why is my W
doesn't
so
make
useless?
sense with my kit? Yeah, it's like the new Singe passive makes way more sense with this kit.
Oh yeah, way more sense, way better. I personally think they were insane doing, but I guess. Like, let me just put it this way: the new Singe passive. If people had put a suggestion on Singe, it's like, oh, here's my suggestions for how they should rework Singe's passive. Give him this thing where he gets closer to people, and he gets. I would have thought that's fucking insane. There's no way they could balance the champion around that, but they did. I mean, credit to them.
I think it works really well with him, though.
Definitely does. All right, so
that's why we haven't crossed him out yet.
Definitely. Cho'Gath, Caitlyn, Ezreal looks like.
Caitlyn, Ezreal, yep. Those are the ones we don't have underlined or.
Oh, Jinx and Jinx.
Cho'Gath, Caitlyn, Ezreal, Jinx,
Rammus. Let's talk about Rammus. Because at this point, I don't think we're looking to I want to eliminate this pick. I think we're just looking at should this person be top 10 or should they be in contention?
Yeah, and then once we have
it
all well, here's the thing: once we have all of them either eliminated or underlined in green, then we can eliminate more. I think.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think it's too difficult right now to just eliminate purely based on the fact that we have to now consider the fact of how they relate to the other top 10.
Yeah. So Rammus underline or
I'm gonna underline him. I don't think he's. I love his.
Yeah,
I really.
Well, I'm not gonna contest that. Let's underline him. All right. Let's go Caitlyn.
Okay.
Underline or cross off.
Let's talk about Caitlyn. Why?
Because
what do you not like about her? What do you like about her?
But I just like playing her. I like the feel of her. I think her abilities are simple. They make sense. They're cool. I don't like the whole headshot concept. I feel like that's sort of weird and it fits with her, but I just don't like it gameplay-wise.
I'll underline her because I think the competition is very, very, very close. But if it comes to the time where we eliminate Caitlyn, it will be because of headshot, not because I don't like the fact that she gets bonus damage. It's because it's doubled when attacking from a brush. Why?
Yeah, well, it's weird. Like,
what is this?
I also think that Yordle Snaptrap's a weird ability that they've just sort of kept because hey, this is Caitlyn, and they've sort of made it. It's just like a hunter and shit. Like it fits thematically, like headshot, and that it fits thematically. But I think Yordle Snaptrap is just sort of weird. It's like okay,
it's meant to give her zone control though. She's meant to be a long range like AD carry, like long range zone control, like. Zone control, long range, and then this is also rewarded for just being long range and then hitting people. But I don't think that part of her passive fits, and I can see what you mean with Yordle Snaptrap. Like thematically, it doesn't fit. I think gameplay wise, it fits really well.
I don't know. I think should be better off having something better there. But I mean, it's not bad. It's definitely not looking at previously. But
let's underline her.
Yeah, all right. Let's underline her. All right.
Then
Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath, big old chode. What's there to say about him? He's cool as like this AP tank. I like his abilities. They make sense. I think after they retooled the way his feasts work and how he works with the stacks, I think it's cool. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe he always keeps the stacks even when he dies now.
Yeah.
I think that sort of makes sense. I mean, the problem with Cho'Gath before is just he was so shit if you ever died. And you're a tank. You're meant to be going in there and tanking. That's your job.
He doesn't feel like he gets big and scary, but doesn't feel like a true tank,
Yeah, and like
'Cause
the
you
thing
get
which
you get ripped apart every time someone hits you.
and another thing, like I think that Cho'Gath would thematically to me seems more like a Warwick sort of champion. He's the terror of the fucking void. Why is the terror of the void a fucking gigantic tank that slaps you with a wet noodle?
I think
Like,
that
he should
Kog'Maw
be-
is scarier.
Yeah, he should be a fucking ravenous beast that fucking eviscerates you. And I think that flavor wise, he's a fail. Like, Feast should not be a tank ability. Feast should be like a Warwick ability, like a fucking ravenous hunter ability. Vorpal spikes are like shit that fucking impales you,
know
and
what
like
would be
tears
cool-
you
know what would
apart.
be cool is if they gave him like some sort of like exoskeleton armor type ability, like that he can like take a certain amount of like,
Yes.
hits, like get rid of the whole stupid feast. Just make his model bigger. It shouldn't be based around the feast and health stacking. I think they just didn't know what to do with him when they were designing him in the first place, like way back in the day. And they're like, how can we make this champion tanky? This is how, you know? Well then, like, what if instead this was like, imagine the Kha'Zix thing. The Kha'Zix thing, he's a void champion. He has an exoskeleton type ability on his ultimate. Why can't Cho'Gath have that, but like for a tank, like retooled for a tank? Like then you could change Vorpal Spikes to not be so dumb in lane. You could change Feral Scream to not, you know, they could give it something besides the silence to make it not so like dumb, because the reason why it's only 2-second duration at max rank, it goes from 1.6 to 2. By the way, that's the thing about Feral Scream, because the silence is so oppressive. They don't like silence. What if it was like something else? Yeah, Rupture I think can stay. Carnivore I think can kind of stay, but it's like that's what lets Cho'Gath. I think this is what lets Cho'Gath function at all. Because if this champion didn't have sustain, he would never be played.
And the other thing is, like I said, I think the flavor thing is another big thing here as well. Like, if you didn't know anything about League of Legends, all right, nothing about League of Legends, now I showed you a Cho'Gath splash shot, and I'm like, all right, here's Cho'Gath's abilities. Here's what they're called. Okay, his passive is called Carnivore, right? His Q is called Rupture. His W is Feral Scream. He seems like
a fighter assassin, doesn't he?
Exactly, and his ultimate is called Feast. And I just showed you the icons for all of those abilities. You think, okay, this seems like a fucking get in your face and murder you sort of champion. It's like, no, he's a tank.
Yeah, and then I completely agree with you. Thematically, he's a fucking fail. And then gameplay wise, I don't think Vorpal Spikes. It's just like why.
It is like Sion's E and Malphite's Q. The same. Why does he have poke if he's a tank in lane? Why does it function like that?
I get it that tanks need damage, but then maybe they can reward him for hitting Rupture W, like maybe like a target that's ruptured, instead of giving it a giant knockup. Give it like a 0.25 second knockup, and then do something with his passive to where like maybe you like bite them and you heal, you know, like with your passive or something while they're affected by the knockup or something. Like it's not what they want it to be, and it never will be with this kit, you know.
But Gentleman Cho'Gath skin means that he is honorary number 1.
Honorary number 1, yeah.
Honorary number 1. All right, who's next? Ezreal. All right, I think Ezreal's sort of we got Ezreal. I think he's the last one, right?
He's the last one. No, Ezreal Jinx.
All right. Ezreal Jinx. Let's look at Ezreal then. He's okay. Like he's cool. He's the skill shot 80 carry. I mean,
I think he fits it very well, though. He really
fits
does.
it very well. He does the job well. I think. I need to like look for a problem. I need to look for something to scrutinize.
I don't think there's any.
I know. I'm looking.
W's kind of boring, but it's not like it fits him still.
Ezreal gets 10% bonus attack
passes through,
speed.
hits multiple enemies. This is a single target. This single target. This is a pass through multiple enemies. I think the kit works really well together. I truly do.
Yeah, his passive makes sense. It allows him to function as an AD carry while still being a caster. Mystic Shot's skill shot nuke. It defines him. It's very, very well done. Like, look, you know, we can both agree that Mystic Shot is like the main ability of his kit, but he still has plenty of power in the rest of his kit. It's not so powerful that they have to take everything out.
And slugs. He can give allies the ability to siege or take objectives faster with W. It's a little bit of late game damage when actually it's a lot of late game damage when you did the double tier build to go arcane.
But at the same time, do you think he suffers from itemization issues?
No.
In much the same way as Corki.
Currently, he suffers from a rune issue, where Klepto is so good on him that they nerfed him instead of nerfing Klepto. But that's not his fault. That's the rune's fault, right?
But Ezreal's way better in a meta where Trinity Force is good, or where like he can do like the Iceborne Gauntlet sort of
that
stuff.
hasn't really been a Trinity Force has been decent though for the last like 2 years, right?
Hmm.
The problem with Corki is that Corki got nerfed super hard for being such an extremely dominant pick at Worlds because you can't itemize against Corki. That's why they're nerfing Kaisa and buffing Corki, because they realize, oh shit, those two champions do the same fucking thing. You can't itemize against them. That's the whole concept of the champion, you know.
Except one has way more tools to get things
yeah,
done.
except Kaisa's completely ridiculous. Fuck Kaisa.
Yeah. Fuck that bitch. By the way, if you've like skipped to the end to take a look at the end, Kaisa won it. The first champion you cut, right?
Is Kaisa or Camille? I don't remember, one of the two. I think
whatever.
those are the first two I cut though.
Very early on, they were removed. All right, let's underline Ezreal then.
And I think that finishes our underline list too.
No, Jinx. Just Jinx left
Jinx,
now.
yeah.
What's that? Like, Jinx is cool. I like Jinx. She's a cool champion. I like the way she works. The weapon switching.
Her kit works really well with itself. I'm kind of
the weapon switching is really cool. It works. I think it's fine. I think it's fair.
W and E
I don't know.
Kind of weird, but I can understand. I can't understand W. I can understand why that's there. Flame Chompers is a little weird, but
you see, I don't see how you can have a problem with Flame Chompers and not have a problem with Ashe's Hawkshot. It's the same thing. That it's both abilities are like, okay, we need something to put here because Jinx revolves around her Q. It's pretty much what she's designed around.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I think for that reason, she probably doesn't deserve to be top 10, considering the picks that we have now, and considering, in my opinion,
because we're actually we have to consider them in relation to each other. Is the thing.
I'll be honest with you. I think Jinx deserves top 10 more than Ashe, in my opinion.
We can debate it.
If we were to put them up, all right. So is that everything then? Are we missing anything?
Everything. Let's see how many champions we have underlined and that are remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
okay, so
19, 20, 22, 23 champions.
Oh, Nivea. We haven't talked about Nivea yet.
Nivea.
Okay. Control Mage, really cool, really good, nice design.
Nivea's kit's nearly perfect. I'm saying it right now. I'm looking through it. I'm thinking about it. It's nearly perfect. No ability is useless. No ability is overloaded. She does her job and she does it well.
Her passive is sort of Omega Thonk, but it's okay. Like it's not a problem.
It's really good design wise.
It works.
It
works.
I'll even say it's good. It's better design wise than I think you're giving it credit for, because if she's controlling her area well, and she gets caught by it, then because she's controlled the area so well, the people who are trying to kill the egg have to decide: do we stop and kill the egg? But we're so low from Nivea shitting on us because we walked through all of her stuff to get to her. Is it worth it to stay here and try and kill the egg? What if she lives? Does she kill us all?
Sure.
What if her team comes there? Like I think, and the whole Phoenix thing, it works well. Like the control mage thing, it works well. There's no gimmicks to her kit. There's no mini games. It's simple, but it's good.
All right. Let's underline it then, because I can't find flaws with her kit either. I think it's really good. All right, so the underline list. So we added a Nivea. We have Jinx. We have Ezreal.
We basically have like 24 champions left to go over, and these are going to be some of the most difficult cuts. These are going to be the most difficult cuts.
I'm going to say Thresh. I think it was a mistake for me to leave Thresh on the list. I do agree that his kit design-wise is really cool, and I think it really fits, and I think they did a really good job with it. But compared to the other stuff on this list, I don't think Thresh is probably going to make it. I think he's probably going to be one of our first cuts. He was very contentious between you and me. I mean, maybe you think differently now.
I just don't think he supports that well. He ganks really well. He catches really well. I don't think he supports that well.
All right.
Even then, I think Blitzcrank catches better than he does. I think Blitzcrank supports better than he does.
But my argument was he's like the ultimate peel support, though.
He is that.
But we've already discussed.
I kind of think Janna's a better peeler, though.
All right, I don't agree, but all right, you know what? I'm gonna say we should cut Thresh because I don't.
Well, now that we're cutting Thresh, now how about this? Okay, we're either gonna cut Thresh or Blitzcrank. All right, because only one of them can be in top 10 now. I don't even know if Blitzcrank should be in top 10, honestly. let's talk about peeling, okay? They can both peel decently well. I think Thresh peels a little bit better, but Blitzcrank can still peel really well with Power Fist, his Rocket Grab, Static Field, and then Thresh has, you know, Death Sentence, Flay, and the box, and actually Dark Passage peels too.
What is Blitzcrank's passive still the static thing? Oh no, that's the passive on his ultimate, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good, yeah. Why does he have that weird static thing with his ultimate? By the way, the passive effect.
I think it's like kind of to make him like be forced to build like mana items. Like I don't know honestly why, because Q has a huge
feels
mana cost. It does.
I don't know. I don't. And I think he's just too single focused. There's too much power in his Q, and it polarizes the entire rest of his kit. I don't know if he belongs in top 10. I really don't.
I don't think it's a good thing, but
I mean, it's up to you if you want to leave. I think Thresh should go, and I was the one who defended Thresh and said he should stay. So I reckon Thresh we should cut.
But like the design wise, do you think it works well?
I do think it works well. I just think compared to the others, if this was a top 20 list,
others, sure, yeah, okay, yeah.
I think Thresh would be like in the top 20, fucking easy. Like, yeah. But top 10, like compared to the stuff we have on the list now, like. No, and I'll make the same argument with Blitzcrank, but I mean,
I can cut Blitzcrank. I can agree with you there.
It's up if you want to keep him in. If you want to keep him in contention, but I don't think. It's up to you. We have to agree.
Let's cut Thresh for now, and I'll probably end up cutting Blitzcrank later. Honestly.
All right, let's get rid of old Thresh. Who else? Twisted Fate. I think we can both agree Twisted Fate's
probably what's you cut off.
I think we can both agree that Twisted Fate's probably going to be in the top 10.
For me, probably, yeah.
Yeah, for me, definitely. So I'm guessing he's pretty safe at the moment. Victor, all right. Look, how about we do like a comparison, because we have champions that do similar things on this list, right? And I think we should like pick two champions that sort of do similar things.
All right, Lux and Victor,
and compare them to each other.
Lux and Victor.
There we go, Lux and Victor. Okay, so I personally think that Lux.
No. You know what? Better than that, I think.
Victor and Anivia. Victor and Anivia.
Okay.
Okay. Victor and Anivia. Out of those, fuck, I don't even know.
Victor, Anivia, and Lux. Like, it's only fair to actually. You know what? Let's do all four. Victor, Anivia, Ziggs, and Lux. I think we might as well just knock all of them out here and decide who we want to cut, who we want to stay. I vote we cut Ziggs.
I definitely yes. Okay, I vote we cut Ziggs too. Cool, great design. Don't think he's top 10 though. I think he'll
in there too, actually. But
no, I reckon Orianna Twisted Fate. Put Orianna and Twisted Fate together. We can, but I think
they do completely different things though. TF is nothing like these champions.
True. Oh, it's so hard. I'm just gonna say.
Here's what I have up right now. Okay, Anivia, Ziggs, Victor, Orianna. Sorry, not Nocturne, Lux. Out of all of those, I think Ziggs is probably going to be the one that gets cut.
Yeah, I think Ziggs should be cut.
We haven't really looked at, have we looked at Lux though?
I think Lux will be in my top 3 probably, maybe. I love Lux. I love the design. It is so cool. It is so elegant. It's a supporty.
Does W fit though?
Yeah, it does. W gives her the ability in team fights to keep her whole team alive. It fits with how she plays. It fits with the skill shot theme. It also allows her to she can support too. I think it's okay. Like Lux being able to support as well as being a mid laner is okay. I don't think she's horribly oppressive in either roles. I don't think she needs to be balanced in a huge way for either role. And Prismatic Barrier is like she does have a lot of front loaded damage, but she's sort of half and half. She's sort of like a utility supportish mage. She's designed to sit at the back of the fight, throw out damage, snare people out, and yeah, she can throw a big shield over a team and heal them up. I like the way her passive works. It synergizes greatly with her kit. The way that, you chuck out a spell, auto attack. Okay, so a Lux combo. You'll Q E, auto attack, proc the stack on pop the stack from her Q.
Detonate then pop E and then passive again.
Detonate, yeah. And then ult, ultimate pops your passive too. I really love the way she plays. I played so much Lux. I think she's I think she's the best mid laner in the game. I'm just gonna come out straight out and say,
I gotta disagree with you there, but
from a design perspective.
I think
from a design
perspective, I still disagree with you there because I personally don't think that the shield. It just I don't know. Like it's cool. I don't know. I don't think
it fits. It fits with the theme.
It fits with the theme. I don't think it fits her kit though. I don't think it fits her design. The theme, yeah, sure.
But okay, but if you wanted to make an artillery champion, you already have Xerath for that. Right? Lux isn't an artillery champion. She is a supporty mage. She's a backline support mage. She sits back there with the AD carry. She's very, very fragile, very well-defined weaknesses. Her W doesn't make her... Yeah, it's a thing that fits the least with the rest of her kit, but it makes sense to me. And it makes sense thematically as well. You know, if you look into the Lux's lore.
I agree that I don't want to cut her off yet, but because she's better designed than Ziggs.
Ziggs has to go, in my opinion. But I think Lux deserves to be top 3 in my opinion. I really do.
We'll get to it when we get there. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll get there.
I'm thinking Anivia is just the perfect mage. Her or Victor, probably Anivia.
I don't agree with Anivia being perfect. I agree she's probably top 10, but is she perfect? I don't know. It's so fucking hard, dude.
We'll see.
It's so hard. All right. Did we cut Blitzcrank or have we left him on?
We left him on for now.
Okay, cool.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna cut him though.
All right, Carthus. Did we cut Carthus? Go ahead.
All right, guys. So we have come to a list of the top 21 champions in League of Legends in no particular order, and what we're gonna do is start counting down, making cuts. We're gonna get to a top 10 list, and then we're gonna sort the top 10 list based on what the champions, based on how good their designs are. So we'll start cutting until we hit 10, and then we'll sort them out. So my first vote to cut from this list is Ashe.
Okay.
The reason I'm picking Ashe is for reasons we discussed prior, where her hawkshot is just kind of there. It's not a well-defined part of her kit. Like you said, you could give that to any character, and it would pretty much be just as useless.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I thought about what you were saying, and I ended up agreeing now that I think Ashe does not deserve to be on top 10 list. What do you think? Because of that reason alone.
Yeah. My argument was like, let's say you gave Hawkshot to Singed.
Yeah.
It would still be just as good as it is on Ashe, if not better.
Yep.
It's just something that can work on any champion. Really, it just doesn't feel like it does anything for her kit. I still think she's a well-designed champion. You definitely convinced me of that.
Yeah.
In terms of how her kit flows, I never really thought about it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Hawkshot just sort of seems like it's there. Yeah. I think Ashe is pretty good, but I agree. She's not top 10. So let's get rid of her.
All right, she's gone.
All right, that's 20. Okay, now we need to... This is going to be the hardest part of the video, guys. It really is.
So difficult.
And also, yes, while we have a list of 20 champions here that I guess you could say would be the top 20, bear in mind that if we were making a top 20 list, this list would probably be different. Maybe. We will see, but it's very, very complicated.
I think this would be about accurate for top 20.
It would be pretty accurate. Yeah. It would be pretty accurate, but I guess we have to... We're not going to make everybody happy. I'm just trying to explain our reasoning a little bit. All right. Sure, okay, let's take a look. I'm gonna say Vi. I nominated to keep her in contention for the top 10, but when I compare her to the other stuff on this list, I really don't think she makes it. I think she has a really cool kit, but there's other areas she has a really cool kit. I just don't think it's as good a design as the rest of the champions on this list. It's sort of, I don't know. It's very hard for me to put these into words because Vi is probably my favorite jungler. I love playing her. I think she's great fun to play. I think she's a good design. But when I look at the stuff on this list, I look at, Twisted Fate. I look at Singe. I look at Warwick. I look at Anivia. I look at Ezreal. I look at all these very strong champions. I'm thinking to myself, is her design better than theirs? And I don't think it is.
I think it's better than some of the other champions we have on this list, though.
You reckon?
Maybe better. Probably better than Blitzcrank.
All right, well, let's look at Blitzcrank.
Doesn't Blitzcrank seem kind of sloppy compared to Vi? Like in terms of how they're how their character functions?
Are you nominating Blitzcrank?
It does. I'm not nominating him. I'm just saying if we're gonna cut something, we have to make sure that it's at least better, at least not worse than everything else that we're cutting. So
then let's talk about Blitzcrank then.
Okay.
So
I think the passive is really really weird. I get it. They wanted to give him a passive to make him tankier, but the mana shield thing, just in my opinion, is really odd. Overdrive I think actually, I think his other abilities all fit very, very well in comparison. I just feel like his passive is kind of off.
The thing for me actually is not really his passive is kind of off. It doesn't really make much sense, considering his itemization a lot of the time. But the thing that really confuses me is the passive on his ultimate. Why does he have that little ability to just spark things? But he still has that, right? The passive on his ultimate, where I don't know
it's
why he
supposed
has
to give
that.
like passive damage to monster like Dragon and Baron and stuff like that. I think is the main idea of it, and like harass in lane after you're level 6.
Fair enough, but it just seems like it's tacked on, right? It doesn't really seem like it's weird. It's not controllable. I don't think it's very intuitive design. I mean, look, you're the one who wanted Blitzcrank on the top 10, so do you think he should be cut?
I don't know if I put him. It's hard. Like now when I'm comparing him to the other champions, I kind of want to keep him top 10, and I kind of don't. And that's the issue I'm having. Like the biggest number 1 competitor I could see to give Blitzcrank a run for his money in the top 10 would probably be a Mumu. But if it comes down to that, I would say Mumu's better in terms of design. Genuinely.
All right. But do you think there's room for both, or do you think only one of them's going to make it?
There's not room for both. Not when you compare Blitzcrank to Vi, because in comparison to Vi, every single one of Vi's abilities makes sense for a kit, and it gives her kit really good flow.
That is true. Vi feels
Blitzcrank does
really
not
good to
have
play.
that. Yeah.
All right. So we come Blitzcrank?
I'll cut him. Yeah, I'm down for
All
that.
right. Oh.
19.
19. All right. Oh, God.
Okay, guys, momentary brain fart. We had Twisted Fate twice in the list, so I had to cut the recording, but we're back.
me smart. Sorry, my bad.
Chim's so very intelligent. It's okay.
My bad.
It's okay.
200 IQ. Sorry, where were we?
In terms of top 18 in League of Legends, I think we're pretty much there. I think this would be the list I would come up with.
Ooh, okay.
But we're going top 10. We're not going top 18. We're going top 10. So
we're going top 10.
7 of these need to, or 8 of these need to be cut.
Oh, do you really think Maokai fits, man? Do you really think Maokai fits?
Let me consider the competition here. Do I think Maokai fits? I think he fits more than Jinx. But Jinx would probably still be. Would she be top 10 though?
I don't know. I don't think probably Jinx would be. But the thing with Maokai is, like I said, he just feels like the brainlet champion. He feels like he has so much stuff tacked on to make him.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Constantly. Yes, he does.
Are you kidding me? The passive kind of, but everything else doesn't feel tacked on.
No, when I play Maokai, I'm like, why am I doing so much damage? Why am I healing so much? Why am I so tanky while doing all this stuff?
I would say his kit makes sense thematically and design-wise outside of the passive. The passive's kind of weird. Why is a tree draining magic, you know?
I get, yeah.
But even then, that kind of makes sense too, because like his lore is like he was born because people kept using magic in a forest, and the tree got pissed off, and now the tree's alive, and he's gonna kill everybody. That's the lore of it. But like, so even then, it kind of makes sense. It's a magical pissed off tree. So.
I don't know. Maokai and Jinx. I don't really say. Honestly, I don't see either of them being top 10. I think Ezreal probably will be, but I don't know about Maokai or Jinx. Well, let's go to Jinx then. Let's go to Jinx. Because, yeah, her switcheroo is really cool. It's a really cool ability.
Okay.
It makes a lot of sense, but, yeah, her E is just weirdish, and her W is, I mean, it sort of makes sense, but her kit's really defined by her Q. It's really hard to evaluate it in many ways. Like...
But her, I don't know. Here's the thing about Jinx, though. All of her abilities make a lot of sense. Flame Chompers is kind of weird, but like I get it. A lot of AD carries need some way, at least some way to protect themselves. Most AD carries do have that.
It makes sense, yeah. And I think giving her mobility would be a bit ridiculous. So I think they gave her this sort of clunky way to do it, but it sort of makes sense with the rest of her kit, considering the power she has.
Yeah. Is she top 10?
Well, we have to make cut. Is she top 10?
We have to compare her to Ezreal. Like that's the biggest competitor that she has.
Let's compare her to Ezreal, because once again we have to ask: do we think there's room for both of them on the list? Probably not, right?
Jinx and Ezreal. I mean,
maybe.
I think if we're gonna make a cut here, we shouldn't focus on Jinx or Ezreal. We should focus on Malzahar, maybe.
All right, I'm down with that.
You're down with Malzahar.
I didn't think. I didn't think he should have been top 10 anyway. You're the one who defended him. My argument was the minion mancer a bit. Well, he's not a minion mancer, but clearly he has a sort of sub theme of being one. And the void spawn thing just doesn't really fit with him, in my opinion. I think if you want this sort of like this DOT control mage sort of thing, or like a damage over time mage, like the voidling ability makes a lot more sense than some of the other champion like Yorick. It's a lot better done than him.
Sure, okay.
But it still just feels like it's tacked on, and the damage of them has to be nerfed so much because they'll be too powerful otherwise. So I agree with cutting Malzahar. I didn't think he should have been on this list to begin with. But
I think there's so much power in his ult that they have to make some of his other abilities kind of weird. Like the minion thing is honestly a little bit weak, and on top of that, the ult is so easily counterable with QSS, and that's not necessarily an inherent fault of Malzahar. But the fact still remains that there's so much power in his ultimate that they can't. Ultimate and passive, because of the spell shield passive thing he has.
Yeah,
it's so weird because like I feel like if they're gonna make him the prophet of the void, which is what his like subtitle is, then he should feel like he's bringing something from the void, like his minions. But he can't really, because if they really played into that, I don't think Riot has the technology for it to really make that type of champion a reality right now. Which is stupid because it's 2018 and Dota has many champions that do stuff like that.
I know, it's stupid, but
they have like 3 or 4 champions that do stuff like that just summon tons of units. But it's
honestly, I would prefer the old Malzahar disco floor to his current W. If I just be honest with you,
why?
I like it more because I just felt like it fit better with his kit. Like I feel like
you don't like it when it's attached to his ultimate.
I like it, definitely. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that I like his old W. I'm just saying I like it more than his current W.
Because it actually make the kit feel kind of cohesive, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it made the kit sort of feel good.
It's
like, all right, I EQ W ult. There you go. If I can get that combo off, even if they're a fucking tank, they're gonna melt so hard because
doesn't he seem kind of like over binary then though? Like that'll be more binary than even Singed is, and Singed is pretty binary.
Not really. I mean, did Malzahar feel binary to play before his rework? I don't think he did.
Kind of, yeah. You never really played around his passive either. You just kind of had it when you had it.
Yeah, the passive was dumb.
With the new one, you do play around it. I mean, we're not like arguing about Malzahar versus Malzahar though. We're just arguing if he's top 10 material or not. I don't think he is considered.
That's what we're doing here. I don't think it should be top 10.
As much as I absolutely love playing Malzahar and the idea of Malzahar and what he does and how the character works, I can't put him in top 10 design wise.
Look, we've had to make some tough cuts. Like my favorite champions.
This is the hardest one yet.
I know, like my favorite are like Singed, Nasus, Illaoi. I've had to cut most of my favorite champions from the list because I have to be honest with you, you know. But yeah, I don't think Malzahar belongs. I really don't.
All right, let's get him the fuck out of here.
And while we're there, I mean, like I said, I'm just putting it up for consideration. I'm not sure, but what do you reckon about? I want to say Victor, but I'm looking at Karthus too, man. I don't know, Victor and Karthus.
All right, Jim. So it is your turn to nominate a cut from the top 17 now of our. Well, I don't
think we're taking turns. I don't think we can really take turns. What was that?
You nominated somebody before I cut the recording before.
I was gonna say like Karthus or Victor. I don't think both of them are gonna be on the list. I don't know. I'm leaning towards Karthus. I think
there could be room, but
I love Karthus. I just don't know if he belongs on the list. I think like I said, I think his ultimate is just such a polarizing ability that the rest of his kit has to be this strange. Like the rest of his kit makes sense. I think that it's one of the best kits they've designed in that way to make it work. But I don't know if he is. I don't know, man. I don't think he's gonna be top 10. Victor maybe. I don't even play much Victor anymore. I play Karthus still for fun. So this isn't a bias pick or anything. I don't know. What do you think? If we're looking at like Karthus and Victor,
that's difficult because I think
Orianna.
We have to compare them to Orianna and Anivia. They're two biggest counterparts on this list. Like Lux and Annie are a thing, but we can't have all of them in the top 10. Like, we could if they are genuinely the best designed champions out of these champions we have left, but I don't think all 5 of them are.
Yeah, agree.
So all right, let's look at all of them as a group then. Karthus, Victor, Annie. What is it? Karthus, Victor, Orianna. Let me open up another
Annie,
notepad.
Twisted Fate, Lux. I reckon there's I reckon there's definitely room for maybe 2 or 3 of them on the list.
Yeah, I agree.
Because mages are pretty well designed for the most part in League of Legends. If we
They
like,
are.
comparatively. So we got Karthus, Victor, Orianna, Annie, Twisted Fate, Lux, Anivia. That's a lot of mages.
We're
okay.
mage heavy. I didn't realize that.
All right. So if we're looking at this list, I think Karthus doesn't belong. I really don't think. I don't think he does.
I can see that. On the counter end of that, I kind of don't think Lux is up there either. I really, she's her. It's the prismatic barrier thing, man. It's just I feel like it's so. Whenever I see a Lux, I never think, oh shit, she's using prismatic barrier. She outplayed us, or my Lux is gonna prismatic barrier us. We're gonna get a big shield. Like I never consider it. You know,
that all the
like,
time.
yeah.
I've seen that all the time. Oh yeah, the amount of times a Lux has fucking prismatic barrier to save herself from an ignite. The amount of times a fed Lux has just prismatic barriered her entire team late game and just fucking giving them an insane amount of health. I think it makes sense considering her position in the game as an artillery mage, because she sits at the back and she slings long range spells, and then she can also, because she's at the back, she's in a perfect position to throw her W through her team. It also makes her work. It means that she can actually function as a support, which I think is really cool. But look, when we look at Lux,
I hold on to my position, but for the same reason, I don't think Annie can compete with these champions either. In top.
I'll definitely agree with Annie. My argument for Lux is simply, look at her. She has been, I mean, sure, Annie has as well, but Lux has been like an enduring design. She has had. You've been playing longer than I have. Has Lux's kit changed in any significant way?
No.
Like ability? Yeah.
No, never.
Her kit has worked since her release. Perfectly fine. It's an incredibly good design. Now, yeah, sure, Anivia has too. Anivia hasn't changed much. Oh no, Anivia has actually seen some changes with the way her ult works. I'm pretty sure, right?
With like the micro mechanics of it, where like it starts to tick immediately instead of like waiting for a second after you put it up and then take damage.
Oh, okay. So not really.
Not really.
I guess you could say Twisted Fate has, but all of his changes were very early in the game.
They were in beta. That doesn't count, not at all.
Yeah, he's pretty much been exactly the same. Orianna has pretty much been exactly the same. Victor though has had changes. Karthus has been the same, but I just think
we have to consider the latest version of the champion. Obviously, with the big exemption being Nunu, because we started recording before the rework. And I wouldn't put him top 10 anyways.
Yeah, probably not.
I think we have to consider the rework version. If we're gonna cut one single champion, I think that we can both agree on from that list of mages, it has to be Annie, because her pyro cone thing, I forgot what it's called, and her shield, the molten shield's fucking useless. Let's be completely honest.
Molten
here.
shield doesn't really do much. Yeah, exactly.
It is nothing. Like you never seen Annie turn on molten shield and you're like, oh fuck, Annie's using molten shield.
Yeah.
I can't engage. No, she used molten shield. She put a stack of her passive on. That's all it is. You can fight her regardless. If you want to kill her, she's dead. Molten shield's not going to do anything significant.
Yeah, could compare that to Prismatic Barrier, which actually has good utility in many stages of the game, and that's my argument. It gives Lux versatility to be a support as well, and it's good because she's not like Bran, where she's like, oh, it's a mage, but it became a support and it's overpowered. It's like, oh yeah, it's a mage, and you can play her as a support. She's not good, but you can play her if you're a Lux main and you don't get mid. You can play her as a support, whatever. That's why I honestly do think Lux belongs on the list, man.
I don't know. We can compare Lux to Karthus because we're having some contention on that.
All right.
But I think Annie definitely gets cut. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll cut Annie.
And Lux versus Karthus is a big one for me because I do not know which. I love both of these champions. I played a lot of these champions. I'm pretty sure I have Mastery 5 on both. But if I'm looking at both of them, I have to say, which one did I think was better design when I was playing them? Look, they're both similar in many ways. Lux, good design, has endured throughout the ages, never had any significant changes, can be played in both mid and as a support, and is very balanced in both. Karthus, enduring design, never seen that many big changes, never had many nerfs apart from or buffs and nerfs apart from numbers changes. Can function well as a mid laner and is not overpowered. Can function well as a jungler and is not overpowered.
Top lane also, I consider that.
Top lane also. There you go, a very versatile champion. But when I still think it's Karthus' ultimate that polarizes him. I really think that
I
his
can't
ultimate's
agree.
too powerful.
I don't know. I
don't
have
know.
such a hard time agreeing with that because you're not. It's really not that powerful because his Q is a skill shot, W is a skill shot, and I think E is defile, right? E like melee range, his passive you have to play around it. I mean, it makes more. To me, he feels slightly more cohesive than Lux because Lux is just. I don't. The only thing I can think of really is the prismatic barrier. I think. What is it? The AoE light ability, what is that called? Spell something that like shoots a little ball out. And like
what's it called? Whatever.
yeah. It's just like I'm thinking of who I think complements their own abilities better and who I think has endured better, and I keep coming back to Karthus. Like it's so close though. That's the thing.
All right. Well, how do we look at like Lux's passive and how that basically makes her kit flow together really well? Makes it a very combo-oriented kit. Makes it incredibly good in that way. And yeah, like in that way, yeah, prismatic barrier once again doesn't really make much sense in that context. But in the same way, if we look at Karthus, what was the point I was going to make? I literally had a point I was going to make, and it just fucking evaporated out of my head. Okay. If we look at Karthus, right, and we look at his ultimate, I like the way his ultimate works with his passive. But in terms of the rest of his kit, it doesn't really work much at all with it. And let me explain what I mean by that. Once again, if you gave Karthus ultimate to Singed, it would sort of... like, you could see it working with the champion.
Not really, because you can't move around.
Okay, yeah, sure. In a way.
It wouldn't work with the champion besides Karthus because his abilities are meant to be used in that short duration, especially lay waste. Every other champion's abilities are too long of a cooldown to use in that 7-second window. You can use like one ability, you know, if you're any other champion, maybe two.
Yeah, but if we compare it to a Lux ultimate, which interacts with the rest of her kit, because you know you set up somebody with a Q, which applies a stack of the light on them. Then you throw an E out, you pop the stack of the light, you detonate your E, then you use your ult to pop the stack of light that they have on them, and you get more damage that way. It flows with the rest of her kit incredibly well. I think Final Spark, popping her passive, Illumination, is probably one of the things that is the best thing about her kit. It gives her that burst damage and solidifies her role in the game. Karthus ultimate is sort of... yeah, Karthus ultimate fits. We're not saying Karthus ultimate is bad or anything like that, or that's not what I'm saying, or that it doesn't fit with the champion. I'm just saying it doesn't fit as much with the rest of his kit. I don't think his kit flows as well as Lux's kit does. And yeah, like I said, the only reason Lux is in any sort of contention here is with Prismatic Barrier, and I do think that Prismatic Barrier is an issue, and it's fucking hard, dude. It really is hard.
I understand that she has flow, and that's good, but we've also removed other champions that have really good flow. That's the thing, because their kits didn't like have that perfect of a design. It's not really about how the champion plays at this point, because if we're talking about how the top 10 League of Champions by how they feel to play, we wouldn't have half the champions we have on here.
But that's a part of good design. In a way,
I agree. It is, but it's not the only aspect of design. At the end of the day, the design should be viewed as a whole.
What argument are you arguing it from then? In terms of comparing the two of them,
Karthus's abilities, sure, maybe they don't flow as well together, but I think the ability for ability, they work really well when you compare them to like each other, even though it doesn't have like a smooth flow. Like Lux's do like skill shot, ult, passive auto attack, stuff like that. Karthus, he's a little bit more aged, he's an older champion, but his abilities all work together really well. Like Defile works with his Death Defiled passive really well. Defiled works really well with Wall of Pain, works really well with Lay Waste. Lay Waste works amazing with Death Defiled, Wall of Pain does. Ultimate works well with passive really well. Like you nuke someone down with your Q and E, then back off ultimate, you go into your passive, you ultimate. Like I just
maybe both of them deserve to be on the list. Maybe this is just going to be a list that's heavily populated by mages.
I don't know.
Maybe that's just a theme we're getting here.
I can see that,
because maybe I mean, you've definitely talked Lux out of like my top 5. She's probably maybe in my top 10 now. But at the same time, you're making really good arguments for Karthus, and I see him in my top 10 as well. Maybe it's Victor that doesn't really fit here.
Well, if we compare him to like the really heavy hitters, I think at the end, compare him to his biggest competitor, Anivia. At the end of the day, I think Anivia barely, I mean really fucking barely outclasses Victor in terms of design as a control mage. And that's so close. Like that might be the hardest cut that I make on the entire list for me personally. But if
I'm looking at this list, and based on the arguments you've just made for Karthus, and I'm looking at Victor and saying like, no, I just don't think he belongs. Because you're right, and Anivia is a better control mage. She is, like straight
design,
up,
yeah.
In terms of design, yeah. So,
but Victor's kit does have really good flow though, and his abilities do work well
so
together.
Pretty much every champion on this list has a kit with really good flow and abilities that work together. You know, some more than others, but like you said, flow isn't the main thing.
Yeah,
and we have to make a cut. We have to make a cut somewhere.
Let's keep these over here for now, I think.
Okay.
And then we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mages down.
All right.
And what can I say? The mages are really well designed in this game for the most part. They really are.
They're great. I mean, it's really hard. All right, look, let's go back to the original list. I'll say Leona. I think that when we compare her to Janna, if we're doing a support comparison, I think that Janna probably wins. I love Leona. I love her as champion design, but her W sort of makes sense, but sort of doesn't. I think it's like you said, she was designed to be a bruiser, and she became a support.
Yeah.
Her W is a bruiser W. Gives her a ball of stats. It does. It reminds me of like the Scion. Scion's W, right? A shield.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It reminds me of a Scion shield. And yeah, you can play Scion as a support as well, but he's a bruiser or a tank.
He's a tank, yeah.
I love Leona too. Probably my favorite support, but I don't think she belongs on the list.
I think barely if you consider the other champions that we have. Like I just think that Janna is straight up like. In terms of pure design, she's better. Not by much, but she is.
Yeah, she's outclassed. I think that Leona's had a pretty good showing if she makes number 16.
Yeah, she has.
All right, let's cut her then.
I'm trying to make sure that I want to cut her here. I mean,
I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I think so.
That's a thing I'm looking at on lists of being like, no, I don't think. All right. Should we talk about a Mumu? If we look at a Mumu and Vi.
Oh, Vi has I think Vi outclasses a Mumu, and I hate to say that because Mumu is like my second favorite champion. But
I know it's weird as fuck because I wanted Vi to be on this list, and I'm looking at Vi and going, maybe she doesn't belong, and you wanted a Mumu to be on this list, and now you're going, I don't think a Mumu belongs.
The reason I have for a Mumu is it's just. He has an amazing kit, but like the passive is just so like what? Like it's really just like doesn't.
Yeah.
What is that passive? Like I feel like it doesn't make sense compared to Vi's passive, which fits perfectly on her character. Vi's passive, by the way, you hit an ability, you get a small shield. Amumu's passive, which works really well for her because she has to go in and fight. Mumu's passive is Curse Touch. He targets the auto attacks and ult receive 10% bonus cheer damage from all incoming magic damage calculated before magic resist reduction, which is like
It sort of makes sense though, considering his W. This is W, right? The AOE
despair, yeah, the crying thing.
Yeah,
it sort of makes sense. It does, and that's what makes it a really hard cut though, because like I think at the end of the day, pound for pound, Vi's abilities have better flow, better ability per ability design, but Amumu's are also really like they're right there. They're right there, you know.
I have to agree. I mean, yeah, I don't think Amumu belongs on the list now. Not top 10. Like I said, him being top number 15 is really good for a champion of his age, and you know, and his kit's endured so well. But we compare him to the rest of the stuff on this kit. I think you're right. I don't think he belongs. It's up to you. What do you reckon?
Here's the problem I have though. I think Amumu objectively has a better design than these two up here. That's the problem I'm having because these two both have issues with their kits that I think Amumu doesn't have. All right, well, and that's kind of why I don't want to cut Amumu yet. You know.
All right. Well, look, Amumu, and Victor. I really think Victor is sort of the black sheep when we compare him to Anivia. And I think if Amumu is going to be better than Victor, it's fucking hard, dude. We need to cut things. We can't just keep things on the list, which is why I'm sort of trying to.
Is it okay to cut something because it's a lesser version of something else?
Well,
I think it is, but that lesser version of the other thing has to still be better than something else that we're not cutting for it to be cut.
True. But we have to make cuts. Like we can't just sit here and not make cuts. We have to decide what's going to stay on the list and what's going to go. And I think if we compare him to the rest of the list, like honestly, I think probably Amumu wins out over Maokai and Warwick.
Maybe not Warwick.
If I'm being honest with you, I think the Warwick rework is cool. I don't think it's insanely okay. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe not. But I think he wins out of a Maokai.
Yeah, probably Maokai for sure. And I'm down to cut Maokai for that reason.
Yeah, I was cool with cutting Maokai from the start. So I think he should go.
Because I think these two junglers, Amumu and Warwick, do outclass Maokai, even though Maokai's like primarily top lane. Originally designed as a jungler, by the way.
Yeah.
Considering what we have on the list, yeah, I'm ready to cut Maokai here.
All right.
Sap Magic is an odd little passive he has.
All right.
I have to say though, and I hate going back into this list, but I think Lux just doesn't hold up to these other 5 champions up here. And we're not gonna keep all of them, but I think if there's one to cut here, it might just be Lux.
I don't know. I don't think Victor is as good.
Real, but Victor doesn't have any abilities that don't make sense though. Like Prismatic Barrier makes sense, but like, does it really?
Victor's W. I mean, yeah,
the gravity. The gravity well works really well with this kid. It makes perfect sense. If that's what it's called, I forget. It sets up all his other abilities. What part of Lux's W sets up her abilities like Victor's W sets up his abilities? Or Karthus's Wall of Pain, or Anivia's Wall, or TF Stun, or who else do we have on that list?
All right, I think you're right.
You think so?
Because every argument you've been making has just been putting her lower and lower in my top 10, and I think
that's the only argument I have though, and I think that Lux is kind of anchoring a lot of these other picks that we have, because a lot of the picks that we have that one ability that's weird, and I think that deserves a cut for top 10. It has to be cut if they have one weird ability.
All right, get her off. I think you convinced me. Let's cut Lux.
I still Prismatic Barrier. Like that's the one. If it did damage or like gave a slow, top 10 like that, just like that. But it just gives a shield.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. All right.
Even
cut her off both the lists because she's on both, isn't she? No. Oh no, she's only on one.
I put her off too. I'll cut her off. In that same vein, we have 5 mages left. We have 5 mages. We have 1 tank. I guess Warwick's more of a bruiser. We have 5 mages, a tank, a fighter.
Is Amumu gonna make it? I'm looking at him and just being like, I think
Amumu makes it over Jinx though.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we should cut Jinx. If we look at Jinx and Ezra, I think the Jinx is the inferior design.
But do these champions make it over Jinx? Do any of these other champions make it over Jinx?
I think that Karthus, Victor, Orianna, Twisted Fate, and Anivia make it over Jinx. I think I don't know about Amumu.
Yeah, you know what? I agree. I think all of them make it over Jinx too. So I agree to cut Jinx if we don't have room for her in top 10. Is Amumu a better design than Jinx? Better design champion. This is the hardest comparison we've done. Maybe one of the hardest, because we're comparing a tank jungler directly to an AD carry hyper carry, which is difficult.
Oh god, why did I suggest this? Why did I get this idea? I got this idea and I'm like, oh, this would be like a 4-hour video maybe. And
it's gonna be like 6+
cool.
hours.
And easy, and it's been like fucking like 8 hours, some shit now, I don't know. Yeah. And it's been way fucking harder than I thought it would be. But we've been very thorough. And all right,
I think we have been extremely thorough.
Amumu Jinx. We really have to look at the. Like I want to say Amumu, but at the same time, I want to say Jinx. Both of them to me sort of seem like I don't think either of them are top 10.
Zap's really weird. I think Flame Chomper is weird. Death Rocket's amazing. I think if we're looking
at both of them, and we're being like, okay, these are the 2 shittiest picks we have at the moment. Let's compare them. I think they're both. I don't think either of them are top 10.
I kind of like what I said
When
before
we
about
compare
Vi
it to the
compared
rest of the
Amumu,
list.
though, what I said before about Vi compared to Amumu, where I think Vi, I said I thought Vi slightly edges him out. I think it's even. Like now that I've considered it a little bit more, I really do think it's even.
Well, maybe all three of them don't belong then.
That's hard to say considering like all of the mages that we have left. With these
I don't
champions
know,
sharing so many similarities, though. These are
I think
besides
all right.
we can move TF, we can move him down here because he's not as much of a control mage. Then we have four control mages left. And yeah, they're really good designs, but which one is the lesser version of the other? It has to be Victor has to go, I think.
Victor has to go. I've been saying that from the start. I think Victor has to go.
Okay.
I think Victor has to go. I think,
and that's hard to do because I think Victor's almost perfect. Almost.
Oh yeah,
perfect.
Victor's great. I think Victor has to go. I think Jinx has to go. That brings us to 11, which means we have to make one more cut.
But why does Jinx have to go though? Why does Jinx stand over Ezreal?
Jinx stands over. Okay, think about how Ezreal feels to play. Ezreal is so fluid, so good, so well designed. Very few kit changes.
His abilities all make sense. I agree with you there, but most
Jinx,
what of Jinx's abilities don't make sense? Which one of Jinx's abilities don't make sense? That we cut her and keep Ezreal.
Her abilities make less sense than Ezreal's, in my opinion. If we look at that, it's hard to say that. And look, yeah, Jinx hasn't been changed since she's been released either, but Ezreal's been out for longer than she has. His kit has endured for longer. It's proved that it could stand up for longer. And yeah, that's not the pure basic comparison we're using. But I suppose Essence Flux is weird, but it still fits with his kit. It still does damage.
It's not. I would have cut Ezreal if they didn't make the change where you can Arcane Shift into your Essence Flux and boost yourself. Then I would have completely cut Ezreal out. But because he can do that now, I just feel like the passive's great. Like Q, I have mixed feelings about Q. I think Zap is just odd. Like in terms of abilities, this has always been the one on Jinx for me. I felt that just doesn't really make.
Do you want to know why?
Sense. Why?
You want to know why? Because she has to stop to cast it.
Okay. Yeah.
She when she switches her her guns, she can do it while moving, which throws out Flame Choppers. I think Flame Choppers has a very tiny cast time. If at all, and I think it does interrupt movement, so you can issue a move order, cast Flame Choppers, and she'll stop for a second, throw them, and then keep moving.
Flame Choppers has no cast time and does not.
Okay, there you go. Okay,
no cast time. Yeah,
there you go. Whereas W just stops her in her tracks, and she has to shoot a W. That's always one thing I found weird about Jinx. Yeah, her ultimate does the same thing, but it's an ultimate. I mean,
yeah, like when do you actually out DPS Zap with auto attacks in late game team fights? You have no incentive to use this.
Yeah, it's a utility ability late game. I don't think Jinx belongs. I think we should cut her over Ezreal. If we're looking at that, why am I holding these scissors here, being like I'm going to cut you or some shit? I don't know.
I'll cut
I fiddle with things. All right. Hey, that makes sense. Yeah, we're making cuts. I did not intend that to happen. 4, 5, all right.
7, 8,
so
9,
we have 11.
11 weird up.
So we need to cut one more.
God.
Amumu. It's the most glaring thing. It is the most glaring one on the list.
No, because we have three control mages, and Amumu has a. We have 3
control mages, but they all right. Out of the control mages we have, if we need to cut a control mage, I'm gonna say
Karthus.
I want to say Anivia, but it
has to be Karthus. You know it has to be Karthus.
No, because the arguments we've made, I think Karthus belongs. I think Karthus is better than
compared to Orianna and Anivia.
I think Karthus is better than Vi. I think Karthus is better than Amumu. I don't think we should. I don't think we should cut a control mage for the sake of not having 3 control mages on the list. If there are 3 control mages that are in the top 10, then so be it. They belong.
Better than Vi?
I think he's better than Vi. I think he's better than Amumu, definitely. I think he's maybe better than Vi, probably.
Well, okay, back to the Amumu environment. What keeps Amumu below Vi, in your opinion?
You literally made the argument of why Amumu goes below. Because
I changed my mind and said that I think they're even. In your opinion, what is it that's keeping
Vi's kit works better with itself. I think it all interacts well. And yeah, I mean, like Amumu's
his kit works well with itself too, though.
Amumu's passive does, but like you said, his passive isn't as good as Vi's. It doesn't make as much sense.
You're not as incentivized to use his passive. I'll give you that much.
Yeah, exactly.
With Vayne, you have to. You make or break with your passive usage.
Oh yeah, exactly. And yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at this list and I'm just seeing Amumu and thinking, yeah, he doesn't belong here. Like that's really just how it is to me. And like I said, him being number 11, like that's not shit. Like literally, he doesn't make top 10. He made number 11. Like whoop-de-doo. He's still fucking number 11. He's still one of the best designed champions in League of Legends. Just because he doesn't make the top 10, it's not like it goes number 11. No, sorry, it's not like we have number 10 on the list and then like number 11.
Shit,
yeah, and like number 11 is like fucking 20% below number 10.
I just
number 11 might be like 3% below number 10.
I see what you mean, but he is unique in this list, and these three champions, like they're so similar.
But you said before that it doesn't matter if they're simple. I honestly don't think they are. Like Orianna and Karthus' playstyle is very different. Anivia's playstyle is very different. Maybe it's more comparable to Karthus's, but I think they're all very unique.
The function they perform is the same. They control areas and deal burst damage and crowd control from a distance. Yep.
But the way they accomplish it is very different. Like, I mean, we could say the same thing about Warwick and Jax. Jax and Warwick jump on top of something, they fucking stun them, they lock them up, they do a bunch of damage. It's so hard. All right, I'm gonna say a Mumu. What are you gonna say?
I think Karthus. I think it's Karthus.
You said yourself that if a champion has an ability that just doesn't feel like it fits with the rest of their kit, that makes or breaks them in the top 10. Karthus, you said, had none of those. Yeah, Mumu, you said his passive, maybe.
Maybe.
So, like I said, we can't just put something on the list for the sake of like, yeah, I'd love if there was a tank on this list, but if a tank doesn't belong on the list, the tank doesn't belong on the list. If it's a number 11 instead of a number 10, I think that's still a good showing for tanks. I really do.
Look at. I just want to make sure before I agree to cut him in, there's not anything that I'm missing.
Yeah, if there's something that we're missing, like Orianna, everything makes sense. All of her passive makes sense. It gives her something to do in the downtime while her abilities are on cooldown. I think everything fits with Orianna. I think she's the best example of a mini game done right, and I think it's because she was designed, so early in the game.
She is. Looking at this, I can make a similar argument about Clockwork Winding compared to Amumu's passive, though. Okay, Clockwork Winding,
but
magic,
Clockwork
magic
Winding
damage on hit stacking, right?
But that works because if Orianna did that, her kit would feel incredibly clunky because she has no way to do anything between her abilities. She just sort of stands there and auto attacks, and auto attacks do nothing. It's much like
champions. A lot of champions are on top that are like that.
True, but I think Orianna, because she's a minigame focused character, but her entire kit revolves around it and does well for it. I think it fits with her. I really don't think we can cut Orianna from the top 10. I really don't. Considering how omnipresent she has been in every meta in existence while simultaneously not being broken for most of them. I think we can't cut Orianna. Like Karthus, I don't know. If I look at Lux versus a Mumu, I'd honestly put Lux over a Mumu, if I'm being honest with you.
I wouldn't for Prismatic Barrier, but I can't find any flaws with Karthus' kit. It's hard to find a flaw with Orianna's kit. If I had to choose one, it would probably be Clockwork Winding. Amumu, yeah, passive. If I absolutely had to choose one, but it's passive, it still kind of works,
It does kind of work, and that's the thing. And I was the one who talked you into it being kind of working.
Mm-hmm.
And
look at Vi.
It's just if Vi, I think everything fits. I'm not sure about Vi either.
No, I think her kit is really, really fucking good.
Vi's kit is really good.
I find it odd that this works with max health. She was designed as a top laner initially, though. That's the thing. Kind of got relegated to the jungle. The
kit
passive
makes more sense as a jungler, in my opinion.
It does because of the Q, but Denting Blow is definitely a fighter 1v1 duelist ability. Her passive definitely 1v1 dual stability considering its max health.
But she could be a 1v1 duelist jungler though. And it's not like Denting Blows is completely useless outside of that context. It helps her clear the jungle incredibly well. Because it gives her attack speed. It's
not useless, but if I really, 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 really stop to consider it just on a very, very minute, small level, I think Denting Blows, it works amazingly well with their kit, but this being max health and it's so hard, man. This is nearly impossible. It just
I think it being max health is fine. I think denting blows is great because the rest of her kit applies it. You know, her Q applies it, her E applies it. It all works well. It helps her clear the jungle. It makes her a viable jungler. It gives her power in duels. I think it fits. I think it makes sense. I don't know. This is so hard.
I kind of say Karthus, but like I can't pinpoint a reason. Maybe like Wall of Pain. Maybe Wall of Pain is what's throwing me off about Karthus, because it doesn't do damage and it can feel kind of clunky to use, and it's, well, like, considering his kit, it fits within the kit, you know.
But it makes sense. His primary damaging ability is Q, and it sets it up really well.
Yeah.
He's a control mage. It's a great control mage ability. It's a great area denial ability. It grants vision, so he can scout out areas and stuff like that. It's really good. I don't know. I just feel like we're looking at the Karthus. We're looking at him because we don't want 3 control mages on the list. And yeah, I don't want 3 control mages on the list either. But I think if that's how it has to be, that's how it has to be. I mean, if they're superior designs, then they're superior designs.
I feel like Amumu is the best designed tank in the game, though, and I feel like at the end of the day, these two would be a lesser version of Anivia, in all honesty, because they kind of have to live up to Anivia, and I think Anivia's kit, in comparison, even with the egg, that does fit really well with their kit, because like it kind of makes you think twice about going up to a control mage in melee range, even when she's dead.
I think Orianna's,
you know.
I think Orianna's superior to Anivia. Controversial opinion.
How?
I really do. I think the whole kit just works better. I think it's great.
I have to disagree, because I think Anivia's kit is basic, but it has never. There's nothing I can pinpoint in her kit that I think would just not fit compared to Orianna's, like, mostly the passive. But I think if we're cutting Orianna, we have to cut Karthus too, because she is objectively, I think, a better design than Karthus in terms of how their abilities work together.
I think Orianna's passive makes complete sense. I don't think it's as strong as, like, maybe some of the passives on this list, but I think it makes sense. And I think the rest of her kit's good enough to justify it.
I disagree. Where is she getting the little metal piece from? She's like throwing out parts of herself. Like, I'm kind of joking, but still,
she's a clock.
Just
call her the clock lady. That's what she is.
Command protects. Command protects kind of odd. Like it gives armor and MR. Like well, look at it this way. We cut Annie. We cut Annie from Molten Shield because it gives
Command
armor
protect
and MR.
interacts with the rest of her ability. It gives her the ability. It's different because it actually functions with the rest of her kit. She can command protect an ally who can go into shockwave. She can command protect an ally and then put a slowing damaging field around them. It makes sense. It gives her a way to move her ball around the field.
She can command protect herself and then reposition the ult or whatever. But like it's, you can make the same argument. You can make the same argument for Annie though, where it interacts with her stun or her other abilities to up her stun.
But it's just tangentially related to it. It's just like, oh yeah, this is like, once again, you could have any ability. Like you could just be like, press W and he gains 100 AP. That interacts with her stun. Like it's still a crappy ability. Whereas if Annie had something that fit with the rest of her kit, and while still, being able to proc her passive, it would make a lot more sense. Which is why Command Protect is superior in that way, in my opinion.
But is it superior to Anivia though?
I don't know. Maybe it is. Like,
what part of Anivia's kit could you even like begin to say doesn't make sense compared to Orianna passive and Command Protect's armor and MR? Like I don't. Or the shield,
Maybe Frostbite. The fact that it just does pure damage, while not. Because it doesn't have any sort of crowd control.
It works really well with.
I know it does. It does, but
if you don't have those set up, you actually lose damage on the ability.
I know it does, but I mean, if she's a control mage, I mean, fuck.
I think from a pure mage perspective, this ability makes more sense than Command Protect. I gotta say that, and I think her passive makes more sense than Orianna's passive as well.
But if we look at how the kits work, I think Command Protect makes more sense for Orianna than Anivia's E does.
I disagree. I would say they're about even, but then we have to come back to the passives. Like I think this passive for not just the champion fantasy, but for the fact that you have to think twice about engaging on a control mage, therefore completely controlling the area even in death. I think makes a little bit more sense than Clockwork Winding. Like, I hit you and I do more damage if I hit you more. Like, that's just, it's just so, you're not really controlling an area. You're not doing AoE damage. That's like the whole thing about control mage is like, why are you incentivized to auto attack? Your auto attack, I feel like as a control mage should just be purely to last hit. Like Karthus, like Anivia, Victor, even I guess Victor has Q, but we already cut him, so it doesn't matter.
But that's the thing. Like I think Orianna wins out over Karthus. If we're looking at it that way, if we had to rank these control mages, I don't know. I'll probably say Anivia first, Orianna second, Karthus third. So I guess maybe Karthus is the cut we have to make here.
But I think Karthus
at the same time,
makes perfect sense. Like I'm just saying, like it's so small and minute the parts of Orianna's kit that to me don't make sense. But I can't identify that with Karthus. Personally, I can't with Karthus and Anivia.
But the problem I have with Karthus is that his ult polarizes the rest of his kit. I think that's the biggest thing. I think his ultimate isn't necessarily... I mean, Karthus' ultimate, like I said, is not a... It is, but it's not really a control mage. Like, compare it to Anivia's ultimate. It's not really...
Yeah.
Anivia's ultimate is far more of an area denial ultimate. Karthus' ultimate is just like...
Life denial ultimate.
It's a life denial ultimate.
Yeah.
Whereas, and that's what I've been saying about his ultimate. It's why I'm constantly harkening back to it. Yeah, it's my favorite part of his kit. It's why I love playing him. But the rest of his kit has to be awkwardly designed to make it work. Now, not compared to other champions, nowhere near as awkwardly, but it's so hard.
I feel like even with the fact that there's so much power on the ultimate, sure.
Yeah, let me put it this way: if I had to cut a champion from the 3 control mages, I would cut Karthus. But if I had to cut a champion from the entire top 10 list, I would cut Amumu. I think Karthus. But then again, do I?
I think Amumu fits more than Karthus does. I think he fits more than Orianna does too, honestly. But
I think there's no way he fits more than Orianna does. I think it's definitely a possibility he fits more than Karthus, though.
I think Amumu's passive not making perfect sense makes more sense than Clockwork Winding. Genuinely,
I don't think it does.
But why? This is it's like an on hit like 80 carry, like AP carry, like type Teemo ability. I don't understand like why Orianna has that. She's a control mage, right? Like why wouldn't it be like maybe you cast your abilities at a certain time, she's like a ticking clock, then you do extra things. Like it just I don't know. I don't think that. But
if you removed it from her, I mean, like
yes,
it makes the rest of the kit work.
If she didn't have it,
is the entire reason why she's actually been a pick that has endured, why she's been a consistent champion throughout all the metas.
Sure, but because it's just extra power at that point. I think if she didn't have it, it would make more sense to have her in top 10 than the fact that she does have it.
But what would you give her?
Nothing.
But then she wouldn't be good because
maybe a replacement passive that deals with the whole clock thing. Because Karthus' passive, yeah, he's a lich, he's a death singer. He comes back when he dies and fucks you up. Anivia, she's a cryo phoenix. She's a phoenix. She goes into an ice egg, and if you can't kill her in time, she comes back and fucks you up by CCing you and bursting you, which is what a control mage should do.
But thematics are like the lowest rung when we're determining champion design. Everything else comes above thematics.
What other parts of Orianna's kit says auto attack me? Nothing. You said yourself, it's something that she does in between her ability rotations for extra damage. These two do not have that because they don't need it. Because their abilities don't warrant the fact they need to auto attack. You generally don't want to do that as a mage because it puts you in danger. With Orianna, it's like a dual stability. It's like an on hit like Teemo type thing. And I really don't think like if we have it's really the hardest cut. Honestly, it is that I want to make so far. It is the number one hardest cut so far.
You're right. Cut Orianna. It doesn't make sense when we compare it. I don't know, dude.
Even Amumu's passive makes more sense. Don't you?
I don't
agree?
I don't think it does. No,
But it works perfect. Like it completely applies off his ultimate. It completely incentivizes him to get up close. Like yeah, it doesn't fit as well. In the top 9, it wouldn't fit as well as in the top 9. But I think it ever so slightly edges out Orianna.
Every argument you're making is bringing Orianna down further on the list, but I just don't think she Amumu, like if we compare Orianna and Amumu and we look at them, like Orianna has just such a better design kit. It is the only example of a mini game done really, really.
It is.
Yeah, there's some that have.
I completely agree.
And I think it's just such a creative and well done design. I think it flows so well and makes so much sense. But whereas Amumu,
does Curse Touch not work better for Amumu's kit than Clockwork Winding works better for Ori's kit? I think it does. I think it does.
I think in terms of power level, no chance in hell. I think Clockwork Winding works way better.
Not even in terms of power level, like just in Amumu has more incentive to auto attack because he loses so much damage if he doesn't. Orianna, late game, you don't have to auto attack. Amumu, late game, if you auto attack, you're fucked. You do no damage. Right? Orianna, late game, if you don't auto, fuck it, who cares? Like, it doesn't matter.
But Amumu late game, if you're building full tank, isn't going to be doing much damage anyways. He's a CC bot. He relies on setting up ultimate.
He still loses 10% bonus tree damage.
True, but Orianna loses. Like I said, Orianna loses all the downtime between her. Even late game, where she has max CDR, there is still some downtime between her abilities. She isn't she does have low cooldowns, but I mean, compared to something like Karthus, who could just constantly shit out a Q every half second, she does have downtime. She does. I mean, Anivia has downtime too, but she has so much crowd control to make up for that.
Her downtime is there to be punishable. Orianna's downtime, I feel like, is there to just use this, but she doesn't like. I don't know. I think that Amumu in terms of ability for ability has more incentive to use his passive than Orianna does.
All right. How about this? I think Orianna wins over Amumu. You think Amumu wins over Orianna? I don't think. We've argued back and forth for like 15 minutes now. Why don't we just let fate decide? Well, one of them has to be 10. One of them has to be 11.
No, we have to agree. I think we have to agree.
I think we're at an impasse then, because I think Orianna's a better design than Mumu is. Like, I think it's very close, but I just think she is.
The Clockwork Winding, dude. Like, you don't think that even though like Amumu's passive fits much better in his kit, like I feel like it's just something that they threw on there. You could even go back to the Karthus argument of his ultimate being polarizing in terms of strength. The rest of Orianna's kit is so strong that maybe they couldn't give her like a real true passive, you know? Like that's what it feels like. It doesn't feel like a real true passive to me. It's just you hit something and you do damage.
I think that probably when they're playtesting her and trying to figure out like how to make her work, they noticed that there was a distinct lack of power when she, during her downtime, and it just made her like not work properly. So they wanted to give you some incentive to add your auto attacks in there to do damage.
I can see that.
Like, I mean, in many ways, it's like Twisted Fate's E. You know, he has downtime between his abilities. What does he do? Oh, he has stacked decks to do some more damage. Like, and Twisted Fate's it's a whole ability for him. So I don't see how we can make that argument and then look at Twisted Fate and say, oh no, well, Twisted Fate should be on the list then.
Because I feel like for Twisted Fate, you're actually doing it in combination with your pick a card to do more burst damage, especially in the late game when you're trying to like burst somebody down like one single target. You have to rotate your pick a card, you have to rotate your gold card, then you have to ult and get your pick, and it contributes to your burst.
But it fits in the same way. It fits in the same way as Orianna does. Because when you don't have pick a card or queue up, like in like a mid game skirmish as Twisted Fate, what are you doing? You're auto attacking to do some damage.
The thing about TF is you're playing to get that. With Orianna, you always have that. You're not doing anything to get it. You just have it.
So, what does that have to do with anything?
There's no gameplay there. You just auto attack for extra damage. But with TF, like to get that, you have to stop and you have to hit things. You have to decide: do I want this now or do I want it later? Do I hit the wrong target with it and I won't have it? I have to really think about who I'm attacking in a fight, so I have this on my rotation for my next pick a card. With Orianna, you just smack shit. That's what it feels like.
But if you're Orianna and you didn't have that passive, you wouldn't be smacking shit. It'll be too risky. Instead, you would just decide, all right, I'm going to throw out my abilities and walk back. The passive gives her an incentive to actually get in there for that extra damage because it stacks up on the target. It does, the stacking up on the target thing is sort of weird. I don't know why it has that. Maybe it should just be flat. But then maybe they just decided that, the power level of the flat wasn't enough to edge out the rest of the kit. I don't know, dude. I look at Amumu and I say, look, he is a great design. He's really cool. I would agree, the best design tank in the game. The way he works is great, but like, what is not Tantrum? What is the Tantrum? What does Tantrum do again?
He takes physical damage. For every tick of physical damage he takes, he gets lower cooldown on Tantrum. The active is he does a little AoE magic damage burst.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense for this
kit.
I mean,
he gains passive physical damage reduction, and then bonus 3% armor and bonus 3% MR.
Yeah, like that makes sense. I mean,
for a tank, that's an amazing ability.
I don't think we can agree.
The only things we're arguing over are the passives. That's really it. That's the only thing that we're at an impasse here on, are the passives. And I just feel like Clockwork Winding is like, yeah, it works beautifully with their kit in terms of pure design, but doesn't make sense because Amumu's passive. You know, actually, you know what? Okay, hold on.
But it's an active part of a kit. Amumu's passive is just there. It just does something, right?
That's what I was thinking. That when I say it like that, in terms of her kit, if we're arguing pure design, it does work better than First Touch.
It's engaged like Amumu. You just get it. It's just there. It's much like Vi's shield in many ways, but you notice Vi's shield a lot more.
We have cut a lot of things in this list because they didn't make for the best gameplay, and I think that it's not fair for me to say Amumu deserves to be top 10 when his passive doesn't. It's not absolutely perfect with his gameplay. I don't think that her passive fits, but it works better with her gameplay. So I will give you that. And I think I could be willing to cut Amumu because of that. But I think that it doesn't fit with her, but it works with her gameplay really well.
All right. Well, how about this? We cut Amumu, and then we've already got our number 10 pick. We have Orianna.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
There we go.
I can do that.
Fucking hell. That was a long that was enjoyable. I like that. It has nothing to do with the fact that I
changed my mind, dude. You changed my mind. Genuinely, you did.
I think that these are the sorts of discussions that this should be what happens in Riot offices when they're discussing changes, right?
Yeah, I agree.
This should be how, and I don't think it does, which is a sad part. I really don't think it does. I think we're being more thorough than they are.
Oh, 100% we are. There's no doubt about that.
All right, well, we're on to our top 10. Let's start off with
number 10, Orianna, definitely.
Hold up.
So number 10, we've definitely agreed Orianna. I think at this point that much is obvious.
Because Orianna is number 10.
Number 10 for sure. So we need a number 9.
Let's go number 9.
Janna, Karthus, Orianna, Vi, Singed, Jax, Twisted Fate, Warwick, and Ivy Ezreal. I think Vi is my number 9.
I'm gonna go with Warwick and Vi at number 8. I think that the Warwick rework is very good. I think it's one of the best reworks Riot has ever done. Maybe even the best.
I think it is the best one.
Almost. But in terms, I think that Vi plays better. I really think she does. I think they're both very similar champions in the way they actually.
Here's the thing: we cut Lux because of smoothness, though. Even though she's very smooth, she's gone.
True.
True. So because we've decided that the top 10 champions we have kits that are almost impossible to find flaws in. So we can talk about their kits, but I think now is when more than ever I think theme comes into it too. In terms of like champion design, I think Warwick's theme, if they completely nailed one thing perfectly on Warwick, it's his theme. You feel like you're being fucking hunted when you play against him.
They didn't do that with Vi though. Vi's whole theme is I fucking jump on you and bash the shit out of you.
I punch it, yeah, but I think they hit another level with Warwick. Genuinely, like maybe that's because the rework came out in 2016 compared to Vi's rework or Vi's release in 2012. But
yeah, like end of 2012.
End of 2012, yeah, almost 2013. It's like he did have a lot of extra development time there for the rework with new ideas and new things, and he has a more deep kit, I think, than Vi. Vi has a lot of hidden deepness in her kit compared to Warwick. Sure, especially I think denting blows people. I didn't even realize that her Q and her E applied denting blows. That was just only basic auto attacks, but
yeah, they do. It's really good.
And that's really cool. But at the same time, like I think Warwick just like it's just. I think Warwick is higher than Amumu would have been. I think Warwick is higher than. Warwick is definitely not number 10. 100%. Because if a Mumu would be number 11, or as number 10, I think that Warwick is considerably better than both of those, because I just don't find any flaws. Like, I can't pick anything apart really about this kit. I can't really pick anything about Vi's kit apart, except like the max health thing here, and the fact that this feels like more of a like one-on-one, like I walk up to you and smack you type ability.
But that's what she excels in. That's what she is. She's that sort of champion.
She's more of a burst jungler, honestly. But like
no, not really. I mean, not late game at least. Even against AD carries.
This is what she uses to kill monsters with, though. This is what she uses to kill dragons and barons.
She uses that to kill everything. You can max it. You can max it first in many builds.
Maybe.
I don't know. I just think that the kit works better with itself. Which is like obviously at this point every kit works great with itself.
Yeah,
I think I'm fine with either of them being 8 or 9 in my opinion. Neither of them are top 5.
Let's consider the other options we have though, because we do have the three control mages left. I think Warwick is better. I think Warwick would be better than Karthus, and I think he'd be better. He's definitely better than Orianna. I don't know if I would tie him with the Nivea or put him above or behind her. You really don't think Warwick is not better than Karthus?
No, I don't.
If we can't find faults in any of their abilities, I think Warwick has a better flow. He has a better flow than almost all the champions on this list.
I don't agree. I think Vi's flow is better. Maybe. We haven't even looked at Janna, by the way. Where is she going to be in this list?
Oh yeah, that's true. Didn't consider Janna. She's the only support we have left, right? She is. Yeah, she is.
Support. MVP.
Wow.
All right. Look. I can see.
I would put Janna above Karthus.
I would put Janna above Karthus.
If we're making a top 10 list, I would put Janna above Karthus. So Karthus definitely cannot be number 1. I'm not saying Janna will be my number 1. I'm just saying there's no possible way, because Janna has to be above him.
I don't think Karthus is going to be in the top 5. I reckon it's going to be Vi, Warwick at 8 or 9 respectively. Then probably Karthus.
I think both of those are better than Karthus in pure design. All right, so Warwick in comparison to Karthus, I think it's not fair to put Warwick at 8 or 9 unless Karthus is behind him, because I think that if we're going from a pure control mage perspective, I think that Karthus is probably the weakest control mage in terms of control mage in comparison to these three. If we're going pure design, which I think we should, I think Karthus is actually above Orianna, barely, but he'd be number 9 maybe. Right. So
let's put Karthus at 9.
I can agree with Karthus at 9. I can do that.
And then we just have to argue Warwick or Vi for 8 and 7.
Well, we have to consider what else we have, though. Like you said, we haven't talked about Janna that much yet.
Janna,
we did a lot. We did a lot earlier talking about Janna, but we have to compare her to what's in the list now, because what's in the list now is much more refined and at a higher standard than what we had in the list before. I would put Janna above Vi.
Janna above Vi?
Oh yeah.
All right. So we currently in contention we have Vi, Warwick, and Janna.
When I think Janna, the reason she's the only support in my top 10 is because she's the only support who has never felt like bullshit to play against. Her strengths have always been, her strengths and weaknesses are always numbers based. Her kit is never that obnoxious. It's always only numbers, purely numbers. And that's why she's the only support who's in my top 10. Other supports kits can feel like shit to play against. They can feel like shit to play as. They have abilities that don't make sense. Every one of Janna's abilities, and for that matter, every part of them, makes sense. Like the fact that you lose Zephyr's movement speed when you cast it, wonderful, awesome. Like yeah, you have a cost there that you have to consider outside of just the cooldown and mana that you're slower than. Like is it worth it sometimes to use it? Is it not? The passive for her Zephyr and her movement speed for her allies, it's not a lot of movement speed, but it's enough to where you're like, oh, she's a windy support, I go fast, you know? It's like Janna has, in terms of support, I think the number one best support kit purely design-wise in League of Legends.
Yeah, you definitely convinced me of that when I
Yes.
initially went to Cutter.
Okay.
I was way off on Janna. I was still haunted by the Ardent Center meta, so forgive me.
Sure, yeah.
So
gotcha.
we can agree that Vi, but is she better than Vi? Did you say she was or not?
I think that say we put Karthus at 9.
Because what I'm looking at is we're looking at Vi, Janna, and Warwick.
Yeah.
So I think you said that Vi is better than Janna. So we have Vi above Janna, right? We have Vi above Janna.
Definitely. So Janna
then where do we put Warwick? Is Warwick better than Janna but worse than Vi? Or no, sorry, yeah. Is Warwick, like, for example, so if Warwick was better than Vi but worse than Janna, then he would be in the middle.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
You reckon?
I kind of want to put him above Janna, though. I kind of just barely want to put him above her. Because Warwick is also one of those characters who's like, yeah, for a pure support perspective, her kit is perfect, almost flawless. But Warwick, for a jungler's kit, almost perfect, almost flawless. So then it kind of has to come down to gameplay, I think. And I think for gameplay, he's a bit more fulfilling in his fantasy than I think Janna is on hers. Because all the champions we have left, I think, have just wonderful kits. Genuinely, I do. But I think for pure gameplay fantasy, I think Warwick hits the mark more. I don't think anything about his kit doesn't make sense. Nothing about Janna's kit doesn't make sense.
All right.
What do you think? What do you think?
So the list is currently from top to bottom. Vi, Janna, and then Warwick undecided, right? So we have to ask: do we think that Warwick is?
I would put Warwick above Vi, but I would put Janna above Vi as well.
You're comfortable putting it number 6 on the top 10 list of every champion ever designed?
Janna? Oh yeah.
No, Warwick. Warwick.
Well, I would put number 8 Vi, number 7 Janna, number 6 Warwick. Yeah, I could see that.
I would put number 8. Okay, I'll concede Vi. I'll put number 8 Vi.
Maybe. I think I have to put Janna above Warwick.
I will put number 7 Warwick. I'll put number 6 Janna.
The only reason I will give you is because Primal Hal can feel really shitty when you play against this ability, especially the fact that it's just I think Riot has never done Fear correctly in League of Legends. It's either a completely useless mechanic or it's really, really good. And I think in the case of Warwick's E, it's more on the useless side to the point where it feels like a stun as opposed to a fear. But then you look at Urgot's ultimate, that fear feels insane to play against, right? Darius' ultimate for the minions, that fear for the minions, probably feels insane. But Warwick's fear, it's like, ooh, and it's over. It's like a little stun.
Yeah. All right. So so we have an agreement then. Vi number 8, Warwick number 7, Janna number 6.
I can agree with that. Yeah, I can agree with that.
All right.
I
think it's getting easier now. It's getting easier now.
It is, yeah. Vi, Warwick, Janna. So get rid of those.
All right then. Now we have the top 5. Oh, heaven help! So let's go over all of these picks. So first of all, Singed is one we haven't talked about much, simply because we're both Singed mains, and everyone's gonna yell about bias. I
don't even think we need to. I think number 5 is Ezreal compared to these 4.
I would have to agree that number 5 is probably Ezreal.
Yes. The single best designed AD carry in the entire game.
Either Ezreal or Jax, actually.
No, Ezreal. Have to say Ezreal. Jax. When I think bruiser, fighter, duelist, I think of no one other than Jax.
All right, yeah, you're right. All right.
When I consider,
okay. So Singed, the reason why Singed is is on this list for both of us. Now we're both Singed mains. Both bias. Oh my god, 2 Singed mains. Put Singed on. Okay, listen very, very carefully. We have so many of our favorite champions from this list.
Yeah, okay? He's not even my favorite champion, to be honest with you. That'd be old Fiora.
There you go. My favorite champion is Singed. But let me explain why Singed is still in this list, and it's probably going to be in top 3. Singe's kit is so it's great. It works so well with itself.
It does.
He has never received a significant change outside of his passive change since fucking
ever
the start of the game.
He was the first design champion the whole game as well.
He was the first design champion in the entire game, and his kit is almost identical 9 years later.
Yeah.
He has been playable in every single meta. He's been shit in some of them, sure,
but he's
with
been
some
playable.
small
Even when Sin was at his weakest state, I still got 600 LP in
exactly. He has unlocked his design just by the way he works. Has unlocked an entirely unique playstyle, the most unique playstyle in the entire game. Proxy Singed. There is nothing else in the game that comes close to what Proxy Singed is. Okay, it was the most unique, most difficult to pull off playstyle in the entire game.
It still is.
He is so well designed. He is incredibly simple, but incredibly fucking complex.
He has a low skill floor and probably the highest skill ceiling in the game. According to Riot Stats, he actually does have the highest skill ceiling in the game.
And don't take my word for it. Listen to, was it Scarazard who said it on that podcast? Yeah. Scarazard said it on the Trinity Force podcast.
And their own statistics, if you guys want to look up, I can even show you, like, Riot Games Champion Mastery Curve. According to their Champion Mastery Curve, Singed has the steepest mastery curve in the entire game. What that means is, the more games you put into Singed, the more and more you continue to learn about him. You need more games on Singed to fully learn the champion compared to every other character in the entire game, according to their data. Where is Mastery Curves?
He is great. He has never been ridiculously broken, apart from when Proxy Singed was Suicide Singed, and they had to sort of retool things around that.
They retooled the whole game around it and not Singed.
Exactly. And that just shows they wanted to keep it intact because it's such a unique playstyle. It is so good. There is no champion. I'm sorry, there is no champion in the game. I mean, I guess you could say maybe like Revive, Teleport, Suicide Karthus, I guess, somewhat. But that is not something that subverts the entire mechanic of the game. The way the game is meant to work is you both go to lane, level 1, you both go in front of your towers, you farm, you harass. So he's like, no, fuck that shit. I'm going to go behind your tier 2 tower and do this. and his design enables him to do that. He is one of the best, if not
all
the
while not
I'm
being
not sure.
overpowered by them.
I'm not sure if he'll be number
broken.
1. I'm not sure.
I don't want to say anything yet, but he's definitely not. He's definitely not 4th. He's definitely not 3rd for me either.
He's in my top 2.
Yeah, me
I don't
too.
know if he's number 1, but we will see. And once again, this is not just because we are Singed mains. I think if anybody looks at his design objectively, you can pretty much see, just based on the way he's played, the way his skill curve works,
this is the picture
everything
right
that we look
here.
at.
He has, like other champions, you get closer to 100 games and their win rate tapers off. Singed, you get closer to 100 games and your win rate spikes because you're learning more about matchups, you're learning more about the champion, you're learning about how to proxy, you're learning how to itemize, you're learning how to flank, you're learning how to base proxy, you're learning how to like fucking goofling, you're learning how to fling over walls, like you're learning how to use your passive more. That's a big thing that
he's so unique.
Like,
there is no champion in the game that does what he does. His entire playstyle is just running. That's all it is. It's running. All of his kit helps with that in so many ways. He runs.
Another thing is his
gets
power.
Away from
his power is very spread out over his kit too. There's not one single ability that's too powerful, and I think that's really good. Like you use every single one to do a specific function for his kit. Nothing has too much power, nothing is too weak. I mean, I could argue that the fling nerfs recently were kind of bullshit, but even then, like outside of that, his power is very spread out. His abilities tie each other. Goofling makes it, tie into itself.
So
Goofling
good.
into your
So
poison,
good.
into your poison, into your team. Ultimate to set up your goo, to set up your passive, to set up your poison, to set up your fling. Like everything just works. When I play Singed, I don't feel like I'm playing a champion. I feel like I'm shoving my brain into my computer, and I'm just like, it feels like an extension of myself. Like
exactly.
it feels like an extension of how I would control a champion. It's not me playing with a keyboard and mouse. It's me playing Singed. And
if you were to talk about the power balance before, if I had to ask you what is Singe's most powerful ability, including his passive, I think the only one that we could guarantee say isn't his most powerful, and even then it's only by a small margin, is his W. His Q is his primary source of damage, but his E is his primary form of crowd control. His ultimate allows him to do what he needs to do, and keeps him balanced pre-6. His passive is so good as well now after it got retooled. He's almost perfect. I don't think there's any champion in the game that's perfect, but Singe almost gets there, in my opinion.
He's definitely top 2 for me. and I have
Alright.
to, well, I'll have to consider heavily if I put him top 1 or not. I really will.
We will have to get there. But let's look at the other champions. We've talked about Singe. Let me explain. Let's explain why the other champions should probably be on the list.
Okay, well,
so
I guess
you do Jax. You do Jax.
Okay.
You're the big one.
When I think fighter, bruiser, duelist, I think of no one else other than Jax. His kit, very similar to Singed, has received so very little changes over the years. The biggest change I can remember is they changed the dodge function on his E to be from a passive dodge to an active dodge, the counter strike where he holds it above his head. He absorbs auto attacks.
Right? Or was that season 1?
Was up until like season 2, I think.
Okay.
Where he had the passive stun. It might have been season 1 actually, I'm not sure. But he has received so little changes. His kit has undeniably stood the test of time, almost as well as Singe Kit has. I'd say probably as well as Singe Kit has.
I wouldn't say as well.
You don't think so because of the big ability change?
I think Jax is probably number 3.
Maybe he's more meta reliant than Singed is, and that can definitely be an argument there. But the fact remains that he's only had one ability that's ever been majorly changed. Yeah, Singed had his passive change, but it's not an active ability, so I think that puts him a little bit above Jax in terms of stability. But Jax is right up there, like he's right there, you know.
Oh yeah, but I mean, if all right. So you made the argument for Jax. I pretty much agree with everything you said, Bob.
None of his abilities are too powerful. Everything flows well together. His abilities set each other up. Counter-Strike sets up your W, Q sets up W, W sets up Q half the time, W can also set up Counter-Strike, your ultimate. It helps him do what he needs to do. His passive fits perfectly, like attack speed for hitting stuff. Let me go hit shit. That's what I do best as Jax. Like, that's what you're supposed to, you know? You're a duelist. You're supposed to smack stuff until it dies, and I think out of any fighter in the entire game, Jax is the best designed one. His kit has changed the least. When I think fighter, I think Jax. He's so stable. He's reliable. He's a little bit defined by the meta, but compared to the other fighters, no other fighter gets polarized nearly as much as Jax has not. Every other champion is more meta reliant than Jax is. Save a few. Probably the ones that are left. Save a few.
Agree. Hard agree. Jax is just probably the quintessential bruiser in the game. He's great. That's why he's top 5. Or why he's top 4.
Top 4, yeah.
All right. Twisted Fate. What is there to say about this champion? Probably the most iconic and best designed mage in the entire game. I think Twisted Fate wins over Anivia. I personally think Anivia
more than Anivia.
Yeah, I think he is. Twisted Fate.
Here's the thing, right? I can see why you say that, but the loaded dice thing compared to Anivia's kit is it a little bit doesn't make sense, but like it does because it's Twisted Fate. You know, it's like, you know, I'm rolling the dice for fate. You know, like I get it.
I think the rest of his kit is just. I don't think his passive is that amazing, but I think the rest of his kit is just so fucking
these
good.
4 abilities flow perfectly. There might not be a 4 ability kit.
There has been no champion in the game that has sort of defined metas as much as Twisted Fate. With his global ultimate.
He's also very meta independent though compared to Anivia.
Exactly. I know.
She's much
you
more
can
meta
always
dependent
play
than he
is. He is such a good design in the way he works. And honestly, you know what? Maybe you're right. I think maybe Twisted Fate might be number 4.
I think he might be number 4 too.
Because his loaded dice. I mean,
this is the one. But he's like He's so abso-fucking-lutely perfect. Besides loaded dice, he's just like this is one of the best all-time designs I've ever done. Honestly, it is top 4. I guess you could say it's top 4.
Exactly. All right. Well, let's put him at number 4 then. I think we can agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I think just based on the other stuff on this list, I think also E being slightly weird, but still just such a good.
I mean, I think it makes sense with this kit perfectly, but
it does.
For me, it's loaded dice. It's loaded dice for me.
Yeah, loaded dice.
I
think without loaded dice, Twisted Fate will be number 1. I think if he had a different thing, I honestly think
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
I get on it, right? I mean, just make that little change.
So we have what we have left is
Jax, Singe. Okay. I'm going to admit I was banking on Twisted Fate being my number 1 until it was talked out of me. So I'm going to say Singe will be number 1, Jax will be number 2, and Anivia will be number 3.
I will agree with Anivia number 3. I will agree with that. But the biggest contention I have is between these two. Well, I perceive, honestly, in all honesty, I perceive these to be the 2 best design champions in the whole fucking game.
It's
And
going to be so hard because neither of us wants to put Singed #1 because we don't want to be accused of bias.
I don't want to be
accused
of being biased, but like he's just Jax is more meta reliant. Honestly, like I realize that I said that about Twisted Fate, but that's not the reason we cut Twisted Fate because he's more meta independent than Anivia. We cut Twisted Fate because of loaded dice, like not being 100% absolute perfect with this kit. If kits were rated on a scale of 0 to 100, TF is a 99.9 with his passive being a 0.1, like deduction, you know. And then Anivia pretty much the same thing. The only reason that I wouldn't have Anivia in top 2 is because even I think compared to these two, she's more meta reliant, and it's just like you're not not incentivized to use her. Like her passive makes perfect sense with her kit, but you're not incentivized to die. As opposed to Jack's passive like and Singe passive, where you're like Karthus was. But you're more incentivized to actually get in there and use their passives compared to Anivia. That's why I wouldn't put her in top 2. So what we're left with is Singe and Jax. What do you think?
Okay, Jax. Oh, this is so hard, dude. All right. My argument for Singe being #1, which, like I said, I did not come into this list expecting Singe to be #1. I
didn't come in expecting him to be top 2, but as we get closer,
I thought he would be either. I thought it would be either #2 or #3, and Twisted Fate would be #1 for me. But I guess I was wrong. I've been convinced otherwise. My argument for Singe being #1 is simply because due to proxying. There is no proxying is what has allowed Singe throughout the years to be just to fit into any meta.
Yeah.
Even if he's not good, he will maintain a plus 50% win rate most of the time in most metas, unless, there's just a glut of fucking range top laners and it's just ridiculous. But even then, he'll only drop to like 49. And even then, he's still playable because
I've seen Jax at like 46, 47%,
Exactly.
I've never seen Singe go that low.
It is literally because of proxying. It is literally because of that. He has
managed to create a completely independent, unique gameplay style with it never being overpowered.
No other champion.
With it never being overpowered besides the Suicide Singe, which was fixed fucking immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Droid did it for a little while and it was gone.
For a month and it was over.
There is no other champion that has completely reinvented the way you play the game like Singe has. No other champion. Go back and watch my proxy Singe videos from season 5 when it was really big. Okay? Go to my channel and watch them. Just look how fucking different it is. It's a completely different way to play the game. It is amazing. It is phenomenal. And his design has allowed him to do that. And that design has allowed him to be have this unique, completely different way to fit into pretty much any fucking meta and still be a viable pick. You can get to Challenger. You could get to Challenger even fucking season 4, even fucking season 6, you could get to Challenger with Singe.
I did
it. It like, if Jax is shit, if Jax is in his 40% meta, 46% win rate meta, I mean, I guess anything's possible, but you're probably not getting to Challenger.
You probably can't because you can't, like, he doesn't have access to the same options that Singe does. Like, yeah, in a straight up 1v1, Jax obviously wins, but Singe isn't really meant to like do that.
And all the things we're saying too, like Singe has all these options. That's bad. It means he has too much versatility. No, all of the options
they're not
are
overpowered.
Insanely skill dependent. Proxying was the hardest thing in the game for me to learn. It completely changed the way I viewed League of Legends. It took me hundreds of games to get proxying down properly. It's very powerful when you do it, but it takes so long to be able to do it right. He is. Sorry, I've been rambling about
Singe.
No, you're fine.
I feel like the only thing that's really stopped. I love both these characters, by the way. I have my top 3 most loved characters are Singe, Jax, and Amumu, and that's probably why I had so much trouble cutting Amumu, honestly.
I didn't want to say it, but I suspected as much.
No, you're right.
I didn't want to be mean.
It makes sense now they look at it to cut him for design wise, but even with that being like these two being my top 2, like, can there be an argument for any other 2 champions in top 2 regardless of that being my feeling? I don't think so.
It's really hard.
Think so.
It's really fucking hard. I mean,
think these are it.
I really do think they are.
Considering everything we have on this list, the fact that we only have 2 top laners is amazing. Because I know. Wow. Fucking top lane.
I know. All right. I mean, are we going to call it?
The only thing that's stopping me from putting Singed at number 1 just ever so slightly above Jax because of his uniqueness, the fact that his design has changed less
Oh
than
wait, hold
Jax's
on,
has.
wait, hold on. I'm still thinking Singed at number 1 at this point.
The only thing that's stopping me from putting it at number 1 is the fact that people are going to call me biased.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only thing.
That's the only reason why I didn't want to. That's the only reason why I didn't want to. But I mean, like,
I think he edges out Jax. It's barely, but I think he does.
And this is going to start. If this goes on Reddit, man, we are going to be accused of bias. But refute our arguments.
Fuck them.
Is what I will say.
I think we've made more than enough of the case.
Show me another champion that has that's kit has endured forever. That has invented an entirely unique playstyle because of the design of his kit. Has had so little changes since fucking beta. His core design is the fucking He was the first champion design. His core design is fucking pretty much identical.
Yeah,
pretty much identical. Okay, pretty much. Yeah, you could say like, oh, Annie is the same thing, but Annie has her own host of problems. Singed doesn't have those problems.
Annie's kit actually has changed a decent amount if you consider like Tibbers and her passive and stuff like that.
True, but it's mostly the same.
Most of the same, yeah. But there's a lot of kit like the reason why I think Jax is ever so slightly less stable is because he had a literal ability reworked. His E was reworked. Singed has never had an ability. Well, I guess his passive reworked, but it's not an active ability that was reworked. You know. It's a completely passive thing that you can still play around.
The only things that change is his W's had its numbers tweaked. His Q had its numbers tweaked. His W got grounding. He had a new interaction added between his Q, his E, and his W, the Goofling, but it didn't change any of those abilities. It just changed the way you use them. His E, it made it. It used to be flat damage, but changed to % health damage to make him not as oppressive.
It's been mostly numbers things. Like
it's been mostly numbers.
The number one biggest change is the passive. And,
exactly.
And even then, he still plays the fucking same. And I can say that because I've been playing him the entire fucking time. He still plays the same.
That's why he's.
But
he got a passive that benefit with his playstyle.
It works way better with him. For the kit, his passive works. The new one is. I love the old. Don't get me wrong. I love the old passive, but the new one works better for him.
Yeah.
It just straight up does work better for him.
All right, I think we've justified ourselves. It doesn't matter. People are still going to call us biased.
They're going to call us biased.
They're going to be salty that their champion didn't get on the top 10. Look,
I think our top 10 list is extremely fair. I really do.
Yes. And one thing, can we look at this list? Just one thing I've noticed about this list, with the exception of Warwick, the Warwick rework, there are no contemporary champions on this list.
Contemporary?
Everything on this list is pre-2013, right?
Vi? I don't know about Vi.
No, Vi was end of 2012.
Are you sure?
Yeah, Vi was in the game when I started playing, and I started playing in pre-season 3. So Vi was like end of 2012.
Yeah, December 19th, 2012. Yeah, that's true.
So the oldest champion on this, the newest champion on this list, if we don't count the Warwick rework, is Vi. So that says a little.
Is it Orianna?
No,
she was
Orianna
played in
was
season 2 Worlds, wasn't she?
Orianna was before Vi.
2011. Okay, yeah, you're right. June 2011.
So the if we don't count for the Warwick rework, which is
I think that's not fair though. We have to count the Warwick rework.
Yeah, I am. But I mean, there's one champion on this list that's contemporary. Contemporary. Like, just look at it.
Yeah, I agree.
The old designs, the old philosophy, the old view of the game was just so much better.
I completely fucking agree.
And I want to see hashtag gas certainly T.
Come on.
Hashtag Daniel Zine Klein has already been gassed.
Here's the thing. I just feel like it's the original thing. I played Dota All Stars and Heroes of Newerth for 7 fucking years total combined, right? For 7 years combined. I think that the only thing that drew me away from that and into League of Legends was the original idea that it was supposed to be a simpler, more friendly version of Dota while maintaining most of the core design philosophies, and it really was that for a long fucking time until season 6 when shit hit the fan. Or sorry, until patch 5.17 when shit hit the fan. Juggernaut patch. I guess Gnar was the progenitor of that, but Juggernaut patch.
If you can pinpoint a single point in League of Legends history where the entire game, when it began, Juggernaut patch. That's where it started.
That's League of Legends too.
That's where it began.
Juggernaut
if we were ever
League
to do
of Legends too.
if we were ever to do a League of Legends legacy server, it would be pre-Juggernaut patch.
5.16.
There was no chance it would be after the Juggernaut patch, because that represented a complete shift in their design philosophy.
Yeah,
and it was for the worse in my opinion, and I think our list has demonstrated that. All right, any closing thoughts?
Singed number 1, Jax, Anivia, Twisted Fate, Ezreal, Janna, Warwick, Vi, Arthas, Orianna. The only thing I have to add to this is I think Ezreal would be below Janna if he couldn't Essence Flux himself, but he can. So I think that makes him pretty much the perfect AD carry. No, obviously not the perfect AD carry, but the best designed AD carry.
Yeah,
overall.
And I think as well, you can play Ezreal in pretty much any meta as well. He's not
Mostly
insane, but
mostly,
he's not bad. You can always sort of play Ezreal as long as Trinity Force is not garbage. You can pretty much play Ezreal in many ways. But then again, you can always do like blue Ezreal and all that. But
I think this is it. Yeah, I think this is the list that we have.
This has been a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Yeah, this video is fucking very long. All right, here's what you do. When you upload this video, upload it as unlisted, and I will watch the entire video, and I will timestamp every single point where we talk about champions. Where
No, you won't, dude. That's like 8 hours of footage.
Yeah, it won't be that hard. I would just timestamp, and then people can go see. Oh, what did they cut my favorite champion?
I'm cutting out the vast majority of it where we didn't talk about champions, though. So it's like,
what do you mean?
Like the parts where we're just like kind of like silent. I'm probably gonna cut a lot of those because it's already so long where we're just talking.
No, but it's too much work, man. Just slap them together, cut off things. Cut off things at the beginning and the end. That you know.
We'll see how it goes. But this is our list, guys. This is our list.
This is our list. I mean, this will be. My original idea for this list was it was going to be done on stream, and it would probably take about 4 or 5 hours, maybe. We are here like what, 8 hours later?
About 8 or 9 hours of footage later, recording over the course of a month. It took us a month to finish recording this shit.
This is going to be an incredibly long video. I understand that a lot of you are going to be, too long didn't watch, but I think that this is probably one of the best. I'm not joking here. I think that this is probably one of the best League of Legends. I'm not lying.
You cut off at the end. You think this is one of the best League of Legends?
Oh, sorry. I think that this will be one of the best League of Legends videos ever created. I don't think anybody has done something like this. I don't think anybody has taken a list, gone through every champion and taken a look at them critically design-wise. I don't think anybody has ever done that. I don't think Riot does this fucking shit most of the time.
Fuck no, dude.
Okay. I don't know if this video will ever be popular, but if it is, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. It's been a lot of fun making it.
Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna make a timestamp to the end of the list, and then they're gonna see our top 10 list, and they're all gonna go back through the fucking video to see what they missed, to see why we cut stuff, and that's what's gonna happen.
Exactly. Yeah, and I just want you to say that both of us went into this list not wanting to put Singed at number 1. I wanted him at 2 or 3.
I really did not. Yeah.
But that, when we look at it critically, that's just how it is. That's just how it's become.
I wanted to put Jax at number 1 originally, but yeah.
If you guys think that we have spent 9 hours just try and justify getting Singed to number 1, you are wrong. We have taken a look at this as critically as possible. I seriously
have, yeah.
It has been so. You have seen how hard it has been. The Orianna and Mumu argument, the arguments we had earlier on. Mm-hmm. This has been great fun. I've loved it, and I honestly think that this is the best League of Legends video ever. And I hope that people enjoy it. But yeah, I think that's it, guys. Thank you to Minishcap for letting me be on his channel.
No problem, dude.
If you want to check me out on Twitch and YouTube, you can. I don't really play League of Legends much anymore. That's why I really wanted to make
but this is a great patch. Get back into it.
There's a good chance that I could definitely come back.
This is the patch to do it. This is the patch to do it, dude. I'm telling you.
All right, I'll take a look. I'm doing vlogging on my channel now, and I'm playing games on my stream. So if you want to check that out, go ahead. I really just wanted to do this for posterity's sake, so I can look back and say, hey, this was my thoughts on the game when it sort of was in decline, because I do think the game is in decline very slowly, but it is. And what would you like to say to end things out, Minish?
Not much, other than the fact that I hope someone at Riot, maybe I highly doubt it, takes time to sit down and watch this and kind of maybe even give their own perspective on it and see how far they truly have come from what was originally amazing designs.
Riot employees, if you want to reach out to any of us, if you want to have a conversation with us about our thoughts and design, please just let us know.
I appreciate that. I would. I can tell you guys how wrong you are about Kaisa existing in the game.
Exactly. Like, this sort of dialogue is very, very important, and I think that there isn't enough of it. I think that too many people at Riot are too like I said, they look at my portfolio champions. That leads us to stuff like Kaisa and Camille and Gnar, and it's just terrible. And I'm glad that Daniel's decline is gone, and we won't have to see any of his crap anymore. I don't agree with the reason why he was fired, but I'm glad he was because now we don't have
for
to,
design purposes, yeah,
for design purposes. Now we just need to get rid of certainly T, and we need to bring back the old boys.
Certainly T made the Warwick rework though.
True,
but that's when he was heavily restricted. So
true. Absolutely.
The man does great work, but when you have to look at it in the context of the whole game, the rework for Warwick was obviously taking everything into context. Every other champion's ever made, no, he doesn't give a fuck about context for them. But Warwick, he was kind of forced to. But I guess I don't want to ramble too much. I want to say thank you guys for watching. Again, I expect most people to skip to the end and then watch other parts of the video to see what we're talking about. And if someone at Riot wants to talk to us about any of these, I would honestly, especially you champion designers, I would love to talk to you guys, but you probably won't, and that's fine. So I think that's it, guys. All right?
Take care.
So take
Much
care.
love.
See you guys.
Mwah.
Mwah.